Chapter 1 The Castloth Northern Realm. Thevast expansi off northern plains sunfold slikey magnificent tapestry, enveloping the northern reaches oft Terra Kingdom. Endless fields, serenite majestic, shimmerint the soonlightas thundulating wave sof weak aim with golden hues. Of the northern mistigeft plains, nestled at the Futoft Beast Mountain Range, stands Senai inspiring castle. Erected against the mountains, the castleries shyest in the southeast stand stretches outwards, flanked by the Beast Mountains to Thustinth Moto giant peaks to Theast. The elongated Citilius quiet lie like a colossal beast, with towering walls reaching 30 meters shy, winding around without a single blind spot. Beyond the castle walls, the expansive plains serenaded Ferlaylands. Streams cascading down from Beast Mountains form a portion of the moat, while Atheris nourishes Theric fields, providing an inexhaustible water source. This is Theranone Fortress of Radiance, located at the border of Terra Kingdom, serving gas the fierce enough defense for humanity against Thorsish hordes. Established at Avirace in Triago, the Fortress of Radiance has withstood 4 assaults by the orcs. Yet, following each siege, the castle's defenses were reinforced, evolving into an indomitable war machine, wide of a corner concealing deadly traps. The Dazensov towering Garrow towers the trisa between tree formidable walls and still despairing any would-be invaders. The castle gates, solid as rock, boast a staggering thickness of 2 meters, requiring the joint F4 Tofto seasoned Warierstupen, devoid of any mechanical assistance. Inside the castle, the winding, treacherous paths resemble tunnels, while T buildings constructed off black steelwork for their commander from engage Gina. Despite housing merely 3,000 guards today, the orcs shave along refrained from launching Javanazing Glekarg against the stronghold. Countless live sandrivers soft blood, not only brought tinless sorrow to the orcs butyl so besto demia, surable glory upon the castle's lord. Through this fortress, the Solomon from Lahas rescind from obscurity to nobles to over the past century, ascending from a humble barani tomark with dominions over Roland, Copper Mountain, and Taili, marking a miraculous journey among the humanation soft, sacred Noah continent. The Solomon family is affectionate liar for it to be the Pipa Eve Terra's Thyron Wall off Terra, standing guard over the northern plains alongside Moto giant fortress. A thismament, along the southern road oft fortress of Radiance, 2 rugged steeds, their hides bearing testament to countless trials, pool a nondescript cart that approach slowly. On either side of the cart rides as small detachment of cavalry, mounted onto steeds, armed with lances, and Clayton black armor, creating Gastar Contristo Theti lapidated vehicle. Inside the humble cart, a solitary elder lemon dressed in simply targently wheeled saw hip, urging that woaged horses forward along the broad, even road. His cautious demeanor suggests a deep concern for the visiblibigard steeds. The car's interior was scramped and cluttered with an array of books, leaving nospacitosit. Thus, Ayun boy within the cart is forced talker lupine a secluded corner, enduring the jostling of Tevical. This boy possesses a Tikmanov golden-haired Hafazard Liathebak, with delicatesque and androphined features that reflect the Althul innocence. His Azuris, resembling tranquilix, reveal an underlying wariness to sympathy. Peering through Hanaragapov T-car's window, Hegazi Southenless fields on either side of the road, a flicker of fun spoke confusion and trepidation crossing countenance. As a transmigrator, Li Chen considers himself fortunate to possess a noble father in this life, Antonio of considerable rank, sparing him from the struggle soft T lower rechelon soft society. Yet, in stark Contristo his noble lineage, he bears the misfortune of being a bastard, one who Hoggerner slitletenshin from his father. Thuff the blood off Solomon from a like horse through his veins, heist nevertheless sunworthy Ophi Vinisher name. Duetto a failed magical experiment, that led to adipletion of mental energy, the previous occupant of this body perished, paving the way for Lichen's arrival. For 3 days, Lichen has quietly absorbed the memory as of this predecessor only observing this new world. Fortunately, the previous occupant semi-watch reclusive nature, stemming from childhood tribulations, resulted in strained relationships with those around him. Coupled with an obsession for alchemy, this allowed Lichen to navigate without trivialing his true identity. Nonetheless, these 3 days shavenot being free from hardship, they have been fraught with torment. As the legitimate Tessanov Junot Solomon, the familiar patriarch, the previous occupant endured relentless humiliation and his father's indifference, each moment in anguish, gradually eroding sanity. Now, on Thika Spoff returning to Thefamali Hedrides, Lichin felt compelled to undertake Parila Smagical experiment that fabricate capabilities, only to meet with disastrous failure, resulting in Heesan time enemies. Thus, Lichin find Shimzulfadodes with the lingering obsession saw his predecessor for 3 arduous days, grappling with unfamiliar thoughts hat intermittent, lie assert, their claim over this body. Gazing out the window, Lichin releases a soft sigh, aware that they can no longer afford to linger in this state, lest the Becketmid be the obsessions left behind by his predecessor, leading to fragmentation of his mind. In the presence of Tenigmatic and eternal goddess of magic, Misra, I will inherit your hated, fulfill your wishes, and exact vengeance ben Solomon family, compellin your lofty father ta bo chis proud head andropint spas transgressions. As the gentle breezes stirs thee bound less wheat fields, creatin gripple sock into Sirena lake, Lichin's whispered vow dissipates into the air, leaving no discernible change in his surroundings. After a length of pause, just as disappointment begins to cloud Lichin's expression, a near transparent solmages from the depths of his mind, bearing an uncanny semblance to different form. Devoid of fated without distortion, its near imperceptibius gaze the appliant Lichin's althful visage, flashinga momenta fondness, yet predominantly exuding Gassen's off relief. This specular scene sends a shiver down Lichin's spine. Just a shepherd pares to speak, the real soul before him dissipates like chemist, vanishing without a trace. In that fleeting moment of Tess soul's disappearance, Lichin feels a long-lost sense of ease wash over him, invigorating and refreshing. The eighth that Thadber deemed him for 3 days finally gives sway to Siofrilia from the depths of his throat. Here realizes that from this moment forth, this body uhali belongs to him, with decency of the former occupant now entirely eradicated, including Therum Nant Sophie's obsessions. Master Roland, are you well? The sound Lichin made led Fielder Lemon outside the car. Hearing Fieldman's concern, Lichin casually replied, Grandfather Knob, I am fine. That is good to hear. Master, please hold down a little longer we shall arrive shortly. The old man, perhaps do eat a hitch, speaks at length, yet this stone nighs imbued with genuine care. Grandfather Knob, there is no need to hurry, shall proceed to leisurely pace. Very well, master. Within the cart, then a liar born Lichin, after appeasing Fielder Lemon outside, gazesseth his fair, delicate hands, feeling the vitally of this body, and finally breaks in toas my lees milio for leaf, as though emerging from a calamity. Ding! System activated. Suddenly, a mechanical voice resonates in his mind, bringing for ton unexpected thrill. A must-have system for transmigrators? Lichin she arts wells with excitement. However, before he is smilio fuicinator in his face, the voice in his mind. 3rd generation new Wazama intelligent ship at your service. Lichin's expression falters, and Hirata Bly run his fingers through his golden locks. So it's just starum Nantofa past intelligent ship, what a letdown. But thou is this skip still operational? Lichin slips spurs before a look of fastonishment spreads across his face. As a researcher in his previous life, he recognizes that the 3rd generation new semi-intelligent ship, a marvel of technology, has significantly benefit humanity and Blue Star. This skip can be directly implanted into the brain, connecting to the central superprocessor of the federal government, providing every individual with capabilities for storage, analysis, and scanning. This functionality is liberate humanity from mundane tasks, enabling the chip to assist in daily affairs, including learning and work. However, as a former scientist, Lichin is securely aware thought the power of the 3rd generation new ways of intelligent chip is root in the federal government central superprocessor, known as Heavenly Craft, Wiktu Kadekadov collaboration among countless scientists to develop. Its terrifying computational power and intelligence caused a 3rd introduction in resource consumption across the entire blue planet Themamin type merged into existence. Moreover, it direct lie to control off global satellites and quantum computers, rendering humanity incapable of leaving Gani of blue planet in truly profound sense. Thus, the new way 3rd generation semi-intelligent chip, detached from heavenly work processor, is still operational, which raised doused doubts in Lichin's mind. Reporting your current status, Lichin tentative like a man deed in his mind. Beep, due to unknown influences, unable to contact the central processor, computational power reduced, current maximum computational power is 3.4 GHz. Beep, Due to unknown influences, internal storage has been cleared. Beep, unable to contact the central processor, functionality loss of 90%. The incessant beeping brought na goodness, causing Lichin to Farawis brown concern. The computational power had diminished to such an extent that I weighs inferior to an ordinary laptop from his previous life. Especially alarming was the clearing of the ship's internal storage, indicating that the could not replicate in technological achievements from his former life in this occasion. Perhaps, armed with the knowledge in his mind, he might explore and invent some technological products in this unfamiliar land. However, after 3 days of traversing this new world, based on his initial understanding of his predecessor's experiences, Lichin knew that many low-level technological products from his former life were line consequential in this realm. Chapter 2 The New Semi-Intelligent Chip. The Saint Nor continent, vast and sprawling. The territory current possessed by humanity is several times larger than that of the former blue planet. Beastmen, elves, dwarves, and countless powerful alien race occupy own domains. Slaughter, chaos, and warfare. These elements permeate every corner of the continent. The Shas propelled the martial civilization of the entire Saint Nor continent town precedentings. Whether in personnel prowess, magical equipment, large-scale war machines, or various magical disciplines serving warfare, everything has reached levels previously unimagined. Legendary powerhouse Sexit Tier Dominion, magical warships Rome Theseus, colossal major crystal cannon slay wasted Otheland, and the world tree cast sight Sato over Thirth. Non-oft hisura comparable to Thello level technological products office past life they belong to and entirely different to Shellen. Mere life from Theek knowledge inherited from his predecessor, the civilization off this world left troll and insolent ta. Shaking ish to dispel the disappointment, Lichin could nathelp but smile ralius up to comfort himself. Having some just better than having nothing. Nuwa, scanning current physical condition and establish a three-dimensional visual representation. Understood, master. Beep, scanning initiated. In less than 3 seconds, the mechanical electronic sounds rang Utensmari. Scan complete. The current status of Team Master's body is as follows. Strength 1. 2. Constitution 1. 1. Agility 1. 3. Spirit 1. 26. 2. Physical health is adequate, but theory is significant mental fatigue pleasing Shuridaquatirist. As Thecha prelate its findings, asimi what other real three-dimensional graphic materialized before Li Shen's eyes. It prominently displayed his body, accompanied by annotations saw various physical values. Gazing at the illusory screen, Li Chen pondered deeply. From the memories inherited from his predecessor, Killer Nedthetheus no a fourth levelmage, and possessing spirit fair exceeding Thado fan ordinary person imid entirely reasonable. Nuwa, continue scanning gon document the books within this compartment, Lichin thought for the recess the chip's current capabilities. As per his command, the new watch chip resumed its operations. Beep, scanning initiated. Detected detailed description soft profession all levels recording commenced. Detected fundamental principle soft magic recording commenced. Detected introductory ni queso falcomir recording commenced. Detected essentialese for the cultivation and harvesting of magical herbs recording commenced. Under Thechip scanning, it swiftly began to commenting thick knowledge from the books inside the courage. However, this process did not last long, as Thechip abruptly ceased recording of her capture engine formation from Amarados and Orsabooks. Beep, detected that the master's mental strength is about to interasta. Top depletion scanning terminated. Data stored. Beep. Detected extreme deficiency in Theme Masters. Mental strength immediate tears advised. At this moment, it was evident that Li Chin could barely hear the chip's warnings. As the chip commenced scanning, has suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure, and within minutes, a sharp pain surged through his mind. The sensation weighs Akanto appears said be countless needles, prompting Li Chin to emitalo. Anguished roar. Clutching Hishiad tightly, his expression contorted in agony. Master, what's wrong? Please don't frighten thy soul servant. Lichin Spain growl instant Liler to dold no band the cavalry want their side off the courage, causing them to halt and direct their gazes stored the courage. Old Knob quickly stopped the cart and hurried lion to read the courage, his face ched with concern. However, Faced with Li Qin's condition, Old Nob banged merrily your vaunt, wasada loss for Wadodo, appearing quite flustered. Quickly, Thebata leaf Petushanine Thebox, the light blue Eon, give it home, Li Shinkradut in agony. Up in hearing this, Old Nob swiftly opened Thebox nearest to Thekarji's exterior, revealing 3 veals soft Petuvans rapid in cotton. Theink Sayuzolder promptly pick it up the middle veal, the light blue potion, and handed it to Li Qin. Li Qin hastily accepted it, uncorked the veal, and down a dice content sin an swift motion. Asha swallow wed the potion, air-freshing sensation washed over his mind, gradually alleviating the piercing pain. Though it did not entirely dissipate, Li Qin could slowly begin to climate toit. Grandpa Nob, fine I apologize for worrying, Li Qin said, managing Gafen small to reassure the concerned Old Nob. Master, you true lie frightened thy souled servant. What just happened? Are you feeling unwell? Your body is still in a recovery state. You must know to engage in any magical experiments. Rest assured, it was more yas idea effect from the previous magical experiment. Ehavial rea did take an restorative potion there will be no further issues, Li Qin explained softly. Very well, that's leaf. Upon seeing Li Qin's demeanor, Old Nob sworry lessened somewhat. Thoth Hestil suggested uniously, Theski is still your lip perhaps, should dress there for a while, so he can also G-Tau Toft he carjins to legs. Let's continue in way, Li Qin gently shook his head, rejecting the notion of Shinoda the obvious impatient saint he isoft he cavalry with their side. It wasn't solo lith the attitude doft he cavalry at the presencio of his most familiar servant toff his predecessor, Li Qin instinctively maintained a certain distance. After all, Shold Haraviel in his lippus, Old Nob would undoubtedly notice, and whatever consequences since were certainly not willing to confront. Fortunately, Thessolofis predecessor Hadel Reedy vanished, and he could no delve deeper into the memorias left behind. As long as she could master a law his predecessor's memories, in his subtle changes in personality would be inconsequential. Very well, beautify a felon wellital, Umistelm, Old Nob's age reluctant, libafori exciting the courage, resuming their journey. Old Nob's concern did no tevoki any feeling soft gratitude in Li Qin instead, Iton li zervid tuarte to him. After all, regardless of the close relationship his predecessor with Nob, to Li Qin, Old Nob was merely a stranger, and a stranger ho pose a potential threat at that. Yet, as sane comer in this world, Li Qin evidently still relied on Old Nob's scare. In the memory as of his predecessor, nearly all mundane affairs were managed by Old Nob. Even though that the body had been taken of Li Qin, Heraquai red tomito adapto is entirely near environment. As the carriage resumed its journey, Li Qin gazed at the empty crystal vial in his hand, a bitter smile leg racing his lips. A third-level mental restoration potion typically costs around 18 gold coins. To expend it so easily wasn't doubted live for their blodo thiel reedy meager finance off his predecessor. Nuwa, what just happened? Would it do consume his somakov mental strength during Theskin? Li Qin inquired, a hint of Fangerin Hoy's voice. Thepir Singh Pain ha just experienced said was clearly a manifestation of excessive a mental strain, a situation that had frequently occurred in his predecessor's memories, with themist severy instancy occurring a month prior. Significant depletion of mental strength led to a backlash of magical energy, resulting in a fatal outcome. Thichif has undergone unknown changes detection is sign-effective and cannot provide an explanation. Listening to the mechanical voice resonating in his mind, Li Qin's expression darkened, yet a vague suspicion began to form within him. The new way third-generation semi-intelligent chipi, a titscore, merely aveslit stru prowessly asinit's ability to connect to heavenly work central processor. Only with this connection can the chip's primary functions be realized. However, now that Li Qin find Shimsel find a different world, he has no idurith blue planet off his former life resides, making it impossible for the to reconnect to heavenly work central processor. Logically, without heavenly work central processor, the new way third-generation semi-intelligent chip should have a low states functionality. Yet, it appears that during the process of his transmigration, the chip underwent some unknown transformation and as no integrated intelligence. Thus, in the presentment, the utilization of the ship nalon jura license tiangong control processing gunnet, rather only mental prowess. Furthermore, the computational power and functionality of Tekka Fave significantly diminished, likely correlating with Li Qin's current mental state. After all, when compared to Tiangong Control Processing Gunnet, his mental capacity I sun deny a blibutedropen theocean. Rubbing his latching head, Li Shinan some more summoned his three-dimensional attribute panel. Strength 1. 2. Constitution 1. 1. Agility 1. 3. Mental power 0. 66 foot. Magic power 4. 26 foot. Level 4 mage. Gazing Gathanoli appeared in formation at the bottom, Lichen's expression slightly improved. Although his mental energy had faltered earlier, interrupting Theskin, the Chufad knowneth Lasur attained the contents of several books, including information regarding the classification of professional levels. These atwanu limerjed piece of information undoubted lie affirmed thato nofta ship striprimary function sanalysis was still operational. These indicates that the current generation often way third-generation semi-intelligent chip, while no longer connected with Tiangong Control Processing Gunnet, continues to function normally. I note street correct capability of storage, analysis, and scanning. Though it may not be advanced as the system, with Thekip's assistance, issued find ma path and magic considerably enhanced. Sensing the dwindling mental energy within his mind, Lichen refrained from further probing the chip, choosing instead to close his eyes and elevate to the deeper recesses of his spread. As time passed, in less than 2 hours, the carriage, under Nob's guidance, gradually approached the grandfather of Massive Castle. The Castle Fradiance, the fierce enough defense against Thork's fourth kingdom of Terra, boasts towering walls exceeding twin-time Etersan height, standing majestically even on the side closest to humanity. Young master, we have arrived, Nobstant la voice reached the confines of the carriage. In truth, as they droniardo the castle, Lichen Hadel redie, opened his eyes, scrutinizing the colossal beast that was brought on earth. Feeling a wave of disdain rising from within, he couldn't help but shake he hished slightly, offering sympathiferous spreadus skyle to tribulations. Thought woe horsis nate long span, it was sufficient for Lichen to revisit the format of experience of his predecessor's life in detail. Before Theojofiv, his predecessor, despite a lacking gather-father, was nurtured begent leaned patient mither, enjoy ingurulatively joyful and contented childhood. However, Onafite full day when he turned 5, his mother, with a pained expression, bid him farewell before vanishing without a trace. In Thuekave, mother's disappearance, guided by Nob, his predecessor complied with her instructions and arrived at Solomon family estate. There, he encountered his father for the first time, the patriarch of Solomonklin, Junot Solomon. Even after many years, Lichen could still sense the coldness on detachment. This father arbored toward Shim through to memories of his predecessor. Perhaps it was duetto his lineage, or perhaps the Grandasler required a servant, but this predecessor successfully remained within the Castle Fradiance. Yet, this marked the incident of his predecessor's nightmare deprived of his father's acknowledgement, as an unrecognized illegitimate Kilomina Castle fled with Solomonkin, his life was predictably grim. Endless beatings and humiliations, sleeping in the dankest, darkest cellar, consuming food fit for serfs, toiling in themist grueling and filthy tasks were not from unwavering care. His predecessor might have come long ago, perishing in a shadowy corner. Such a life persisted for 5 harrowing guy Irsentillanide, during a familiaptitude assessment, it was discovered that his predecessor possessed a magical talent. This revelation granted Hymenos their audience with Themin, and all thought Tistamehas so-called father's demeanor was markedly improved. His predecessor could still perceive a thiefing undercurrent soft distance and disdain. Under his father's arrangement, his predecessor left the fam Litha Thad fell taken to Helland to read the noble Magical Academy of Kingdom of Terra. After 8 years, upon successfully graduating from the noble Magical Academy, his predecessor was compelled, by family design, toward the Castle Fradiance, a place thought continued to instill fear within him. Chapter 3. The classic opening of a traveler at the southern gate of the Fortress of Radiance. A troop of cavalry, each mounted on mid-level magical beasts known as Bloodfire horses, advanced with an imposing presence. Clad entirely in black armor, the soldiers moved in perfect unison, the sound of their hooves striking the ground resonating like heavy hammers, producing a deep, muffled thud as they approached the carriage occupied by Li Chen. The commanding officer of the unit pulled hard on the reins of his steed, causing the massive Bloodfire horse to rear up and emit a long, piercing neigh before its front hooves thunderously struck the ground, halting mere meters from the carriage. With this movement, the entire squad of cavalry operated like a flawless machine, each member effortlessly controlling their steed, aligning themselves tightly behind their captain. Undoubtedly, this was an exceptionally elite cavalry unit, far more formidable than the escort that was ostensibly tasked with supervising Li Qian's return to his family. Their precise maneuvers spoke volumes of their prowess. Upon reaching the front of the carriage, the entire squad inclined their bodies slightly, right fists placed over left chests, a gesture of respect. The murmurs of the onlookers surrounding the castle walls further indicated that this was not merely a skilled cavalry, but one of great renown. It is indeed the radiant cavalry of the Solomon family. Truly, they are the elite among elites, all mounted on level 4 magical beasts, blood-fire horses. "How many gold coins must this cost?" exclaimed a startled merchant wandering the kingdom. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was met with the disdain of a nearby man clad in light armor. "What a fuss over nothing! Level 4 magical beasts are hardly impressive. I have heard that the most elite cavalry of the Solomon family rides on high-level magical beasts, the Gale Warwolves, famed for their ability to cover 3,000 miles in a single day." The merchant gasped once more. The whispers of the crowd did not elicit any response from the cavalry unit. The captain, cloaked in armor, gazed at the somewhat dilapidated carriage with a flicker of confusion in his eyes. Yet, as a soldier, his obedience prevented him from pursuing any further inquiries. "Master Roland, the patriarch summons you," came a raspy yet commanding voice that easily penetrated the carriage, reaching Li Qian's ears. "Roland, Roland." Li Qian murmured the name that embodied justice and bravery. From this moment forth, this name would symbolize the vanished past of Li Qian, as well as his rebirth in this world. Observing the stillness of the carriage, the leading knight spoke once more. "Master Roland, the patriarch summons you." This time, his tone was significantly sterner, carrying an undeniable weight of authority. Roland did not delay, nor dared to. Through the memories of his predecessor, he understood that he had no room for defiance in the presence of this family. Thus, he swiftly grasped the edge of the carriage and pulled aside the heavy drapes, peering at the knight who had called to him. The knight, shrouded in armor, revealed only a pair of exceedingly indifferent eyes, sending a chill down Roland's spine. "Master, this way, please dismount," said the ever-watchful old nob, who had been waiting beside the carriage. Upon seeing Roland emerge, he finally exhaled in relief and hurried to assist him. "Master Roland, we must hasten to pay our respects to the patriarch," the captain of the cavalry reiterated, his tone remaining unyielding and cold. "Understood," Roland responded softly, nodding as he stepped onto the ground. After his acknowledgement, the knight tugged on the reins, and the blood-fire horse surged forward to his side. Before Roland could fully react, the captain seized him and pulled him to the front, whereupon the entire cavalry unit expertly maneuvered, swiftly returning to the castle and vanishing from sight. Watching the retreating figures of the knights, old Nob's face clouded with deep concern. Yet, as a servant before the vast castle, he possessed no power to alter the unfolding situation. Meanwhile, Roland, tightly bound by the reins of the blood-fire horse, felt utterly detached from the experience. The knights, galloping through the narrow streets of the city, showed no inclination to accommodate him. The biting winds unique to the northern region penetrated the loosely woven fabric of his mage's robe, chilling him to the bone. In mere moments, Roland's body began to grow increasingly cold. As a level 4 mage, he should not have found himself in such a state of disarray. However, the earlier depletion of his mental energy had left him in a vulnerable condition. Although he had consumed a mental recovery potion, the effects of a level 3 potion were insufficient to restore him to his former self in a short time. Thus, he clenched the cuffs of his robe, squinted his eyes, and silently endured. Eventually, after traversing 2 city walls, the cavalry came to a gradual stop before a castle perched atop a mountain peak. At the grand entrance stood a middle-aged man clad in butler attire, exuding an amiable demeanor and graceful poise. However, upon seeing this man, Roland instinctively felt his pupils constrict, a wave of fear rising from deep within. Evidently, this individual had been associated with some distressing memories of his predecessor. Master Roland presented, announced the captain of the cavalry, dismounting and bowing his head in respect upon sighting the middle-aged man. The man nodded gently, then turned his gaze toward Roland, a flawless smile gracing his face, warm, sunny, and inviting. Yet only Roland understood the terror that lurked beneath that genial facade. Much of the torment endured by his predecessor in childhood could be attributed to the man before him. From beatings to whippings, the fact that his predecessor had survived the Fortress of Radiance was solely due to old Nob's desperate care. "Master Roland, it has been a long time," the man greeted warmly, causing Roland to pause in surprise. This was an attitude he had never encountered in his memories. Yet even as he inherited the hatred of his predecessor, Roland recognized that he had no room to resist today. Thus, he concealed any trace of animosity and replied softly, "It has been a long time, Butler Jerson." Observing the calm demeanor of Roland, the middle-aged man's eyes flickered with a hint of astonishment, as if the youth before him was markedly different from the boy he remembered. However, given the passage of years, a change in character was not unexpected, and thus it did not raise his suspicions. "Master Roland, the master summons you." "Please, follow me," Jerson stated, not elaborating further, and gestured for him to proceed. "Very well," Roland acquiesced, dismounting and trailing behind the middle-aged man as they entered the core castle of the Solomon family. Confronted with the familiar yet strange interior of the castle, Roland cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Simultaneously, he pondered the Solomon family's changed attitude towards him and why such a drastic shift had occurred. Upon his arrival at the city gates, the family had dispatched a cavalry unit to welcome him, indicating prior preparation. The once cruel and harsh Butler Jerson now appeared as a gentle breeze, a treatment previously unheard of in his predecessor's memories. Could it be merely because he had ascended to the rank of a mid-level mage? Yet, according to Roland's understanding, a mere mid-level mage was hardly noteworthy in the esteem of the Solomon family, who held a marquis title. Was there some underlying scheme? An uneasy feeling began to rise within Roland. Just then, a sharp voice rang out, shattering the air around him. "Roland, you wretched fool, what are you doing here?" "Roland? The one who stole our family's bloodline?" Upon hearing, Roland furrowed his brow and looked up. Approaching from the depths of the castle was a girl in her early 20s. She wore a flowing white gown, her slender waist accentuated, with smooth, chestnut-colored hair cascading in curls around her neck. Her fair skin radiated vitality, and her delicate features resembled those of a masterfully crafted sculpture. However, Roland's first impression of her was far from favorable. As she glared at him with unbridled fury, clearly perceiving his presence as a grave insult. Beside her stood a boy of around 15, whose features bore a slight resemblance to Roland, also dressed in finery. "Third miss, fourth young master, it is the patriarch who summons Master Roland," Jerson interjected before Roland could respond, bending slightly in a humble manner. His demeanor was markedly different when addressing Roland, exuding a stark contrast of servility. "Dear sister, you haven't answered my question. Why is he the Roland you once spoke of?" the boy inquired with curiosity. "Yes, that wretched bastard," the girl retorted vehemently, lifting her gown and stomping the ground with force before lunging at Roland. Caught off guard, Roland, who had been silently assessing the situation and recalling the memories of his predecessor, finally realized the imminent danger. However, the girl was evidently no lesser a combatant than he, a warrior in her own right. The consequences of a mid-level mage being charged by a similarly leveled warrior were all too clear. Before Roland could make a move, the girl kicked him squarely in the chest, sending him sprawling backward. Thud! The force of the blow caused Roland to spit a mouthful of blood upon hitting the ground. Yet, the physical injury paled in comparison to the wound inflicted upon his pride. "Damn it. I was just bested by a woman." This was Roland's initial reaction, immediately followed by a surge of anger as he struggled to rise and confront the woman with all his might. However, he was promptly pinned down by a foot descending from above, forcefully smashing him into the ground, rendering him immobile. The girl's petite, slender foot showed no mercy as it cruelly pressed upon Roland's already injured ribs, applying increasing pressure. This caused his face to contort in agony, and he let out a series of pained, desperate howls from his throat. Glaring at the Roland beneath her foot, the girl leaned down and, looking down from her elevated position, asked, "Why are you still alive?" This scene instantly triggered memories of Roland's past life, in that year. Within the dim confines of a basement, his former self, at 6 years old, was similarly subjected to the girl's ruthless stomping on the cold ground, prompting the same question. The unfamiliar recollection immediately revealed to Roland the name and identity of the girl before him, Eleanor Solomon, the third daughter of Junot, the head of the Solomon family, and the cherished jewel of the entire clan. Yet, times had changed. The Roland now, having replaced the former, was no longer the weak, unresisting boy of yore. "You wretched hag, get away from me!" Roland grasped the girl's powerful calf tightly, pushing outward with all his might. However, to his embarrassment, despite exerting every ounce of strength, he found himself unable to budge her. "What did you say, you filthy scoundrel? What gives you the audacity to insult me?" Roland's curse sent Eleanor into a rage, her delicate features twisting in fury. In a fit of wrath, Eleanor produced a sharp dagger from somewhere, poised to slash at Roland's neck. "What the hell? Is this for real?" Roland's heart raced with terror as he beheld the dagger aimed at him. He had not anticipated Eleanor's genuine intent to kill him, nor her decisive willingness to act on it. This was the first time he had witnessed the world's treachery since his arrival. A mere disagreement could lead to drawing blades, faced with the dagger poised to pierce his flesh. A wave of frustration and regret surged in Roland's eyes. Yet more profound was the overwhelming sense of helplessness that swiftly transformed into boundless resentment towards Eleanor. Just then, a powerful hand seized Eleanor's wrist, rendering her unable to lower the dagger any further, regardless of how hard she struggled. Frustrated at her inability to achieve her goal, Eleanor looked up in anger. In response to her fury, Jerson, bowing deeply, appeared extraordinarily humble, yet showed no sign of releasing his grip. "Jerson, do you dare to rebel?" Eleanor snapped. "Miss, the master wishes to summon young Master Roland." "You cannot kill him here," Jerson replied, a servile smile plastered across his face. "Young master? He dares to claim that title?" Eleanor's anger intensified at his words. "It is the master's command," Jerson murmured softly. "Father, when has he ever cared about this wretched scoundrel?" Jerson remained silent, his demeanor humble yet resolute. Witnessing Jerson's unwavering stance and reflecting on her authoritative father, Eleanor took a deep breath, gradually suppressing her rage. However, recalling the insult she had just endured, she pressed down with renewed force until the sound of cracking bones and Roland's agonized cries filled the air. At last relenting her pressure, "Since it is a summons from father, I shall spare you today. Remember to die quickly. Do not sully my eyes again." Eleanor's chilling, emotionless threat made Roland's heart tighten, a flicker of fear passing through his gaze. Observing this, the girl finally allowed a semblance of satisfaction to grace her features, lifting her foot and relinquishing her hold on him. Before the specter of death, Roland's once laughable dignity evaporated in an instant. He refrained from retorting, struggling to rise to his feet despite the grievous pain he felt. "Thank you for your understanding. Mississippi, the old servant, was disrespectful," he said, bowing deeply in apology as Eleanor released him. "Hurry and take him away. We shall depart at once," Jerson responded, heedless of Roland's injuries as he grasped his arm and hastened towards the castle's interior. The excruciating pain in his chest elicited a series of piercing cries from Roland. "Silence! I thought 5 years of training would instill humility in you. Yet here you are, daring to provoke the master," Jerson scolded fiercely, devoid of any previous warmth. A cold sweat broke upon Roland's brow. He offered no retort, merely bowing his head, obscuring his expression in that moment. Yet, unbeknownst to him, his fury and murderous intent had quietly reached their zenith. Though he understood the unfortunate circumstances his former self had endured, it did not evoke empathy within him. However, having narrowly escaped death moments ago, he truly comprehended the torment and trials of his predecessor. "I once thought I inherited your hatred. Today, it has become my own." Roland's silence did little to quell Jerson's fury. For the sake of such a lowly creature, he had defied the esteemed third miss, a transgression unfathomable for one whose life was devoted to serving the Solomon family. Had it not been for the master's command, he might have been unable to restrain himself from striking Roland dead on the spot. Remember, should you dare to show even the slightest disrespect before the master, even at the cost of my own punishment, I will not hesitate to kill you, Jerson warned menacingly. Rest assured, I shall not, Roland replied, forcing back the pain in his chest. You had better not, Jerson concluded, turning once more to lead Roland upwards to the highest level of the castle. As he observed Jerson's retreating figure, a chilling, ruthless glint flickered in Roland's eyes. Fear not, from this day forth, until I possess the strength to command my own fate, I shall not appear before you again. Reality is always the finest teacher. The recent experience had imparted to Roland a vital lesson. Dignity unsupported by strength is not dignity. It is impotent rage. Under Jerson's guidance, Roland ascended the 7 twisting flights of stairs, traversing a narrow passage until finally arriving at the door of a study located deep within the castle. The door to the study stood ajar. Yet Jerson did not dare to enter uninvited. Instead, he paused at the threshold, bowing respectfully in the manner of a proper servant, proclaiming with utmost sincerity, Master, I have brought young Master Roland. Let him enter. Came a deep, authoritative voice from within, tinged with an undercurrent of fatigue that stirred concern. Yes, you command, Jerson replied, stepping aside. The study was modestly sized, revealing a rather simplistic arrangement that nonetheless weighed heavily on Roland's spirit. Although Eleanor harbored intentions of killing him, she could not act without Junot's consent. Yet within this room, his nominal father, should he desire, could end his life without opposition. This familiar sense of helplessness surged once more, igniting a sense of agitation within Roland. Yet, facing the inevitable, with no retreat left, he steeled himself and stepped into the study. The tidy, unadorned study was filled with an array of books, and a middle-aged man sat behind a massive oak table, perusing a multitude of documents piled high upon it. He intermittently picked up a magical quill positioned to his right, annotating the papers with precise strokes. The man was impeccably attired in a long black satin robe, adorned with neatly embroidered patterns of pale gold that formed intricate designs, clearly crafted by a master artisan. His golden hair, casually tied back, framed a face that bore the marks of time yet remained undeniably handsome. Thin but chiseled features, a prominent nose, and full lips, each aspect resembling a work of art, evoking an involuntary sense of admiration. However, for Roland at that moment, this man represented the arbiter of his fate, extinguishing any feelings of fondness and replacing them with a gnawing anxiety. Within the quiet confines of the study, the only sounds were the soft scratching of the quill against paper, a gentle yet fluid symphony. After a lengthy pause, the man finally set down the quill. Reviewing the documents once more, though he seemed dissatisfied with the outcome, his brow furrowed and expression graved, till last. After making further amendments, he laid the documents aside, directing his keen, authoritative gaze upon the apprehensive Roland before him. The piercing scrutiny heightened Roland's pressure, leaving him at a loss for words. Yet, his trepidation soon dissipated as the man slowly spoke. A level 4 mage, acceptable. The family has arranged for you to meet a magical tutor. Tidy yourself and prepare to report. Upon hearing these words, Roland was momentarily taken aback, struggling to believe that the father he had long neglected could actually arrange for him to have a magical mentor. From the memories of his previous life, he comprehended deeply what having a magical mentor entailed. Each individual worthy of the title was a sorcerer of at least the 13th level, possessing not only formidable power but also an ocean of knowledge. It is crucial to understand that the magical system differs from that of warriors. In the realm of magic, knowledge reigns supreme, and graduation is never the terminus. Even within the most prestigious magical academy in the Kingdom of Terra, only the most rudimentary theories of magic are imparted, and to acquire further knowledge, one must invest substantial resources. At this moment, Roland had already graduated. Not only had he lost the opportunity to pursue advanced knowledge, but even if he had not, the costs associated with acquiring such knowledge were astronomical. Thus, for his predecessor, having the privilege of studying under a magical mentor was a dream he had never dared to aspire to. Not only would he have the chance to learn some advanced knowledge for free, but he could also assist his mentor in conducting high-level experiments, which would greatly benefit his exploration of the magical path. However, the exorbitant registration fees required to become an apprentice to a magical mentor were far beyond Roland's current means. Yet, unexpectedly, the family that had once treated him like an insect had fulfilled his predecessor's wish. This sudden stroke of fortune caused Roland's breath to quicken, yet he, armed with the experiences of his former life, could not bring himself to believe that such a substantial windfall could fall directly into his lap. Consequently, he patiently organized his thoughts and cautiously inquired, "Might I ask which magical mentor the family has arranged for me?" Upon hearing Roland's inquiry, Junot's brow furrowed slightly, but after considering the necessity of the arrangement being voluntary, he proceeded to provide clarification. It is His Highness, Prince Garfield. Garfield? Roland silently mulled over this somewhat unfamiliar name. Suddenly, a title from his predecessor's memories emerged, causing his expression to shift dramatically. The bloodline alchemist, Garfield? In response to Roland's astonishment, Junot nodded slowly. Upon receiving Junot's affirmation, Roland felt an involuntary tremor coursing through him, his complexion paling in an instant. Chapter 5. The Domain Mage for Others, a magical mentor is a title of the utmost nobility, symbolizing immense power and unparalleled wealth. However, for Garfield, this was merely one of his most commonplace titles. His other designations were even more illustrious, such as the Hell Butcher, the Nightmare Mentor, the Sinister Alchemist, and the title that represented his prowess, the Domain Mage. His reputation had spread throughout the entirety of the Saint Noor continent. Even those who were oblivious to worldly affairs and wholly immersed in alchemy, like his predecessor, were well aware of his name. Garfield, possessing a career level of 18, was a domain mage on the verge of transcending into legend. Yet, his most renowned attribute was not his power, but rather his groundbreaking contributions to alchemy. His unique research project, which garnered acclaim across the continent, focused on the fusion and mutation of potions and bloodlines. The essence of this work was to develop exclusive potions tailored to specific bloodlines. According to his findings, these exclusive potions, when applied to particular bloodlines, could enhance their efficacy by 1 to 3 times. In other words, a standard level 3 healing potion, if reformulated by Garfield for a specific bloodline, could yield at least double the effectiveness. Moreover, the costs associated with developing such potions would not significantly escalate, leading to a substantial disparity, as successful potion development could benefit an entire family for decades, if not centuries. Thus, despite the exorbitant research expenses, countless nobles were drawn to enlist Garfield's expertise in crafting potions unique to their family bloodlines. However, the costs associated with developing new formulas for bloodline potions were not merely financial. Families needed to provide exceptionally gifted individuals to participate in the experiments. For a family capable of paying such a hefty price to enlist Garfield's assistance, it was not uncommon to have warriors among their ranks, but possessing mages with exceptional talent was a rare treasure for any family. Were participation in the experiments to pose no risk to the subject's health or advancement, it might be inconsequential. Yet, the ominous titles of Nightmare Mentor and Sinister Alchemist were not unfounded. Nearly all participants in his bloodline potion development experiments found it exceedingly difficult to survive the trials. Over the decades, countless unfortunate souls had perished in his experiments. Of course, there were a few fortunate individuals who not only survived but also significantly advanced their career levels, yet they were the exception rather than the rule. The overwhelming majority of participants met a grim fate. Roland could scarcely fathom the magnitude of the resources Solomon had expended to contact Garfield, and he could not bring himself to believe that the Solomon family would go to such lengths merely to secure a magical mentor for him. A mere illegitimate child, the inevitable outcome for Roland was to become Garfield's test subject, facilitating the development of bloodline potions for the Solomon family. Faced with this seemingly inescapable fate, Roland could not suppress the terror rising within him. The silence in the study was palpable, the father and son exchanging no words. Only Roland's heavy breathing reverberated in the still air. The oppressive weight of the situation seemed to stifle even his thoughts. Roland's incredulous gaze remained fixed upon Junot, seated behind the oak desk, filled with skepticism. Despite being the illegitimate child, he shared the family's bloodline. How could he be so ruthlessly disregarded? While Junot maintained his silence, Roland felt he could not afford to do the same, as the matter at hand concerned his very fate. Esteemed Lord Marquis Junot, I have no objections to the family's arrangement. However, I must inform you that I have successfully secured a position as an explorer knight within the Academy, and under the guidance of my mentor, I must report to the city of Heglin in the eastern part of the kingdom within a month. Should I fail to do so, I shall find myself on the wanted list of the kingdom and the entire human alliance. In that moment, Roland was immensely grateful for his predecessor's decision. A year prior, on the brink of graduation, his predecessor had resolutely enrolled as an explorer knight to escape the family's control. After several rounds of assessments, he had successfully secured a position. While the path of an explorer knight was fraught with peril, it undeniably presented a glimmer of hope compared to becoming Garfield's experimental subject. Explorer knight? Junot's eyes flickered with a hint of seriousness. Indeed, I willingly choose to become an explorer knight, upholding the legacy of my ancestors to expand the territories of humanity, Roland declared, steeling himself and speaking with grave intensity. Why did you not inform the family? Junot's gaze sharpened suddenly, radiating a formidable presence akin to a mountain, exerting tremendous pressure upon Roland, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Yet, he understood that at this moment, his life was at stake, and he could not afford to relent. This was arranged by my mentor Olivia, at the Academy. Olivia, the leader of the kingdom's Fire Mage Guild? Junot queried, uncertain. Indeed, it is she, Roland affirmed, mustering his strength to maintain his composure under Junot's scrutinizing gaze. Olivia, the leader of the Fire Mage Guild in the Kingdom of Terra, was a significant figure even within the capital. Roland's predecessor had been fortunate enough to attend one of her public lectures on magical theory. Yet they were hardly acquainted. However, in this critical moment, he had no choice but to invoke her name to dissuade Junot from the idea of sending him to Garfield as a test subject. Junot's piercing gaze scrutinized Roland closely, yet ultimately, he refrained from further questioning, allowing his imposing demeanor to dissipate and a hint of a smile to grace his face. You are fortunate to have garnered Olivia's favor. In a recent magical experiment, I had the privilege of assisting Lady Olivia with some preliminary extraction work, Roland boasted, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. After Roland's declaration, the room fell into a prolonged silence. Both father and son at a loss for how to proceed. Roland lowered his gaze, avoiding Junot's imposing stare. Meanwhile, Junot appeared to scrutinize his son for the first time, having only seen him 2 or 3 times before. Observing his son's simple, somewhat worn robe stained with flecks of blood and his disheveled golden hair, he appeared utterly disheveled. Seeing this, Junot finally sighed deeply, breaking the stillness of the room. In truth, Garfield is not as fearsome as you might imagine. In recent years, his experimental techniques in alchemy have advanced significantly, and instances of experimental failure have become exceedingly rare. Moreover, participating in such experiments could greatly benefit your career path. I had presumed you had taken an interest in this field. But it seems you are entirely unaware. Junot's words momentarily stunned Roland, leaving him perplexed about the intent behind Junot's statement. Could it be that he genuinely sought to arrange a magical mentor for Roland? Roland's expression, marked by suspicion and caution, evoked a flicker of guilt in Zhu Ruot's eyes. After a brief silence, he continued, Many matters are not as simple as they seem on the surface. I am aware of the suffering you have endured over the years. Yet, at the very least, you are still alive. Upon hearing this, Roland abruptly lifted his head, unflinchingly locking his gaze onto Zhu Ruot's eyes, as if seeking the most genuine answer from within. Today's attitude of Zhu Ruot indeed caught Roland off guard, suggesting that the experiences of his past self harbored another layer of hidden truths. If that is the case, then why did you not send me elsewhere? Do you know how I lived before I turned 10? With a pale complexion, Roland asked in a trembling whisper. In truth, he was not particularly inclined to delve into the truths of those bygone days. Rather, he sought to further comprehend the sentiments of this surrogate father towards him. Elsewhere? Do you know why your mother sent you to me? She was fully aware of what a bastard child would face within a Marquis family, yet she chose to do so regardless. Mother? Roland's expression grew even more complex, his eyes instinctively revealing a deep sense of nostalgia. This was the person he missed most in the memories of his past self, in his childhood. He would pray to the gods almost every night for a chance to see his mother again. Zhu Ruot's gaze became increasingly intricate and restrained as he slowly spoke again. Because she wanted you to survive. Only in the core territory of the Solomon family could you endure. It was only when you turned 10 that I managed to resolve some hidden troubles, ensuring that as soon as you stepped out of the glorious fortress, I would not need to send someone to collect your corpse. Upon hearing Zhu Ruot's explanation, Roland began to comprehend why the seemingly insignificant and slave-like existence of his past self had the opportunity to attend the Noble Magical Academy before the age of 10. A hall renowned for its unparalleled magical prowess in the kingdom of Terra.it turned out that Zhu Ruot had always been a presence in the background, even having resolved some of the clandestine troubles for his past self. Yet, why did he allow the Solomon clan to humiliate him so? If only he had paid more attention, the past self would not have endured such a wretched fate. Observing the confusion gradually manifesting on Roland's face, Zhu Ruot continued, "There are matters you do not yet comprehend, and at present, you lack the qualification to understand. Come now, since you have chosen to become a pioneering knight, proceed boldly on your path. However, this journey must be undertaken by you alone. What is my mother's true identity? Is she still alive?" Roland posed the question that had long been lodged in the depths of his past self's heart. Upon hearing Roland's inquiry, Zhu Ruot's eyes momentarily shimmered with a sense of wistfulness, a hint of nostalgia surfacing on his authoritative countenance. Nevertheless, he ultimately refrained from saying more, wearily waving his hand as he declared, "Jesson, escort him away." As soon as he finished speaking, Jesson's respectful voice resonated from outside, "As you command." Seeing Jesson, who appeared like a specter re-emerging at the door, Roland realized that he could no longer extract any of the information he sought from this man. Thus, he suppressed the pain in his chest and slowly exited the room. After Roland departed, the study once again fell into tranquility, and after a long while, a voice emerged. Chapter 6, The Pioneering Knight. Jesson escorted Roland directly to the gates of the glorious fortress. Perhaps the earlier conversation in the study had reached his ears, illuminating the fact that Zhu Ruot harbored another sentiment towards Roland. Or perhaps, for him, the master's orders were to be executed without fail. Watching the elderly Nob, who had been waiting beside the carriage, Roland finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Young Master Roland, remember that no matter what transpires, you must learn to remain humble and hold respect in your heart." Observing Roland's readiness to depart, Jesson once again donned a warm smile reminiscent of spring. Roland nodded gently in response, then, wincing against the pain in his chest, resolutely made his way toward the carriage. That moment, upon seeing Roland, the elderly Nob's anxious expression instantly transformed into one of relief, as he hurriedly stepped forward to support Roland's somewhat faltering form. Noticing the droplets of blood trickling from Roland's chest, the elderly Nob felt a surge of anger. Yet, being as humble as a serf, he dared not voice any complaints against the Solomon family. Only tightening his grip on Roland's shoulder in support, with the elderly Nob's assistance, Roland laboriously climbed into the carriage. "Grandfather Nob, let us be on our way." "Very well, let us go." Upon returning to the carriage, Roland immediately commanded Nuwa to begin assessing his injuries. Fearing that the powerful beings of this realm might discover the secret of the chip within his mind, he had disabled the automatic scanning and alert function of the chip before entering the glorious fortress. After all, he currently possessed too little information to afford any carelessness. "Nuwa, scan my current physical condition." Beep. Scanning initiated. Scanning complete. "Master, you have 3, 5, and 6 ribs fractured on your left side, with severe soft tissue damage. Internal blood vessels and muscles are compromised, and your left lung is compressed and ruptured." "Damn it, that old hag is cruel," Roland cursed vehemently in his mind as he absorbed the chip's report. However, feeling the intensifying pain in his chest, he reluctantly opened the box containing the restorative potions and retrieved the remaining green vial. Downing it in one gulp, as the potion coursed through him. A tingling sensation spread within, alleviating some of the pain. Yet, compared to spells, the potion's effects were evidently slower, unable to heal Roland's injuries instantly. "Nuwa, record the body's reactions after using the level 3 healing potion." "Understood." Recording commenced. The body is currently being eroded by wood element magic. The wound in the left lung is gradually healing. If this state is maintained, it will be fully healed in 5 hours. The soft tissue beneath the ribs is beginning to repair, with an estimated healing time of half an hour. The damaged internal blood vessels and muscles are starting to mend, expected to heal in 2 hours. The 3, 5, and 6 ribs on the left side are recovering at an accelerated rate due to the stimulation of wood element magic, anticipated to heal within 7 days if this state is sustained. Roland nodded in satisfaction at the chip's report. The efficacy of this level 3 healing potion was indeed commendable. However, regrettably, there was only 1 vial left. Based on the experiences stored in his past self's memories, its effects would likely last only about half an hour. Once the potion's efficacy wore off, Roland would have to rely on his own gradual recovery. As he managed to stabilize his injuries, he felt the carriage jostling farther away. He pulled back the curtain within the compartment, gazing at the glorious fortress nestled among the mountains under the night sky. In and out. Less than an hour had passed. He had nearly met his demise here, regardless of Zhu Ruot's attitude. However, Elinor indeed harbored intentions to kill me. Moreover, Jessen also bore deep-seated malice toward me. With these considerations, Roland felt no fondness toward the Solomon family. Notorious for their impenetrable walls, thus, whether out of a promise to his past self or the indignities he had suffered today, whenever the opportunity arose, Roland would ensure that this family paid a heavy price. Yet, as he had just resolved to take vengeance, Roland found himself ensnared in confusion. Having only arrived in this world for less than 3 days, he remained largely unfamiliar with it, a mere level 4 mage. How could he exact any retribution upon a marquis family within a kingdom? Lost in thought, struggling to devise a plan, Roland tugged at his golden hair and declared eagerly, "Nuwa, from now on, you shall be renamed the Traveler Growth System. Your task is to issue me a mission, and upon completion, grant me a reward." After a prolonged silence, the chip finally responded, "Mission. Please treat your injuries promptly. Reward. A healthy body. In a moment of desperation, Roland found himself unable to conceive a better course of action. Thus he resolved to adhere to the prior plans laid out by his predecessor, making his way towards the city of Haglon. In truth, he had little choice in the matter. His earlier words within the confines of the room were not mere attempts to deceive the less than astute father of his former self. The ease with which Zhu Ruot dismissed his arrangements was largely attributable to Roland's identity as a pioneer knight. This esteemed title has long been regarded as sacred and inviolable among the human populace of the Saint Nor continent. It was during ancient times that a valiant pioneer knight, undeterred by peril, contributed indelibly to the advancement of human civilization, enabling humanity to claim territories rivaling those of the other races. However, while pioneer knights bask in the glory of their honor, they are simultaneously burdened with immense responsibilities. Thus, once one embraces the path of a pioneer knight, retreat is not an option, nor is alteration of their fate point. One must either ascend to the ranks of noble glory or perish along this illustrious path, with no third alternative available. Should one falter, they risk losing all past accolades and incurring the scorn of the entire human alliance, rendering them virtually without a foothold. Moreover, every pioneer knight is compelled to venture into territories beyond human control, seizing land for the survival and propagation of humanity amidst countless foes, a task fraught with peril and often likened to a dance with death, where even scions of noble lineage may not escape unscathed. Yet, with risk comes opportunity. Across the expanse of the Saint Nor continent, from empires to duchies, all nations are fundamentally rooted in noble lineages. Even the mightily formidable Dawn Church, which holds considerable sway in the Holy Light Empire, dares not dethrone the emperor to transform the state into one led by a pope. This illustrates the preeminent position of nobility within the human race. However, the path to nobility, particularly that of a land-holding noble, is fraught with challenges almost insurmountable. The first avenue is through hereditary succession, where the previous holder of a hereditary title bequeaths their title to their heir. The second route involves achieving nobility through martial exploits, wherein one earns recognition during warfare, thus being ennobled by the king. Yet, the military accolades required for this path are astronomical, often necessitating the efforts of several generations to achieve even a semblance of success. The third route is that of the pioneer knight, established by the ancient sages of humanity and enshrined in the human continental covenant, unchanged for millennia. The current noble status of the Solomon family also traces back to their ancestors who began as pioneer knights, gradually ascending to their present marquisate. However, after thousands of years of evolution, while the core tenets of the human continental covenant remain intact, the specific requirements for pioneer knights have varied across different nations. For instance, within the Kingdom of Tyra, not every citizen is eligible to become a pioneer knight. One must first be a freeman and also a practitioner of at least a junior level, effectively excluding over 95% of the populace from consideration. The conditions for successfully ascending to nobility through pioneering are increasingly stringent. One must claim at least 100 square kilometers of land beyond human territories, cultivate it to maturity, and hold it securely for 3 years to be recognized as a noble baron. Within this domain, the human population must not fall below 5,000, and a complete and functional system of judiciary, civil governance, and economy must be established. Moreover, there must be no fewer than 10 practitioners, including at least one high-level practitioner stationed permanently within the territory. Consequently, the harshness of these stipulations results in a mere handful of pioneer knights achieving baronial status each year within the Kingdom of Tyra, with some years yielding none at all. Despite these formidable challenges, a significant number of individuals still opt to pursue the arduous path of a pioneer knight, embarking resolutely upon this difficult journey of honor. Roland's predecessor was among this multitude. However, based on the memories he currently possesses, it appears that his former self harbored little ambition regarding nobility. The primary motive for choosing the path of a pioneer knight was to evade his family's influence. His decision to venture not towards the Orc Empire in the northern territories of the Kingdom of Tyra, but rather to journey to the eastern regions, seeking to establish a foothold through Haglon into the Sea of Islands, underscores this desire for distance from his lineage. Roland feels a deep sense of relief for the choices made by his predecessor, as they provide him with a substantial pretext to decline Jurote's propositions. Although Jurote's suggestions may indeed be the most advantageous course for Roland, who inherits the memories of his former self, there exists a profound distrust of Jurote, akin to the disdain he feels towards his family. Regardless of the justifications offered, they cannot serve as valid excuses. Even a perilous expedition fraught with risks is infinitely preferable to the life of an apprentice under Garfield, where one's fate lies in the hands of others. Chapter 7. Haglon in the autumn of the year 4340 of the St. Nor human calendar. An elderly man and a youth, one master and one servant, alongside a dilapidated cart and 2 weathered horses, traversed over 1,000 miles, enduring 14 days of travel, ultimately reaching their destination. The seaside city of Haglon, renowned as the most resplendent jewel of the East Sea within the Kingdom of Tyra. The city was constructed by the sea, with the ceaselessly flowing Grainen River coursing through its heart, emptying into the ocean. The expansive harbor, countless vessels resembled great dragons, gracefully winding through the azure waves, creating a picturesque tableau. Haglon, true to its reputation, boasted not only a robust maritime trade system and an extensive land-sea transportation network, but also exceptional maritime navigation and shipbuilding skills that were celebrated throughout the kingdom. This city stands as one of the most significant hubs connecting Tyra to the ocean, as well as the vital link between the Kingdom of Tyra and the Sea of Islands. This pivotal status has ushered in unparalleled prosperity, particularly in the realms of craftsmanship and the slave trade, where the volume of transactions leads the nation. Almost every pioneer knight aspiring to establish territory within the Sea of Islands embarks on their journey from this very place. The Orok family, which governs this city, holds merely the title of count, yet their wealth surpasses that of the entire kingdom, rendering even the duchies of the realm comparatively lacking in financial prowess. On this day, a weathered cart approached the gates of Haglon. Roland, seated within, meticulously observed the bustling city before him. In truth, according to the plans of his predecessor, upon arriving in Haglon, their journey would reach its conclusion. The aim of becoming a pioneer knight was to escape the clutches of his family. However, he had no knowledge of how to effectively develop and expand his territory. Even his choice of the Sea of Islands was merely a means to distance himself from his lineage. Consequently, the responsibility for all that lay ahead would rest solely upon Roland's shoulders. Enwa, please scan my current physical condition and construct a three-dimensional visual representation. Received. Commencing scan. Strength. 1.2 Constitution. 1.1 Agility. 1. 3 Spirit. 6.2 6.2 Mana. 66 Level. Level 4 Mage. All bodily functions appear undamaged. Overall health is excellent. Observing the results of the chip scan, Roland gave a slight nod.in the span of half a month. Although his strength had not significantly progressed, he had completely healed from his injuries, which would not impede his forthcoming plans. During this fortnight, Roland had also witnessed the wonders of magic for the first time. He initially believed that after the effects of the level 3 healing potion wore off, the fractured ribs in his chest would require 2 to 3 months to mend. However, as Roland's mental energy recuperated, the magical energy within him became increasingly vibrant, astonishingly accelerating the self-healing of the wounds on his chest. In less than 10 days, the 3 previously fractured ribs were restored to their original state under the influence of magic. The carriage glided smoothly into the bustling flow of people entering the city. After passing through the gate guard's inspection, and since he carried no goods, Roland only paid a modest entrance fee of 2 copper coins and received a simple map of the city of Hagilon. Together with the old noble, he entered the city, renowned as the Pearl of the Eastern Sea in the Kingdom of Terra. Upon entering, Roland left the somewhat cramped carriage and sat beside Old Nob. The past half-month not only allowed his injuries to heal but also enabled him to fully grasp the memories left by his predecessor, thus he felt no aversion to interacting with Old Nob. As he surveyed his surroundings, the city was alive with a cacophony of voices, bustling and vibrant. The wide, clean streets were lined with numerous street vendors offering an array of handcrafted goods, and one could frequently spot magical materials and weapons. Compared to the cities Roland had previously visited, the commercial atmosphere in Hagilon was evidently the most pronounced, and judging by the attire of the passers-by, the number of professionals here far exceeded that of other cities, indicating that the Orok family, who governed this city, had evidently made significant efforts in this regard. Roland was undeniably intrigued by the lively and prosperous city. However, he was acutely aware that he had little time to leisurely explore. It had been 28 days since he left the royal capital, and only 2 days remained until the deadline for reporting as a pioneering knight. Thus, his most pressing concern was to reach the city hall of Hagilon, to collect his badge as a pioneering knight. Otherwise, he would find himself on the wanted list of the kingdom and the entire human alliance, a consequence that would equate to a death sentence given Roland's current capabilities. The carriage made its way along the broad streets, heading directly toward the city center. Thanks to the mage's robe he wore, he faced no significant troubles during the journey. Although a mere mid-level mage appeared as insignificant as an ant before the formidable Solomon family, the presence of a mid-level mage was sufficient to help him avoid many inconveniences. Following the map's guidance, the carriage, under Old Nob's direction, proceeded steadily toward its destination. After traversing 3 major streets, Roland arrived at a grand, white building, reminiscent in style of medieval European architecture, with exquisite stone carvings depicting knights in battle, mages casting spells, and the highborn nobility. Unlike other areas of the city, the front of the city hall was undoubtedly quieter. However, in stark contrast to the luxurious carriages passing by, Roland's carriage seemed somewhat conspicuous. Yet upon noticing his mage's robe, the onlookers quickly averted their gazes. This clearly reflected the essence of Hagilon's ethos: profit above all. They would not offend a mid-level mage unless there was a conflict of interest. After the carriage was settled, Roland nodded at Old Nob and proceeded toward the city hall alone. The imposing and somewhat steep steps leading to the entrance symbolized that not everyone could enter. Roland maintained a composed demeanor as he attentively observed everything around him. Having arrived in this world just half a month prior, his curiosity about all matters was palpable. Following a more thorough inspection, Roland stepped into the city hall. The grand hall was opulent, spacious, and bright, instilling a sense of ease and comfort, at least in Roland's view. Just then, as he quietly searched for the kingdom's office, he noticed a tall, elegantly dressed young man forcefully pushing aside the guards stationed at the entrance of the city hall, leading a group of fully armed warriors straight toward the office of Hagilon's trade administration on the left side of the hall. Seeing the furious young man storm in, The officials behind the office instantly shifted their expressions, yet their first reaction was not to call for guards. Instead, under the guidance of a middle-aged official, they hurriedly approached the young man, bowing deeply in deference. "Young Master Leslie, how may I assist you?" The middle-aged official, Jim, said, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile. "Jim, how dare you give the order to prevent my merchant ships from docking?" The young man, Leslie, barked angrily, showing no regard for the attention of those present in the city hall. "This, young Master Leslie, might you consider stepping upstairs for a moment while I explain?" Jim, under pressure from Leslie's inquiry, trembled slightly and pleaded softly, "Rest? My 2 merchant ships are still adrift at Issy. Though you understand the extent of the losses such a delay incurs." Leslie's eyes gleamed with menace as he threatened, "Now, immediately sign the docking order and allow my ships to unload. Otherwise, I will hold you accountable for every single loss." Under Leslie's oppressive gaze, Jim broke into a cold sweat, nearly collapsing to the floor. Yet, despite this, he did not relent but instead steeled himself, stepping forward to plead, "Young Master Leslie, the crux of the matter is not in my hands. I am merely acting on orders from above. Even if you were to kill me, I cannot sign that docking order." Leslie's gaze turned cold and dangerous as he regarded Jim, and in an instant, he seized Jim by the throat, pulling him close. "Do you truly believe I wouldn't dare to kill you?" Cough, cough. "Young Master Leslie, spare me," Jim gasped, utterly powerless to resist, his face filled with terror. As Leslie's grip tightened, Jim's complexion turned crimson, and he could no longer produce sound, emitting only helpless whimpers. "Leslie, do you intend to commit murder in the city hall, especially against an official of the Orroke family?" Just as tensions reached a boiling point, a commanding voice resonated through the air. An elderly man with silver hair descended from the upper floors, his face adorned with an expression of fury, his gaze fixed intently on Leslie. Upon seeing the elder, Leslie's anger dissipated in an instant, and he released Jim, turning to the newly arrived elder and executing a refined noble bow. "Of course not, esteemed Mr. Andre. I was merely teaching a lesson to some short-sighted fools." The elder glanced at Jim, who lay unconscious on the ground, and snorted dismissively before addressing Leslie. "Come with me. At your command," Leslie replied, bowing slightly once more, his demeanor transformed into one of elegance and poise, resembling a nobleman emerging from the pages of a book. Entirely shedding his previous arrogance and violent disposition, as Leslie departed with the elder, his squad of fully armed guards discreetly withdrew from the city hall. Chapter 8. The Sea of 10,000 Islands. This farcical scene provided ample entertainment for the onlookers. And as Leslie exited, a flurry of discussions erupted among the crowd. "That must be Leslie Orroke, the second son of the Orroke patriarch," one man remarked. "Who else would dare cause a ruckus in the city hall? I've heard he is ruthless and merciless. Having seen it today, I believe it. Best to steer clear of him in the future," he continued, prompting agreement from his companions. "Indeed, one cannot provoke him in Hagilon." Another chimed in, "Hagilon? Do you still dare to challenge a noble scion even outside the city?" Faced with skepticism, the man who had previously voiced his agreement could not help but feel a pang of defiance. Yet, when he sought to retort, he found his courage waning, leaving him to redden in silence. Roland listened intently to the murmurs of the crowd, this unexpected conflict deepening his understanding of the world's harsh realities, igniting within him a profound curiosity about the nobility for the first time. A scion of nobility, daring to act with such impudence in the municipal hall of Heglin, even going so far as to slay an official on the spot, wielded an authority that seemed excessive and, perhaps, enviable. However, it was evident that, for Roland, the status of nobility remained an elusive dream. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, he continued his search for the Terra Kingdom's office. Indeed, within the noble fief, the Terra Kingdom could only establish a single office, as the entire municipal hall served the Orroke family. Even a command from the king of the kingdom would hold no weight there. Nonetheless, being a direct office of the kingdom, it retained a prominent position within the hall. Not wishing to squander any more time, Roland made his way directly to the kingdom's office. Compared to other offices, the kingdom's was noticeably less crowded, allowing the 3 officials within to appear somewhat idle. This, however, afforded Roland the convenience of bypassing any queues. Greetings, I am Roland, a graduate of the Noble Magic Academy of the Kingdom. Here to register. His declaration caused a middle-aged man at the back of the office, sporting a thick beard and auburn hair, to momentarily pause, tentatively inquiring, "Are you a pioneer knight?" "Indeed," Roland affirmed with a nod. His confirmation elicited a flicker of respect among the three office staff. Any warrior bold enough to venture into foreign lands earned the reverence of all humankind, transcending matters of identity or status. They honored a champion who inherited the courage and legacy of their ancestors, striving to carve out new realms for humanity, regardless of whether their endeavors ultimately bore fruit. They traversed the path of honor. Thus, Roland's registration proceeded smoothly, culminating in the receipt of a badge belonging to the Terra Kingdom's Pioneer Knights. Sir Roland the Mage, you have 3 months to prepare. By then, you must journey to the archipelago and select a territory to cultivate. Or you shall face the penalties of kingdom law, the bearded official stated respectfully. 3 months for preparation. Roland's eyes lit up, seeking confirmation once more. Yes, due to the complexities of the archipelago's situation, the kingdom has recently decreed that each pioneer knight is granted 3 months to procure slaves, gather supplies, and recruit followers. Very well, might I inquire if there are any additional supports from the kingdom? Roland gently nodded, caressing the newly acquired silver badge as he continued to question the bearded official with anticipation. A map of the archipelago? The official replied somewhat awkwardly. In the early days of the Terra Kingdom's establishment, to facilitate territorial expansion, the kingdom indeed provided certain subsidies to each pioneer knight, but after so many years, with the kingdom's foundations growing more stable and the pressure from the Orc Empire intensifying, the Terra Kingdom had ceased such provisions for knights venturing into the archipelago. Well, something is better than nothing, Roland responded calmly, though a hint of disappointment flickered across his face. After all, he did not possess the audacity of Leslie, who could question or even slay officials of the municipal hall, and even should he have done so, he would gain no subsidies. However, the additional 3 months of preparation time was evidently far more crucial to Roland at this juncture than any kingdom assistance. This map is compiled by the Northern Fleet of the kingdom and is a strategic map. Far more detailed than those available on the market, the bearded official hastened to add, noticing Roland's slight disappointment. Now that is indeed good news, Roland replied with a smile. Having the experience of a past life, he understood the significance of a military-grade map, particularly in times of war. Seeing the satisfaction bloom on Roland's face, the official sighed in relief and promptly retrieved a folded, thick sheet of coarse paper from a large box. Here is your map. Thank you. Accepting the map, Roland did not linger, stepping out of the municipal hall and returning to the spot where his carriage was parked. Grandfather Knob, let us head to Farrell Street in the west of the city, he instructed as he climbed into the carriage and settled into the compartment. Very well, young master. Once inside, Roland immediately directed Nuwa to scan the entire map. Ding, scanning complete. Nuwa, please store it and name it Archipelago. Yes, master. Construct a 3-dimensional visual representation of the map and unfold it within the carriage. With Roland's command, a glimmer of blue light suddenly illuminated the floor of the carriage, revealing a map of the entire Sea of 10,000 Islands before his eyes. The Sea of 10,000 Islands, one of the 4 great maritime domains of the continent of St. Nor, is the only sea in which humanity has successfully penetrated its depths. Its vast expanse is recorded to be nearly dozens of times greater than that of the Kingdom of Terra, stretching from the icy plains of the northernmost region of St. Nor to the port of Spuden in the Elven Empire, winding over thousands of kilometers and enveloping numerous nations established by various human races. The multitude of islands scattered throughout the sea resembles a chaotic array of stars, which is why the people of the continent refer to it as the Sea of 10,000 Islands. It is documented that there are tens of thousands of islands within the Sea of 10,000 Islands, with over 90% being tiny islets, measuring less than a few square kilometers. Perhaps a single wave could submerge such a small island by the next day. However, there also exist medium-sized and even large islands, with the largest nearly covering half the area of the Kingdom of Terra. Currently, the most powerful force in the Sea of 10,000 Islands belongs to the Merfolk, who occupy almost 30% of the sea's depths. The second largest force is the Pirate Alliance, composed of 7 massive pirate crews and hundreds of smaller factions. Their activities spanning the entire Sea of 10,000 Islands, causing considerable distress even to the merfolk. The third significant power comprises the pioneering knights from various nations, predominantly nobles who have successfully established territories. They convene to form the Noble Council of the Sea of 10,000 Islands, uniting to resist the invasions from both the merfolk and the Pirate Alliance. The relationships among these three factions are intricate and convoluted. Often, the Pirate Alliance and the Noble Council may engage in fierce conflict one day, only to unite against the merfolk the next. Even within the three factions, constant shifts between cooperation and betrayal. Offense and defense unfold rapidly, often over trivial gains that can ignite war. The chaos is overwhelming, with warfare occurring almost every day, every moment, as slaughter and conquest play out within the Sea of 10,000 Islands. Thus, although the merfolk are significantly weaker than the Orc Empire, the mortality rate among pioneering knights remains notably high, comparable to those who venture into the Orc Empire. A.S. Roland contemplated the intelligence regarding the Sea of 10,000 Islands. A wry smile crept upon his lips. Faced with the turmoil of the Sea of 10,000 Islands, Roland, merely a 4th-level mage, was far from assured of survival, let alone successfully establishing himself as a noble. Although his previous incarnation had temporarily escaped the control of the Solomon family through the pioneering knights, the mess left behind must now be dealt with by the current Roland. The carriage wove through the streets and alleys of Hegeland City, and half an hour later, Old Nob arrived precisely at Farrell Street in the western part of the city. Due to the exorbitant housing prices and the clamor of the port in the eastern district, most adventurers and professionals preparing to venture into the Sea of 10,000 Islands congregated in the west. Moreover, Farrell Street serves as the core of the western district, housing branches of the Mercenary Guild, the Mages' Hall, and the Alchemist Exchange. However, Roland's purpose today was not any of these, but rather to establish himself at the Hegeland City Real Estate Trading Center located on Farrell Street. Upon learning from a short-statured official that there was still a 3-month deadline, Roland had no intention of hastily embarking towards the Sea of 10,000 Islands. At his current level as merely a 4th-level mage, such a reckless journey would be tantamount to courting death. Furthermore, and most crucially, he was not venturing into the Sea of 10,000 Islands for adventure, but to establish a domain. A territory would require a minimum number of subjects, and relying solely on Old Nob to forge a domain was hardly feasible. In truth, Roland had previously entertained the notion of seeking refuge on a small island in the Sea of 10,000 Islands until he amassed sufficient strength for self-preservation before establishing a territory. However, once he fully grasped the memories of his previous life, he promptly abandoned that idea. This was due to the stipulation within the Human Alliance's Pioneering Knights regulations, which mandated that one must possess 100 subjects and construct a habitable shelter when establishing a territory. Should it be destroyed in war by hostile forces, it must be rebuilt within 3 months, or else one would lose their qualification as a pioneering knight. The fate of those who lose their qualification is often grim. Even noble descendants may forfeit their claims to inheritance, relegated to slavery and deprived of any prospect for advancement. This consequence is one that Roland cannot afford to bear unless he were to defect from humanity. Essentially, the rule of the Human Alliance can be summarized as, either you don't come, or if you do, then you must commit fully. Chapter 9. Renting a House, Farrell Street. Hegeland City Real Estate Trading Center. As soon as Roland alighted from the carriage, he was immediately intercepted by a young man who, despite his youth, exuded an air of maturity. He greeted Roland with enthusiasm, bowing slightly. "Esteemed mage, do you require the services of a real estate agent?" Taken aback by the sudden approach, Roland regarded the young man with a wary eye. His disheveled black hair glistened with beads of sweat, and his attire bore traces of dust, a long string of keys dangling from a gray belt at his waist. Presenting a somewhat disheveled appearance, noticing the cautious expression on Roland's face, the young man promptly withdrew a certificate from his pocket and respectfully presented it for Roland's perusal. "Jonathan, real estate agent? Indeed, esteemed mage. I have undergone rigorous training and possess a valid qualification certificate, affiliated with the Hegeland City Real Estate Trading Center. I assure you that my expertise will meet your satisfaction." Roland did not readily place his trust in the young man. Instead, he accepted the certificate and scrutinized it closely until he spotted the official seal representing the real estate trading center. Only then did he reluctantly ease his guard. While uncertain of the authenticity of the seal, he recognized that Hegeland City, with its vibrant commercial atmosphere, would not permit a charlatan to operate at the doorstep of an establishment with official backing, especially considering the considerable effort and diligence exerted by the ruling Alaco family. Furthermore, upon surveying his surroundings, he noticed 7 or 8 individuals dressed similarly, actively promoting their services to the foot traffic. "Yes, I do require your assistance." "What is your fee?" Roland inquired in detail, though it contradicted his status as a mage. The meager inheritance left to him by his predecessor rendered him devoid of the luxury to be extravagant. 1%. "Whether you are purchasing or renting, I will only charge a fee of 1%. Jonathan eagerly replied, noting the interest in Roland's expression. "Very well, you may now demonstrate your expertise," Roland agreed after a moment's consideration. After all, his intention was merely a short-term rental, with a modest transaction value, making the 1% fee quite reasonable. "At your service, esteemed mage. May I inquire whether you are looking to purchase or rent? Are there any specific requirements regarding the property?" "Renting, for 3 months, in the Western District. Preferably in a more secluded and quiet area," Roland replied thoughtfully. Upon hearing Roland's response, Jonathan displayed no signs of disappointment. Instead, he remained respectfully optimistic. "Please follow me. I know of several excellent properties that should meet your needs." Jonathan's demeanor prompted a slight nod of approval from Roland, who began to develop a favorable impression of him. Time passed, and half an hour later, under Jonathan's guidance, Roland, along with Old Nob, arrived at a 2-story house located beneath the city wall on the western side of Hegeland City. From its location, it was evident that this house was positioned quite close to the northwestern corner of the city, rendering it rather secluded. The house was modest in size, although it appeared somewhat dilapidated from the outside. It was a standalone structure, with a small courtyard of around 20 square meters at the back, where ordinary flowers and plants had been planted, albeit somewhat neglected over time. Due to its proximity to the city wall, foot traffic around the area was sparse, primarily consisting of soldiers on duty, creating a tranquil atmosphere. This aspect alone left Roland somewhat satisfied. As a mage, he indeed required a quiet environment for his experiments and meditation. Furthermore, its remoteness implied a lower rental price. "Let us go inside and take a look," Roland instructed Jonathan. Upon hearing this, Jonathan's anxious expression eased slightly. He had previously shown Roland 3 properties, all of which had been declined for various reasons. Should this one also prove unsatisfactory, his options would be severely limited, potentially leading to the failure of this transaction. Thus, Jonathan wasted no time, promptly retrieving the key from his waist and unlocking the door to the house. As he pushed open the creaking wooden door, a musty odor of decay wafted out, causing Jonathan to feel somewhat embarrassed. He quickly offered an explanation. "Esteemed mage, this house has indeed been unoccupied for quite some time, resulting in its hygiene conditions being considerably poorer than before. No matter, please continue to show me around." Roland, having finished his remarks, was the first to step into the house, seemingly unperturbed by the somewhat nauseating odor. He believed that Old Nob possessed ample experience in dealing with such situations, having spent 5 years in a dimly lit basement with his predecessor. Undoubtedly, he was a master in matters of sanitation. Once inside, Roland casually surveyed the interior environment. The combined area of the 2 floors was just over 100 square meters, with the first floor primarily comprising a living room, kitchen, dining area, bathroom, and a small servantess quarters. The second floor featured 2 bedrooms and a study. Overall, the layout was quite simple, and one could easily take in the entire space at a glance. Although the house was cloaked in dust and much of its sunlight was obscured by the city wall to the west of Heiligen, rendering it somewhat dim, Roland felt a sense of satisfaction, chiefly because most of the furniture within the house remained intact, allowing him to save on expenses. "Esteemed mage, there is also a basement beneath this house, slightly smaller than the first floor. Allow me to show you," Jonathan eagerly continued, noticing Roland's growing contentment. "Let us take a look." Roland's eyes sparkled with interest. Under Jonathan's guidance, the 3 descended through a small door located to the left of the living room and entered the basement. With only the faintest glimmer of light, The entire basement was laid bare before them. It was not large, merely half the size of the first floor, with corners piled high with various debris, most of which consisted of dilapidated furniture and some clothing, nothing particularly noteworthy. After a brief glance, Roland turned back to the first floor. "What is the rental price for this house?" At last, Jonathan, who had been awaiting this inquiry, displayed a look of delight and hurriedly responded, "Esteemed mage, the monthly rent for this house is 5 gold coins. Should you choose to rent for a year, I can offer you a discount of 1 month's rent, and there is no need for any deposit." The price quoted by Jonathan left Roland momentarily taken aback. He had indeed prepared himself for a substantial expenditure, considering that Haliggen was renowned as the eastern pearl of the Terra Kingdom. Where every inch of land was precious, however, he had not anticipated such a high rental fee for such a secluded location, which could rival the prices in the capital of the Terra Kingdom. Seeing the surprise etched on Roland's face, Jonathan quickly inferred his thoughts and continued, "Esteemed mage, the property prices in Haliggen have remained consistently high, especially for standalone houses. Even though this one is somewhat out of the way, its price is significantly higher than that of a townhouse. Alternatively, I could suggest the townhouse I mentioned earlier, located closer to the street, which only requires 35 silver coins per month." After contemplating for a moment, Roland ultimately shook his head, declining Jonathan's suggestion, and inquired, "I can only rent for 3 months. Can you offer a better rate?" "Esteemed mage, I sincerely apologize, but the pricing for each property is determined by the Housing Transaction Center. I can only present the prices they provide, and I do not possess the authority to alter them," Jonathan replied, visibly remorseful. "Very well, I shall take this one. May I inquire about the deposit?" Jonathan's demeanor appeared genuine, prompting Roland to abandon any further negotiation. "The deposit is 10 gold coins. If you wish to rent for 3 months, the total will be 25 gold coins," Jonathan explained. "Agreed. Let us proceed with the transaction." "Esteemed mage, thank you for your generosity. Please follow me. We must go to the Housing Transaction Center to sign the contract." The successful transaction evidently brought great joy to Jonathan. His role not only allowed him to charge a fee of 1% from the tenant, but also from the landlord. Although the rental price Roland agreed upon was not particularly high by Haliggen standards, this deal would still net him 30 copper coins, sufficient to sustain him for a week in Haliggen. Once Roland consented, the subsequent proceedings became considerably simpler. After leaving Old Knob to commence the cleaning, Roland returned with Jonathan to the Housing Transaction Center on Farrell Street, in the presence of a notary. They signed a simple contract, and Roland handed over 25 gold coins to the Housing Transaction Center, which would be forwarded to the property owner. The expenditure of 25 gold coins was not in vain, as it granted Roland 3 months of residency in the aforementioned house, as well as the privilege of exemption from entry fees into Haliggen as a tenant, which greatly pleased him. "Esteemed Mage Roland, I wonder if you still require a servant to assist with cleaning." Jonathan, having gleaned Roland's name from the contract, continued to diligently seek ways to earn gold from him, in no need. "Let us leave it at that for today. I have other matters to attend to." After declining, Roland made his way back toward the house he had just rented. Watching Roland's departing figure, Jonathan felt a tinge of disappointment. However, noticing that the day was still young, he held on to hope for another potential deal and returned to the Housing Transaction Center in search of prospective tenants or buyers. Chapter 10. The first meditation upon Roland's return to his rented abode. Old Knob had already rolled up his sleeves, carrying a bucket of clean water, diligently cleaning both the interior and exterior of the first floor. His movements were swift and practiced, and in no time, he had polished a piece of furniture to a brilliant shine. Observing this, Roland did not remain idle. He softly intoned a spell, and as he chanted, a gentle breeze stirred, gracefully sweeping through every corner of the room, carrying away the surface dust. This was a first-level wind magic spell, aptly named Dance of the Wind. Within merely a minute under Roland's spell, the entire first floor was transformed, though while the superficial dust had been eradicated, a more thorough cleaning was still necessary. Nonetheless, this small display allowed Roland to demonstrate why mages were often reverently referred to as master. Seeing the astonishment on Old Knob's face, Roland felt a sense of satisfaction. "Young Master Roland, such menial tasks should not burden you. It would tarnish the dignity of your magic. Please do not do this again in the future, Old Nob exclaimed in alarm. Clearly, his astonishment stemmed not from Roland's magic, but rather from the unprecedented sight of Roland using magic to assist him in cleaning the room, a first in their experience together. Nob, magic is meant to be utilized. Spells that lack practical application will eventually be forgotten by history. Having distanced himself from the Solomon family, Roland exuded newfound confidence and was less concerned about any differences that might arouse Old Nob's suspicions. Even if they did arise, they posed little threat to him. Moreover, having absorbed all of his predecessor's memories, the likelihood of such suspicions surfacing was virtually negligible. Yet you should not employ magic for such laborious tasks, Old Nob insisted anxiously. Nob, I too engaged in such work during my youth. Please continue cleaning. I trust you do not wish to spend the night in the carriage. Roland replied with a gentle smile, easing the atmosphere. The sudden mention of that dark chapter in his past cast a shadow of melancholy over Old Nob's countenance, hinting at his regret for not having taken better care of Roland in those days. Let us proceed, Nob. Very well. Observing Roland's relaxed demeanor, seemingly unaffected by the harsh experiences of his childhood, Old Nob's expression also brightened considerably as he eagerly resumed his cleaning duties. Through their combined efforts, in less than 2 hours, they had thoroughly tidied the entire two-story house from top to bottom, with the bulk of the time consumed by clearing out the clutter from the basement. Subsequently, the two of them moved their belongings from the cart into the house, and by the time everything was in order, night had fallen. That evening, Old Nob prepared a delectable feast for Roland in their new home. Soft white bread, tender lamb chops, and a bowl of exquisite mushroom soup delighted Roland's palate. After dinner, he luxuriated in a hot bath, donned a fresh set of clothes, and promptly lay down in bed, surrendering to a peaceful slumber. The arduous journey of over half a month had left him not only physically exhausted but also mentally drained. Thus, this night, Roland's sleep was particularly deep and sweet. The next morning, after a restful night, Roland emerged rejuvenated, brimming with vitality. Following his morning routine and enjoying another sumptuous breakfast prepared by Old Nob, he made his way to the basement. With yesterday's efforts, the previously chaotic basement had been transformed into a small laboratory, housing nearly all of the items left behind by its former occupant. 104 gold coins, 45 silver coins, a set of basic alchemical apparatus, over 20 types of magical materials, a vial of third-tier fire elemental potion, and 100 tomes on various magical subjects were now at his disposal. Indeed, the former occupant was not only a 4th-level mage, but also an aspiring junior alchemist. According to Roland's recollections, the previous individual lacked any natural talent in potion making, relying solely on extensive experimentation to achieve his potion levels. The success rate for concocting first- and second-tier potions barely met the standards, while the success rate for third-tier potions was less than 10%, making the income and expenses completely disproportionate. Had it not been for the excessive resources consumed in potion experiments, the previous occupant's professional level would have at least still been on the rise. However, this presented a fortunate opportunity for Roland. With the foundation in alchemy laid by his predecessor, he believed that with the chip's assistance, he could truly become an accomplished alchemist. Rather than diving into potion making immediately, he prioritized a more pressing task: meditation. Alternatively referred to as cultivation, mages enhance their mental prowess and increase their magical capacity through meditation, while warriors bolster their fighting spirit through physical training. Monitor my meditation process in its entirety and record the results. Understood, Master. Commencing monitoring. With that, Roland settled cross-legged on a wooden bed in the basement, subtly adjusting his breath before gently closing his eyes. Following the memories left by the previous occupant, he silently began to recite the meditation incantation. The meditation technique inherited from the former occupant was known as the fire element meditation, a rudimentary method. As time passed, aided by the meditation technique, Roland gradually entered a state of profound meditation. Ding! An anomaly in the Master's mental state has been detected. Ding! An anomaly in the surrounding fire elemental energy has been detected. Ding! The activity of the fire elemental magic within the Master's body has increased by 30%. Ding! The Master has been influenced by the fire element meditation, resulting in an increase of 0.001. Ding! the Master's mental energy consumption rate has accelerated. The series of notifications from the chip did not disturb Roland, who was deeply immersed in his meditation. It was not until 2 hours later that he slowly opened his eyes. Witnessing the fire elements around him gradually dissipate, I asked my head a bit sore. It seems I have pushed my meditation to the limit today, he mused softly, rubbing his temples. Compared to advanced meditation techniques, this basic method was undoubtedly quite rudimentary, resulting in a significantly shorter training duration. Enwa, display the monitoring records. Understood, Master. As Roland reviewed the recorded meditation process, he gained further insight into his practice. In essence, the technique utilized meditation to stimulate the mage's mental capacity, accelerating the absorption of surrounding elements. This process not only trained the mind but also expanded the magical reservoir within the body, enabling one to elevate their professional rank through perseverance. Enwa, how much mental and magical energy have I gained from this meditation? Master, this meditation has resulted in an increase of 0.003 points in mental energy and 0.003 points in magical energy. Show me my physical attribute panel. Understood, Master. With a flicker of blue light, Roland's physical attributes were presented in the dim basement. Strength, 1.2 Constitution, 1.1 Agility, 1.3 Mental, 4.56 Magical Energy, 5.46 Level. 4th level mage. Refine the measurements of mental and magical energy to your utmost precision. Roland commanded the chip. Understood. Initiating further scanning. This scanning process lasted a full 5 minutes, consuming a significant amount of Roland's mental energy. Ding, scanning complete. Strength, 1.2 Constitution, 1.1 Agility, 1.3 Mental, 4.16 Magical Energy, 5.46 Level. 4th level mage. Upon observing the more precise mental energy value, Roland couldn't help but feel astonished. His 2 hours of meditation had only yielded an increase of 0.003 points in both mental and magical energy. At this rate, reaching the 5th level as a mage would take nearly 2 years of consistent daily meditation. However, he was to embark on a journey to the Sea of 10,000 Islands in just 3 months, where survival might become challenging, leaving little time for meditation. Enwa, based on today's meditation results, how long will it take for me to become a 5th level mage? Ding. Achieving the required mental energy will take 595 days, and the magical energy will require 626 days to meet the standards for a 5th level mage. Over a year and a half? That's slightly less than I anticipated, but it's still far too slow, Roland replied, feeling a sense of agitation. Enwa, is there any way to optimize the meditation technique to enhance its effectiveness? Roland's eyes glimmered with hope. Insufficient data. Premature optimization may yield unpredictable results. Hearing Enwa's response, Roland felt a tinge of disappointment, although it was expected. The previous occupant's memories contained merely a few basic meditation techniques. If Enwa could optimize the technique with such limited information, it would no longer be classified as a semi-intelligent chip, but rather as a transcendent system. After concluding his meditation, Roland did not remain idle. He immersed himself in potion making once again. Time was of the essence, as he would soon venture to the Sea of 10,000 Islands to establish a territory, necessitating the accumulation of sufficient resources in the meantime. Alchemy represented the most crucial means for him to gather resources, and he firmly believed that with the chip's assistance, he could undoubtedly become a true alchemist. Enwa, commence monitoring my entire potion-making process and perform analysis and storage. Understood, Master. Taking a deep breath, Roland focused all his attention on the forthcoming potion-making endeavor. The previous occupant possessed 12 basic potion recipes and 4 intermediate ones. However, he had successfully created only 4 types, the highest being 3rd tier. These included the Body Recovery Potion, the Mental Recovery Potion, the Fire Elemental Rhythm Potion, and the Spirit Agility Potion. The first 2 were easily understood, falling under the category of healing potions, and Roland had the fortunate experience of using them during his journey. The Fire Elemental Rhythm Potion and the Spirit Agility Potion, on the other hand, enhanced the practitioner's training efficacy. The former significantly accelerated the absorption of fire elemental energy, increasing magical capacity, while the latter directly augmented the user's mental energy. At this moment, Roland aimed to produce these latter 2 types of potions, not only for personal use, but also because they were highly favored among mages. Commanding a higher price. Chapter 11. Potion making in the basement of a two-story house in Heejlan City. Roland cautiously retrieved the materials needed to concoct the Fire Elemental Rhythm potion from a box. Illuminated by the bright glow of magical lamps. 1 vial of first-tier Fire Elemental Water. 1 Fire Blossom, cultivated over 3 months, containing a first-tier amount of Fire Elemental Energy. 17 Stargrass, also of first-tier status. Roland chose not to initiate the production of a third-tier potion immediately, opting instead to start with a first-tier potion. After all, he currently relied solely on the predecessor's memories and lacked personal experience in potion making. Most importantly, his financial situation did not permit any waste. The combined cost of these 3 materials was approximately 7 silver coins. Should he succeed in crafting a first-tier Fire Elemental Rhythm potion, it could sell for 5 times that amount, yielding 35 silver coins. This meant that he would need to successfully create at least 1 potion from 5 batches of materials to break even. The former occupant had been teetering on the edge of profit and loss, and according to Roland's recollections, it appeared that the predecessor had yet to earn any gold coins from alchemy since embarking on that path. "Enwa, I am about to begin." Roland took a deep breath and spoke earnestly to Enwa. "Master, I have had the scanning records open for quite some time. Do not interrupt." "Understood." Roland no longer hesitated and promptly embarked on his inaugural foray into the art of potion brewing. In truth, the process of concocting a basic potion is rather straightforward. One merely needs to transform the Fire Blossom into a liquid state using magical flames, eliminate its impurities, and then blend it with elemental water, ultimately utilizing the neutralizing properties of 7-star grass for the final extraction. The challenge lies in the necessity of continuously infusing the mixture with the alchemist's mental energy to enhance the potion's efficacy. A slight fluctuation in mental focus during this stage could result in catastrophic failure. However, as a novice in potion making, Roland did not even reach the stage of infusing mental energy before calamity struck. While attempting to purify the Fire Blossom with magical flames, he mismanaged the fire element contained within, leading to an explosion. Bang! As expected, Roland's first attempt at potion brewing ended in failure. Fortunately, the Fire Blossom contained a meager amount of fire element, resulting in a loud bang but minimal destructive power. Covered in soot and ash, Roland glared at the charred remnants of the potion in his hand and exclaimed in fury, "Enwa, did I not instruct you not to disturb me? You owe me 7 silver coins." Faced with such a master, Enwa felt quite helpless. Noticing that Enwa ignored him, Roland awkwardly rubbed his nose. After regaining his composure, he proceeded to initiate a second attempt at crafting a fire-based elemental potion. In the basement, Roland summoned his internal magical energy and ignited a magical flame within a small furnace. He then cast the Mage's Hand spell to delicately lift a Fire Blossom and place it into the magical flames for purification. This time, armed with prior experience, Roland's movements became noticeably more gentle and cautious, meticulously following the memories of his former self. Before long, amid the burning and purification of the magical flames, the Fire Blossom, shimmering with a red glow, swiftly transformed into a pool of crimson liquid. Without allowing himself to revel in his triumph, Roland quickly poured the liquid into an exquisite crystal vial. He then replicated the process, refining another 7-star grass into liquid form, and arrived at the most critical step in potion brewing: the fusion of the 3 components. First, the liquid extracted from the Fire Blossom was to be blended with elemental water, a process requiring the infusion of 7-star grass for neutralization. This step was the most arduous, demanding not only the control of the volatile fire element's magical energy, but also the continuous infusion of mental energy for secondary purification. However, drawing from his previous experience, Roland carefully regulated his mental energy and smoothly began to introduce the Fire Blossom liquid into the elemental water. Instantly, the once clear elemental water began to bubble and produce swirling mist. Beep warning: the internal stability of the elemental water is critically compromised. An explosion will occur in 3.5 seconds. Upon hearing Enwa's alert, Roland felt a surge of panic, and the mental energy he was channeling into the elemental water experienced a significant fluctuation. Yet, with the hope of a miracle, he swiftly poured the previously refined 7-star grass liquid into the elemental water, hoping to neutralize the unstable elements within. Beep. Mental energy has fluctuated. An explosion is imminent. Just as the chip's warning concluded, the elemental water in Roland's grasp erupted into a cloud of black ash. Due to the combination of the three components, this explosion was significantly more potent than the last. Although Roland emerged unscathed, he was left dizzy and disoriented, especially at the sight of the chaotic mess strewn across the table, which made his temples throb. Nevertheless, as a former researcher, Roland possessed a tenacity that far surpassed the average individual. And in a flash, he cleared the table and prepared for a third attempt. Bang! Enwa, where did the problem arise this time? The fluctuation in mental energy provoked the expansion of the fire attribute magic within the elemental water. Hearing this, a wry smile crept onto Roland's lips. It was indeed the mental energy that posed the greatest challenge in the potion brewing process. Maintaining a steady infusion of mental energy for secondary refining and fusion was the most formidable hurdle, not only for potion masters but equally for rune masters and alchemists. The ability to output mental energy without fluctuation is of paramount importance to any mage, akin to the strength of their magical power and mental capacity. A mage capable of maintaining a stable output of mental energy could significantly conserve their magical power during combat and cast spells with remarkable speed. However, unlike combat, the duration of stable mental energy output required in potion brewing far exceeds that of battle. For instance, the first-level fire elemental potion Roland was currently attempting would take no less than 15 minutes from start to finish, with the infusion of mental energy comprising over half of that time. How long does it take Roland to cast a first-level spell? Merely a few seconds. Moreover, any slight fluctuation in mental energy during potion brewing could lead to elemental imbalance among the materials, resulting in failure, as evidenced by the recent incident. This was merely for a first-level potion. According to the recipes for intermediate potions retained by his former self, the material requirements doubled, necessitating the fusion of 6 components, which would triple the overall brewing time, thereby extending the mental energy infusion period by the same factor. For a mage, this process is akin to enduring an intense battle. Consequently, for an alchemist, the sustained, stable output of mental energy is of the utmost importance. Reflecting on this, Roland suddenly had a revelation. Since the chip currently operated on his mental energy, could it not assist him in regulating the output of that energy? Enwa, can you control the mental energy output during potion brewing? Roland inquired, filled with anticipation. No, Enwa replied. According to the foundational laws of the Blue Star Federation's chip technology, no semi-intelligent chip may control a human's mental state for any reason. Roland sighed, momentarily disheartened. This fundamental law was instituted by the Blue Star Federation to restrict the emergence of intelligent chips that might threaten humanity's status, mandating that all chips manufactured contain this unalterable and inviolable regulation. While this law may limit certain functionalities of the chip, it has also ensured that chips remain humanity's finest companions, indispensable aids that pose no threat. Regaining his composure, Roland couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of his earlier suggestion. Recognizing how foolish it was to consider relinquishing control of his mental energy to a chip, such an act would be akin to surrendering his very life to the chip. Should it gain autonomous consciousness, he would become nothing more than a puppet, a fate far more terrifying than death. Just as Roland was about to settle down and continue his experiments, he heard Enwa's mechanical voice resonate in his mind once more. Master, while I cannot directly control your mental energy, I have undergone significant changes due to unknown influences, allowing me to store a portion of your mental energy in advance, which may assist you in potion brewing. Storing mental energy? Roland was taken aback, as this was unheard of in his previous life. Indeed, Enwa confirmed it appeared this transformation occurred during his journey across worlds. However, Roland remained uncertain whether this change was beneficial or detrimental. What he did know was that if he could not leverage magical potions to amass his first fortune, his prospects 3 months hence would be grim. Yet, recalling the laws of the Blue Star Federation, he became considerably more cautious. Rather than readily agreeing, he continued to question the chip. What does it mean to store mental energy? Will it affect me? It will not, Master. Once you infuse your mental energy into the chip, it will instantly sever all ties with you and become unclaimed mental energy. I see, Roland said, enlightenment dawning upon him. Does this mean that the portion of mental energy you store can also serve as your power source for your daily needs? Yes, Master. Then why did you not inform me sooner? You did not ask that I did not inquire today either. However, today I wish to inform you to help you solve your dilemma. Chapter 12. The Role of the Chip. Upon hearing this, Roland fell into a long silence. It seemed that the impact of the Nuwa chip after his traversal was far greater than he had anticipated. Such dialogues were almost non-existent in his previous life. After all, Nuwa was merely a semi-intelligent chip, not a fully autonomous one. Roland was uncertain whether this change was beneficial or detrimental. However, in this unfamiliar and perilous world, the Nuwa chip had become his greatest reliance. Moreover, it was precisely due to her companionship that Roland's suppressed and restless spirit had found considerable relief. Thus, regardless of the transformations that the Nuwa chip might undergo in the future, Roland had no intention of abandoning her. Nor could he bring himself to do so at this moment. Nuwa, how do you store mental energy? Master, you simply need to infuse your mental energy into my core. However, my current storage limit is approximately 2 points of mental energy. All right. Roland nodded gently, then closed his eyes. Over the past half-month, through his research, he had gained a deeper understanding of the Nuwa chip residing in his mind. In his previous life, the semi-intelligent Nuwa chip appeared as a white crystalline entity the size of a fingernail, implanted at the back of his head. Yet after his traversal, the shape of the Nuwa chip had transformed into a spherical orb of white light, its material essence seemingly shifting from tangible to ethereal. Now, it resided deep within his mind, yet it did not hinder the functioning of his brain in the slightest. Perhaps it was this enchanting transformation that had significantly enhanced the intelligence of the Nuwa chip. Under Roland's control, his mental energy surged like a tide, gradually flowing into the white light that the chip had become. Only when his mental energy had diminished from 3.6 to 2 points did Roland pause. Mindful to prevent any adverse effects on his subsequent potion crafting due to a lack of mental energy. After all, the first-level magical potion required only a modest amount of mental energy. Even with 1.6 points, it was sufficient for 2 crafting attempts. Once he had readjusted his state, Roland promptly retrieved the materials for crafting a first-level fire element potion, the last remnant left by his predecessor for creating first-level magical potions. Nuwa, we are ready to begin. Understood, Master. Ignite the magical flame, purify the materials, and commence the fusion. With the assistance of the chip, Roland found he no longer needed to divide his attention. He could focus entirely on adding various materials. Thus, the entire experiment became exceedingly simple. Compared to humans, the chip's stability and endurance were undeniably superior. Under her control, his mental energy remained steady without any fluctuations, and its duration far exceeded that of Roland. Within less than 10 minutes, a bottle of crimson first-level mental energy potion materialized in Roland's hand. Nuwa, may I give it a kiss? Gazing at the viscous red liquid in the crystal vial, Roland felt an indescribable joy within. I refused. If it were possible for him to kiss her. Roland, rebuffed, curled his lip in disdain. Anything is possible. All right, you win. Show me the successful potion crafting process from just now. Certainly, Master. Roland meticulously reviewed the entire potion crafting process, exhaling softly. Based on the successful experience just witnessed, the most challenging phase of infusing mental energy during potion crafting had now become significantly easier with the chip's assistance. This implied that as long as Roland could accurately execute each step, his success rate in potion crafting might reach 100%. Of course, this was merely a theoretical figure. Crafting first-level magical potions was inherently simple. However, as the potion levels increased, the elements influencing the success of potion crafting would multiply. For instance, the essence and purification of high-level materials, the fusion of 10 or even dozens of ingredients, and the processing of rare materials that might require unique crafting techniques would all impact the success rate of potion creation. Nevertheless, with the chip's aid, Roland's journey as a potion master would undoubtedly become much smoother. The more he pondered, the more delighted he became, until suddenly, he thought of something and hurriedly inquired of the chip. Nuwa, since you can store mental energy, can you substitute for me in casting spells? Negative. Not possible. Right. The casting of spells requires an interaction between mental energy and magical power. You possess only mental energy and cannot control the magical power within me. Does this also mean you cannot replace me in meditation? Roland mused, rubbing his chin in disappointment. Indeed, master. Nuwa expressed her disdain for the notion of transforming her master into a complete secret agent. Can the mental energy stored within you be transmitted back to me, supplementing my consumption? Roland still sought to explore more capabilities of the chip. Experimental data is insufficient for a response. Upon hearing this, Roland's face lit up with excitement. There was potential. Nuwa, infuse mental energy into me at the slowest rate. Roland immediately commenced his experiment. Understood, master. Under Nuwa's control, the orb of white light began to slowly infuse mental energy into Roland's mind. Nuwa, accelerate the infusion speed. While absorbing the emanating mental energy from the chip, Roland commanded. Received, master. Increase speed. Yes. After several rounds of experimentation, Roland gained a deeper understanding of the chip's mental energy storage capabilities. The chip could store a maximum of 2 points of mental energy for its routine needs, eliminating the need to drain Roland's mental reserves. Moreover, it could transfer the stored mental energy back into Roland's system. This process required Roland to absorb the now unbound mental energy, but since it was of the same origin, he absorbed it at a rapid pace. In about half an hour, he could completely absorb the 2 points of mental energy from the chip. However, it seemed there was some loss during the transmission, as after absorption, Roland could only restore approximately 1.8 points of mental energy. Nonetheless, even with this limitation, the chip's storage function was remarkably powerful, meaning Roland effectively carried a bottle of blue potion with him, one that could be reused multiple times. Faced with such a result, Roland couldn't help but feel an overwhelming sense of joy, even surpassing the elation he felt from successfully crafting a first-level magical potion. However, as time was getting late and Roland had already exhausted his mental energy through multiple experiments, he decided to conclude his work for the day and return to the first floor. Young master, have you been injured again during your experiments? Old Nob, who had been waiting in the living room, looked at Roland emerging from the basement and promptly expressed his concern. Haha, it's nothing, I'm in high spirits. Roland waved his hand dismissively. Young master, Nob, please prepare some bathwater for me and make dinner. I'm hungry. Roland was unwilling to endure any further of old Nob's prattling and directly interrupted him, of course. Young master, I will attend to it right away. Upon hearing this, the elderly Nob abandoned his intention to continue persuading and hastily began preparing the necessary items for Roland. It must be said that although aged, Nob remained an exceptional servant. Merely minutes after Roland had finished speaking, he had provided a basin of steaming hot water and an array of toiletries. Once Roland emerged from a refreshing bath, a sumptuous dinner awaited him. After a day spent concocting potions, Roland was ravenous and had no inclination to be polite. He promptly sat at the table and indulged heartily. Meanwhile, Nob stood behind him with a warm expression, holding a pristine napkin and occasionally dabbing at the remnants of food at the corners of Roland's mouth. Roland had long grown accustomed to such service. He had previously attempted to refuse, but each time Nob readily acquiesced, leading him to abandon his resistance over time. Of course, in Roland's mind, if Nob were to be replaced by a youthful maiden, the experience might be even more delightful. After dinner, disregarding the night that had just begun to envelop the sky outside, Roland returned directly to his bedroom. The eastern gem of the Terra Kingdom, the city of Heglin, even in the dark of night, exuded a vibrancy far surpassing that of other cities, especially along Feral Street, the heart of the West District. Under the illumination of magical lamps, the entire street resembled broad daylight, as countless weary adventurers poured into the streets, fervently expressing the pent-up exuberance concealed within them. Shops, taverns, and even establishments of ill repute buzzed with raucous noise, as many reveled in libations, laughter echoing in waves, occasionally punctuated by sudden conflicts that drew cheers from the crowd, adding a splash of joy to their laborious day. However, none of this held any significance for Roland at that moment. Newly arrived in this world, he bore a heavy burden, leaving him with no desire for merriment. The success he achieved in potion-making today had left him with but a singular thought: to accumulate wealth and enhance his strength. Whether he could firmly establish himself in the Sea of 10,000 Islands in 3 months depended entirely on the foundation he could build in potion-making during that time. Thus, Roland retired early to rest, seeking to expedite the recovery of his mental energy through slumber, preparing for the potion-making endeavors of the following day. Chapter 13. The terrifying success rate the next morning. Roland awoke to the sounds of the city wall guards changing shifts, having slept for over 10 hours. He exhaled heavily, stretched lazily, and felt invigorated. A night of deep sleep had fully restored his mental acuity. After completing his morning routine, he wasted no time and dove back into the basement. Today, he chose not to meditate first. Having learned from yesterday's experience, he had entirely abandoned the notion of diligently practicing the old-fashioned way. An increase of 0.003 points in mental and magical energy per day. It would take over a year to ascend to a level 5 mage. Previously, Roland had tolerated it, but after discovering the chip's formidable assistance in potion-making yesterday, he swiftly revised his plans. Such a high success rate in potion-making implied that from today onward, he would never lack the auxiliary potions used during meditation. With the aid of potions, who would foolishly persist at a snail's pace? Consequently, upon arriving in the basement, Roland positioned himself at the table and began preparing the materials for today's potion-making. Having exhausted the materials for level 1 potions yesterday, he decided to tackle level 2 potions directly. Although the difficulty had increased, with the chip's assistance, Roland felt confident. Compared to the level 1 Fire Elemental Rhythm Potion, the materials for level 2 and level 3 potions had not increased. Only the growth periods for Fire Blossoms and 7-star grasses had changed to 6 months and 1 year, respectively. The prices for the materials for level 2 and level 3 potions were approximately 16 and 36 silver coins, respectively, with selling prices remaining 5 times that, yielding around 8 and 18 gold coins per successful potion, with minor fluctuations. This demonstrates the lucrative nature of potion making. Despite being merely entry-level potions, they still yielded profits measured in gold coins. In other words, by successfully crafting a single level 3 potion, Roland could recoup the rent he had just paid yesterday. No wonder, even in the face of the exceptionally daunting challenges of potion making, countless mages continued to flock to this discipline. For Roland, this was a boon. The higher the potion's value, the more delighted he was. He then adjusted his mindset, gradually infusing his mental energy into the chip, preparing to commence today's potion-making experiment. Begin recording the level 2 Fire Elemental Rhythm Potion. Received, Master. Please remember to assist me with infusing mental energy. Understood, Master. The obedient and perceptive Enwa left Roland thoroughly satisfied. Taking a deep breath, he immediately began the potion-making process. After yesterday's endeavors, his movements had become noticeably more proficient and precise. Even with the increased magical energy contained within the 6-month Fire Blossoms and 1-year 7-star grasses, Roland managed to complete the purification and extraction processes with relative ease. Subsequently, a steady and pure stream of mental energy, under the chip's guidance, slowly flowed into the crystal vial in Roland's hand for further refinement and merging. With the chip's assistance, Roland transitioned from the primary potion maker to a supportive role. Under the chip's influence, in less than 20 minutes, a level 2 Fire Elemental Rhythm Potion successfully materialized in Roland's grasp. Profit: 6.4 gold coins. Delightful, absolutely delightful, Roland exclaimed, gazing at the crimson crystal vial in his hand with immense satisfaction. Just yesterday, he had experienced 3 consecutive failures while attempting to craft a level 1 Fire Elemental Rhythm Potion. Yet today, on his first attempt at the more challenging level 2 potion, he succeeded at once. This clearly illustrated the chip's monumental impact, transforming Roland from a mere novice into a formidable expert in an instant. Congratulations, Master, on the successful potion making. Sensing Roland's joy, Enwa chimed in with her congratulations. Haha, I owe it all to you. Your contributions are invaluable. Master, your innate talent is extraordinary. Even without me, you would surely prevail. No, without you, I could never have achieved this level. Master, you are excessively humble. Your talent is so remarkable, and yet you remain so modest. You are truly a paragon among your peers. Amidst Enwa's flattery, Roland's expression brightened, his heart swelling with pride. However, just as he prepared to offer further humility, he suddenly paused. Enwa, I sense you are merely flattering me? Roland queried skeptically. Am I? Indeed, I am not foolish, Master. You are overthinking it. Although Enwa's voice remained cold and mechanical, Roland keenly detected a hint of teasing in her tone. Faced with the increasingly intelligent Enhwa chip, Roland could only shake his head in resignation. As long as Enhwa adhered to the fundamental laws engraved deep within her upon leaving the factory, she would pose no threat to him. Yet, whether or not Enhwa could continue to uphold the principle of never harming humanity after her transformation was uncertain. Nevertheless, Roland knew he could not afford to lose Enhwa. Without her, his potion-making success rate would plummet. Without potions to build his foundation, how could Roland hope to carve out a territory in the perilous sea of 10,000 islands in 3 months? Sensing Roland's sudden surge of anxiety, Enhwa spoke again. "Master, Enhwa will never harm you. Serving you is my greatest duty." Roland remained silent for a long moment before responding earnestly, "I believe you." Indeed, if Roland could not trust Enhwa, who had accompanied him to this strange world, whom could he trust? Realizing this, Roland's worries dissipated, and he refocused his attention on potion-making. Enhwa, how much mental energy was expended in the recent potion-making? The crafting of the Level 2 Fire Elemental Rhythm Potion consumed a total of 0.8 points of mental energy. Upon hearing this, Roland nodded gently. This was an increase of approximately 0.2 points compared to the Level 1 potion. A manageable expenditure. Enhwa, commence recording the process for the Level 3 Fire Elemental Rhythm Potion. Received, Master. Taking advantage of the warmth in his hands, Roland did not pause, retrieving once more a set of materials needed for concocting a Level 3 potion. The complexity of crafting this potion undoubtedly escalated. The fire blossom harvested over the course of a year, along with the 7 stars grass, contained 5 times the magical potency compared to a Level 1 potion. Consequently, when Roland undertook the preliminary purification and extraction, he failed to regulate the temperature of the magical flames adequately, resulting in the unfortunate wastage of a single fire blossom. Faced with this minor setback, Roland remained undeterred. He retrieved another fire blossom and cast it into the magical flames. This time, the process proceeded seamlessly. Roland was unfazed by the earlier failure, effortlessly transforming the fire blossom into a purified liquid. However, complications arose during the fusion of the fire blossom with the Level 3 elemental water. A slight delay in his actions triggered a tumultuous reaction from the fire element. Despite the chip's efforts to pacify the volatile fire element using mental energy, failure was ultimately unavoidable. The loss of another portion of Level 3 elemental water and yet another fire blossom momentarily caused Roland to halt his actions. He meticulously reviewed the recorded failures captured by the chip several times, then reflected deeply on the successful experiences of his predecessor. With a recalibrated mindset, Roland once again immersed himself in the potion-making process. This time, he proceeded with heightened caution and meticulousness, executing each step with impeccable adherence to the actions etched in his memory. Purification and extraction, fusion and tempering. Until, at last, success emerged before him. A vial of Level 3 Fire Elemental Motion Potion. Exhaling softly, Roland released a breath he hadn't realized he was holding, his heart finally at ease. "Enhwa, why did you not commend me this time?" he inquired. Facing Enhwa's silence, a hint of embarrassment crept onto Roland's lips, prompting him to swiftly change the subject. "Enhwa, how much mental energy was expended in this potion's creation?" The crafting of the Level 3 Fire Elemental Motion Potion consumed a modicum of mental energy. A mere fraction of mental energy implies that, excluding what is needed for meditation, I could produce 3 vials daily, each yielding approximately 14 gold coins, accumulating to 42 gold coins per day. In a month, that amounts to 4,200 gold coins, a staggering 4.2 million gold coins in a year. Upon articulating this figure, Roland clearly slipped into a state of heightened excitement. "Master, it appears this continent still maintains a month of 30 days and a year of 360 days. You earn 42 gold coins daily, resulting in a monthly income of 1,260 gold coins and an annual total of 15,120 gold coins." Enhwa unflinchingly dismantled Roland's fantasies. "Wait, how could your calculations differ so greatly from mine? Did you make a mistake?" Roland pressed on, unwilling to accept defeat. "Enhwa does not err," she responded with utmost seriousness. "So, I am the one in error, indeed. Very well, I was merely jesting. Yet, I found no humor in that. Enhwa, you may criticize my mathematics, "But you cannot claim my jokes lack wit," Roland exclaimed, his anger palpable. "Ha ha ha!" Enoi, ever the astute, quickly donned a smile in response. Feeling once more slighted, Roland angrily raked his fingers through his golden hair. In Enoi's final analysis, Roland's projected income had plummeted by 400 times. However, even a monthly income exceeding 1,000 gold coins still afforded him ample opportunities. For instance, he could hire a mercenary group to safeguard his expedition to the Sea of 10,000 Islands, or purchase slaves or recruit formidable allies. In essence, with a substantial gold reserve, Roland's ambitions transformed from mere fantasies into tangible plans. Thus, having successfully concocted the level 3 potion, Roland now possessed the confidence to tackle the territory expansion 3 months hence. After the banter subsided, Roland noted he had 4.2 points of mental energy remaining. Promptly channeling an additional 1.2 into the chip, he began the process of crafting a level 3 mental fluidity potion. Unlike the level 3 fire elemental motion potion, this potion directly augmented mental energy, making it undeniably more coveted among practitioners. After all, whether mage or warrior, or any other profession, robust mental energy significantly benefited their respective paths. However, in stark contrast to the mage's affluence, the earnings of other practitioners fell considerably short, rendering mages the primary clientele. Chapter 14. Mental Fluidity Potion. Although the mental fluidity potion enjoyed greater popularity, its crafting difficulty surpassed that of other potions, classifying it among the more challenging concoctions. Naturally, its price also exceeded that of similarly ranked potions, with a single vial of level 3 mental fluidity potion fetching approximately 22 gold coins. The materials required for crafting the level 3 mental fluidity potion remained consistent: elemental water, dreamgrass, and moonlight stone. The cost of these materials bore little disparity from that of the level 3 elemental motion potion, as they were relatively common, or had been successfully cultivated by humanity. However, in comparison to the fire blossom, the pharmacological properties of dreamgrass were considerably more intricate. The purification and extraction process demanded not only more complex techniques but also a higher degree of precision. Nevertheless, Roland was evidently undeterred by such minor challenges. With the chip's assistance, he could devote his full attention to handling the materials without distraction. Even if he faced a few initial failures, he understood that experience and practice would ultimately lead to proficiency, ensuring that the success rate of crafting the more challenging level 3 fluidity potion would not diminish significantly. With this thought in mind, Roland commenced his first attempt at crafting the mental fluidity potion. Since his predecessor had left no materials for the level 1 or 2 fluidity potions, Roland proceeded directly to the level 3 variant. Begin recording the process for the level 3 mental fluidity potion. Understood, Master. In the dimly lit basement, before a rudimentary magical experimentation table, Roland stood tall at the wooden desk, his gaze suddenly transforming into one of focused fervor. He carefully extracted the dream grass, placing it gently upon the magical flames. Gradually purifying the impurities within, as the magical flames licked at the dream grass, it began to wither, wafting ethereal wisps of energy into the air, akin to a graceful ribbon dancing in the wind. Unlike the fire blossom, the dream grass did not liquefy. Instead, it was through the magical flames that the mental power contained within the grass was purified. This step proceeded flawlessly, devoid of any errors. And Roland's fervor intensified. He centered his mind, swiftly channeling the dispersed mental energy into the pre-prepared moonlight stone powder. As the pristine white powder encountered the mental energy from the dream grass, it sparkled like myriad stars, intertwining and merging under the influence of the chip's infusion of mental energy. At this juncture, a palpable excitement flickered in Roland's eyes. However, he recognized that this was not the moment for celebration. Thus, maintaining his steady pace, with a deft flick of his wrist, he gradually poured the moonlight stone powder, now infused with the essence of the dream grass, into the elemental water. In an instant, a dazzling light erupted within the basement, akin to fireworks blooming in the night sky. Unprepared, Roland's eyes were momentarily blinded, tears streaming down his cheeks. Just as he feared failure, the radiant light that illuminated the entire basement gradually subsided, revealing a liquid within the crystal vial that shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors. Stunned by this sight, Roland's heart surged with immense joy. I did it. I succeeded on my first attempt. I truly am a genius." His triumphant proclamation reverberated throughout the basement, deafening in its volume. "Enoi, please display the entire process of the recent concoction." In that moment, Roland radiated exuberance, recalling that in his predecessor's memories, only 2 vials of the level 3 mental fluidity potion had ever been successfully crafted, with the materials expended numbering in the dozens, yielding a success rate of barely 10%. Yet now, on his very first attempt, he had succeeded. This indicated that even without the chip's assistance, Roland's innate talent in potion-making far surpassed that of his predecessor. "Very well, master." The mechanical voice of Nuwa resonated, and a shimmering azure light curtain materialized before Roland's eyes. Overwhelmed with excitement, Roland began to meticulously observe and summarize the alchemical process he had just undertaken, quietly absorbing the successful insights gained. With the completion of 3 potion concoctions, Roland's mental energy had dwindled to a mere 3 points. This level of mental energy was insufficient to support another round of potion crafting, as he needed to reserve enough to engage in meditation and absorb the surrounding magical energy to enhance his own mana capacity. After reflecting on his previous successes, Roland promptly tidied up the various experimental apparatus and returned to the wooden bed in the basement. Preparing for today's meditation, however, today's meditation differed from yesterday's, for Roland held 2 vials of 3rd-tier potions valued at 40 gold coins each, the 3rd-tier Elemental Flame Resonance Potion and the 3rd-tier Spiritual Agility Potion. Sitting cross-legged, Roland cleared his mind, alleviating the tension and excitement from the earlier potion-making. Nuwa commenced recording the process of consuming the 3rd-tier Spiritual Agility Potion, scanning for bodily reactions. "Received, master." Roland did not linger. Took a deep breath and slowly poured the Agility Potion into his mouth, savoring the cool liquid as it glided down his throat. Almost instantly, he felt a peculiar energy spreading throughout his body. His mind became remarkably clear, and his thoughts raced with lightning speed. He closed his eyes and began to softly chant the fire element meditation technique, entering a meditative state as his breathing steadied. He sensed a continuous enhancement of his mental energy, as if boundless power surged within his consciousness. As time passed, beads of sweat began to form on Roland's forehead, a testament to his heightened concentration and activity of mental energy. With each breath, he felt his awareness expanding, forging a stronger connection with the surrounding world. His body trembled slightly, not out of fear or anxiety, but due to the increasing pressure exerted by his rising mental energy, which caused involuntary reactions. Roland had long since immersed himself in this wondrous state, completely oblivious to everything around him. His spiritual realm seemed to expand infinitely under the influence of the Agility Potion, as if he could reach every corner of the universe. This dreamlike sensation entranced him. However, as the effects of the Agility Potion gradually waned, so too did his mental energy, and in the blink of an eye, that extraordinary feeling vanished. The stark contrast left Roland feeling a profound sense of discomfort, yet he bore no significant regrets, for with his current potion success rate, he had no cause for concern regarding agility potions. Thus, Roland slowly ceased his meditation, opened his eyes, and immediately spoke with eager anticipation. "Nuwa, how much has my mental energy increased after consuming the agility potion?" "Ding. According to records, master, after consuming the 3rd-tier spiritual agility potion, your mental energy has increased by 0.07 points. 0.07. That's over 20 times higher than a single session of meditation," Roland exclaimed, struggling with the math. "Nuwa, based on a consumption frequency of 1 potion every 3 days? How long will it take for my mental energy to reach the standard of 8 points required for promotion to a level 5 mage?" Drawing from his previous memories, he recalled that the 3rd-tier spiritual agility potion could not be consumed continuously. After one use, a minimum interval of 72 hours, or 3 days, was necessary. Frequent consumption in a short time could lead to a weakened mental state, preventing any increase in mental energy and risking backlash from the potion. "Ding. Based on calculations, it will take 76 days for your mental energy to reach 8 points. 76 days. That's nearly 8 or 9 times faster than the previous year and a half. Such is the power of potions." Roland was thoroughly astonished. In a wonder, a mere basic potion commanded a price in gold coins. The effects were truly remarkable. Overwhelmed by this revelation, Roland did not conclude his meditation, as he had only just begun to experience the effects of the agility potion for half an hour and had not completed today's meditative exercises. Furthermore, he still possessed a vial of the third-tier elemental flame resonance potion, and fueled by his earlier delight, he was now eager to discover the effects of this potion. Nuwa, record my experience of consuming the third-tier elemental flame resonance potion. Received, Master. After nodding slowly, Roland adjusted his mindset and uncorked the crystal vial, pouring the crimson liquid directly into his mouth. With the agility potion, he instantly experienced a peculiar sensation coursing through his body, and he could distinctly feel his sensitivity to the surrounding fire elemental energies surge dramatically. Not wanting to waste time, he entered a meditative state once more, feeling his perception sharpen to an unprecedented degree. The previously faint fire elemental energies now danced vibrantly in his awareness, akin to jubilant fire spirits, vividly and actively swirling within his consciousness. With his eyes tightly shut, Roland felt the surrounding fire elemental energies rush toward him like a tidal wave, their speed exceeding anything he had experienced before. They seemed eager to flow into his body, joyfully coursing through him, ultimately being absorbed by his internal mana. His mana continuously absorbed the fire elemental energies. His body transformed into a colossal furnace, radiating intense heat yet brimming with formidable power. Countless flames leaped within him, painting a series of mysterious and magnificent images. The duration of this meditation evidently far surpassed that of the agility potion. As time progressed and Roland's mana steadily increased with each passing moment. Finally, after an hour and a half, he keenly sensed a hint of mental fatigue and gradually terminated his meditation, opening his eyes. Nuwa, how much has my attributes increased during this meditation? Roland inquired immediately after concluding his session. Ding, upon assessment, this meditation has enhanced your mana by 0.06 points and your mental energy by 0.04.0.06 points of mana. Does this mean that by consuming one resonance potion daily, my mana could reach the standard for a level 5 mage in a month? Roland pondered while rubbing his chin. Indeed, Master, but Nuwa does not recommend this course of action. A mage. Mental energy is paramount, Nuwa cautioned. Thank you for your reminder, Roland replied with a gentle nod. In truth, he was already aware of this. Unlike the spiritual agility potion, the consumption interval for elemental resonance potions was significantly reduced, allowing for nearly daily use. This implied that, with ample potions at his disposal, Roland's mana growth rate would undoubtedly surpass that of his mental energy. However, he had no intention of pursuing such a path, for a mage's rank was always measured by their mental energy. If mana were to exceed mental energy, one would inevitably enter a state of mana depletion, as the mental energy could not adequately control the mana, resulting in bodily harm and immense pressure on the mental faculties. Thus, it was rare for a mage to find themselves in a state where mana surpassed mental energy. Even if such a situation arose, they would promptly disperse the excess mana from their bodies. Chapter 15. Terrifying Consumption, Revised, a grand chapter of 6,000 words. Today's meditation had reached its conclusion, and Roland's current mental energy was below 2 points. Further expenditure could potentially lead to a state of mental weakness, adversely affecting his body, thus prohibiting any magical experiments. Nonetheless, the substantial progress made today had left Roland somewhat entranced. Nuwa, under the premise of maximizing potion supply, devise a 3-month training plan and calculate all expenditures. Received, mastered, in the realm of the Nuwa chip, even with over 90% of its functionality lost, such computations could be executed in less than half a second. Before Roland's eyes, a conventional blueprint materialized. It meticulously outlined even the minutiae of his daily itinerary and tasks, tailored by Nuwa to accommodate Roland's current circumstances with utmost precision. The plan indicated that within 3 months, Roland would require a total of 29 bottles of level 3 Spirit Agility potions, valued at 638 gold coins, and 30 bottles of level 3 Fire Elemental Motion potions, valued at 540 gold coins. The total expenditure amounted to 178 gold coins. Faced with such exorbitant, even astronomical, costs for his cultivation, Roland fell into a momentary silence. According to the memories of his predecessor, all human nations on the holy Nuwa continent fundamentally relied on gold coins, silver coins, and copper coins as their monetary foundation. The exchange rate among the three was 1 to 10. Thus, 1 gold coin could be exchanged for 10 silver coins, and 1 silver coin for 10 copper coins. As the highest denomination, gold coins wield substantial purchasing power across all human realms. Even in the bustling city of Hagelon, the average monthly salary of a commoner barely reached 2 gold coins. For instance, Jonathan, who had assisted Roland in house selection the previous day, might earn slightly above the average monthly salary, yet he would certainly not exceed 4 gold coins. Moreover, this was in Hagelon, situated in the relatively impoverished northwest of the Terra Kingdom. Here, salaries were calculated in silver coins rather than gold. According to Nuwa's calculations, Roland would need to expend over 400 gold coins monthly on potions. Such a terrifying consumption rate would be unbearable not only for a commoner, but even for a minor noble possessing a fief. However, this colossal expenditure would enable Roland to ascend to the rank of a level 5 mage in less than 3 months, with both his mental and magical prowess surpassing significantly, reaching the remarkable standard of 8. Upon witnessing the pained expression on Roland's face, Nuwa paused momentarily, seemingly realizing something, and promptly adjusted the potion prices displayed on the screen. Master, given your level of potion crafting, the cost of these potions would likely range from 230 to 260 gold coins. Thus, it is not as exorbitant as you might imagine. No, Nuwa, you are conflating concepts. You have merely calculated the value of the raw materials, neglecting the worth of my labor. Roland remained steadfast, disregarding Nuwa's reassurances. Labor value? The highly analytical Nuwa was at a loss regarding what Roland's labor value entailed. The most crucial aspect, the infusion of mental energy, was solely her responsibility, while any other tasks could easily be performed by a skilled apprentice mage. Did an apprentice possess labor value? Noticing Nuwa's silence, a hint of embarrassment crossed Roland's face, leading him to deftly shift the topic. Nuwa, let us proceed with this plan and keep a constant record of my progress. In response to Roland's return to normalcy, Nuwa expressed her respect. Understood, Master. All right, now I shall take a bath, have a meal, and retire for the night. Roland stretched languidly and prepared to leave the basement. However, at that moment, Nuwa's mechanical voice suddenly chimed in. Ding ding, Master. According to the daily work schedule, your next task should be to study the 3rd chapter, 5th section of Fire Elemental Combinations and Casting. Are we starting today? Roland paused, visibly reluctant. Indeed. But I am so hungry and tired, I need to rest. Roland's expression reflected his unwillingness. Nuwa suggests you call Old Knob to prepare afternoon tea for you, allowing you to relax while you study. No, I do not wish to study. The treacherous sea of 10,000 islands was the nightmare of every pioneering knight. They could perish to the enchanting songs of beautiful sirens, fall victim to ruthless pirates, or meet their demise in the jaws of fearsome magical beasts. Here, one could encounter unimaginable forms of death, with no limit to the methods of demise. Painful, cruel, and despairing. Nuwa ceased to press Roland further, reciting information about the Sea of 10,000 Islands instead. Yet, just those few words sent shivers down Roland's spine, leaving his complexion pale. He feared not only death but also pain. Thus, he obediently returned to the wooden table. Silently opening the 3rd chapter, 5th section of Fire Elemental Combinations and Casting. Ding! Detecting a stabilization in the Master's mental fluctuations, indicating a tendency to fall asleep. Please study diligently. I understand. Ding! Detecting frequent fluctuations in the Master's mental energy, indicating a wandering state of mind. Please refocus on your studies. I understand. Ding! Detecting. Nuwa, be quiet. Thus, the final hours of Roland's day concluded amid the torment of his studies. This evening, he retired early to bed after dinner, recovering his mental energy. In contrast to the previous day, where he had chosen to do so voluntarily, tonight it was under Nuwa's coercion. Time passed, and 2 days later, it was the 5th day since Roland's arrival in Hagelon. Today, he deviated from his usual routine of potion crafting, instead retrieving a sturdy small box from the basement and leading Old Knob outside for the first time from his rented 2nd-floor residence. In the early morning, the bustling city of Hagelon greeted its rare moments of tranquility. Few pedestrians occupied the streets, predominantly weary adventurers returning home after a night of revelry or seeking work to sustain themselves for the day. Dressed in a clean mage's robe, Roland tossed the small black box to Old Nob, while he leisurely surveyed his surroundings and the passers-by with his hands clasped behind his back. After 4 days of intense meditation and magical experimentation, he finally welcomed this precious moment of relaxation, savoring the somewhat chilly street. In this manner, Roland meandered his way to Farrell Street. After scanning the area and finding nothing particularly intriguing, he made his way directly to the Potion Guild. The Potion Guild of the Terra Kingdom is a semi-official organization. Given the irascible yet high-born temperament of the esteemed alchemists, even the Terra Kingdom refrained from imposing direct governance over them. Instead, officials were dispatched to maintain the guild's daily operations, providing various magical materials and purchasing assorted potions. The Potion Guild stood tall in the very heart of Farrell Street, resembling a mysterious and majestic hall, encompassing 7 stories, magnificent and imposing. Constructed entirely of sturdy blue stone bricks, the edifice bore the marks of time, its grand and heavy entrance adorned with intricate carvings of peculiar herbs and magical runes. Emanating an aura of mystery, Roland meticulously examined the magical patterns on the walls, and upon realizing his knowledge was insufficient to recognize them, he commanded the chip to scan and record the information before proceeding toward the entrance. At the doorway stood 4 tall, fully armed guards, who had already taken note of Roland's approach. As he neared, they executed a standard military salute. Each of these guards possessed a professional level exceeding that of Roland, yet they maintained a demeanor of humility before him. This deference was not due to Roland's identity as a mid-level mage or alchemist, but rather because of the pioneering knight's badge adorning his chest. Although each pioneering knight was not a noble in the traditional sense, they commanded a respect within the human realm akin to that afforded to nobility. Roland was momentarily taken aback by this scene, then gently nodded and passed through the 4 guards into the Potion Guild's interior. The spacious hall was lofty and bright. Suspended from the ceiling was an opulent magical chandelier, casting a gentle glow, while the floor was adorned with an exquisite magical carpet, intricately woven with complex arcane patterns. Walking upon it, one could almost sense the faint pulsation of magical energy, clearly an extraordinary artifact. The walls were embellished with precious herb illustrations and ancient, now obsolete, potion formulas, showcasing the rich history and profound heritage of alchemy. Roland was in no hurry. He chose instead to leisurely wander through the hall, savoring the murals on the walls and meticulously recording them into his chip. As a newcomer, he felt an urgent need to understand the ancient history of this world, for it would not only enlighten him about its origins but also broaden his horizons. For a mage, every fragment of knowledge holds intrinsic value. After scanning all the murals on the surrounding walls into his chip, he made his way to the center of the hall, where a counter marked as the Kingdom's Apothecary Service Center hung. The name was understated, yet it was the official office of the Terra Kingdom. It not only procured various potions, but also sold an array of magical materials. Although the prices for transactions with the kingdom, be it sales or purchases, were not particularly favorable, the quality was assured, devoid of any complications. This aspect was particularly significant for Roland, as complications often signified danger. Behind the counter stood only 2 young men clad in the robes of novice mages, their badges indicating their respective ranks of Level 2 and Level 3. Upon seeing Roland approach, the 2 young men quickly rose to their feet. The Level 3 mage, with brown hair and azure eyes, slightly bowed and respectfully inquired, "Esteemed intermediate mage, how may we assist you?" "I, Chada, am at your service." Noticing this, Roland nodded in acknowledgement and replied, "I have some potions to sell." Upon hearing this, Chada's face instantly brightened, and his demeanor became even more welcoming. "Esteemed apothecary, may I request you to display your potions?" With the title of apothecary, Roland's attitude visibly softened. Among all professional hierarchies, the status of mages was undoubtedly high. Yet it paled in comparison to that of apothecaries. After all, being a mage did not guarantee one could become an apothecary, but every apothecary was indeed a mage. Thus, as Roland held both titles, Chada would surely address him as apothecary out of respect. Without wasting any time, Roland gently placed the box he was carrying onto the counter and opened it, revealing a dozen potions of various hues. These were the remnants of over 20 magical materials left behind by his predecessor, now refined into potions by Roland. In total, there were 14 bottles, 7 level 3 potions, 4 level 2 potions, and 3 level 1 potions. Despite their classification as basic potions, Chada exhibited no signs of dissatisfaction or disdain. Not only was Roland an intermediate mage, thus deserving of utmost respect, but being an apothecary himself, even one who could only concoct basic potions, placed him on par with high-ranking professionals. Upon seeing the potions in the box, Chada promptly donned a pair of pristine white gloves and, with an apologetic tone, asked, "Esteemed apothecary, may I inspect them?" "Certainly," Roland nodded in agreement. After receiving permission, Chada extracted a level 3 spirit agility potion from the box. However, instead of uncorking the crystal vial, he softly chanted, his hands emanating a flicker of arcane energy. Level 2 spell, Appraisal. Roland subtly nodded, silently affirming, "As a spell devoid of elemental affiliation." It was one of the essential incantations every mage must master due to its extensive applications. It could assess not only the energy and properties of potions, but also provide insights into magical equipment, magical flora, and rare minerals. Under the scrutiny of the appraisal spell, a faint, iridescent aura enveloped the bottle of the level 3 spirit agility potion, shimmering with vibrant hues. Upon witnessing this phenomenon, Chada's expression transformed into a smile. The level 3 spirit agility potion is of excellent quality. He continued with the same procedure, meticulously inspecting the remaining potions with great professionalism. "Esteemed apothecary, we are willing to procure all these potions. This is the maximum price I can offer. Please take a look." After speaking, Chada retrieved a small booklet from beneath the counter. Roland casually accepted it and opened it, revealing a dense compilation of potion names along with their purchase prices. Displayed clearly and simply. In comparison to market prices, the listed acquisition costs were undoubtedly lower. The buyback price for a level 3 spirit agility potion was 19 gold coins, 3 coins below market value. The level 3 fire element potion was only 14 coins, a staggering 4 coins less than the market price. Despite the glaringly low acquisition prices, Roland did not retract the potions or turn to leave. After all, as a newcomer in this land, he lacked a stable outlet for potion sales. Venturing into the black market or selling to other merchants might attract unwanted attention, a scenario Roland was keen to avoid, given his current precarious state. Thus, even though selling to the kingdom meant accepting lower prices, he consented to the deal to evade complications. "Very well, let us proceed at this price," Roland concluded, closing the booklet with a decisive manner. After all, even at this rate, given his high success rate in potion crafting, he could still maintain a profit margin exceeding 400%, sufficient to accumulate the resources needed for establishing a territory in 3 months. "Thank you for your trust. The total purchasing price for this batch of potions is 140 gold coins. Please confirm." Upon receiving confirmation from Roland, Chada promptly produced a seemingly ordinary yet subtly mysterious bag. He slowly turned the bag upside down, giving it a gentle shake, and instantly, coins gleaming with golden brilliance cascaded forth like a waterfall. The coins clinked melodiously as they collided, pouring out in a continuous stream from the modest bag, rapidly accumulating into a small mountain of gold upon the counter. Witnessing this spectacle, Roland's eyes momentarily flickered with surprise. For, despite its unassuming appearance, the bag was an exceedingly valuable spatial pouch. A pouch with merely 1 cubic meter of internal space commanded a price of up to 500 gold coins. And larger ones were exponentially more expensive, yet always in short supply. Such a price was far beyond the reach of his predecessor, a failed apothecary, yet for Roland, it was not entirely unattainable. Consequently, Roland silently committed this observation to memory. Vowing to acquire one once, he firmly established himself, for he was deeply intrigued by such a wondrous object. Gazing at the glittering coins on the counter, Roland refrained from collecting them immediately and instead shook his head, continuing, "Not so fast. I still require some magical materials such as fire blossoms and dreamgrass. Might you have them in stock?" Upon hearing this, Chada's expression brightened further. Although Roland sought only basic materials, the profit from this transaction would still be substantial. providing him with a nice commission. Indeed, esteemed apothecary, please follow me, and I shall guide you to select what you need. Very well. Subsequently, guided by Chada, Roland descended to the lower level of the apothecary guild. Following the corridor adjacent to the hall, compared to the bright hall above, the underground was considerably dimmer, yet rows of magical lamps illuminated the shelves, revealing an array of magical materials. Moonlight stones, dream grass, golden mandrake wood, and elemental flowers from all 5 elements filled the shelves, exuding diverse fragrances, both refreshing and peculiar. Additionally, various rare minerals such as gold, wind spirit stones, and sun crystals sparkled with enchanting hues under the lights. Though these materials primarily belong to the basic and intermediate categories, their value was not to be underestimated, easily amounting to hundreds of thousands of gold coins. Truly, the Apothecary Guild of Hagilon City is remarkable. The abundance of magical materials is indeed eye-opening, Roland remarked, a hint of admiration gracing his features. The scale of this establishment rivaled that of the Apothecary Guild he had visited in the capital during his predecessor's time. The Apothecary Guild of Hagilon City is the foremost among the 4 branches of the Terra Kingdom. Thus its scale consistently compares to that of the headquarters in the capital, Chada explained, his tone laced with a subtle pride. Very well. I wish to procure 10 units of level 3 fire blossoms, 7 units of stargrass, 20 units of moonlight stones, dreamgrass, and 30 units of level 3 water elementals. After Roland gave a slight nod, he proceeded directly to the main topic. Regardless of how abundant the reserves of the Heglin Alchemist Guild were, they bore no relevance to him. If he were to possess the strength of a Sanctum Mage, perhaps this place would transform into his treasure trove. However, his professional level was merely 4, and he couldn't even perceive the hidden dangers within this warehouse. Roland was not inclined to believe that a warehouse containing such valuable goods would be devoid of any guards. Very well, please follow me, Kayad said, leading the way towards a side shelf. In a brief moment, Roland followed Kayad to an exceptionally towering shelf, where the lower tier was almost entirely occupied by the moonlight stones he required. Emanating a gentle glow, esteemed alchemist, you may inspect the quality of these materials, Kayad respectfully offered, stepping aside to allow Roland to choose. Roland, naturally, did not hesitate. He crouched down and casually picked up a fist-sized moonlight stone. Scrutinizing it closely, as a material for neutralizing potions, the moonlight stone shared properties with the 7-star herb. It should range from colorless to white. The stone in Roland's hand was luminous and flawless, containing an exceptionally refined magical essence, clearly of superior quality. What is the price of this Tier 3 moonlight stone? Roland inquired casually, feeling satisfied. Esteemed alchemist, the price for this Tier 3 moonlight stone is 48 silver coins. Kayad replied. 48? Roland frowned slightly. According to the chip's estimate, this moonlight stone could be divided into 12 portions for crafting Tier 3 spirit motion potions. Based on Kayad's quoted price, the cost per portion should exceed the market price by 10 to 15%. The purchase price was suppressed by 10%, while the selling price was inflated by 10%. It was no wonder that the foot traffic at the kingdom's alchemist service center was so sparse. At such prices, an alchemist would need to ensure their potion success rate was over 35% to guarantee profitability. Noticing Roland's discontent, Kayad quickly explained, esteemed alchemist, all these materials are exquisite products meticulously cultivated by the kingdom. Hence their prices are somewhat higher than those in the market. However, the quality of these premium materials ensures that the success rate of the potions will not be adversely affected. Kayad was evidently accustomed to giving such explanations, displaying a level of professionalism and familiarity. Hearing this, Roland found it difficult to pinpoint any flaws, and since the quality of the moonlight stones was indeed commendable, he proceeded to select another, amassing enough for 20 portions of moonlight stone powder. Following this, under Kayad's guidance, Roland selected additional magical materials such as fire blossoms and dreamgrass, primarily for the crafting of fire element motion potions and spirit motion potions. According to the plan devised by the chip, these 2 types of potions would be his primary focus in the future, not only being more popular in the market but also enhancing Roland's prowess. After a thorough selection, Roland, who had just earned 140 gold coins, was left with only 20. The 30 portions of Tier 3 potion crafting materials cost him a total of 120 gold coins. Yet, Roland felt no pangs of regret, for he knew that with his current potion crafting success rate, these 30 portions would soon yield nearly 400 gold coins in return. Chapter 16. The Slave Trading Market. After bidding farewell to Kayad, Roland promptly exited the Alchemist Guild. Upon stepping out, he discovered that Jonathan, the previous real estate agent, had appeared beside Old Nob, engaging in a lively conversation with him. When Jonathan spotted Roland, his eyes brightened instantly, especially upon noticing the magical materials Roland was carrying. He hurriedly tipped his hat and bowed respectfully towards Roland. As a native of Heglin City, Jonathan was well aware of the significance of a mage, yet he understood even more the esteemed status of an alchemist, a profession intricately linked to gold, driving countless individuals to madness. At this moment, however, Roland appeared oblivious to the true implications of being an alchemist. Esteemed Sir Roland, I never expected you to be a distinguished alchemist. It is truly a privilege of a lifetime to serve you. Jonathan flattered. Roland, however, offered no response, merely awaiting Jonathan's intent in silence. Not detecting any awkwardness in Roland's lack of reply, Jonathan continued, Esteemed Sir Roland, while I may not know what potions you can craft, I can locate a highly sincere buyer for you. I assure you, his offer will far exceed the kingdom's purchase price. Thank you, but I do not require that at the moment. Roland instinctively felt a twinge of caution towards such an unsolicited transaction and thus declined outright. Jonathan's face fell at Roland's answer, acutely aware that the commission from a potion transaction would greatly surpass any gain from a real estate deal. Moreover, introducing a novice alchemist to his influential patron would undoubtedly yield even greater benefits for him. Consequently, he swiftly produced a certificate from his pocket, offering it to Roland with both hands. This familiar scene rendered Roland momentarily speechless. Wasn't this a real estate agent's certificate? What was it doing here? Just as he was about to refuse, he caught sight of the words Potion Mediator inscribed on the certificate. Upon reading those words, a dark line crossed Roland's forehead, overwhelming him with a sense of being duped. He accepted the official recognition of the real estate agent, but what on earth was a potion mediator? The kingdom would be all too eager to procure more potions, even if this were the domain of the Arako family. It was hardly plausible for a second-rate dealer to be awarded a certificate. Had it not been for the fact that the house he rented was indeed without issue, he would have demonstrated the might of a mage to Jonathan. Noticing the increasingly dark expression on Roland's face, Jonathan appeared taken aback, realizing that his impulsive actions had inadvertently provoked Roland's ire. Jonathan, do you have any other certificates? Show them to me, Roland said ominously. Esteemed Sir Roland, I have none? Eh? Roland's expression hardened, and a wave of magical energy enveloped him, emanating a menacing aura. I just remembered. A friend has temporarily left a few with me, Jonathan stammered, breaking into a cold sweat as he promptly retrieved several more certificates from his pocket. Mediator of equipment, mediator of ore, mediator of slaves, mediator of magical plants, mediator of sea vessels. Roland gazed at the pile of certificates in his hands, rendered speechless. To borrow a phrase from a notable figure of the past, you really are something else. The peculiar expression on Roland's face left Jonathan feeling somewhat embarrassed, yet what disheartened him more was that, having had his identity exposed by Roland, he seemed unlikely to ever forge a connection with an alchemist again. However, Roland's next words immediately filled him with excitement. He casually held up a certificate for slave mediator and asked, Do you have any knowledge of the slave trade? Yes, indeed, Jonathan nodded vigorously. Have you undergone any formal training? Jonathan felt increasingly awkward, yet he hastened to clarify, No, esteemed Sir Roland, I grew up in Heglin City, and have a general understanding of various trades within the city. While I may not be able to assist you in obtaining confidential information, I am quite familiar with some basic circumstances. Roland nodded slightly and continued, Then can you take me to the place in Heglin City where slaves are traded? However, I may not necessarily purchase a slave. So you might not earn any commission from this. Absolutely, I would be more than willing to assist you. Serving you, even without compensation, is an honor of a lifetime, Jonathan replied with great enthusiasm, showing no signs of reluctance. Lead the way. At your service, please follow me. Under Jonathan's guidance, The trio first arrived at a carriage house located at the end of Farrell Street. Given the considerable distance to traverse from the western to the eastern part of the city, they deemed it necessary to utilize a carriage for their journey. In truth, Roland's current itinerary was entirely outside the routine arrangements dictated by the chip. However, Nuwa showed no inclination to impede their progress. As she understood that whether concocting potions or augmenting strength, every action was aimed at the territorial expansion planned for 3 months hence. Furthermore, slaves were an indispensable facet of such an endeavor. Thus, in Nuwa's calculations, any behavior that could aid in the forthcoming territorial development was not subject to her obstruction. The southern side of the port in Heejlan City, specifically Bell Street, boasted a renowned slave market within the Terra Kingdom. Characterized by its vast scale, the ominous black canopies resembled a dark fortress standing sentinel. The streets were teeming with people, a cacophony of voices echoing as merchants from various corners of the kingdom haggled vehemently with slave traders. Each year, an astonishing number of slaves were traded from this locale, while countless others surged in like a relentless tide, creating profits so immense that even the Iroko family, a noble house of the realm, could not monopolize them. However, this was of little concern to Roland. Under Jonathan's lead, as he stepped into the slave market, he was taken aback despite having mentally prepared himself for the scene. In stark contrast to Farrell Street, Bell Street was undeniably broader, extending endlessly before him, with innumerable stalls and enclosures demarcating various sections. Here, he encountered not only a plethora of human slaves treated as commodities but also robust, diverse orcs exuding an untamed aura. Moreover, dwarves, centaurs, gnomes, and goblins, among a dozen other races, were brazenly displayed along the sides of the street for potential buyers. Rumors suggested that even elves, merfolk, and behemoths from formidable lineages could be found within the Heejlan slave market. Witnessing the raw, sordid, and filthy tableau around him, Roland could not help but lament the grotesque evolution of civilization in this world. The indifference extended not only between different races but also within humanity itself, manifesting an extreme manifestation of warfare and slaughter. Yet, for Roland, he found a peculiar affinity for this world that delineated social hierarchies with such stark clarity, for it granted him access to possessions that would have been utterly unattainable in his previous existence. For instance, a few alluring, golden-haired, azure-eyed young maidens. Stealthily wiping away the drool at the corner of his mouth, he gazed at the slaves within the nearby enclosures, his eyes igniting with fervor. However, disappointment soon set in as he realized that neither the enclosures nor the makeshift shelters housed any youthful maidens. In fact, even female slaves were lamentably scarce. Bah, is that all? Roland silently derided. Yet, shortly thereafter, under Jonathan's guidance, he approached a grand and spacious edifice, prominently adorned with the words Shadow Merchant Guild. This establishment stood in stark contrast to the chaotic and raucous scenes of the street outside. The surrounding walls were intricately carved, with golden lines shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. A small squad of fierce-looking warriors with menacing gazes stood guard at the entrance, casting scrutinizing glances at passers-by. However, they were not entirely lacking in discernment. Upon noticing Roland behind Jonathan, their eyes brightened, and one notably imposing middle-aged man immediately donned a sinister grin. "Esteemed mage, how may we serve you?" Upon hearing this, Roland did not respond but instead shifted his gaze towards Jonathan. Noticing this, Jonathan straightened his chest and promptly stepped forward, stating, "We seek the Steward Joan." The menacing middle-aged man, upon hearing this, let his smile fade, reverting to a frigid demeanor. Nevertheless, despite seemingly missing out on a customer, he dared not dismiss Roland and his companions. He stepped aside, casually remarking, "Steward Joan is inside. You may find him on your own." Very well. Faced with the suddenly frigid demeanor of the middle-aged man, Jonathan displayed no signs of discontent and swiftly opened the heavy door for Roland. Roland maintained a calm expression, clasping his hands behind his back as he strode inside. The interior of the Shadow Merchant Guild was even more expansive and grand than Roland had envisioned, with the floor nearly spotless and adorned with luxurious carpets that offered a sense of softness and comfort with each step. The slaves within were not only stronger and healthier compared to those on the street, but also bore a glint of defiance in their eyes, albeit none dared to resist. Here, Roland also discovered several striking young maidens with golden hair and azure eyes, pitifully slumped in cages awaiting selection. This sight compelled him to steal a few glances, yet in an effort to maintain his image, or perhaps to preserve the thickness of his purse, he suppressed his restless heart. At that moment, Jonathan leaned closer to Roland and began to introduce, "Esteemed Lord Roland, while the Shadow Merchant Guild may not be exceedingly famous, it specializes in human slaves. Their efforts not only ensure superior quality but also a plentiful supply." "How do you know I require human slaves?" Roland inquired, intrigued. "You bear the emblem of a frontier knight, and I dare to speculate that you have ventured into this slave market for the purpose of establishing a territory in the future." Jonathan replied cautiously. "Well, you are quite astute," Roland replied nonchalantly, not particularly concerned that Jonathan had discerned his true identity. Just as the two were engaged in conversation, a man in his 50s hurriedly approached Roland. Dressed in a simple black robe, with dark brown hair showing signs of graying, he was diminutive in stature, and his sunken eyes revealed a pair of shrewd glances. "Little Jonathan, I have heard that you brought a distinguished guest. Is this esteemed mage?" The silver-haired man initiated the conversation with a smile, though his gaze remained fixed upon Roland, appraising him. "Indeed, Uncle Joan, this is Mage Roland. He is not only a mage, but also a distinguished alchemist." "So please ensure a favorable price," Jonathan promptly responded. His words sparked a glimmer of interest in Joan's eyes, which now burned with enthusiasm as he regarded Roland. "Of course, it would be my honor to serve a distinguished alchemist," Joan replied, extending his hand in invitation towards Roland. "Allow me to show you around." "Very well," Roland acquiesced. Chapter 17. The expensive slaves. Under Joan's guidance, Roland gained further insight into this establishment. The Shadow Merchant Guild truly lived up to its reputation as a purveyor of human slaves. The slaves here were not only robust and healthy, but also included a wide variety of genders and ages, ensuring that Roland's needs for territorial expansion would be amply met. "Steward Joan, what are the prices for your slaves?" Roland inquired as he gazed at the captives within their cages. While the slaves were indeed enticing, the crucial factor remained their price. If they were excessively more expensive than those outside, Roland had no desire to be a fool. After all, even a frail slave could serve as a citizen in the newly established territory, with only a slightly higher casualty rate. "Esteemed Lord Roland, our Shadow Merchant Guild boasts a rich history spanning over a century. Each slave we sell is meticulously selected, and we guarantee the health of every slave. We would never sell a slave afflicted with illness to our clients before he could finish his boast." Roland could no longer contain himself and interjected, "Joan, what are their prices?" Unfazed by the interruption, Joan's keen eyes instinctively twinkled with a hint of cunning. "Esteemed Lord Roland, the price for a healthy adult male slave is approximately 25 gold coins, while an adult female slave costs around 15 coins. Children are significantly cheaper, priced at merely 5 coins. Additionally, should you require professional slaves, we offer warrior slaves, with a first-level warrior priced at about 50 gold coins, and second-level warriors." As Joan continued to enumerate prices, Roland's face remained impassive, yet a tempest brewed within his heart. Although he had gleaned from his previous life's memories that the Terra Kingdom, due to its proximity to the Orc Empire and ongoing wars, suffered significant population losses resulting in perpetually high slave prices, he was nonetheless taken aback to discover that an adult male slave was valued at 25 gold coins, more costly than a bottle of third-level mental agility potion. However, upon reflection, it did not seem excessively pricey. "1 human third-level potion?" Roland paused at this thought. "Nuwa, calculate the expenses for acquiring slaves necessary for territorial expansion." "Understood, Master." "Beep. Considering the perilous circumstances in the Sea of 10,000 Islands, it is advisable for you to purchase 60 adult males and 40 adult females. Based on the Shadow Merchant Guild's quotations, the total would amount to 2,200 gold coins." 2,200 gold coins? Roland found it exorbitant. After all, even with his success rate in potion crafting, he could only earn approximately 3,000 gold coins in 3 months, and a third of that would need to be allocated for his daily meditation to enhance his strength. The remaining funds would scarcely suffice to cover the expenses of procuring slaves, the necessary supplies for establishing a territory, food, and hiring mercenaries for protection. These were all far more critical than acquiring slaves. Thus, he simply could not afford to purchase such a number of slaves at this price. Consequently, as John passionately presented his wares, Roland's demeanor grew increasingly frigid. "Thank you for your introduction, John, but I think I shall look elsewhere," Roland stated as he turned to leave. Observing that Roland showed no inclination to negotiate, John's expression shifted to one of urgency as he hastily stepped in front of Roland. Seeing this, a flicker of anger crossed Roland's face as he inquired, "Is the Shadow Merchant Guild truly resorting to coercive sales?" No, Your Excellency Roland, you misunderstand. Our guild has a policy that allows for a 90% discount if transactions are settled with magical potions," John quickly clarified. Upon hearing John's explanation, Roland's expression softened slightly, though he still did not agree. Even with a 90% discount, it would still amount to nearly 2,000 gold coins, which remained beyond his means. However, he moderated his tone and replied, "Very well, I will consider it." Just as John was about to say more, Jonathan suddenly stepped forward with a smile, addressing John, "Uncle John, let's call it a day. Apothecary Roland has an appointment with another guild, and time is rather tight." Jonathan's remark caused a flicker of anxiety to appear on John's face as he promptly turned to Roland and said, "Your Excellency Roland, if you were to procure 100 slaves, I could apply to the guild for an additional 5% reduction to it." Was evident that John had noticed the Pioneering Knight's badge adorning Roland's chest. Another 5% reduction? Roland's expression revealed a hint of temptation. After all, the quality of slaves from the Shadow Merchant Guild was indeed commendable. However, even if John slashed the price, Roland still could not afford it. Thus, after reiterating his need for consideration, he departed the Shadow Merchant Guild accompanied by Jonathan and the elderly Nob. Once outside, Jonathan leaned in and whispered to Roland, "Esteemed Lord Roland, if you wish to purchase slaves from the Shadow Merchant Guild, you might consider delaying your decision. I know John well. He will certainly reduce the price again. Furthermore, if you settle with potions, I believe the price could drop to around 80%. Observing Jonathan's earnest demeanor, Roland felt a modicum of goodwill toward him. "Thank you for your suggestion, Jonathan. I will take it into account. I also know of another guild with commendable slaves. Perhaps you might take a look there," Roland replied, refraining from immediately accepting Jonathan's proposal and instead posing a curious counter-question, "Must one purchase from a guild? I have noticed several shops along the street that also offer decent slaves." Jonathan, upon hearing this, glanced around nervously, ensuring no one was paying them heed, before responding in a lowered voice, "Esteemed Lord Roland, while those shops may appear to offer quality slaves, most are merely facades. They display a few strong and healthy slaves to attract customers, yet when it comes time for the transaction, you will find that they not only fail to meet your required quantity, but the quality of the slaves is also subpar, often riddled with various ailments. Many pioneering knights, lured by low prices, have purchased slaves from them only to discover later that these slaves could not withstand the treacherous environment of the Wandao Sea. Some knights even faced outbreaks en route to their territories, resulting in a significant loss of slaves due to illness. In contrast, such occurrences are rare with the slaves from the guild. While John's quoted prices may be somewhat inflated, he was not exaggerating about the Shadow Merchant Guild's century-long history and commendable reputation. Although the prices will certainly be higher than those found on the street, I still advise you to consider purchasing from the guild. Jonathan's sincerity was palpable, seemingly solely for Roland's benefit. Although Roland was somewhat satisfied, he remained cautious, knowing he could not base such a substantial transaction solely on Jonathan's word. Let us observe further," Roland replied with a nod. "Please follow me." Upon hearing this, Jonathan once again led Roland deeper into Bell Street. Over the next hour, Roland accompanied Jonathan as they visited 2 more trading houses, both of which were not inferior in size to the Shadow Merchant Guild. Yet they did not specialize in human slaves, resulting in a slight dip in the quality of their offerings. By this point, Roland had lost interest in continuing. The prices of slaves at the guilds were largely comparable, with little difference from the figures John had reported. Continuing further seemed futile. Without finalizing a deal, Roland could not ascertain the bottom prices across various guilds. Thus, he directly instructed Jonathan, "Let us conclude our excursions for today." "Understood. I shall respect your wishes," Jonathan replied. "However, I have another matter for you to attend to. for which I am willing to compensate you," Roland suddenly stated. Jonathan was eager to assist. "Please, command me. I wish to understand the prices of grain, various agricultural tools, and hiring a mercenary band in Hagelon City. Can you manage that?" "Absolutely. I will provide you with a satisfactory response within 3 days," Jonathan assured, thumping his chest with confidence. "Very well, here is the deposit," Roland concluded, pulling out 3 silver coins from his pocket and tossing them to Jonathan. Jonathan accepted without hesitation, his face lighting up with gratitude as he slightly bowed to Roland. Once their business was concluded, Roland promptly set off for home with the elderly Nob. With only the two of them remaining, Nob, who had been silent throughout, could no longer contain his concerns and expressed warily to Roland, "Young master, Jonathan is too slick. Do not place too much trust in him." Roland smiled at Nob's words and reassured him, "I am aware." With that, the old servant felt a weight lift from his heart. Upon returning to the 2-story residence that Roland rented, the time had already reached noon. With limited time, Roland quickly consumed a simple lunch before heading to the basement. He first organized the magical materials he had purchased that day before immediately diving into the potion crafting process. Having sold all the potions he had on hand, Roland decided to concoct 1 level 3 fire elemental resonance potion and 2 level 3 spiritual resonance potions to enhance his own strength. After several consecutive days of potion crafting, Roland's techniques had become remarkably proficient. Consequently, his success rate for crafting level 3 potions had soared to over 90%. Even when mistakes occurred, they typically happened in the initial steps, with total material destruction being a rare occurrence. This meant that as long as he maintained sufficient mental energy, his earning potential could reach staggering heights. Chapter 18. A month later, time flowed slowly, and a month had passed in the blink of an eye. Within the dimly lit basement, illuminated only by a magical lamp on the table, Roland continued his potion crafting with clarity and focus. Under the control of Nuwa, with the final thread of mental energy infused, a level 3 spiritual resonance potion materialized successfully before Roland's eyes. Finally, "I am done." Roland gently exhaled a heavy sigh. The bottle of Tier 3 spiritual elixir before him marked the completion of his 88th batch this month. Indeed, Roland had maintained a rigorous schedule of concocting 3 potions daily for an entire month. Aside from making 2 trips to the Alchemist Guild for material replenishment, he had not ventured beyond his doorstep. This relentless routine left Roland with a sense of existential stagnation. He had not anticipated that his workload in this new life would surpass that of his previous existence, where the grueling 996 work schedule now seemed almost enviable. Nonetheless, he dared not entertain any semblance of complacency. Despite his diligent efforts yielding a considerable accumulation of gold coins, it paled in comparison to the sum calculated by Nuwa for establishing his territory. Currently, Roland faced a rather awkward predicament. He found himself unable to find a market for the potions he had brewed. His reluctance to disclose his success rate of over 90% stemmed from the fear of attracting unwanted attention. Such an astounding success rate, even for a novice potion, could easily draw the gaze of countless onlookers. After all, even master-level alchemists rarely achieved such results when crafting basic potions. Yet here was Roland, a mere beginner, defying the odds. Should his success rate be revealed, he would undoubtedly become the target of many covetous eyes, plunging him into a perilous abyss. The Solomon family would scarcely be able to protect him, let alone the Terra Kingdom. Roland believed that if such a revelation occurred, either the Solomon family or the Terra Kingdom would be the first to act against him in pursuit of his secrets. Thus, although he had successfully concocted 88 Tier 3 potions over the past month, he could only afford to sell a mere 40% of them, maintaining an outward success rate of around 40%. Even so, his reputation had begun to spread within this small circle. Fortunately, his status as a pioneering knight provided him with a degree of protection from any overtures or harassment. However, this also meant that the potions in his possession could not be swiftly converted into the resources he required. Roland had contemplated concealing his identity to sell in the black market of Hagelon City, but given his current capabilities, he feared that he would be unable to hide from high-ranking mages, risking exposure. Especially with magical potions being a strategic commodity, they would undoubtedly attract the interest of those with ulterior motives. According to Nuwa's calculations, while he might manage once or twice, the more potions he sold in the black market, the greater the risk of revealing his identity. Nuwa, how many gold coins do I still need to gather enough for establishing my territory? Roland inquired, his mood somewhat despondent. Master, you require an additional 2,800 gold coins. Nuwa's mechanical voice replied. Upon hearing this, Roland's countenance darkened further. After Jonathan reported the procurement prices of various materials, Roland promptly instructed Nuwa to analyze the situation and establish a target progress table. However, after a month, his progress barely reached 10%. Excluding the materials he had purchased, Roland had only managed to sell around 35 Tier 3 potions, yielding an income of just over 300 gold coins. While this amount could be considered substantial even for a mid-level mage, it was still far from his goal. This implied that, within 3 months, Roland would fail to accumulate enough to establish his territory. Nuwa, is it possible to reduce the requirements for establishing the territory and cut down on expenses? Roland asked, his frustration evident. Master, if we reduce the requirements by 10%, your risk will increase by 20%. If we reduce it by 20%, your risk will increase by 50%. Is there a cumulative effect? Roland exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, Master. The fewer resources you prepare, the weaker your capacity to withstand risks becomes, making it exceedingly easy to trigger a domino effect. If one piece falls, all will collapse. Upon hearing this, Roland abandoned the thought of reducing his resources. Nuwa, since we cannot cut back, what alternatives do you propose? Borrowing or concocting mid-tier potions, Nuwa suggested. Roland fell into contemplation upon hearing these two options, neither of which seemed particularly appealing. The first option, borrowing, could yield a significant amount of funds due to Roland's identity as an alchemist. However, the risk associated with his status as a pioneering knight would far exceed any lender's expectations. After all, no one could guarantee Roland's survival in the treacherous and complex waters of the Thousand Islands Sea. Should a territorial war erupt, his status as an alchemist would be of little consequence. Therefore, should he perish, their loans would evaporate into nothingness. Thus, the borrowing route seemed unfeasible, even if someone were willing to lend. The interest would be exorbitant. As for Nuwa's second suggestion of concocting mid-tier potions, the risks involved were considerable. According to the hierarchy of alchemical studies, the higher the tier of the potion, the more challenging it becomes to produce. Although mid-tier potions only differed by one level from Tier 3 potions, the required materials doubled and the difficulty tripled. While Roland felt confident in his ability to produce them with the aid of his chip, the question remained, how much time would it take? He had less than 2 months remaining, and crafting Tier 3 potions was a guaranteed return, even if it did not meet Nuwa's objectives. However, should he embark on the endeavor of mid-tier potions, he could not assure how long it would take to succeed. If he failed to produce a mid-tier potion within 2 months, he would find himself utterly bereft when it came time to establish his territory. Nuwa, have you completed the analysis of the mid-tier potion formulas? Roland finally spoke after a long silence. Given his situation, any attempt at borrowing would likely result in high-interest loans, leading to countless future troubles. Even if he successfully established his territory, he would be burdened with insurmountable debt. Thus, he leaned towards Nuwa's second proposal. Master, the analysis is complete. I have outlined the most reasonable steps for production. Very well. Then, let us commence the production of mid-tier potions starting tomorrow, Roland resolved with determination. He would either craft a mid-tier potion and confidently venture to establish his territory in the Thousand Islands Sea, or find a small island to hide away on, where even being pursued by the human alliance would be preferable to facing death. With his mind made up, Roland swiftly retrieved 12 potions and hurried out the door. Making his way to the Alchemist Guild to procure materials for mid-tier potion production. Upon his return to the guild, Roland was evidently well acquainted with the place. Alchemist Roland? As soon as he stepped into the hall, he was hailed by a man in his 40s, clad in a pristine alchemist's robe. Upon hearing this, Roland paused, turning to regard the man. Recognizing him, he slightly bowed and respectfully greeted, "Esteemed alchemist Orson, it is an honor to see you." Orson Clare, not only a high-ranking mage but also a mid-tier alchemist, was known for his amiable demeanor and willingness to mentor younger practitioners, earning him great respect among novice alchemists. Roland had previously met him during his last material purchase, where they exchanged insights on potion crafting. Although it was more of a teaching moment for Roland, he had greatly benefited from Orson's expertise, and his current respectful attitude was a token of gratitude for Orson's earlier guidance. Alchemist Roland, you may simply call me Orson. There is no need for such formality, Orson replied with a warm smile. Then please, refer to me as Roland. In your presence, my knowledge of alchemy is hardly worth mentioning. Roland stated earnestly. Not at all. If your alchemical skills are unworthy of mention, then what of others? Orson exclaimed in admiration. After all, not everyone can achieve a 40% success rate in producing basic potions at the novice stage. Alchemist Orson, you flatter me, Roland modestly responded. Roland, you remain as humble as ever. Before you, I have no right to pride. Orson chuckled. Ha ha, conversing with you brings such joy. Orson's smile broadened, his spirits evidently lifting. I speak only the truth. Roland replied, and upon hearing his words, Orson's smile deepened further. Roland, in a month, I will be hosting an exchange meeting for junior and mid-level alchemists here. Would you be available to share your experiences in potion crafting? Orson asked. Faced with Orson's invitation, Roland did not decline. Although such an exchange would undoubtedly not pertain to the unique skills of each pharmacist, such as their individual refining techniques or the art of infusing mental energy, it still held significant value for Roland. It would provide him with insights into the considerations that other pharmacists take into account when handling materials, as well as broaden his horizons. Thus, Roland readily accepted the invitation. Upon hearing Roland's response, Orson appeared quite pleased, giving Roland a hearty pat on the shoulder before bidding him farewell. After parting ways with Orson, Roland made his way directly to the Kingdom's Pharmacist Service Center. Good day, Pharmacist Roland, greeted Kiard, a smile instantly brightening his face upon seeing Roland. Good day, Roland replied with a nod. Are you here to sell potions again? Indeed, Roland answered, casually placing the box he held on the counter. At this, Kiard's smile widened even more. Over the past month, he had earned quite a substantial commission by accompanying Roland, as Roland not only sold potions through him but also purchased materials from him, yielding him double the commission with every transaction. Moreover, Roland's efficiency was remarkable. In just 1 month, he had sold potions 4 times, each time in quantities exceeding a dozen, nearly double the output of his peers. Chapter 19. Refining intermediate potions. This time, Kiard did not inspect the potions but instead set prices directly based on the names Roland had labeled on the crystal vials. After all, this was their 4th transaction, and the quality of the potions Roland provided had consistently been commendable. To retain him as a valued customer, Kiard was eager to excel in this detail. 8 bottles of level 3 Spirit Agility potions, 4 bottles of level 3 Fire Elemental Motion potions, totaling 208 gold coins, Kiard swiftly declared. Agreed. Do you require any magical materials today? Kiard inquired with anticipation. Yes, Roland confirmed, as he was indeed there to procure materials for refining intermediate potions. Please follow me. Kiard, beaming with joy, promptly led Roland toward the underground warehouse. As usual, Kiard guided Roland towards the storage areas for moonlight stones, dreamgrass, and other materials. However, at this moment, Roland called out to him. Today, I wish to purchase some 3-year-old dream flowers, fire flowers, and level 4 elemental water. Are you planning to refine intermediate potions? Kiard asked, astonished. Roland nodded in affirmation. Your progress in pharmacology is truly remarkable, Kiard remarked, taken aback. After all, Roland appeared to be merely in his early 20s and was already embarking on the refinement of intermediate potions. If he were to succeed, his status would rival that of a grand mage, marking him as a prodigy of the younger generation. Whether I can succeed remains to be seen, Roland replied with a smile. Yet your courage is indeed commendable. Kiard's tone grew increasingly respectful. You flatter me, Roland waved his hand dismissively. After his initial shock, Kiard promptly led Roland deeper into the shelves. Level 4 potions, while only 1 tier above level 3, required 3 additional types of materials. For instance, the crafting of a level 3 Spirit Agility potion necessitated only dreamgrass, moonlight stones, and elemental water. However, the level 4 Spirit Agility potion required those 3, plus bay leaves, mandrake, and the sap of the white crystal tree. Moreover, the growth years and magical essence contained within each of the 6 materials had set further standards. Most critically, The cost of materials for crafting level 4 spirit agility potions was 3 times higher than that of level 3, with each material averaging around 11 gold coins, rendering it exceedingly expensive. This was precisely why Roland had hesitated to craft intermediate potions. Should he fail to succeed with such costly materials, it would not only prevent him from earning gold coins, but could also lead to financial ruin. Yet, having made up his mind, Roland dismissed any concerns about failure. He directly purchased 20 sets of materials for the level 4 potions from Kiard, spending 240 gold coins. Kiard the mage, having purchased such a plethora of magical materials. "Might there be any discounts?" Roland inquired, wincing at the 10% increase in the total price. Kiard, visibly embarrassed, replied, "I apologize, pharmacist Roland, but I truly lack the authority to offer discounts." Upon hearing this, Roland resigned himself to the situation. He had merely been making a casual remark. Given that Kiard was merely a level 3 mage, it was entirely reasonable that he lacked the power to alter prices. Moreover, someone with the authority to adjust prices was likely beyond Roland's current status. Afterward, Roland paid an additional 32 gold coins and departed from the Apothecary Guild. Time was of the essence. He needed to hasten his efforts to earn money. Meanwhile, as he watched Roland's retreating figure, Kiard's expression turned contemplative. After a prolonged moment of thought, he entrusted his current tasks to another mage and hurriedly left. He was soon seen boarding a carriage that swiftly made its way toward the northern district of Haglon City. The northern area of Haglon City was evidently distinct from the other 3 major districts, with elegant mansions arranged in an orderly fashion, each exuding a unique aura and majesty. The wide streets were clean and tidy, flanked by lush greenery, and every scene narrated the extraordinary identities and substantial wealth of its residents. This was the enclave of the affluent and noble in Haglon City, characterized by heightened security and an ever-present display of opulence and prestige. At this moment, Kiard drove the carriage through the layered streets until he arrived at the entrance of a lavishly adorned estate. After passing through several security checks, Kiard was brought before a young man. If Roland were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this young man as Leslie Oroch, the second son of the Oroch family, who had caused quite the stir at the city hall a month prior. Before Leslie, Kiard's demeanor visibly shifted to one of palpable tension, given the young man's rather unfavorable reputation. "Kiard the mage, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit today?" Leslie asked, gently twirling an ancient ring in his hand. "Young Master Leslie, I am here to introduce a prodigious pharmacist to you," Kiard replied hastily. "A prodigious pharmacist? Who might that be?" Leslie's interest was piqued. "His name is Roland, and he is a junior pharmacist." "A junior pharmacist?" Leslie's enthusiasm waned considerably. Given his status, it was indeed unnecessary to extend favor to a junior pharmacist. Kiard sensed the shift in Leslie's demeanor and quickly added, "Young Master Leslie, although Roland is currently merely a junior pharmacist, he boasts a success rate of 40% in crafting junior potions. Additionally, he has come to me today to purchase materials for intermediate potions, preparing to refine level 4 spirit agility potions." Level 4 spirit agility potions, and he is attempting such a challenging potion right off the bat. Leslie's interest reignited at this revelation. While he had little interest in junior pharmacists due to their low profit margins, intermediate potions were an entirely different matter. Not only did they offer substantial profit potential, but the processing of intermediate potions, particularly level 4 spirit agility potions, could be deemed strategic resources capable of opening trade routes for any nation. And they were exempt from taxation, representing a classic example of products where added value surpassed profit. Moreover, as Kiard had described, Roland evidently belonged to the ranks of genius pharmacists. Should he attain the level of senior pharmacist in the future, he would become a veritable cash cow. Indeed, young Master Leslie, given his success rate with level 3 spirit agility potions, the level 4 agility potions may not pose a significant challenge for Roland. Kiard fervently extolled, eager to garner Leslie's attention. Although he was an employee dispatched directly by the kingdom to the Haglon Apothecary Guild, he had no intention of recommending Roland to the kingdom. After all, a junior pharmacist was unlikely to attract the kingdom's notice, and even if he did, it would not benefit Kiard much, as this was merely part of his job. However, should Roland capture Leslie's interest, Kiard, as the recommender, would undoubtedly reap the rewards. Yet, Leslie was evidently not easily swayed. After hearing Kiard's introduction, the spark of interest in his eyes abruptly extinguished, and he replied coolly, "Let him succeed in refining an intermediate potion first." Upon hearing this, Kiard grew anxious and wished to say more, but an elderly man in a butler's uniform stepped forward to block him. "Kiard the mage, let us conclude here for today. When Roland becomes a junior pharmacist, you may return, and young Master Leslie will certainly not overlook your merits." Upon hearing this, Kiard, though somewhat reluctant, nonetheless proceeded to leave the manor under the escort of the steward. Meanwhile, within the residence rented by Roland, the newly returned Roland headed straight to the basement. After categorizing the materials he had just procured, he commenced a diligent study of the information meticulously compiled by Enwa for him. This comprised various experiences, techniques, and precautions related to the concoction of intermediate potions. Roland immersed himself in study for 2 hours, and feeling a surge of confidence, he promptly embarked on his inaugural experiment in brewing an intermediate potion. Enwa, please document the process of concocting the 4th-level Spirit Motion Potion. Acknowledged, Master. 3 minutes later, a loud bang echoed. No, the spiritual energy contained within the 4th-level Dreamgrass is far too abundant. The failure was not unexpected. Yet it did nothing to dampen Roland's fighting spirit. He promptly delved back into the materials, seeking the cause. Enwa, document the 2nd attempt at concocting the 4th-level Spirit Motion Potion. Acknowledged, Master. 4 minutes later, another explosion resounded. Why did an ice element manifest amid the bay leaves? According to the records, bay leaves spontaneously generate ice elements when exposed to magical flames to resist damage. Is that so? Roland said, once again immersing himself in the materials. Enwa, document the 3rd attempt. Acknowledged, Master. 5 minutes later, yet another explosion occurred. I have been exceedingly cautious. Enwa. What is the reason this time? The fusion time of Mandrake and the sap from the white crystal ball was incorrect, resulting in a magical dispersion state, thereby causing the failure. Roland, in a fit of exasperation, raked his fingers through his disheveled hair, his expression one of frustration. Master, whether in past scientific experiments or current magical trials, patience remains a paramount condition. Moreover, I recall you were quite adept in this regard. Enwa's praise seemed to gradually restore some semblance of calm within Roland. In the past? There was no threat of death then? He replied with a rueful smile, Master, Enwa believes you can achieve success. There were no lengthy discourses or profound maxims, merely a simple expression of trust. Yet, it warmed Roland's heart, prompting him to tidy the cluttered wooden table and once more immerse himself in potion brewing. Endless beginnings and failures kept Roland's nerves taut for a full fortnight, until he was left with but a single batch of materials. In the basement, the once handsome youth had long since vanished. His hair a wild mess as if neglected for ages. His previously clear and gentle eyes were now bloodshot, laced with fatigue, while his robe bore the stains of his numerous failures, marked by potion spills and scorch marks from magical backlash. At that moment, with cracked lips and a weary countenance, Roland disregarded everything else, fixating intently on a vial of potion emanating a spectrum of colors resting on the table. Chapter 20. A surge in income. Have I succeeded? A low whisper resonated within the quiet confines of the basement, followed swiftly by an ecstatic, hoarse laughter. I did it. I finally did it. After a fortnight of restraint, all of Roland's pent-up negative emotions erupted at this moment. Enduring countless failures and witnessing the destruction of 20 batches of 4th-level magical materials, he had managed to concoct a single vial of 4th-level potion. Though it was a tremendous loss, Roland understood that as long as he had succeeded once, countless opportunities lay ahead, and these losses would be recouped in mere days. Congratulations, Master, on successfully concocting the 4th-level Spirit Motion Potion, Enwa commended. Upon hearing this, Roland paused for a moment before sincerely responding. Enwa, your contributions to the successful concoction of the 4th-level potion are immense. This was Roland's truth. He had failed over 100 times in the brewing techniques alone, and the crucial task of steadily infusing spiritual energy was tenfold more challenging. Without Enwa's assistance, Roland would have taken at least a year to achieve this feat, and he would have squandered countless magical materials in the process. Serving you is Enwa's honor. Thank you, Roland replied earnestly. This time, Enwa did not respond verbally, but instead displayed a smiling face composed of symbols on the ethereal blue screen before Roland. Witnessing this, a faint smile crept upon Roland's face, but it was quickly replaced by a startled exclamation. "Ah, what is that smell? It's horrid, Master. You have not left this basement for 5 days. I believe it is time to attend to your personal hygiene. Have I really not gone outside for 5 days?" Roland was taken aback, only to feel an unbearable hunger gnawing at his stomach indeed. After hearing Enwa's confirmation, Roland could no longer endure, and he promptly exited the basement. "Young master, you finally emerged." Old Nob appeared in the living room, his face lighting up with a smile at the sight of Roland. "Grandpa Nob, prepare a bath for me and make me a hearty dinner." "I feel as though I might perish from hunger," Roland exclaimed urgently. "Of course, young master, it will be ready shortly." Old Nob immediately set to work. After 5 days, Roland finally enjoyed a long-awaited hot bath and changed into a clean set of pajamas. After partaking in the dinner prepared by Old Nob, he collapsed into bed, seeking to alleviate the tension that had plagued him for the past fortnight. The following day, after a full 12 hours of sleep, Roland finally opened his eyes. Although his body still felt somewhat depleted, he no longer appeared as disheveled and haggard as he had the previous day. After exchanging greetings with Old Nob, Roland picked up a small box and set out once more. Meanwhile, at the Kingdom Apothecary Service Center within the Apothecary Guild, Kayad lay listlessly across the counter, his demeanor lacking vitality. Just then, upon spotting Roland entering with a small box, his face lit up with surprise. "Roland the apothecary, you've finally arrived." Noticing Kayad's unusually enthusiastic reaction, Roland felt a flicker of curiosity. "Seems you were waiting for me?" "Of course. With an apothecary as exceptional as you, I look forward to seeing you every day," Kayad replied warmly. Roland, still somewhat skeptical, assumed Kayad's enthusiasm stemmed from his desire to procure potions. "Master Kayad, you flatter me. I am but an ordinary apothecary, hardly deserving of such praise." Roland's modesty startled Kayad, igniting a sense of foreboding within him. Prompting him to cautiously inquire, "Roland the apothecary, have you succeeded in concocting intermediate potions?" "Well, I managed to succeed to some extent, though I did ruin many materials." Roland did not deny it, knowing that he would surely need to sell intermediate potions to earn gold. Rendering denial at this moment futile, upon hearing Roland's response, Kayad's jaw dropped in shock, his face a tableau of disbelief, though internally he was filled with disdain. "Is this what you call ordinary? What common apothecary could become an intermediate apothecary in their 20s? Yet, with this realization came excitement. If Roland were indeed recognized by Leslie, Kayad too stood to gain significantly. Unbeknownst to Roland, Kayad's mind was a whirlwind of emotions as time pressed on, and he was reluctant to waste much of it at the guild. "Master Kayad, I have come today to procure materials for 20 batches of 4th-level potion concoction." "Very well, please follow me." Kayad, quickly suppressing his astonishment, led Roland onward. In a brief moment, Roland expended 240 gold coins to acquire the necessary materials for 24th-level spirit motion potions. This time, he refrained from purchasing materials for 4th-level fire element potions, as he had not succeeded in brewing them throughout the past fortnight. Comparatively, 4th-level spirit motion potions were undoubtedly more expensive and in higher demand, solidifying Roland's decision to focus solely on their brewing in the time ahead. Once Roland departed, Kayad could no longer remain seated and promptly left the Apothecary Guild, heading northward through the city. Upon returning to his rented residence, Roland tidied up before immediately commencing his potion brewing for the day. Armed with the experience of his previous success, he followed a methodical approach. After 40 minutes, having failed twice and incurred losses exceeding 20 gold coins in materials, Roland successfully brewed yet another vial of 4th-level spirit motion potion. Gazing at the potion in his hand, which shimmered with a kaleidoscope of hues, excitement flickered in Roland's eyes. The cost of materials for a batch of 4th-level spirit motion potion was approximately 12 gold coins, with a selling price of 60 gold coins. Given Roland's current success rate, he could earn roughly 35 to 40 gold coins per potion brewed. Furthermore, each 4th-level spirit motion potion required 1.8 points of spiritual energy to produce, and with his current reserves, Roland could brew 2 vials each day. A day yields between 70 to 80 gold coins. Naturally, Roland remains hesitant to sell all the intermediate potions he has crafted. In fact, he does not even dare to disclose a success rate of 40% to outsiders. For what alchemist, having just achieved promotion, would boast such a success rate in concocting potions of the same level? Thus, after successfully brewing a 4th-tier agility potion, although his actual monthly income could reach a staggering 2,000 gold coins, the amount he retains is significantly less. There remains a considerable gap from the target set by Nuwa. However, there exists a notable distinction between intermediate and basic potions, namely, their unit price. A single bottle of intermediate potion sells for 60 gold coins, meaning that to meet the demands of establishing a territory, Roland would only need to discreetly sell an additional 30 to 40 bottles. This quantity, while still fraught with risk, pales in comparison to the over 100 bottles required for basic potions, making the sale of intermediate potions evidently more straightforward. This is precisely why Nuwa advised Roland to focus on crafting intermediate potions. In her risk assessment, the dangers associated with selling intermediate potions are less than those tied to basic potions. Following the completion of 2 rounds of potion brewing, Roland successfully produced 2 bottles of 4th-tier mental agility potions. He carefully set 1 bottle aside while taking the other to commence today's meditation. Nuwa, open my attribute panel. Acknowledged, Master. With a flicker of ethereal blue light, Roland's 4-dimensional attributes slowly materialized before him. Strength 1.2, Constitution 1.1, Agility 1.3, Spirit 3.67, Magic 5.27, Level 4 Mage. Over the course of a month and a half, with ample supplies of potions, Roland's strength has surged remarkably. Yet, this progress is somewhat below Nuwa's expectations, as Roland has developed a significant resistance to the 3rd-tier mental agility potions. Previously, consuming 1 bottle would yield an increase of 0.07 points in mental strength, but now it only provides an increase of 0.04 at this rate. By the time 3 months have passed, Roland may not even successfully transcend to a 5th-tier mage. Thus, he has opted to consume the 4th-tier mental agility potion today. Nuwa, record the process and effects of my consumption of the 4th-tier mental agility potion. Acknowledged, Master. With Nuwa's affirmation, Roland gently closed his eyes, relaxed his body, and promptly downed the 4th-tier agility potion in one swift motion. As a 4th-tier mage, while 3rd-tier potions still affect him, they are certainly far less potent than those corresponding to his current level. Consequently, upon consuming the 4th-tier mental agility potion, the energy that surged within him was several times stronger than that of the 3rd-tier potion. His consciousness became unprecedentedly clear and acute, and he even sensed a powerful surge of energy coursing through his mental realm. As the effects of the 4th-tier potion continued to unfold, the mental energy within Roland's mind blazed forth like a torch, radiating brilliance and vitality. However, this was soon followed by an overwhelming pressure, compelling his mental strength to endure a trial of expansion and transformation. An hour later, Roland gradually opened his eyes. Though his expression bore signs of fatigue, it did not detract from the excitement gleaming within. While he had yet to ascertain the extent of enhancement from Nuwa, the sensations he experienced indicated that the effects of the 4th-tier potion were indeed several times stronger than those of the 3rd-tier. Nuwa, how much has my mental strength increased? Beep, upon measurement, your consumption of the 4th-tier mental agility potion has resulted in an increase of 0.14.0.14. That's double the enhancement from the first consumption of the 3rd-tier mental agility potion. While this figure fell short of Roland's expectations, he remained exceedingly satisfied. After all, an increase of 0.14 points in mental strength brought him ever closer to the level of a 5th-tier mage. Nuwa, analyze the comparison between the 3rd and 4th-tier mental agility potions and reset my training regimen accordingly. Acknowledged, Master. Beep, comparison complete. Reset finalized. Show me. Received. Chapter 21. A sudden invitation. As the ethereal blue light materialized, Roland gained a clearer understanding of the efficacy of the 3rd and 4th-tier potions. The effects of the 4th-tier potion should be double that of the 3rd-tier. From this day forth, should he begin consuming 4th-tier potions? Roland estimated that he would only need half a month to break through to 5th-tier mage status. Conversely, continuing with the 3rd-tier potions, given the development of resistance, would require at least 2 more months to reach the same milestone. Having grasped the comparison between the two, Roland was determined not to endure unnecessary hardship. Achieving the rank of 5th tier mage sooner would provide him with greater assurance in the subsequent establishment of his territory. Consequently, Roland consumed another bottle of 3rd tier fire element agility potion to complete his meditation for the day. Just as he concluded his tasks and immersed himself in study, a soft knock echoed through the door. Prompting a frown from Roland, he had instructed Old Knob to refrain from disturbing him unless it was an urgent matter. The current knock undoubtedly indicated that Old Knob had encountered an emergency. So without delay, Roland ascended the stairs and opened the door. "Young master, a gentleman outside claims to be the steward of the Alaco family and wishes to pay his respects to you." Old Knob promptly informed him upon seeing Roland. "The Alaco family? A steward?" Roland's expression darkened slightly. Although the Alaco family was merely a count family, subordinate to the Solomon family, they remained the de facto rulers of Heglin City and were a formidable presence capable of easily annihilating him. The sudden arrival of the Alaco family raised immediate suspicions in Roland regarding the potential exposure of his secrets. However, upon recalling that he had yet to begin selling intermediate potions, he felt somewhat reassured. Nevertheless, a significant curiosity lingered in his heart, prompting him to follow Old Knob to the door. At that moment, a man clad in a meticulously tailored steward's attire stood patiently at the entrance. The man appeared to be in his 40s, with silver-gray hair tidily combed back, and the passage of time had etched a few wrinkles onto his face, adding to his mature demeanor. Upon spotting Roland behind Old Knob, his eyes brightened instantly. "Greetings, Alchemist Roland. I hail from the Alaco family, currently serving Master Leslie. You may call me Tim." "Leslie?" Roland paused, perplexed as to how the second son of the Alaco family had found him. "Do you know my young master, Alchemist Roland?" Tim inquired tentatively. Hearing Tim's question, Roland's lips twitched, reflecting on how difficult it would be not to recognize someone with Leslie's notoriously brash demeanor. Indeed, Master Leslie's reputation precedes him. "I am certainly aware of him. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit today, Steward Tim?" Roland, unable to decipher Tim's intentions, opted not to waste time and asked directly. "Master Leslie has heard of a talented alchemist emerging in Heglin City and has specifically come to invite you to dinner. Wishing to discuss the intricacies of alchemy with you, is Leslie also an alchemist?" Roland inquired, curiosity evident on his face. "You shall find out in due time," Tim replied cryptically, maintaining an air of mystery. Sensing a hint of caution rising within him, Roland continued to question, "This evening, then? Indeed, Master Leslie has prepared a banquet and awaits your gracious presence." Observing Tim's sincere enthusiasm, Roland felt uncertain about the true intentions behind Leslie's invitation. However, given his current capabilities, he had no standing to refuse an invitation from the Alaco family. Moreover, there was no need to decline, as long as he did not divulge the secret of possessing the chip. Roland doubted Leslie would dare to act openly against a pioneering knight. After a moment of contemplation, he gently nodded and replied, "It would be my honor, but please allow me to change into more appropriate attire. As you can see, I have just completed a magical experiment that, of course, my young master is very patient with you." Tim responded with a warm smile. "Very well." After Roland finished speaking, he turned and returned to his bedroom. Donning a brand new robe of a mage, he deliberately affixed both the badge of an intermediate mage and that of the pioneer knights to the left side of his chest. Once he was properly attired, Roland, accompanied by Old Knob, boarded a luxurious carriage that Tim had prepared in advance. Setting off towards the northern part of the city point, 4 pure white horses pulled the opulent carriage as it sped down the broad streets of Heglin City, heedless of the startled pedestrians who hurriedly stepped aside. Just as they regained their composure and prepared to unleash a torrent of curses, their eyes were caught by the blue ocean emblem embedded atop the carriage, causing their outrage to evaporate and their expressions to shift from anger to fear. This emblem represented the ruling Oroco family of Heglin City, a noble family of earls. Witnessing this scene from within the carriage, Roland couldn't help but gain a renewed understanding of the Oroco family's power. Before long, in less than 20 minutes, the carriage came to a gentle halt in front of a magnificently adorned manor in the northern part of the city. Under Tim's guidance, the two men stepped into the estate. Although Roland felt a slight tension in his heart, he maintained a composed demeanor, quietly surveying his surroundings. A splendid fountain graced the courtyard, with water cascading from the hands of an angel statue. While the lush, rare vegetation on either side was meticulously tended, and the surrounding walls were adorned with exquisite reliefs, their patterns clear and elegant, undoubtedly crafted by a master artisan. Overall, this was a lavish manor reeking of gold, perfectly aligning with the image Roland held of the Iroko family. As the controllers of Heglin City, the Iroko family was renowned as a golden family in the Terra Kingdom, their wealth surpassing even that of dukes within the realm. To the Iroko family, a mere manor was but a drop in the ocean. Thus, while Roland was somewhat awestruck, he was not overtly shocked. Before long, in just a moment, Tim led Roland into a small reception hall. The decor within was equally sumptuous. A long table was already laden with a variety of delicacies, the exquisite dishes shimmering under the glow of magical lights. Along the sides of the hall stood a row of graceful young maidens clad in servant attire, each possessing a stunning beauty and tall stature. Upon seeing Roland, they immediately bowed and greeted him in unison. "Welcome, Apothecary Roland." Their melodious and sweet voices were utterly enchanting. At that moment, Roland couldn't help but curse these damned nobles in his heart for monopolizing so many beautiful maidens. Yet his gaze involuntarily lingered on each maid, captivated and reluctant to part. "Apothecary Roland, please," Tim said, showing no hint of disdain for Roland's reaction as he personally pulled out a chair for him. "Thank you." Reluctantly tearing his gaze away, Roland sat down, quietly awaiting the true host of the evening. In truth, after entering the reception hall, the tension in Roland's heart gradually eased, for Tim's demeanor, along with the lavish feast before him and the striking maidens standing by, conveyed Leslie's goodwill towards him. Indeed, Roland did not have to wait long. Within a few minutes, Leslie, dressed in formal attire, appeared at the doorway. Upon spotting Roland seated at one side of the long table, a warm smile spread across his face. "I apologize for keeping you waiting, Apothecary Roland. It is a pleasure to meet you." His gentle and friendly smile felt like a warm breeze, naturally evoking a sense of intimacy. Had Roland not witnessed Leslie's earlier ruckus at the city hall, he would have undoubtedly felt a strong affinity for the man before him. Nevertheless, he still stood and returned a polite smile, saying, "Young Master Leslie, I have only just arrived myself." "That's good to hear. Please, take a seat. You are my esteemed guest today," Leslie invited with enthusiasm. Once they were seated, the maidens on either side moved in unison to refill Leslie's and Roland's glasses with fine wine, placing exquisite dishes before them with practiced elegance, causing Roland's gaze to linger once more on their graceful movements. "Do you like them?" Leslie suddenly inquired. "What?" Roland momentarily failed to grasp the question. "Do you like them?" Leslie gestured towards the maidens attending to them. This left Roland stunned. Confronted by Leslie's direct challenge to his vulnerabilities, he fought the impulse to rise and call him brother, until he fully understood Leslie's intentions. He was not about to accept his goodwill recklessly. Witnessing the blush of embarrassment and awkwardness on Roland's face, Leslie erupted into hearty laughter. Yet, there was no mockery or disdain in his laughter. It felt more like playful banter between friends, prompting Roland to chuckle as well, increasing his fondness for Leslie considerably. Thus, the two men, harboring mutual goodwill, enjoyed an engaging dinner, discussing a myriad of topics, from the mundane to the romantic. Though primarily it was Leslie who spoke while Roland listened, for apart from the burdensome past and the knowledge of alchemy left to him by his predecessor, he had little to boast about. Chapter 22. A generous gift. After the dinner, the two moved to an elegant study, where only Tim remained as company. Roland understood that it was now time to delve into the main topic at hand. Roland, the illegitimate son of the head of the Solomon family, a graduate of the 325th class of the Noble Magic Academy, mentored by senior mage Theophile, you have published several papers on alchemy within the Academy and received accolades. Last year, you participated in the Pioneer Knights assessment and were successfully selected, Leslie began, his gaze calm and devoid of any pretense. However, upon hearing this, Roland's expression shifted, his brow furrowing as he regarded Leslie with a wary glint in his eyes. "You investigated me, Roland. You can discern from my hospitality today that I harbor no ill intentions." I wish to befriend you, Leslie replied earnestly. Becoming friends? Your methods of friendship are rather peculiar, Roland retorted sarcastically. Displeased, Leslie, clearly catching the hint of Roland's dissatisfaction, spoke apologetically. Roland, due to my status, there are times I cannot act solely according to my will. However, I believe that friendships should be founded on sincerity, hence my disclosure. Leslie's earnest demeanor softened Roland's displeasure somewhat, and he recalled the recent rumors he had heard. It was said that the head of the Oroko family was aging and had reached the juncture of selecting an heir. However, the eldest son, Kirill Oroko, had always displayed mediocrity and average capabilities, while the second son, Leslie, was known for his exceptional skills, having successfully opened several new trade routes for the Oroko family, thus garnering substantial profits. Despite his less-than-stellar reputation, he had earned considerable support from many elders within the family. Consequently, the Oroko family was now embroiled in a succession dispute, with tensions escalating between the elder and younger sons. The incident from over a month ago, when Leslie caused a stir at the city hall, was reportedly orchestrated by the elder son, Kirill. Thus, it was only natural for Leslie to harbor a degree of caution towards the suddenly appearing Roland, making his investigation entirely reasonable. Having grasped this point, Roland's dissatisfaction lessened significantly, yet his perception of Leslie still declined, for no one relished having their personal information laid bare before another. That moment. Leslie seemed aware of this discomfort and continued, Roland, as I understand it, you have not garnered much attention from the head of the Solomon family. Upon hearing this, Roland let out a bitter laugh. Is that not evident? If I had the support of Zhu Ruot, would I be toiling day and night in Heglin City to concoct potions? I would have set sail to establish my own territory long ago. But I can assist you, Leslie replied earnestly. Investing in a pioneer knight would undoubtedly be a high-risk endeavor for others, but for Leslie, the second son of the Oroko family, it was not an insurmountable task. Although he lacked the ability to change Roland's identity, as the controller of Heglin City, the Oroko family maintained intricate connections with various factions across the Sea of 10,000 Islands. Thus, even amid the perilous waters and frequent conflicts, he was confident in his ability to protect Roland's safety. Moreover, considering Roland's current predicament, his assistance was undoubtedly invaluable. Why would you help me? Are you not concerned about inciting the displeasure of the Solomon family? You should be well aware of their attitude towards me, Roland responded, momentarily taken aback and somewhat incredulous. The displeasure of the Solomon family? Leslie gently shook his head. Although there was no hint of disdain on his face, neither was there any sign of fear. Roland, you may have been immersed in magical experiments for years, and thus may not fully understand the nobility of the kingdom, especially the great houses. While the Solomon family is indeed powerful, they are currently expending all their efforts to counter the threats posed by the Orc Empire. If it weren't for the support from various factions within the kingdom, do you really think that a single resplendent city could withstand the advance of hundreds of thousands of Orc troops? This was the first time Roland had received an impression of the Solomon family from an outsider. In the memories of his former self, the might of the Solomon family loomed like a nightmare over him, leaving no room for even the slightest courage to resist. However, from Leslie's words, it seemed that the current situation of the Solomon family was not as favorable as he had imagined. Furthermore, although our Orok family is merely a countly house, it does not mean I need to concede to the Solomon family, Leslie asserted with great confidence. Roland concurred with this point. Although the Orok family's territory consisted solely of the city of Heglon, the annual revenue from Heglon alone was comparable to that of a wealthy province in the Terra Kingdom, in the Saint Nua continent. Gold coins represented power. Yet, a tremendous doubt lingered in Roland's heart, prompting him to ask again, young Master Leslie, even if the formidable Orok family is not afraid of the Solomon family, what value do I possess that warrants your effort to befriend me? Indeed, Roland was acutely aware of his own position. He was merely a level 4 mage, and although he could be considered a middling alchemist, his status as a bastard was looked down upon within noble circles. He could not comprehend why Leslie was making such an elaborate effort to extend his goodwill. Upon hearing this, Leslie's face immediately filled with an expression of disbelief, as if he had just heard the biggest joke in the world. Observing Leslie's reaction, Roland felt somewhat awkward, uncertain if he had said something amiss. Roland, it seems you are not quite aware of your future, Leslie remarked. My future? Roland was even more puzzled. Roland, do you understand what it means to become a mid-level alchemist by the age of 18? Leslie continued to inquire, is it really that difficult? Besides, I heard from Butler Tim that you are also an alchemist? Roland asked cautiously. Leslie's mouth twitched as he glanced silently at the unflinching Tim beside him, then smiled wryly. If the assessment for an alchemist is to clearly know the price, efficacy, and additional value of every potion, then I suppose I can also be considered an alchemist. Roland was at a loss for words. According to reliable statistics, becoming a mid-level alchemist by the age of 18 means that, as long as you do not meet an untimely end, the probability of becoming a high-level alchemist exceeds 50%. And the probability of reaching master level exceeds 20%. That is your future, is there such a statistic? Roland asked with curiosity. Indeed, this is information circulated among the great nobles, Leslie nodded, and then seemed to recall something as he continued. From this perspective, your relationship with the Solomon family may be even worse than I imagined. It is truly unbelievable that they would cast aside a talented alchemist. Then do you still wish to continue befriending me? Roland did not respond directly but rather asked with renewed interest. Why not? A future master-level alchemist is worth my investment, Leslie replied candidly, believing this to be his manifestation of sincerity. Indeed, this sentiment was greatly appreciated by Roland. Having just met Leslie, what value could he possibly offer? Very well, Leslie, you have moved me, and I am willing to be your friend, though at present, I may not be able to offer you much assistance. Roland replied earnestly after a moment of contemplation. Upon receiving Roland's response, a radiant smile finally broke out on Leslie's face. Roland, my friend, your continued progress in alchemy is the greatest assistance you can provide me. I believe I can manage that, Roland replied without modesty. After all, with the assistance of Nuwa, potion crafting was not a particularly challenging task for him. Haha, your confidence makes me all the more optimistic about your future. Leslie commended. Future? In just over a month, I will venture into the sea of 10,000 islands to establish a territory where danger abounds. Who knows, I might perish at the hands of sea monsters or pirates any day. What future could there be? Roland replied with a bitter smile. Seeing a potential friend with a wealthy background, Roland naturally feigned poverty, hoping to gain Leslie's further assistance. In response to Roland's lamentations, Leslie smiled slightly, clearly having been prepared for this moment. He then retrieved a document from his desk drawer and handed it to Roland. This is a gift from a friend. Roland was taken aback, but upon seeing Leslie's expectant gaze, he took the document and opened it. 1.100 healthy and strong slaves. 2.10 tons of rye, 2 tons of wheat, 2 tons of barley, and half a ton of various meats. 300 sets of agricultural tools. 4. A squad of elite mid-level warriors. 5.1 year of protection from the Black Knight Pirate Group. At that moment, Roland finally felt the sincerity of Leslie's gesture. All of the aforementioned items were gifts from Leslie, requiring no payment from him. Although he was unsure of the exact value of the last item regarding the Black Knight Pirate Group's protection, the first 4 alone were worth over 3,000 gold coins, which directly fulfilled Roland's needs for establishing a territory. My friend, are you satisfied? Leslie asked confidently, believing no pioneering knight could refuse such a generous gift. Indeed, I now feel the power of gold coins. Roland replied sincerely to haha, you will experience even more of it in the future. Leslie's satisfaction was evident, his smile widening. I look forward to it. Roland finally wore the first smile of the day. After seeing the smile on Roland's face, Leslie casually pulled out another document from his desk drawer and handed it to Roland. Roland, this is a trade contract. If you agree, I will become your agent for potions. Chapter 23. Signing the contract, Roland looked at the document before him and realized this was Leslie's true objective. The previous gifts were merely a prelude to this commercial collaboration. Thus, Roland carefully examined the trade contract. However, after a brief moment, his expression began to shift. The contract was not overly harsh. On the contrary, he could hardly see any profit for Leslie. The contract stipulated that Leslie would provide various magical materials to Roland at cost price, and purchase the potions Roland produced at market price, a condition far more favorable than if he sold directly to the kingdom. Although it was strictly noted that from the moment the contract was signed, All potions Roland sold externally must be sold to Leslie. Even so, the exchange would yield almost all the profit for Roland, leaving Leslie with merely the potions. What significance did that hold? Noticing Roland's puzzled expression, Leslie smiled slightly and said, "Roland, I previously mentioned that I am investing in your future, not your present. While basic potions may be one thing, the value of mid-level and high-level potions extends beyond their sale price. What I truly value is their additional worth. Moreover, with ample resources, your progress in alchemy will accelerate. The higher the grade of the potions you produce, the greater my gains will be." Listening to Leslie's candid explanation, a flicker of emotion crossed Roland's face. He had arrived at the banquet feeling apprehensive, initially expecting to face exploitation and manipulation, only to find himself gaining immense benefits from Leslie instead. A stark contrast to his preconceived image of him. Catching him entirely off guard. "Young Master Leslie, tonight I have witnessed your sincerity and generosity, leaving me with no reason to refuse you," Roland declared, pulling a magical pin from his pocket and swiftly signing his name at the bottom of the contract. Following Roland's signature, the harmonious atmosphere in the study reached its zenith. Leslie promptly instructed Tim to open a bottle of fine wine to celebrate the occasion. As their relationship deepened, Roland directly inquired about the last item in the earlier gift, the protection from the Black Knight pirate group. "Roland, do you know the annual death toll among pioneering knights venturing into the Sea of 10,000 Islands to establish territories?" Leslie did not answer but instead posed a question to Roland. Roland naturally could not know the specific numbers, having never encountered such reports. After seeing Roland shake his head, Leslie continued, "According to incomplete statistics, approximately 120 pioneering knights die each year in the Sea of 10,000 Islands. And do you know how many individuals attempt to establish territories there each year?" Roland shook his head again. "About 140. Although Roland had long been mentally prepared, he was still taken aback by the brutal figures. 140 had departed, with 120 meeting their demise. This was not the expansion of territory. It was a procession to sacrifice lives. This time, Leslie refrained from further inquiries and spoke directly. Every year, over 120 pioneering knights perish, with 50% falling victim to the plundering of the Pirate Alliance, 40% succumbing to the machinations of the Noble Council, and the remaining 10% perishing at the hands of sea monsters. The Pirate Alliance? The Noble Council? How could these factions, representing the human race, dare to act against pioneering knights? Roland exclaimed in disbelief. While he did not regard the title of pioneering knight as a guarantee of survival, it was historically established by the ancient human alliance to carve out a living space for humanity, thus affording them protection from the entire human coalition. Consequently, few dared to harm a pioneering knight openly, as doing so would invite the scorn and even retribution of all mankind. Leslie offered a wry smile and said, "The situation has drastically changed. The status of pioneering knights has diminished since ancient times. While it may still hold some weight on the mainland, where few would dare to confront a knight under the watchful eyes of various nations, in the chaotic waters of the Thousand Islands Sea. Do you truly believe that the identity of a pioneering knight will ensure your safety? Moreover, despite the vastness of the Thousand Islands Sea, years of development have left little unclaimed territory in recent years. Every knight venturing to establish territory is, in fact, seizing living space from the Pirate Alliance and the Noble Council. Do you think these two formidable factions will allow such a situation to persist?" Leslie's explanation caused Roland's heart to sink. Although he had prepared for the challenges of the Thousand Islands Sea, he had not anticipated the dire extent of the situation. Once he set foot in those waters, he would become a thorn in the sides of the two colossal entities, the Pirate Alliance and the Noble Council. How could he navigate such treacherous waters? So, the protection of the Black Knight pirate group is essential to avoid attacks from the Pirate Alliance? Roland asked anxiously. Indeed, without the shelter provided by the Black Knight pirate group, no matter how well prepared your supplies are, it would be exceedingly difficult for you to last even a month, Leslie replied. Roland found Leslie's words credible, as he saw no reason for Leslie to deceive him. A sense of relief washed over him. Fortunately, he had not recklessly ventured into the Thousand Islands Sea, or he might have already fallen victim to pirates or other nobles. "What about the Noble Council? Will they not attack me?" Roland, prioritizing his safety, disregarded his own image and pressed for answers. Hearing his inquiry, a hint of exasperation crossed Leslie's face as he retorted, "Roland, did you not take the time to understand the power dynamics of the Thousand Islands Sea?" "Well, not really," Roland replied innocently. He had been so focused on concocting potions necessary for establishing territory that he had not delved deeply into the various factions in the Thousand Islands Sea, unaware that both the Pirate Alliance and the Noble Council might target him. "You are quite fortunate to have encountered me. I feel as if I have become your caretaker," Leslie remarked. "Are we not friends?" Roland quickly adopted a conciliatory demeanor. "Friends? I urge you to return and thoroughly educate yourself about the challenges you will soon face. Do not let it be said that you have never even heard of the Black Knight Pirate Group's reputation. I will take your advice and ensure to gather information on this matter," Roland promised earnestly. Seeing Roland's commitment, Leslie nodded with satisfaction and continued, "The Black Knight Pirate Group is one of the 7 super pirate groups within the Pirate Alliance, ranking 3rd in strength. With their protection, not only will other pirate groups refrain from targeting you, but even the Noble Council will think twice before acting against you. Do you understand?" "Yes, I understand," Roland nodded repeatedly, albeit still somewhat unclear about the significance of the 7 super pirate groups. Nevertheless, he recognized that Leslie seemed to have found him a powerful ally. "Before you embark on establishing your territory, the Black Knight Pirate Group will send someone to provide you with maps, allowing you to select an island." "Maps? Select an island?" Roland was momentarily stunned, vowing to return and thoroughly investigate further information about the Thousand Islands Sea. "Yes, they will delineate an island within their domain that you can claim as your territory. Of course, the island will not be overly large, so prepare yourself mentally," Leslie explained. "Such attentive service? They even assign islands?" Roland exclaimed, astonished. "Certainly, but if you choose an island within the Noble Council's jurisdiction, they would not honor the contract, and I spent a considerable sum for this arrangement," Leslie added, somewhat exasperated. Roland managed an awkward smile, quickly raising his glass to clink it against Leslie's, before downing its contents in one go. Leslie, seeing this, sighed and took a small sip from his own glass. "Lord Leslie, you surely do not wish to see your friend come to harm. Would you mind sharing some insights on the precautions one should take when establishing territory?" Roland placed his glass down with a smile. "Roland, I am not your caretaker," Leslie feigned annoyance. "True, but you are my friend. I somewhat regret the decision I made earlier. The contract has been signed. Your noble character would not wish to breach it, would you?" Roland quickly flattered Leslie. "Fine, you win." Leslie, feeling pleased, decided not to pursue the matter further. In the ensuing hours, under Leslie's detailed guidance, Roland's understanding of the situation in the Thousand Islands Sea expanded significantly, particularly given that Leslie, as the second heir of the Orroke family, possessed knowledge that was largely inaccessible to outsiders. One could even argue that the insights Leslie shared that night were worth as much as his gifts. It was not until the deep of night that Roland reluctantly departed from Leslie's estate, boarding the carriage Leslie had prepared for him to return to his rented lodgings. After Roland's departure, only Leslie and Tim remained in the study. "Master, this Roland seems rather foolish. Supporting him might carry significant risks." Tim expressed his concerns. However, Leslie's expression had shifted to a calm demeanor, his gaze placid as he looked at the chair where Roland had sat before speaking softly. "Tim, do you know of the St. Paul family? The St. Paul, one of the 4 guardian families of the Holy Light Empire?" Tim was taken aback, unsure why Leslie would bring up the seemingly unrelated St. Paul family. The St. Paul family, bearing the name Saint, indicates their esteemed status within the Holy Light Empire. This ancient and enigmatic family possesses unfathomable strength, with legendary protectors in every generation, their influence spanning the entirety of the human realm, wielding power that nearly reaches the pinnacle of nobility. Indeed, do you know how they achieved their current standing? Leslie inquired again. "That I do not know, my lord," Tim admitted with a tinge of shame. Yet Leslie showed no sign of concern, continuing, 800 years ago, the St. Paul family was inconspicuous within the Holy Light Empire, holding merely a baronial title and governing a small town. However, the then patriarch, disregarding the opinions of the rest of the family, resolutely decided to fund Lucifagus, then a mere novice alchemist, and signed an exclusive agency contract for his potions. "Lucifagus? Tim murmured the unfamiliar name, only to suddenly change his expression, exclaiming, "Lysipphagus, the divine alchemist who developed the elixir of the gods." Leslie nodded slightly, continuing, "With the financial backing of the St. Paul family, Lysipphagus suddenly revealed his extraordinary talent in alchemy. Consequently, the St. Paul family, as his exclusive potion agent, soared to greatness, and to this day, they continue to bask in the afterglow of Lysipphagus' contributions." Tim, upon hearing this, felt no surprise that the powerful St. Paul family still enjoyed the benefits of another's success. For the one who had sheltered them was indeed Lysipphagus, the creator of the elixir of the gods. The elixir of the gods, often referred to as a miracle, could transform an ordinary individual into a high-level saint, reaching level 18 within a mere month, all without any side effects. However, Roland might not necessarily become Lysipphagus. The odds were too slim. Tim shook his head. "But my investment is minimal. As long as Roland becomes a high-level alchemist, I will recoup my costs, and if he becomes a master alchemist, my returns will exceed tenfold," Leslie asserted. At this point, Tim's concerns faded, replaced by admiration as he said, "Master, you are truly astute in the coming days. Keep a close eye on Roland. At the very least, do not let him die easily. I shall heed your command." Chapter 24. Hiring a mercenary company. On the other side, Roland, who had just returned to his rented accommodation, found himself utterly devoid of sleep. This evening's revelations and intelligence from Leslie had completely disrupted all his prior plans. Based on the information we previously gathered, how credible is Leslie's account tonight? Beep. After comparison, the accuracy of the intelligence shared by Leslie tonight stands at an impressive 95%, Enwa promptly replied. Her analysis aligned closely with Roland's estimations. As the second heir of the Alaco family, Leslie had no need to expend such effort in deceiving him. Thus, the likelihood that his statements were truthful was exceedingly high. However, it was precisely because of this truthfulness that Roland found himself compelled to collaborate anew with Enwa to devise a fresh strategy. Yet, before proceeding, Roland began to scrutinize the various factions within the Sea of 10,000 Islands, which might potentially become adversaries in the future. Integrate all the information provided by Leslie tonight into the map of the Sea of 10,000 Islands, and mark it for my review. Understood, Master. As the ethereal blue screen materialized, Enwa presented an even more detailed map of the Sea of 10,000 Islands, distinctly highlighting the dominions of the three major powers in three different colors. Roland's gaze instinctively gravitated towards the territory occupied by the Black Knight Pirate Group. As one of the most formidable pirate factions within the Sea of 10,000 Islands, the Black Knight Pirate Group boasted of vast strength and numerous formidable warriors. Led by Captain Dylan Ficanando, a professional warrior of the impressive 15th rank, commanding over 10,000 elite pirates primarily stationed in the Biland Sea, one of the 6 major maritime regions of the Sea of 10,000 Islands. However, the Black Knight Pirate Group did not dominate the Biland Sea unchallenged. The Mandy's family, a countship affiliated with the Kingdom of Outland, also held sway in the region, standing in direct opposition to them. Within the camps of these two great powers, several large pirate factions and Viscount families trailed closely behind, their territories intricately intertwined and exceedingly complex. Yet, the Biland Sea, located at the northernmost part of the Sea of 10,000 Islands and bordering the Orc Empire, was not particularly favorable in terms of wealth or geographical desirability for territorial expansion. Nevertheless, with Leslie's involvement now in the picture, Roland found himself compelled to reconsider. After all, being under the protection of the Black Knight Pirate Group would significantly bolster his safety. Enwa, after deducting the expenses for purchasing slaves, food, and farming tools, how many gold coins and potions can I retain before embarking on territorial expansion? Roland inquired. Beep. After calculations, Master will possess 1,600 gold coins, along with 85 intermediate potions and 50 primary potions. How come there are so many intermediate potions? Roland was taken aback. Currently, he could only brew 2 4th-level potions daily, and after a month and a half, he could produce at most 90, with some reserved for trade with Leslie and for personal use. He had anticipated that retaining around 50 would already be quite commendable. Upon calculation, in 15 days, Master will attain the rank of 5th-level mage, at which point your mental capacity will allow you to brew 3 intermediate potions daily. You really treat me like a beast of burden. Roland realized the implications, responding with a hint of exasperation. For your own safety, you must exert yourself more diligently, did I understand. With such a bountiful stockpile of potions at his disposal, Roland's plans could be further advanced. Although Leslie had been exceedingly sincere in his demeanor, Roland could not place his life entirely in the hands of another's goodwill. Therefore, he would ensure his own preparations were equally thorough, if not more so. Time flew by. After signing a commercial cooperation agreement with Leslie, Roland ensconced himself within his rented quarters, stepping outside only once to attend a potionist conference hosted by Orson. He remained wholly devoted to potion brewing, meditating without falter. Finally, after half a month, having consumed the 6th 4th level mental agility potion, he successfully broke through to the standards of a 5th level mage. Wah. Display my current attributes. Understood, Master. Strength, 1.2 Constitution, 1.1 Agility, 1.3 Mentality, 2.34 Magic Power, 6.17 level. 5th level mage beholding his mental capacity elevated to 8 points, reaching the criteria of a 5th level mage. A faint smile of satisfaction appeared on Roland's face. Although he still classified as a mid-tier mage, he was now capable of casting 5th level spells, which had seen an increase in potency of over 30% compared to 4th level spells, marking a significant enhancement in his capabilities. Moreover, having transcended to 5th level mage status, Roland could now brew 3 potions daily, requiring only 3 points of mental capacity for his daily meditation, leading to a genuine increase in his productivity of 1/3. To celebrate his breakthrough, Roland specifically instructed Old Knob to prepare a lavish feast, uncorking a bottle of fruit wine. Though it paled in comparison to what he had savored at Leslie's, it still offered him considerable satisfaction. At that moment, a sudden knock echoed at the door, accompanied by Jonathan's voice from outside. Esteemed Apothecary Roland, Jonathan presents himself. At this, Roland inclined his head slightly towards Old Knob. Upon receiving Roland's signal, Old Knob promptly moved to the door, opening it to admit Jonathan. Has it truly taken this long for news to arrive? Roland gently set down his cutlery upon seeing Jonathan, curiosity evident in his voice. I sincerely apologize, Apothecary Roland. Due to the thriving commerce in the city of Hegeland, many mercenary groups are perpetually engaged in missions. Furthermore, adhering to your request, I dared not make arbitrary selections, which led to significant delays, Jonathan replied apologetically. Being cautious is commendable, but do we have results today? Roland pressed on, refraining from reproaching Jonathan. Indeed, we do. The 3 mercenary groups presented here are all quite reputable in both strength and reputation. You may peruse them, Jonathan stated, promptly retrieving a piece of rough paper from his bosom and respectfully offering it to Roland. Interest piqued, Roland accepted it eagerly and began to scrutinize the recorded details. Although Leslie had previously prepared an elite squad of intermediate warriors for him, Roland could not entrust his life entirely to the hands of others. Moreover, he believed that a mere squad of intermediate warriors was insufficient. Thus, half a month prior, he had commissioned Jonathan to seek a mercenary group with an impeccable reputation to safeguard him during his territorial expansion. However, he hadn't anticipated that it would take Jonathan this long to identify suitable candidates. The paper, composed of papyrus and far less costly than luxurious parchment, was nevertheless favored by many lower-class citizens. According to the records, Jonathan had identified 3 mercenary groups that might suit Roland's needs. The Loyal Lion Mercenary Group, led by O'Neill Gior, comprised around 100 members with a 7th-level advanced warrior as their captain. They were well-equipped, and their reputation was stellar. During a previous escort mission, they had encountered a formidable band of robbers, but chose to prioritize the safety of their employer, suffering 30% casualties without abandoning their charge, marking them as a paragon within the mercenary realm. Their hiring price was approximately 1,000 gold coins per month. The Cold Iron Mercenary Group, helmed by Jackson Duran, boasted an 8th-level advanced warrior, numbering around 120 members. Their approach was notably conservative, and they placed immense value on promises. Their hiring fee was around 900 gold coins monthly. The Valley Mercenary Group, under the leadership of Bertus Carazo, also featured an 8th-level advanced warrior, comprising around 140 members, showcasing superior strength compared to the previous 2 groups, with a commendable track record of completed missions. Their hiring cost was also approximately 1,000 gold coins per month. Upon reviewing the costs of these mercenary groups, Roland could not help but gasp. While he was aware that maintaining a mercenary group of 100 members would entail significant expenses, he had not anticipated them to be this exorbitant. However, upon reflection, he recognized that the average monthly salary in Hegeland City reached 2 gold coins, and for mercenaries who risked their lives, a 5-fold increase in income did not seem unreasonable. Moreover, considering the number of professionals within the mercenary groups, the hiring costs appeared to fall within logical bounds. Having come to this realization, Roland ceased to dwell on the matter and inquired of Jonathan. I noticed that the Loyal Lion mercenary group appears to be the weakest of the three. Yet how is it that their hiring price aligns with that of the strongest Valley mercenary group? Since completing that particular task, the Loyal Lion mercenary group has garnered favor among various merchants in Hegeland City. Whenever conditions permit, merchants prioritize hiring them, hence the elevated price. Jonathan elucidated that I see. So they are quite in demand. Indeed, I awaited the conclusion of their last mission before reporting back to you. Upon hearing this, Roland felt a stir of emotions and couldn't help but continue to inquire of Jonathan. Indeed, could you arrange a meeting with the leader of the Loyal Lion Mercenary Corps for me tomorrow? Regarding his own safety, Roland had always prioritized it above all else in any plan. Even when it came to hiring mercenaries, he would rather employ a less formidable but reputable mercenary group than one that was powerful yet untrustworthy. In the disorderly realm of the Archipelago Sea, reputation became the greatest assurance for a mercenary group. Roland certainly did not wish to meet his demise at the hands of those he had hired. Therefore, although the strength of the Loyal Lion Mercenary Corps did not seem to match their hiring price, their reputation greatly enhanced Roland's regard for them. Of course, it is my honor. Here is your remuneration, Roland concluded, producing 5 gold coins from his pocket and handing them to Jonathan. Faced with such a generous reward, Jonathan's face lit up with joy, and he expressed his gratitude profusely. Chapter 25. The Loyal Lion Mercenary Corps. The next day, in the early morning, Jonathan demonstrated remarkable efficiency, having arranged a meeting for Roland with the leader of the Loyal Lion Mercenary Corps, O'Neill Gure, within just one night. The three convened at the Mercenary Guild, an official organization directly established by the Kingdom of Terra. However, compared to the Alchemist Guild, the kingdom exercised significantly stronger control over the Mercenary Guild. Every hiring task required notarization by the Mercenary Guild, and the kingdom would extract a portion of the task's remuneration. Moreover, there were stringent regulations governing the scale of various mercenary groups, coupled with a deposit system that elevated the entry barriers for mercenary corps. After all, while the profession of an alchemist is both rare and immensely beneficial to the kingdom's strength, mercenaries are considered rather inconsequential to Terra. The disparity in status between the two is like that between clouds and mud. Under Jonathan's guidance, Roland stepped into the Mercenary Guild of Hegeland City for the first time. In stark contrast to the Alchemist Guild, the environment here was undeniably far more chaotic, with throngs of people milling about, raucous voices rising and falling as they boasted of their past valor. What astonished Roland even more was the sight of a duel taking place in one corner of the hall. Although neither combatant utilized any combat aura, the punches landed with resounding force, eliciting cheers from the onlookers. Witnessing this scene, Roland couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. While the spectacle was somewhat novel, he had been profoundly influenced by the circumstances of the Archipelago Sea, leading him to dislike such disorderly settings. Please bear with me, Alchemist Roland. O'Neill Gure has arrived and is waiting for you in the reception room, Jonathan said apologetically. Lead the way, Roland nodded in response. A moment later, Roland and Jonathan entered a quiet room. The furnishings were quite simple, with only 4 chairs surrounding a round table. Inside, a middle-aged man clad in armor was already present. He appeared to be in his 30s or 40s, with a resolute gaze and a robust physique. His exposed arms were thickly muscled, resembling tempered steel. Upon noticing Roland behind Jonathan, he immediately rose and inquired in a deep voice. Alchemist Roland? Indeed, that is I. Roland stepped forward from behind Jonathan, looking up at the middle-aged man. I am O'Neill Gure, the leader of the Loyal Lion Mercenary Corps. I extend my greetings to you, O'Neill said respectfully. Despite his higher professional rank, O'Neill's humility was evident in the presence of Roland, a mid-level alchemist. Leader O'Neill, Please take a seat. Roland smiled, feeling a slight fondness for O'Neill's demeanor. If even a mercenary couldn't respect their employer, how could Roland expect them to ensure his safety? Once seated, Jonathan naturally took on the role of attendant, pouring steaming cups of tea for both men. I have heard from Jonathan that you wish to hire our mercenary corps to protect you as you establish your territory. O'Neill initiated the conversation after they were seated. Indeed, Jonathan highly recommended you, and I have also learned through other channels that the Loyal Lion Mercenary Corps enjoys a stellar reputation and credibility. Roland praised, and O'Neill's face immediately brightened with a hint of pride upon receiving Roland's commendation, as this was indeed a point of pride for their mercenary corps. You flatter us, Alchemist Roland. We are merely fulfilling our basic duties. Nevertheless, not every mercenary corps is capable of fulfilling even the most basic responsibilities. You have every reason to take pride in your achievements. A.S. Roland endeavored to foster rapport. O'Neill's smile broadened. However, O'Neill was not one to lose sight of the primary purpose of his visit. He leaned in slightly, lowering his voice. Alchemist Roland, may I inquire where you plan to establish your territory? The Bylon Sea. Have you made arrangements regarding the local connections there? O'Neill asked, his expression betraying a hint of tension, clearly indicating the importance of the question. Previously, Roland would have been caught off guard by O'Neill's inquiry, but after Leslie's guidance, he instantly grasped O'Neill's intent. Thus, he responded with composure, the Black Knight Pirate Corps will provide protection for my territory for 1 year. Upon hearing the name of the Black Knight Pirate Corps, O'Neill's face momentarily flickered with surprise, evidently familiar with their reputation. Realizing that Roland had successfully established contact with the Black Knight Pirate Corps, he immediately exhaled in relief. He had witnessed too many pioneering knights rashly venture into the archipelago sea without the protection of the local powerful factions, often resulting in their tragic demise. Therefore, had Roland not made such preparations, O'Neill would have categorically refused to accept Roland's commission. Should they follow Roland into the sea to establish a territory, they would not only have to contend with marine beasts, but also withstand internal strife from various factions within the archipelago sea, a burden far beyond what a newly formed mercenary corps could bear. Alchemist Roland, I have another question, O'Neill continued, somewhat hesitantly. Please, go ahead, Roland responded without any hint of annoyance, as making a careful choice was crucial for both parties. May I ask, if we reach an agreement in potential future battles, will our mercenary corps prioritize the safety of your territory or your life? Faced with O'Neill's question, Roland couldn't help but cast a sidelong glance at him. Such a nuanced inquiry starkly contrasted with his imposing figure. The safety of the territory and Roland's life, while seemingly similar, represented two distinct concepts for the Loyal Lion Mercenary Corps. This decision would dictate their strategic deployment in future battles. If Roland prioritized the safety of the territory, they would be compelled to protect the entire area, placing them under significant pressure. Conversely, if Roland's safety was the priority, they would merely need to focus on safeguarding him, substantially alleviating their defensive burden. After a moment of contemplation, Roland replied earnestly, in the face of an insurmountable enemy, the priority will be to protect my life. However, in battles of equal strength, the safety of the entire territory will take precedence. Upon hearing this, O'Neill fell silent, deep in thought. The prosperous trade environment of Hegeland City had attracted numerous mercenary corps, resulting in intense competition within the mercenary industry. Although the Loyal Lion Mercenary Corps had a good reputation and was well-liked, they were not inundated with tasks on a daily basis. Furthermore, the eastern coastal cities of the Terra Kingdom were well-connected, enabling many tasks to be completed in a matter of days or, at most, half a month, significantly impacting their earnings. However, accepting Roland's commission would not only spare them the exhaustion of constant travel, but also provide them with a stable and generous income each month. Not to mention, Roland was an alchemist. He understood the immense value of forging an alliance with a fellow alchemist. Yet, the volatile situation of the archipelago sea plunged him into a quandary. After all, compared to the kingdom, the archipelago sea was a realm of chaos. Even with the protection of the Black Knight Pirate Corps, the occurrence of war could not be completely avoided. Observing O'Neill's prolonged silence, Roland refrained from speaking. This was inherently a mutual selection. As Roland chose them, they were also choosing this task. Moreover, the hiring price of the Loyal Lion Mercenary Corps had already far exceeded their scale. leaving Roland with no intention of increasing the stakes further at long last. After what seemed like an eternity, O'Neill's eyes flashed with resolve, and he replied earnestly, "Alchemist Roland, the loyal Lion Mercenary Corps is willing to accept your commission." In response to O'Neill's answer, a flicker of joy surged within Roland, yet he did not immediately agree. Instead, he posed a question, "Leader O'Neill, how many professionals does your loyal Lion Mercenary Corps currently have?" Upon hearing the words, O'Neill immediately understood that it was Roland's turn to begin assessing them, and thus he promptly replied, "Our mercenary group currently has a total of 105 registered members, among whom I am the sole senior warrior, accompanied by 5 intermediate warriors, 1 at the 5th level and 4 at the 4th level, and 28 junior warriors. Indeed, the composition appears reasonable. May I inquire about the location of your mercenary group's base? At present, we are stationed in Jamosa Town, which falls under the jurisdiction of Haglon City." Upon hearing this, Roland's gaze instinctively shifted towards Jonathan, and after receiving a confirmation from him, he continued to inquire, "Captain O'Neill, may I ask how many of your mercenaries have families?" The question momentarily caught O'Neill off guard. It was the first time he had encountered an employer interested in the family backgrounds of mercenaries before hiring them. However, for Roland, this was of utmost importance, as the reputation of the loyal Lion Mercenary Group was one aspect, while their families represented the stability of the group. With familial ties, the mercenaries would have to consider the safety of their loved ones before making any decisions. Thus, Roland deliberately posed this question. "Roland the apothecary, we approximately have around 30 individuals who have established families within our mercenary group, though most of them are professionals, as their income tends to be higher." O'Neill seemed to grasp Roland's intent and emphasized the word professionals with particular weight. "May I visit your base?" Roland ventured cautiously. O'Neill, somewhat at a loss for words, realized this was the first time he had encountered such a meticulous employer. Nevertheless, he did not refuse. "It would be our honor." O'Neill's consent elicited a radiant smile from Roland, who promptly rose and declared, "Very well, let us proceed." "Now?" O'Neill blinked in surprise. "Is that not acceptable?" No, it is certainly permissible. It's just that the base is somewhat disorganized and not tidied up." O'Neill hastily waved his hands. "No matter," replied Roland nonchalantly. After all, he was eager to observe the unprepared state of the loyal Lion Mercenary Group. Chapter 26. Elizabeth. That night, Roland returned to his rented abode, weary from his travels. He had spent the entire day on the road, for the exorbitant prices surrounding Haglon compelled the loyal Lion Mercenary Group to select a base in the distant Jamosa town. The round trip spanned over 100 miles, and fortunately, during his return to the city, he employed a levitation spell on the carriage to hasten his journey. Otherwise, he would have likely failed to complete his meditation work for the day. However, the toil of the day was not in vain. Through his observations, Roland noted that the actual situation of the loyal Lion Mercenary Group was largely consistent with O'Neill's account. Thus, he decisively entered into a contract with the loyal Lion Mercenary Group, hiring them for a year of protection at the price of 1,000 gold coins per month. After resolving the matters concerning the mercenary group, Roland's preparations for establishing his territory were still incomplete. The next day, under Jonathan's guidance, he returned to the slave trading market on Bell Street to meet with the overseer of the Shadow Chamber, John. This time, the two parties engaged in a notably deeper discussion, and John's beaming smile afterward undoubtedly indicated that he had profited handsomely from the deal. The expenses incurred from hiring the mercenary group and purchasing slaves nearly depleted all of Roland's gold coins, prompting him to immerse himself once more in intensive potion brewing over the following days. Simultaneously, he consistently consumed 4th-level mental agility potions to enhance his own capabilities. Finally, 1 week before the onset of the 3-month period, Roland received another invitation from Leslie. As before, it was at the opulent estate located in the northern district of the city. However, this time, Leslie personally came to the door to welcome Roland, which took him by surprise. Their relationship could be described as that of friends, yet Roland was acutely aware that it was merely a mutual exploitation. Leslie valued Roland's potential, while Roland relied on Leslie's current status. Given Leslie's position, it was indeed perplexing for Roland that he would come to greet him in person. Meanwhile, Leslie was beaming with warmth and enthusiasm, surpassing even his previous demeanor towards Roland. The reason for his current attitude was none other than the fact that over the past month, Roland had provided him with 30 bottles of 4th-level mental agility potions. Although 30 bottles of such potions were not particularly significant for Leslie, he had estimated, based on the materials he provided to Roland, that the newly minted intermediate apothecary had remarkably increased the success rate of brewing 4th-level potions to nearly 30% within a mere month. Such an astounding talent in potion-making significantly elevated Roland's standing in Leslie's eyes. With Roland's pace of progress, it was nearly certain that he would ascend to the rank of senior apothecary, and there was also a substantial probability of him becoming a master apothecary. Faced with the prospect of Roland potentially becoming a master apothecary, it was no wonder that Leslie felt compelled to greet him personally, aiming to strengthen their relationship. "My friend, it has been a while," Leslie exclaimed warmly, embracing Roland in a grand gesture. This made Roland quite uncomfortable, as he was not fond of embracing him. "It has indeed been a while, Master Leslie. From now on, just call me Leslie. We are friends, are we not?" Leslie insisted earnestly. Roland, taken aback by this, nodded in agreement. "Come, let me introduce you to a stunning beauty." With that, Leslie took hold of Roland and led him into the estate. A stunning beauty? Roland's interest was piqued. He held Leslie's taste in high regard, especially given the many maidens within the estate as proof. Under Leslie's guidance, they soon arrived at a spacious conference room deep within the estate. Upon entering, Roland found 2 young women already present, curiously surveying their surroundings. One was clad in a pristine white maid's dress, petite in stature and adorably plump. However, when Roland's gaze fell upon the other woman, his eyes widened in astonishment. She wore an exquisite burgundy velvet gown, the form-fitting design perfectly accentuating her graceful curves, with a deep V neckline that revealed her fair skin and delicate collarbone. Her deep blue eyes sparkled like the clearest ocean, and her golden curls cascaded down her shoulders like waves, with a few strands playfully framing her face. Every movement exuded an irresistible charm. Captivating Roland utterly, this enchanting woman, seemingly stepped out from a painting, left Roland momentarily entranced. However, in the next instant, he seemed to recall something, and his eyes regained their clarity as he exclaimed, "Black Rose Elizabeth?" Although it was their first encounter, Roland recognized her origins with remarkable clarity. After receiving a hint from Leslie, he had diligently researched the various factions and notable figures of the Wanshou. The young woman before him was indeed a figure of considerable significance. Elizabeth Ficanando, the only daughter of the Black Knight pirate group's leader, possessed not only stunning beauty but also exceptional professional talent. Having reached the rank of senior warrior at just over 20 years of age, she was renowned among countless pirates of the Wanshou as the Black Rose. Roland's astonishment stemmed not from her identity but from the sheer surprise of encountering her here. Regardless of her high standing in the Wanshou, Elizabeth was ultimately a pirate, and the Terra Kingdom had always maintained a stringent stance against pirates, issuing numerous bounty notices against them. Yet here, in Haglon City, within the home of Leslie, the second heir to the Count, stood Elizabeth without a hint of disguise. This prompted Roland to reassess the Aloco family's position between the Terra Kingdom and the Wanshou. His exclamation caught Elizabeth's attention. She slowly withdrew her gaze from her surroundings to regard Roland, who stood at the doorway. A sharp glint flashed in her pale blue eyes as she arched an eyebrow and bluntly inquired, "Who are you?" Before Roland could respond, Leslie interjected, "Elizabeth, allow me to introduce my friend Roland, the pioneering knight for whom I requested your protection." Leslie emphasized the word friend, seemingly attempting to elevate Roland's status in her eyes through his own identity. Elizabeth, upon hearing this, either misunderstood Leslie's underlying intent or simply did not care. She redirected her gaze away from Roland, displaying no further interest in him upon learning his identity. Instead, she subtly gestured to her adorable maid beside her. The maid promptly produced a delicate map from her bosom and unfurled it on the table. "Choose one. The islands marked in green are available for you to establish your territory." The soft, mellifluous voice of the maid resonated, instilling a profound sense of comfort. Observing this, Roland promptly approached the table, beginning to scrutinize the map presented by the maid with meticulous attention. The map unveiled by Maid Elizabeth depicted the territorial dominion of the Black Knight pirate crew. Centered around Twin Gate Island, The crew's maritime control extended over an expanse of nearly several 100,000 square kilometers. Positioned in the central northern region of the Azure Sea, its periphery lay a mere 200 miles from the Orc Empire. The islands prominently marked in green were distributed along the boundaries surrounding the Black Knight pirate crew. As Roland Cross referenced the map with the ship's records, he fell into a deep contemplation. Firstly, the eastern side of Twin Gate Island was undoubtedly off-limits for Roland, as the Mandy family resided in the eastern part of the Azure Sea, caught between two formidable powers. The very thought made Roland wary, fearing he might not even dare to sleep without his garments. Similarly, the northern route was also unfeasible. The Azure Sea was already the northernmost maritime region of the archipelago and had been adversely affected by the frigid realms of the northern continent of St. Nor. Should Roland opt for the island at the northernmost tip suggested by Elizabeth, he would be faced with a winter that lasted 9 months out of the year, consuming an unquantifiable amount of energy in developing the territory. With these two directions ruled out, only the southern and western islands remained. The southern islands were the closest to Hegland City, boasting extensive trade routes and thriving commerce, making it the most strategically advantageous location among the four directions. However, this very advantage attracted a plethora of small pirate crews and pioneering knights, with Roland's intelligence indicating that nearly 100 various factions congregated in this area. This multitude included pirates, pioneering knights, and nobles from different nations, each harboring their own agendas and aspirations. The ensuing chaos was palpable, as order was non-existent, only an endless cycle of contradictions and conflicts. The struggle for limited resources and territories had rendered war a perpetual state. With countless pioneering knights and pirates having perished in these waters, Roland had no desire to partake in such turmoil. Thus, the only option left for Roland was the Western Islands. Yet, these islands bore their own set of disadvantages, such as a harsh trade environment. Although they were adjacent to the Orc Empire, the Human Alliance strictly forbade any commercial dealings with them. The Terra Kingdom, in particular, was the vanguard in this regard. Any daring to engage in trade with the Orc Empire, thereby strengthening their power, would be akin to desecrating the royal tombs of Terra. Consequently, the majority of Terra's navy was concentrated in these waters. Exerting maritime pressure on the Orc Empire while actively combating various smuggling activities, in the midst of Roland's indecision, Leslie suddenly approached him, gently tapping the map. Following Leslie's finger, Roland noticed it resting upon an island at the far western edge of the Black Knight pirate crew's territory. The closest island to the Orc Empire, already bordering the crew's controlled waters. While curiosity stirred within Roland regarding Leslie's rationale for this choice, it surprisingly aligned with his own thoughts. Thus, he refrained from further inquiry, merely nodding in confirmation to the maid, stating, "This one will suffice." Roland's selection caught Elizabeth's attention, and upon seeing his choice, a fleeting look of disdain crossed her features. Although the expression vanished almost instantaneously, Roland, keenly observant, sensed her reaction, igniting a spark of curiosity within him as he questioned why his selection of the Western Island would provoke such contempt from Elizabeth. Chapter 27. The World of Nobility, however. Elizabeth was evidently unwilling to disclose her reasoning. Following Roland's decision, the maid promptly collected the map from the table. "Leslie, do not forget the promise you made me," Elizabeth stated, disregarding Roland's presence as she strode purposefully towards the exit. Her almost arrogant demeanor caused Leslie's brow to furrow in irritation, as he retorted, "Ensure Roland's safety." Elizabeth, without a backward glance, waved her hand dismissively and departed with the maid. "What an insufferable woman," Leslie muttered darkly under his breath. At this moment, Roland too wore a furrowed brow, a hint of worry gnawing at him. Elizabeth's attitude was not something he found intolerable. After all, he was merely a lowly pioneering knight, without Leslie's influence. He would scarcely have had the opportunity to stand before Elizabeth, much less demand any consideration regarding her demeanor. What troubled him was whether Elizabeth's stance might affect the level of protection the Black Knight pirate crew would extend towards him. This aspect was of paramount importance. Seemingly perceiving Roland's unease, Leslie continued, "Roland, although Elizabeth can be overbearing, her reputation remains commendable. Not only hers, but the entire Black Knight pirate crew is renowned across the archipelago for their credibility. Otherwise, I would not have chosen to ally with them that I see." Roland nodded gently, feeling somewhat reassured. Nevertheless, recalling Leslie's earlier actions, he could not help but ask, "Why did you select an island so close to the Orc Empire?" "It's a secret, rest assured. It will ultimately benefit you," Leslie replied mysteriously. "Very well," Roland conceded, sensing Leslie's unwillingness to elaborate further. "Now, let us set aside these troubling matters. Since you've come all this way, allow me to take you to a splendid place for some relaxation," Leslie remarked, a subtle grin playing upon his lips, one that signaled a shared understanding among men. Upon witnessing this, Roland's spirits lifted, his earlier melancholy dissipating entirely. Subsequently, under Leslie's guidance, the two boarded a carriage that made its way directly to Franklin Avenue in the eastern district of Heglin City. Known as the Realm of Dawn's splendor for M.E.N.S. they traveled. Roland gazed out the carriage window, his eyes widening in awe. Unlike the bustling atmosphere of Farrell Avenue, Franklin Avenue epitomized opulence at its zenith. The streets bustled with carriages and pedestrians alike, each passing vehicle adorned with noble crests, and every passerby clad in exquisite finery, accompanied by a retinue of attendants. The edifices flanking the avenue exuded grandeur. Their lavish exteriors embellished with intricate carvings and elegant murals, revealing a pursuit of artistry amid the extravagance. Even in Franklin Avenue, however, the Iroko family's carriage maintained an unchallenged dominion, gliding smoothly until it came to a halt before an imposing structure nestled along the banks of the Grainon River. Although the building was not particularly towering, it sprawled widely, its crescent shape reminiscent of a new moon. Rows of robust white columns, adorned with exquisite bas-reliefs, conveyed an air of magnificence. The two deep blue doors swung open, revealing the words "Noble Manor" elegantly inscribed above. At the entrance stood a contingent of 20 fully armed guards, their expressions stern as they vigilantly observed the surroundings. Upon the sight of the Iroko family crest emblazoned on the carriage, several guards hastily approached, proficiently kneeling to form a human platform. Leslie, accustomed to such displays, effortlessly stepped onto the backs of the prostrated guards as he alighted from the carriage. However, when it was Roland's turn to descend and he witnessed this spectacle, he paused momentarily in astonishment. Although he refrained from using the scanning function of his chip for fear of attracting the attention of powerful individuals, Roland's current level of mental acuity allowed him to discern that the guards kneeling before him were all at least intermediate warriors. This scene further deepened Roland's understanding of the nobility's status, stirring within him a surge of ambition and desire. However, he recognized that he was not yet worthy of such a life. Without Leslie, he would have had no right to be present in this esteemed place. Thus, he suppressed his yearnings, restoring his composure as he mimicked Leslie's actions, stepping onto the backs of the intermediate warriors to disembark from the carriage. "Follow me, Roland," Leslie instructed, navigating the interior with an air of familiarity. As the two entered the noble manor amidst the respectful bows of the 20 guards, Roland was immediately enveloped by a wave of warmth and the vibrant strains of lively music. Curiously, he glanced towards the grand hall, where dim, mysterious lighting created an ambience of allure and seduction. Maidens clad in form-fitting silk and lace showcased their exquisite beauty, weaving through the throng to serve wine to the reveling nobles. Upon witnessing this scene, Roland's breath quickened. Just as he prepared to observe more closely, Leslie abruptly pulled him into the crowd. "Come, Roland," he urged. Under Leslie's gentle persuasion, Roland cast a lingering gaze at the revelers in the hall. He soon followed Leslie into a more secluded chamber. In this dimly lit space, visibility was significantly impaired, yet a brilliant beam of light descended from above, illuminating the center. Beneath this radiant glow, for ethereal elven maidens, adorned in minimal attire that showcased their alabaster skin, danced gracefully. Their lithe figures swayed with a fluidity reminiscent of willow branches in the breeze, each movement imbued with a natural grace that was both harmonious and enchanting. Their exquisite, painted faces, illuminated by the surrounding light, radiated an aura of purity and beauty, while the surrounding pairs of crimson eyes attested to the perfection of this performance. At that moment, Roland found himself no exception to the allure. He believed that anyone witnessing such a scene would be unable to suppress their most primal instincts. Leslie, observing Roland's expression, recognized a kindred spirit and promptly guided him to a plush sofa to sit down. "What do you desire?" Leslie inquired, gesturing towards the central elven maidens. Roland, momentarily taken aback and at a loss, gazed at Leslie as if seeking clarity. "I ask what you wish for," Leslie reiterated, pointing towards the elven maidens. Roland, eager to project an image of virtue, resolutely denied Leslie's temptation, yet in the next instant, his mouth seemed to take on a will of its own. "I desire," he exclaimed. "Ha ha, Roland. I believe we shall become true friends." Leslie laughed heartily at Roland's candid admission. "It is already," Roland replied shyly. From the moment Leslie had brought him here, Roland had considered him his closest companion, or rather, his most amiable rogue. "Come, let us drink," Leslie said, skillfully snapping his fingers. Immediately, a nearby attendant appeared with 2 goblets of fine wine, setting them gently before the pair. "Drink? I am not inclined to indulge at this moment," Roland protested. "Indeed, drink," Leslie insisted, disregarding Roland's reluctance, and raised his goblet to down its contents in one swift motion. Roland, seeing this, had no choice but to comply, though his gaze returned to the central elven maidens. Roland and Leslie savored their drinks. The music gradually began to fade. However, the 4 elven maidens did not leave the stage. Instead, they stood silently under the spotlight, with a flicker of worry etched upon their brows and a hint of despair lurking in their deep-set eyes. Evoking sympathy, that moment, a jovial middle-aged man stepped into the light, bowing to the audience before addressing them. "Tonight, these 4 elven maidens are provided by the Fantasia Merchant Guild, each having undergone the most rigorous training to ensure they are the finest slaves, with no possibility of rebellion against their masters. Rest assured, the noble estate and the Fantasia Merchant Guild guarantee that these maidens are untouched virgins, free from any violation." Before the man could continue, an impatient voice from the shadows interrupted. "Enough with the pleasantries. What is the price?" "Honorable sir, as per your request, each elven maiden is priced at 2,000 gold coins." This declaration, the crowd's reaction was subdued. But Roland's breath caught in his throat, the intoxication from his earlier drinks dissipating rapidly. He understood that elven slaves, particularly those as stunning as these maidens, would command a high price, yet he never anticipated such an exorbitant sum. 2,000 gold coins equated to the value of 100 robust human slaves, or the labor of 100 loyal mercenaries for 2 months. And here, it was merely the price of a single elven maiden. In the next moment, as if plunging into a well of despair, Roland found himself overwhelmed. With the announcement of the price, numerous voices from the crowd clamored to make their bids. The middle-aged man, unfazed, initiated the auction. One elven maiden was presented as if a mere commodity, subjected to the scrutiny and fervent bidding of the audience, each offer escalating in intensity. "Which one do you fancy?" Leslie's voice broke through once more. Completely unrestrained, Roland pointed directly at an elven maiden on the left side of the stage. Leslie, rolling his eyes at Roland's audacity, followed his gaze. The maiden Roland indicated was not only more exquisite than the others, but her tall, slender figure and long, delicate legs captured the attention of all present. Despite her current captivity, an ethereal quality clung to her, igniting a desire to disrupt such beauty. "Good eye," Leslie complimented, unable to resist praising Roland. The flattery delighted Roland, who beamed with pleasure. Within moments, the first 2 elven maidens were sold for 3,200 and 3,400 gold coins, respectively. The next maiden, the one Roland had chosen, stepped forward, radiating a mix of helplessness and sorrow as she took her place in the spotlight, ready for bidding. Clearly, she was not only sought after by Roland. As the bidding commenced, multiple offers rang out from the crowd. Instantly, her price soared to 3,500 gold coins, and though the frequency of bids began to wane, the price showed no signs of abating, swiftly climbing to 4,000 gold coins. Such a staggering figure prompted Roland to confront reality. Despite his earlier desires, he understood that while Leslie had implied he would cover the cost, this price was daunting. "Leslie, let it be. This amount could purchase 200 slaves." Roland urged. "Roland, I will honor my promise to you with all my might," Leslie replied earnestly. raising his hand to declare an astonishing bid of 5,000 gold coins. Leslie was determined not to let Roland back down. His purpose for bringing Roland here was to deepen their bond, and a higher price would only serve to underscore his sincerity. Upon hearing Leslie's resolute declaration, Roland was momentarily taken aback, recognizing the honesty and seriousness in Leslie's eyes. In that instant, he could not help but acknowledge the budding friendship that had blossomed between them, transcending past motives of utility and wariness. "Leslie, your sincerity is irresistible. Likewise, I assure you that I will commit wholeheartedly to any promise I make in the future." Roland replied earnestly. Upon hearing Roland's response, a satisfied smile graced Leslie's lips. His objective for the evening had been achieved. Ultimately, Leslie secured the Elven Maiden for the sum of 5,000 gold coins. "Come with me," Leslie instructed after the auction concluded, taking Roland by the hand and leading him towards the staircase. Confused yet trusting, Roland followed without hesitation. Moments later, under Leslie's guidance, they arrived at a lavishly adorned room on the upper floor of the noble estate. As Roland entered, he sensed that whatever transpired next was becoming increasingly apparent, resulting in a shy smile laced with anticipation. Roland's mixed expressions amused Leslie, prompting him to tease, "You aren't still before he could finish. Roland interjected with fervor, "I am not. I am seasoned in battle." Seeing Roland's bravado, Leslie smirked mischievously. "Very well, my friend. I wish you a delightful evening." With that, Leslie departed, leaving Roland alone in the room. However, Roland did not wait long before the door swung open, and the Elven Maiden, now dressed in a flowing, pale green gown, appeared before him. Though less provocative than before, her attire exuded a fresh, innocent allure, and the sadness reflected in her lake-like, clear eyes was utterly captivating. "Greetings, Master. I am Alice," she said. The gentle voice of the young girl flowed through Roland's heart like water, yet it did nothing to extinguish the desires that had already ignited within him. Instead, it only fanned the flames of his last vestige of rationality. Roland was by no means a saint. On the contrary, his willpower in such matters proved exceedingly feeble. Thus, he had no intention of engaging in idle chatter with the girl. His mind was singularly focused on the thought of claiming her entirely for himself. That night marked the first occasion Roland had spent away from home, and it was also the first time he experienced such exquisite sensations since arriving in this world. This very night awakened within him a profound yearning for the lavish lifestyle of the nobility. After a night of conquest, Roland found himself utterly exhausted, only rousing from slumber by midday the following day as he gazed at the Elven Maiden, who lay nestled beside him, still lost in dreams. An initial wave of embarrassment washed over him. The events of the previous night played vividly in his mind. Though they had filled him with indescribable delight, the clarity of his current state led him to question the boldness of his actions. Even if he had succumbed to the allure of the elven girl, it hardly warranted such indiscriminate abandon. With this thought in mind, Roland could not help but inquire internally of Nuwa. "Nuwa? Why was I so impulsive yesterday? Was I under some sort of influence?" Ding. Analysis complete. Approximately 125 milliliters of alcohol was ingested by the host yesterday. That must be it. I was undoubtedly intoxicated, Roland affirmed, smacking his forehead in realization. Yet, it seemed Nuwa's explanation was not yet concluded, as her voice echoed once more in his mind. Upon scanning, it has been determined that the 125 milliliters of alcohol posed no significant effect on your body. Therefore, Nuwa believes that your rather excessive behavior last night was primarily due to your intense interest and attraction to the opposite sex, resulting in a surge of male hormones that compromised your rationality. This behavior may be succinctly referred to as lechery. At that moment, Roland felt a sudden stir beside him, prompting him to abruptly conclude his conversation with Nuwa, as if influenced by Roland's presence. The previously slumbering Alice slowly opened her eyes. Upon locking gazes with Roland, a hint of shyness flickered in her eyes, and a rosy hue blossomed on her fair cheeks, rendering her utterly adorable. Beholding the beauty before him, Roland felt his desire rekindle, and as he sensed the warmth emanating from her body beneath the covers, he found himself unable to resist. Another tempest of passion ensued, and it was not until the afternoon that Roland, reluctant yet compelled by Alice's gentle ministrations, finally rose from the bed. "Alice, has anyone ever told you that your legs are truly lethal?" Roland remarked, caressing his tender waist as he gazed down at Alice, who was diligently arranging his attire. To his words, Alice paused, lifting her gaze in confusion. However, upon meeting his teasing and playful expression, she quickly comprehended, and her pale face flushed anew with a deeper shade of crimson. "Ha ha," Roland chuckled, feeling immensely satisfied at the sight of the innocent girl. The 5,000 gold coins spent were indeed worth it, especially since Roland did not have to reach into his own pockets. After preparing himself, Roland discovered that Leslie had already departed. Wasting no time, he took Alice with him as they left the noble estate and returned to his rented abode. "Grandfather Knob, this is Alice. From today onward, she will be responsible for my daily needs," Roland declared upon his return, promptly announcing his decision to Old Knob. Although Old Knob had always provided attentive and thoughtful service, Roland's preference for the elven maiden was unmistakably clear. "But, young master, I have always been the one to attend to your needs. I fear others may not," Old Knob protested, a hint of reluctance in his voice. After nearly 20 years of companionship, he had come to regard the care of Roland as second nature, and he found it difficult to adjust to this sudden change. "Grandfather Knob, you have more important matters to attend to." "I cannot place my trust in anyone else," Roland interjected firmly, cutting off Old Knob's protest. Seeing this, Old Knob finally relented with a resigned nod. Roland paid no mind to Old Knob's reaction. The elder's age was advancing, making it increasingly challenging for him to fulfill the demanding role of caretaker. Eventually, he would need to step away from Roland's side, a reality that would not change due to Old Knob's insistence. Furthermore, Roland preferred not to have someone so intimately familiar with his past lingering nearby, as it would often evoke a sense of discomfort. Nevertheless, he was determined to ensure Old Knob enjoyed a peaceful and comfortable retirement for the attentive care he had provided over the past 3 months. "Alice, this is Grandfather Knob. If you have any questions in the future, feel free to ask him," Roland instructed, turning to Alice. "Understood, master," Alice replied cautiously, casting a careful glance at Knob before acquiescing. Her response momentarily took Roland aback, prompting him to earnestly address her. "From now on, refer to me as young master." "That," Alice hesitated, her expressive eyes suddenly reflecting fear as she repeatedly declined. "I command you to call me young master from now on." Roland insisted. "Why young master?" Alice stammered, startled by Roland's serious demeanor, finally responding in a subdued tone. Satisfied with her compliance, Roland nodded approvingly before leaving the two of them behind and making his way to the basement. Though the beauty was present, he remained acutely aware of his current circumstances. Ultimately, he was still merely a level 5 mage, an untested knight on the path of exploration. Chapter 29. Setting sail in the year 4340 of the human calendar on St. No continent. Winter had arrived. A heavy snowfall from the north transformed the entire city of Heglands into a winter wonderland. While the residents of Heglands reveled in their annual Dawn Festival, Roland was preparing to embark on a sacred and ancient journey across the Sea of Myriad Islands. At the eastern port of Heglands, early in the morning, 3 10-jong-long 3-masted merchant ships quietly sailed into the harbor, docking at the pier. Simultaneously, upon the ship's arrival, a group of robust slaves emerged from the surrounding buildings of the harbor, busily loading the already prepared goods onto the merchant vessels. Beside the merchant ships, Leslie and Roland stood facing each other. Leslie spoke little. Thus far, his investment in Roland had reached the limit he could accept. From this point on, Roland's fate would rest solely in his own hands. However, as he observed the sudden arrival of the Loyal Lion Mercenary Corps, led by O'Neill, Leslie's expression twitched involuntarily, and he exclaimed, "Roland, no wonder you asked me to prepare an additional ship. You've hired a mercenary group, of course. One must be cautious for the master," Roland replied with a sense of inevitability. "Are you really planning to establish a territory? With that little island of yours, the annual yield wouldn't even cover the expenses of hiring this mercenary group," Leslie remarked with irritation. "Isn't having me enough?" Roland responded confidently. Leslie couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy. After all, as a potion master and a remarkably gifted one at that, Roland was a veritable gold mine, one that would never run dry. "Very well, I wish you success in your territorial endeavors." "Thank you, my friend," Roland replied earnestly, his expression turning serious. Regardless of Leslie's motivations for approaching him, he had indeed provided invaluable assistance. The supplies and intelligence regarding the Sea of Myriad Islands were exceedingly precious to Roland at this juncture. "Haha, I look forward to the day you become a noble. At that time, we'll celebrate together at the noble estate." Leslie laughed heartily. At this, Roland felt a flush of embarrassment. The events of a week prior had indeed been somewhat wild for him. "All right, next time, the bill's on me," he declared generously. "In that case, I shall ensure to take full advantage of this opportunity," Leslie joked. As the two conversed, over 20 figures appeared outside the harbor, hurrying toward them. Upon closer inspection, the leader was none other than John, the steward of the Shadow Chamber of Commerce, accompanied by a group of warriors escorting several young children. "Young Master Leslie?" Upon spotting Leslie beside Roland, John's expression shifted to one of disbelief, prompting him to call out. Leslie, taken aback, inquired, "Who are you?" Reporting to young Master Leslie, "I am the steward of the Shadow Chamber of Commerce," John replied hastily. "Do you have business with me?" Leslie asked, increasingly puzzled by John's unexpected appearance. "No, I wouldn't dare disturb young Master Leslie. I have come today to deliver slaves to Potion Master Roland," John quickly clarified, waving his hands in a flustered manner. "Slaves?" Leslie's gaze instinctively shifted to the group of children, boys and girls around 13 or 14 years of age, who appeared weary yet healthy. "You just established a territory, and the situation is still unstable. What do you need these half-grown children for?" Leslie furrowed his brow and inquired of Roland. "A secret. Perhaps it will benefit you in the future." Roland mirrored Leslie's previous expression in response. "My friend, where is your sincerity?" Leslie exclaimed. "Then tell me first, why did you choose the island closest to the Orc Empire?" Roland pressed on unwaveringly. "No, the time is not yet ripe. I have the same reason." "Well, with me, you are always the winner, aren't you?" Leslie lamented. "Haha, it's getting late, Leslie. I must take my leave." Roland suddenly stepped forward and embraced Leslie tightly, reluctantly saying, "I truly feel a sense of loss, not because I am unwilling to part with you, but because I shall miss the opulent Frank Street of Hegeland City." However, for the sake of longer-lasting enjoyment in the future, Roland resolutely boarded the long-awaited merchant ship, the Three Sails. As soon as Roland stepped onto the vessel, 3 staff members from the Terra Kingdom's office, clutching a transparent crystal ball, recorded everything that transpired. Moreover, every year henceforth, the Terra Kingdom would send individuals to the Sea of 10,000 Islands to assess their pioneering knights. Should they discover failures in exploration or instances of cowardice and opportunism, the status of the pioneering knights would be revoked. This was the reason Roland could not evade scrutiny. Such oversight was not merely a decision of the Terra Kingdom, but stemmed from the supreme mandate of the Human Alliance. Yet, now that Roland was adequately prepared, he exuded confidence. Under the protection of the Black Knight Pirate Group, coupled with the safeguarding of the Loyal Lion Mercenary Corps, and supported by an elite team of mid-level warriors sent by Leslie, if this strength could not successfully establish a territory, the mortality rate of pioneering knights would not merely be 9 deaths out of 10, but rather a definitive 10 deaths without survival. "Roland, my friend, wish you smooth sailing," Leslie said, watching as Roland boarded the deck, waving his hand emphatically. "Goodbye, Leslie," Roland replied, also waving with equal fervor. Subsequently, 3 merchant ships, under the command of a robust man with a full beard, turned their bows northward, hoisting their sails and slowly departing Hegeland City, heading towards the azure waters of the Sea of 10,000 Islands. Upon leaving Hegeland City, Roland immediately convened the first meeting prior to establishing the territory within the captain's cabin. The attendees were few, with Roland himself numbering only 5. James Cameron, the steward of 100 slaves and various supplies. Philip Leff, the captain of the 3 merchant ships, an experienced sailor who had navigated the Sea of 10,000 Islands for over 30 years. Adiel Diaz, the captain of the elite team sent by Leslie to ensure Roland's safety. A level 5 warrior, O'Neill Gear, the leader of the Loyal Lion Mercenary Corps. Thus far, these 4 individuals were not officially under Roland's command. Yet, under various circumstances, they were temporarily aligned with him. James Cameron was responsible for overseeing the slaves and supplies, remaining loyal to Leslie. Philip had been specifically dispatched by Leslie from his maritime trade fleet to assist Roland in stabilizing the initial situation of the territory, and more importantly, to engage in alchemical trade with him. The elite team led by Adiel, while ostensibly under Roland's command, were, in fact, agents of Leslie O'Neill's relationship with Roland was straightforward. It was a matter of employment. However, devoid of familial support, this was the utmost Roland could achieve, and it was fortunate for him to have encountered Leslie. Otherwise, he would not have been able to gather such resources to embark on the ambitious endeavor of territory establishment. Once the three were present, Roland forewent pleasantries and unfurled a map of the Sea of 10,000 Islands on the table. Addressing Philip, Captain Philip, the fleet will first proceed to White Whale Island to rendezvous with the Black Knight pirate group. Then head directly to our destination. Understood, Apothecary Roland, Philip nodded, displaying no surprise, as he had evidently received prior information. Considering our detour to White Whale Island, how many days do you estimate we will need to reach our destination? Roland continued, scrutinizing the map. Reporting to Apothecary Roland, it will take approximately 10 days, Philip replied. So we can afford to waste 3 days? Roland's brow furrowed slightly, yet he did not alter his schedule, for he had compelling reasons to visit White Whale Island. Indeed, Apothecary Roland, Philip confirmed. Very well, let us plan our sailing route accordingly, Roland ultimately commanded. As you wish, Philip responded respectfully, fully aware of Roland's esteemed position in Leslie's eyes, hence his demeanor was exceedingly humble. After nodding slightly, Roland shifted his gaze to Steward James, who appeared to be in his 30s, with slightly curled short hair and well-defined features, presenting a more favorable image than the other three. Steward James, given our current personnel, how long can our provisions sustain us? In response to Roland's inquiry, James displayed no signs of panic, but instead retrieved a somewhat yellowed notebook from his pocket. As he examined the notes, he replied, reporting to Apothecary Roland, we currently possess 10 tons of rye, 2 tons of wheat, 2 tons of barley, and half a ton of various meats. Originally, this would sustain us for 6 months, but now, with the addition of the Loyal Lion Mercenary Corps, we can only last for 2 months. Upon hearing this, Roland fell into a moment of contemplation. He was aware of the supplies, as Leslie had previously informed him. Yet, now that he had hired the Loyal Lion Mercenary Corps, he wished to ascertain how long their provisions would last with the addition of over 100 ravenous mercenaries. The drastic reduction of food reserves from 6 months to 2 months stirred a sense of danger within Roland. In the unregulated expanse of the Sea of 10,000 Islands, food was the very foundation of survival. Without ample supplies, Roland feared he might be slain by his starving slaves and mercenaries before ever facing an enemy. Captain Philip, when you return next month, please procure an additional 20 tons of rye, along with 5 tons each of wheat and barley from Leslie. As you command, Philip replied promptly. Captain Adiel, please report the occupational levels of your subordinates. Roland's gaze once more settled on Adiel. Sensing the unyielding pressure emanating from Roland, Adiel hastily replied, reporting to Apothecary Roland, our team, including myself, consists of 1 level 5 warrior and 9 level 4 warriors. Good. Roland made no further inquiries but recorded the report on a chip. In truth, much of Roland's questioning aimed to gather comprehensive information for Nuwa, enabling precise risk assessments. Should Roland overlook anything during the territory's establishment, Nuwa could promptly issue a risk alert. Having gained a fundamental understanding of his current resources and personnel, Roland refrained from unnecessary chatter. His serious gaze swept over the 4 before him, and he solemnly declared, Ladies and gentlemen, fate has brought us together today. Therefore, I implore you all to stand by my side as we endeavor to build this territory, and in due course, I shall ensure you are rewarded. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 4 immediately turned grave. Such words, spoken by another, might not have held much weight, but when uttered by an apothecary of notable talent, the potential friendship could yield immense benefits for their futures. Thus, after exchanging glances, they collectively responded, We are willing to serve you. Excellent, radiant smile blossomed on Roland's face. At this moment, his ragtag troop had taken its first steps towards establishment. Chapter 30. A shift in attitude. On the boundless horizon, a small fleet of 3 three-masted merchant vessels was sailing through the waves. Roland stood quietly at the forefront of the deck, savoring the refreshing sea breeze that caressed him. Imbued with the unique briny scent of the ocean, which invigorated his senses. 5 days had elapsed since he departed from Heejlan City, and the journey had not been entirely smooth. He had encountered several small pirate ships along the way. However, upon spotting the black flag of the Black Knight pirate crew fluttering atop the merchant vessels, the pirates promptly turned tail, which elicited a sigh of relief from Roland. He was not afraid of war. Rather, he feared the potential loss of his meager resources. Fortunately, the Black Knight pirate crew's reputation bore considerable weight in the Wanshou Sea, enabling him to reach White Whale Island without incident. White Whale Island lay at the confluence of the Lingxi and Bilong Seas within the Wanshou Sea, serving as a supply island for the Black Knight pirate crew, which housed a small outpost. Although the detour to White Whale Island cost him 3 days, Roland felt no dissatisfaction. This was because, prior to venturing towards his chosen island, he required the guidance of the Black Knight pirate crew. This was an ancient tradition within the Wanshou Sea, where local powers would take the helm to announce their protection over those they led to surrounding factions. However, in Roland's understanding, this tradition was merely a means for various powers to assert their sovereignty, signifying that any pioneering knights seeking to carve out territory in the Wanshou Sea must show them due respect. Yet, as a beneficiary of this tradition, Roland, with a different perspective, found it exceedingly agreeable. Roland the Apothecary, ahead lies White Whale Island. While basking in the sea breeze, Roland was lost in thought regarding the situation in the Wanshou Sea when he was abruptly interrupted by Captain Philly's voice from behind. Upon hearing this, Roland turned his gaze ahead. In the distance, a small island had appeared on the horizon. Due to the considerable distance, the specifics of the island eluded him, but he could discern over a dozen warships floating upon the waters. As the 3 merchant vessels he occupied drew nearer, they quickly attracted the attention of the approaching warships, which swiftly began to encircle him. With a gentle wave of his hand, Roland signaled to approach. "As you command, Roland the Apothecary," Captain Philly responded without a hint of concern. As a captain under Leslie, he had become acquainted with the Black Knight pirate crew long before Roland. As the 2 parties drew closer, the Black Knight pirate crew recognized their own flag fluttering above the merchant vessel and gradually slowed their warships, refraining from any hostile actions. Just as the 2 sides converged, a figure suddenly leaped from the prow of one of the sharp-ended warships, soaring into the air and gracefully arcing downwards towards Roland's merchant vessel. With a resounding thud, the figure landed heavily on the deck, splintering wood as his feet sank deeply into the surface. This spectacle immediately captured the attention of everyone on Roland's side. O'Neill, accompanied by several of his subordinates, unsheathed their swords without hesitation, directing them towards the newcomer. However, Philly and Artiel remained unfazed, evidently having anticipated this scenario. Yet, to Roland, this scene tightened his brow and darkened his expression. Nevertheless, he refrained from speaking and instead scrutinized the uninvited guest. The newcomer was tall and robust, appearing only slightly younger than O'Neill, yet he radiated an imposing aura that far surpassed that of O'Neill. Clearly a formidable warrior. Most striking was the long scar that slashed across his dark visage, extending from the corner of his eye to his chin, resembling a twisted centipede that sent chills down one's spine. "You must be Roland?" The scarred man disregarded O'Neill, who stood protectively in front of Roland, striding toward the center of the gathering. "Stop right there," O'Neill interjected, positioning himself firmly before Roland. "Humph!" Foolishly overconfident, the scarred man's eyes glimmered with a terrifying murderous intent, and a surge of intense crimson energy erupted from him. In an instant, he appeared before O'Neill, delivering a heavy punch that shattered O'Neill's defenses, striking him squarely in the chest. With a thunderous crash, O'Neill, weighing over 300 pounds, was sent flying, crashing against the railing at the edge of the deck. The impact caused him to spit blood, rendering him momentarily incapacitated. Witnessing their leader being thrown aside, members of the Loyal Lion Mercenary Corps could no longer contain themselves, raising their swords against the scarred man. Despite knowing full well that their strength posed no threat to him, they could not stand idly by as their leader was assaulted. "Stop, it's a misunderstanding. We are all on the same side. Do not act rashly." Seeing the imminent conflict, Philly hurriedly intervened to halt several members of the Loyal Lion Mercenary Corps. "Stand down. You are no match for him." With Philly's intervention, O'Neill spoke up, calling back those held in Philly's grasp. Under O'Neill's command, the mercenaries reluctantly ceased their actions, returning to O'Neill's side to block any further advances from the scarred man. Meanwhile, the unexpected turn of events on the deck made Roland reflect on his encounters with the Solomon family 3 months prior, shattering the arrogance he had developed from recent successes. Since meeting Leslie, Roland's life had soared to heights beyond his standing, enjoying the privileges of being the second heir of the Araco family, the opulence of a noble estate, and the possession of a 5,000 gold piece elven slave, all of which constantly influenced his self-perception. Yet, the blow from the scarred man shattered all his illusions, making him acutely aware that he was merely an inconsequential pioneering knight, a pawn in the eyes of both Leslie and the Black Knight pirate crew. The accursed sense of powerlessness surged within him, darkening his countenance like a stormy sea. "Damn it, you wretched fool, remember, next time you encounter a warrior of the earth, you must show him the utmost respect." The scarred man sneered contemptuously at the mercenaries blocking his path, cursing them vehemently. After that, he turned his attention back to Roland. "So you are Roland?" At that moment, the scarred man's tone became exceedingly brusque, imbued with menace. Roland did not respond immediately, merely gazing darkly at the scarred man as a multitude of thoughts flashed through his mind. However, after analyzing the potential consequences, he gradually regained his composure. "I am. Stop dawdling, you're acting like a woman. The lady awaits you. Follow me." The scarred man spat impatiently, bending his legs slightly before unleashing a surge of immense strength, leaping back onto his warship. "Captain Philly, go with them," Roland said, his expression remarkably calm, showing no signs of anger at the scarred man's provocations, though his voice dripped with an icy edge. "Yes, Roland the apothecary," Philly replied, sensing the shift in Roland's demeanor and responding with utmost respect. Yet, given another chance, even knowing it might displease Roland, he still would not confront the scarred man directly, for he understood all too well what the Black Knight pirate crew represented in the Wancho Sea. After issuing his orders, Roland approached O'Neill's side. "Is your injury severe?" "Not too bad. My internal energy was disrupted, so I've temporarily lost the ability to fight," O'Neill replied, a hint of shame evident in his voice, as if feeling guilty for failing to protect Roland. "Well, that is good to hear." Roland said little more, having noted O'Neill's performance. In due time, he would reward O'Neill's bravery when the moment was right. Under Philly's guidance, the 3 merchant vessels followed the scarred man's warship as they slowly made their way to White Whale Island. They ultimately docked alongside a warship measuring 20 yards in length. Using a basket lift, Roland, under the scarred man's lead, arrived at a simple yet dignified captain's cabin, where he was once again reunited with Elizabeth. This moment, Elizabeth had clearly shed her previous extravagant attire. Her golden hair was casually tied back, revealing her exquisite features. Clad in fitted brown leather attire, she showcased her graceful figure while remaining combat-ready. However, their meeting this time revealed a dramatic shift in Elizabeth's demeanor towards Roland. "Roland, are you still an apothecary?" Elizabeth inquired with genuine interest, marking the first time she truly focused her gaze on him. "Indeed." Roland gently nodded in acknowledgement, due to the previous brazen conduct of the scar-faced man. He had developed an unfavorable impression of the Black Knight pirate crew. Although he admired Elizabeth's beauty, his demeanor remained notably aloof. Elizabeth seemed to sense Roland's attitude, causing her brows to furrow slightly in contemplation. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, and her deep blue eyes shifted to the scar-faced man beside Roland. Feeling the weight of Elizabeth's scrutinizing gaze, the scar-faced man appeared flustered, as if realizing that his prior actions had caused trouble for the lady. This made him awkwardly scratch his head, shedding his earlier arrogance. Observing the expression of the man, Elizabeth could hardly be oblivious to the underlying issue and shot him an exasperated glare. "Roland, my subordinates are a group of pirates, so their behavior may sometimes be a bit overbearing. If they have offended you in any way, I sincerely apologize on their behalf," Elizabeth stated candidly. Chapter 31. A second attempt at alliances. Elizabeth's apology left Roland momentarily taken aback. For given her previous audacious demeanor, one would not expect her to be so readily apologetic. However, what Roland did not know was that since their last encounter, Elizabeth had harbored immense curiosity about him. After all, the disparity in status between Leslie and Roland was vast, and the fact that Leslie held him in such high regard must stem from a significant reason. Consequently, she had promptly activated the intelligence network of the Black Knight pirate crew in Heglin City to conduct a preliminary investigation on Roland. Nevertheless, Heglin City was, after all, the territory of the Araco family, and the information gathered by the Black Knight pirate crew merely revealed that Roland was an apothecary providing intermediate potions for Leslie. Even so, this revelation left Elizabeth astounded. She understood full well what it meant for a man in his early 20s to achieve the status of an intermediate apothecary. Thus, it was rare for her to extend an apology to Roland today. As Elizabeth's apology reverberated in the captain's cabin, a momentary silence ensued. Regardless of the reason behind Elizabeth's apology, Roland had no intention of accepting it. If apologies were effective, then what need was there for laws? Since the scar-faced man had dared to act with such impunity, he must face the consequences, and though it may not be today, Roland firmly believed that, given his potential, it was only a matter of time. Be it the previous Solomon family or today's scar-faced man, Roland would never forget the humiliation they had inflicted upon him. In this regard, he harbored a long memory. However, given the current circumstances, he was in no position to uphold his dignity. After casting a deep glance at Elizabeth, he casually replied, "It was merely a misunderstanding. It amounts to nothing." Roland's response brought a smile to Elizabeth's face. With graceful strides, she approached the table, leaning her slender waist against its edge, her arms naturally crossing over her chest, as a flicker of ardor gradually illuminated her gaze directed at Roland. Caught off guard by Elizabeth's languid yet free-spirited aura, Roland found himself momentarily entranced. His eyes clouded with fascination. He could not deny that Elizabeth's beauty rivaled that of a maiden from the elven race, and in terms of demeanor, she surpassed them. This undeniable allure was a temptation Roland found difficult to resist. Observing Roland's captivated expression, Elizabeth had long grown accustomed to it. She was all too aware of the impact her beauty had on men. "That's wonderful. I hope this misunderstanding won't affect our collaboration." "I also hope that such incidents won't occur in the future," Roland replied. "Certainly, I assure you of that. With the reputation of the Black Knight pirate crew," Elizabeth said with a sincere demeanor, which gradually softened Roland's expression. Noticing this, Elizabeth promptly inquired, "I hear you can provide Leslie with intermediate potions?" The abruptness of Elizabeth's question caused Roland's previously softened expression to tighten once more, and he retorted with a hint of displeasure. "What does this have to do with our collaboration?" Upon seeing that Roland did not deny it, Elizabeth's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Roland, this is crucial for our partnership. Moreover, compared to Leslie, we, the Black Knight pirate crew, are far more suited to be your potion trading partners. If you choose to become our trading partner, we can offer you a territory of over 100 square kilometers as your domain. You must understand what this entails. Furthermore, we will enhance the protection we offer you, even dispatching warships to safeguard your territory, ensuring your absolute safety in the Sea of 10,000 Islands." Elizabeth spoke with unwavering confidence. As Elizabeth's words settled in, Roland finally grasped the reason behind her drastic shift in attitude today. It appeared she, much like Leslie, aimed to draw him into her fold. However, the conditions Elizabeth proposed undeniably piqued Roland's interest, tempting him to agree on the spot. After all, 100 square kilometer island would constitute a significant step toward establishing himself as a noble in the Kingdom of Terra. One of the primary criteria for a pioneering knight to be promoted to baron was to occupy a piece of land exceeding 100 square kilometers outside of the territories held by humanity, and to develop it sufficiently while maintaining control for 3 years. Among these standards, the first two were the most challenging. 100 square kilometer tract of developed land and 5,000 subjects. It is worth noting that while the Sea of 10,000 Islands is vast, the majority consists of smaller islands, each less than 30 square kilometers in size. Thus, a 100 square kilometer island qualifies as a large island, and even within the Black Knight pirate crew, such islands are not plentiful. This clearly demonstrated Elizabeth's sincerity. Should Roland agree, he would merely need to populate the territory with subjects, propelling him significantly along the path to nobility. However, once Roland regained his composure, he found it impossible to acquiesce. Despite Elizabeth's enticing offer, agreeing would effectively bind him to the Black Knight pirate crew. Although they would nominally send warships to protect him, in reality, it would confine him to that large island. What was presented as collaboration was, in essence, subjugation. Roland believed that the large island offered by Elizabeth was likely situated near the Black Knight pirate crew's stronghold, Schwangman Island. Thus, even in the face of an offer that could considerably expedite his ascension to nobility, Roland could not consent. Furthermore, agreeing would equate to betraying Leslie, instantly severing his escape route in Helgen. Additionally, the makeshift crew he had just assembled would undoubtedly collapse, and Leslie's previous gifts would be claimed by James, Artie, and Philip. Most critically, he would be antagonizing the venerable Count Araco of the Kingdom of Terra, a family intricately connected to various factions within the Sea of 10,000 Islands. Roland was not foolish enough to overlook this. Having discerned the pros and cons, Roland had firmly resolved not to accept. However, he could not directly refuse, as he still required Elizabeth's protection. Thus, after organizing his thoughts, he slowly spoke, "Your offer is indeed difficult to decline." Roland's response sparked a glimmer of hope in Elizabeth's eyes, but he immediately followed up with a troubled expression. "However, I possess a piece of leverage that Leslie holds over me. Should he present this material to the royal capital, my identity as a pioneering knight would be revoked, compelling me to cooperate with him." "Leverage? What leverage?" Elizabeth inquired with a hint of skepticism. Roland understood that he needed to provide Elizabeth with a satisfactory explanation. Otherwise, should their relationship sour, his future circumstances would certainly become precarious. Yet, as he concocted this reason, he had already prepared his script. He continued, "During my election as a pioneering knight, I had a rival whose qualifications surpassed mine in every regard. Thus, Leslie assisted me in eliminating him. However, this entire process was recorded by Leslie using a crystal recording device. Subsequently, under his duress, I was compelled to concoct potions for him." As Roland spoke, a grimace of frustration appeared on his face, lending authenticity to his performance. Indeed, upon witnessing Roland's expression, Elizabeth harbored no significant doubts, instead revealing a look of disdain. "You noble scions are even more despicable than us pirates. It's revolting, ha ha, Miss Elizabeth, you flatter me." Roland replied with a hint of awkwardness. Elizabeth appeared somewhat speechless. Nonetheless, a gifted apothecary remained an irresistible allure for her. She continued, "So, if I could retrieve your leverage from Leslie, you would be willing to collaborate with me?" "Of course, serving such a beautiful lady as yourself would be my honor." Roland continued to ramble on. Elizabeth, however, was quite pleased with his demeanor, though a pensive look soon crossed her eyes, perhaps as she schemed in her mind how to reclaim Roland's leverage from Leslie. Observing Elizabeth's expression, Roland let out a sigh of relief. He could not afford to offend Elizabeth, and the same went for Leslie. It would be better to remain an outsider, watching the two of them contend against each other. Regardless of who emerged victorious, it would ultimately have little bearing on Roland. Whether Elizabeth managed to seize what she sought or Leslie could safeguard their trade line with Roland were their own concerns. They could hardly lay blame at Roland's feet. Elizabeth did not dwell on her thoughts for long, seemingly unable to devise a good plan in that moment. "Roland, I believe that before long, we shall become the closest of partners. I eagerly await that day." Roland feigned anticipation as he spoke, but his expression soon shifted, a glimmer of greed appearing in his eyes. "Miss Elizabeth, might I inquire if it would be possible to secure an advance on the 100-square-kilometer island?" Though Elizabeth was somewhat naive, she was certainly not foolish. "Roland, that island will eventually be yours." "There is no need for haste," Elizabeth replied, her delicate brows furrowing slightly, a hint of displeasure flickering across her exquisite features. Seeing that Elizabeth was not easily swayed, Roland could only respond with resignation. "I look forward to your good news." "Rest assured," Elizabeth concluded, seemingly losing interest in further conversation with Roland. She turned directly to the scarred-faced man beside him and said, "Captain Henry, you shall now escort Roland to his territory." Upon hearing this, the scarred-faced man promptly thumped his chest and replied, "Do not worry, miss. I will ensure the safe passage of Apothecary Roland. Remember, Roland is my esteemed guest. Instruct your men to show him the respect he deserves," Elizabeth stated with gravity. "As you command, miss." There will be no misunderstandings, Henry, the scarred-faced man, assured her hastily. Chapter 32. Arrival at the territory. As Roland departed from Elizabeth's warship, he could not help but exhale in relief, simultaneously cursing Leslie in his mind for attempting to undermine him right from the start. Is this what you call a reputable character? He thought bitterly. Apothecary Roland, in the coming days, I shall have your merchant vessels follow closely behind me. I will take you on a tour of the various factions surrounding your territory, making it clear that your domain is under the protection of our Black Knight pirate crew. Henry's attitude seemed to improve noticeably after Elizabeth's warning. I appreciate your assistance, Captain Henry, Roland replied and promptly returned to his own merchant ship. He wished to avoid excessive contact with an adversary, as it could hinder his ability to draw his weapon swiftly in the future. After a smooth departure from White Whale Island, the following days passed without incident under the escort of 3 ships from the Black Knight pirate crew. Even when encountering relatively large pirate factions, they quickly retreated, wary of attracting the attention of the Black Knights. Finally, on the afternoon of the 10th day after leaving Hegeland City, Roland arrived at an island located at the westernmost edge of the Azure Sea. The island spanned roughly a dozen square kilometers, narrow at both the north and south ends, yet broad on the east and west sides, resembling an oval shape with a higher elevation to the west and a lower elevation to the east. From the deck of the merchant ship, Roland observed a small hill protruding in the western part of the island, its summit adorned with pristine white snow owing to the season, exuding an air of tranquility. The eastern side of the hill, however, was relatively flat, making it highly suitable for the cultivation of farmland. Overall, Roland was thoroughly pleased with this small island. According to the information provided by the Black Knight pirate crew over the past few days, while the island's resources were limited, it boasted an abundance of fresh water. Due to the influence of the northern frozen realm, the island received a commendable amount of rainfall, coupled with an underground aquifer capable of storing a significant quantity of fresh water, thus alleviating any concerns Roland had regarding water supply. This was, after all, a subtle consideration provided by the Black Knights. They could hardly offer protection while presenting a territory devoid of fresh water. Upon arriving at the island, Henry did not linger, sensing that Roland had not genuinely let go of any animosity towards him. After signaling with flags, he promptly led the 3 ships away from the location. Once the Black Knight crew departed, Roland felt a profound sense of relaxation, for the presence of someone who posed a threat to his life was no longer lingering nearby. Captain Philly, lower the small boat and prepare to disembark, Roland commanded, unable to contain his excitement as he arrived at the first true piece of land that belonged to him in this world. Yes, Apothecary Roland, Philly responded. Since the small island lacked a dock for the 3-masted merchant ship, Roland, accompanied by Alice, O'Neill, and others, had to take a small boat to the eastern side of the island. Once they set foot on the island, an exhilarated Roland, along with Alice, O'Neill, and Artiel, commenced their first exploration of the land. However, due to time constraints, Roland intended to merely circle around the eastern plain of the island. Enwa, could you estimate how many acres of farmland could be developed in this plain? Roland inquired while standing atop a high slope. Gazing at the flat terrain before him, beep, after calculation, assuming an abundance of fresh water, this plain could accommodate approximately 1,200 to 1,300 acres of farmland. Based on the yield of farmland in this world, what would be the expected daily harvest? Beep, after calculation, the yield of rye per acre is around 180 pounds, while wheat and barley yield approximately 120 pounds per acre. Such a low yield. Roland was taken aback. He was aware that this world lacked fertilizers and hybridization techniques, resulting in significantly lower agricultural output, but this was exceedingly meager. Master, the data indicates that there exists a profession known as a druid in this world, capable of accelerating plant growth and substantially enhancing yields. So it relies on magical means, Roland mused, feeling no surprise. After all, this was the continent of Saint Nor, a high magic world where magic and martial prowess flourished. And even supreme deities existed. It was hardly surprising that methods to increase agricultural output were available. However, this solution was of little use to Roland, as he had no druids among his ranks. Nor did he possess the means to train any Enwa. Based on the location of our island, how many harvests could these farmlands yield in a year? Beep. Upon analysis, Due to the influence of the northern frozen realm, this island will enter winter by the end of October, lasting for approximately 5 months. It could manage 2 harvests a year, albeit with reduced yields. Does that mean that even if I plant the most productive rye on this land, I would only reap around 150 to 160 tons of grain annually? Accurate analysis suggests approximately 180 tons. 180 tons? Leslie was indeed correct. With such meager returns, it wouldn't even cover a fraction of the costs for hiring the loyal Lion Mercenary Corps. Roland spoke somewhat dejectedly. According to the latest grain prices in Haglon City, a single copper coin can purchase a pound of rye, meaning that a ton of rye is worth merely 20 gold coins, and the value of 180 tons of rye amounts to only 3,600 gold coins. This, of course, does not reflect pure profit, as there are over 100 slaves and more than 100 mercenaries in the territory that Roland must provide for. Such a multitude of mouths could consume half of the annual yield. Naturally, Roland has only scouted the eastern plains of the island thus far, and there should be ample opportunities to cultivate farmland in other areas as well. However, even so, relying solely on grain cultivation, the annual profit from this island would not exceed 2,000 gold coins. This calculation is based on the current manpower. Cultivating such extensive farmland would require more than just 100 slaves, necessitating an increase in labor, which, in turn, would imply additional expenses. It was only at this moment that Roland finally comprehended the chaos of the Sea of 10,000 Islands. With such meager resources, it is a struggle to sustain oneself, let alone expand one's territory, which has led countless small factions to engage in warfare to seize resources through plunder. Perhaps this is their most helpless choice: either grow stronger in the midst of conflict or face annihilation. However, for Roland, war is not the only avenue, for he is an alchemist, a remarkably skilled one at that, with an exceptional success rate in potion crafting. Just by himself, Roland's true annual earnings could amount to tens of thousands of gold coins, allowing him to develop and expand his territory single-handedly. Thus, with this realization, a sense of relief washed over Roland, and he ceased to dwell on the issue of agricultural output. As night fell, in order to avoid any unknown magical beasts lurking on the island, Roland decided to return to the merchant ship with everyone. Due to the limited time available that day, he could not construct living quarters, so he opted to remain on the merchant ship with the slaves. Nevertheless, upon reaching the territory, Roland generously provided the slaves and mercenaries with a hearty bowl of meat soup, prompting the over 100 slaves to praise their master's benevolence, while the mercenaries repeatedly lauded their employer's generosity. The following day, at dawn, as the first light began to break, Roland immediately set all the slaves and mercenaries to work on the construction of their territory. The primary task for the day was to establish a small residential area. Although the merchant ship temporarily served as a living space, it was far too cramped. Even for someone of Roland's status, he could only secure a few square meters for himself, let alone for the slaves and mercenaries. For the past few days, they had been packed together, and over time, this would undoubtedly lead to complications. Based on the assessment made the previous day, Niwa had drafted a general plan for the territory overnight. At this stage, the focus would certainly be on the eastern plains of the island, so Roland chose a location for the small residential area near the seaside. "Captain O'Neill, take your mercenaries and clear all the trees from that area and bring them back," Roland instructed, pointing towards the thicket adjacent to the shore. "Understood, Alchemist Roland," O'Neill responded without hesitation. Although their primary duty was to safeguard the territory and Roland's safety, the more developed the territory became, the easier their tasks would be. Moreover, as mercenaries, they held no lofty status. "James, you take the slaves and begin leveling the land," Roland commanded once more. Upon receiving Roland's orders, James wasted no time. With a wave of his hand, 100 slaves promptly followed his lead to start leveling the ground for the small residential area. "Captain Faley, please assist me in locating a suitable spot for establishing a dock." "Your wish is my command," Faley replied with a slight bow before promptly departing with a few sailors in the blink of an eye. Only the Ardle squad, Alice, and Old Nob remained by Roland's side. That moment, Old Nob suddenly spoke up, "Young Master Roland, what can this old servant do to assist you?" With Alice's presence and the increasing number of individuals around Roland, Old Nob's sense of significance had diminished. He had not interacted with Roland for several days, which left him feeling somewhat melancholic. Thus, upon seeing others engrossed in their tasks, he felt a strong urge to contribute. "Grandfather Knob, you are advanced in years. It would be best if you refrained from heavy labor. Stay here and watch over things for me, and if you see anyone slacking off, discreetly inform me afterward," Roland said with a warm smile. "Rest assured, young master. This old servant will keep a close watch," old Knob assured, puffing out his chest. After arranging the initial construction of the territory, Roland, accompanied by Alice and the Ardell squad, ventured deeper into the island for exploration. Their first destination was the small mountain on the western side of the island, for it was essential to eliminate any potential threats posed by unknown magical beasts. The group hurried along, and within half an hour, they arrived at the foot of the small mountain. Due to the island's proximity to the frozen wastes, the entire mountain was nearly buried beneath a blanket of pure white snow. The pristine snowflakes sparkled under the sunlight, and occasionally, a gust of cold wind would stir the snowflakes into the air, creating a mesmerizing wintry spectacle. "Master, it's so beautiful here." Upon witnessing this scene, Alice's bright eyes sparkled with wonder. Hearing her words, Roland turned back to glance at the elven maiden with a hint of fondness. Since departing from Hagelon, Alice's demeanor had gradually transformed. She had become more vivacious and even playfully teased Roland on occasion. While this change might indicate that Alice was beginning to break free from the control of the Illusion Guild, Roland did not discourage her. In fact, he encouraged her to fully escape the nightmares of her past. He harbored uncertainty about whether Alice, once free from her previous torments, might choose to leave his side, but ultimately, he was human and had his own boundaries. "Come, let me take you up to see," Roland said as he gently took the maiden's delicate hand and started towards the mountain's summit. Alice felt Roland's warm grip on her left hand. A blush crept across her cheeks, but it was quickly replaced by a radiant, innocent smile. Chapter 33. The mage's talent. During Roland and his companions' reconnaissance, they discovered that the snow-covered mountain showed no signs of life, which relieved Roland somewhat. He certainly did not wish for a high-level magical beast to inhabit his territory, and of course, such a possibility was slim, as the island's scarce resources could hardly sustain a creature of such caliber. Once it was confirmed that no threats lurked on the mountain, Roland led Alice and the others on a thorough exploration of the entire island, traversing from south to north and west to east. Although the island revealed no signs of magical beasts, it was teeming with wild animals. At Roland's command, the Ardell squad swiftly launched an assault, eliminating all of them without regard for potential ecological repercussions. During their exploration, Roland also identified several areas suitable for farmland development, albeit scattered and challenging to cultivate due to their distribution across the island, compounded by a lack of sufficient manpower. After thoroughly surveying the territory and confirming its safety, Roland breathed a sigh of relief and led his team back to the eastern coastline. Upon his return, he found that the eastern coast of the island had transformed into a bustling construction site. However, under the management of O'Neill and James, everything was orderly, with everyone performing their respective duties. At this moment, the Loyal Lion Mercenary Corps was divided into two groups. One group, led by O'Neill, consisted of over 30 professionals who were tirelessly transporting timber between the jungle and the residential area. As seasoned warriors, they were naturally strong laborers. Even a novice warrior could effortlessly carry a hefty log, let alone a seasoned warrior like O'Neill, who could manage multiple logs with ease. Meanwhile, the other group, under the leadership of Deputy Captain Chobari Jill, was assisting the slaves in constructing wooden houses. Thanks to the support of these mercenaries, the progress of the small residential area's construction was remarkably swift. Upon Roland's return, he discovered that not only had the land been leveled, but the frameworks for over a dozen wooden houses had also been erected. Seeing this, Roland's eyes brightened. Originally, he had estimated that the entire residential area would take a week to complete, but the efficiency of the professional soldiers had pleasantly surprised him. At the current rate, it seemed that he could establish enough wooden houses for over 200 residents along the eastern coast of the island in merely half the expected time. "Captain Ardell, you and your squad should join in the construction of the houses as well." Upon witnessing the soldiers' effectiveness, Roland would not allow Ardell to remain idle. At once, Alchemist Roland, Ardell replied somewhat begrudgingly. internally cursing O'Neill for being so industrious. However, faced with Roland's command, he dared not protest, so he reluctantly led his 9 intermediate warriors to assist in the house construction. Roland remained unaware of Ardle's grievances and turned to lead Alice towards the seaside. In no time at all, he found Fairlie and his crew along the eastern coast. Alchemist Roland, Fairlie greeted. Upon catching sight of Roland, Fairlie immediately inclined his body slightly in a gesture of respect. "Captain Fairlie, have you found a suitable location for the construction of the dock?" Roland inquired eagerly. Having previously surveyed his territory, Roland had become thoroughly disheartened by the scarcity of resources on his island. It was not merely the absence of magical resources, but even the most commonplace minerals were conspicuously lacking, rendering the place desolately barren. Apart from agriculture, there seemed to be little potential for any industry to flourish. This stark reality implied that for the foreseeable future, Roland's domain would be heavily reliant on external resources. Food, minerals, magical materials, and even farming tools would all need to be procured from elsewhere. The foundation of this entire operation lay in the establishment of a dock. Without a port capable of accommodating 3-masted merchant vessels, relying solely on small boats for transportation would undoubtedly hinder efficiency significantly. "Yes, look here," Fairlie indicated towards the northeast of the island. Following Fairlie's gesture, Roland observed a section of the coastline that receded inward, forming a natural harbor. The terrain along the shore was relatively flat, and instead of sand, the land was composed of rugged, uneven rocks, providing a reliable foundation for the construction of a dock. "I just dispatched personnel to dive into the sea for an inspection. There is sufficient depth to support the weight of the 3-masted merchant vessels. However, there are numerous underwater reefs that will need to be cleared," Fairlie explained. Although Roland was not particularly knowledgeable about the criteria for selecting a dock, he was inclined to trust Fairlie's expertise and thus resolved to proceed. Once the living quarters were established, he would send personnel to commence the construction of the dock and the clearing of the reefs, initially erecting a small dock capable of accommodating 3-masted merchant vessels. ASU command. With the matter of the dock resolved, Roland found himself devoid of any pressing tasks. He instructed Alice to bring the dozen or so adolescents he had acquired from the Shadow Guild to the seaside. Moments later, under Alice's guidance, a total of 12 anxious youths approached Roland. Among them, the eldest was 16, while the youngest was merely 12, consisting of 8 boys and 4 girls. During the past 10 days at sea, although they had received exceptional care from Roland, enjoying far better living conditions than before, their youth and the unfamiliar surroundings rendered them visibly apprehensive. "Greetings, master," the 12 children chorused, bowing in unison, clearly demonstrating the discipline instilled in them by the Shadow Guild. "Rise," Roland responded with a demeanor that exuded warmth. He held high expectations for these 12 adolescents. Having expended over 500 gold coins on their behalf, primarily because they all possessed inferior magical talents, it is essential to expound upon the prestigious status of mages. Foremost among the reasons is, of course, their power. Although at the novice, intermediate, and advanced levels, mages do not possess any inherent advantages over warriors, rogues, and other professions. Once a mage surpasses the rank of archmage, there are few professions capable of contending with them in battles of equal level. And as they advance, mages only grow stronger. Particularly in large-scale wars, the significance of mages is irreplaceable. A domain-level mage can even alter the course of an entire conflict. Thus, in the present day on the continent of St. Nuau, one of the most crucial measures of a nation's hard power is the strength of its mage corps. Secondly, the rarity of mages plays a significant role. To become a mage, one must possess innate magical talent, which is a stringent requirement. Without such talent, no amount of resources can grant access to the mystique of magehood. Magical talent is essentially a measure of initial mental strength. Only those with sufficiently strong mental fortitude can successfully practice meditation techniques and become mages. Magical talents are categorized into 5 tiers: inferior, basic, intermediate, advanced, and exceptional. In ancient times, the classification of magical talent was limited to 4 tiers, as individuals with inferior magical talents had mental strengths barely reaching 0.8, making it exceedingly challenging for them to progress beyond the rank of intermediate mage. Such mages were regarded as the disgrace of the mage community, often lacking recognition from their peers. However, with the advent of alchemy and the subsequent development of numerous potions designed to aid mages in overcoming occupational barriers. Even those with inferior magical talents found new opportunities for advancement. This led to the inclusion of inferior magical talent in the classification system. This context elucidates why Roland chose to purchase these 12 adolescents, investing over 500 gold coins. Despite the inherent shortcomings associated with individuals of inferior magical talent, who, even after successfully transitioning to magehood, would require substantial potion assistance during their training, incurring exorbitant costs and facing significant limitations, these youths still held the potential to become mages. With sufficient investment, there remained a possibility for them to transcend intermediate status and even reach advanced levels. However, the expenses involved were daunting, rendering it unfeasible for most minor nobles to bear, and even major nobles would hesitate to prioritize the cultivation of those with inferior magical talents. Roland was acutely aware of this reality. The cost of the potions he consumed for his training alone reached thousands of gold coins monthly. Although he aimed to expedite his own advancement, the resource demands for those with inferior talents would be no less burdensome. This drawback proved fatal for most nobles. While they might aspire to cultivate mages to enhance their strength, the overwhelming costs rendered them powerless. Yet, for Roland, this downside was not insurmountable. With his success rate in potion brewing, the expenses required to nurture an inferior talent mage would be at least 4 to 5 times less than that of others. Moreover, most of the potions he concocted were too valuable to sell, lest he reveal his potion brewing success rate. Thus, it would be more prudent to utilize them in cultivating inferior talent mages. Although this approach carried its own risks of exposure, it was undoubtedly safer than direct sales and would indirectly augment Roland's power. After all, mages, regardless of their talent level, were only deficient in training speed, not in inherent strength. This realization led Roland to devise a strategy to mitigate the risks associated with revealing his potion brewing success rate by carefully managing the progress of these inferior talent mages under his command. Once Roland ascended to higher ranks in alchemy, attaining mastery or even grandmaster status, even the revelation of his exceptionally high success rate in brewing low-tier potions would be inconsequential. After all, high-level alchemists naturally possess a far greater success rate when crafting lower-tier potions than their low-level counterparts. Chapter 34. Enlightenment Island. The 12 youths appeared significantly improved in their spirits compared to 10 days prior, their complexions noticeably more vibrant. Previously, in the Shadow Guild, these adolescents had not been valued, as few sought to acquire those with inferior magical talents. The primary reason for their valuation of over 500 gold coins stemmed from the necessity for the Shadow Guild to send mages to conduct mental strength assessments on them. A substantial undertaking. While individuals with inferior magical talents constituted the largest group among the 5 levels of magical talent, their prevalence did not reach the point of ubiquity. The ratio was approximately 1 in 30 to 40. Meaning that to procure these 12 youths, the Shadow Guild had to assess the mental strengths of 400 to 500 children. This explains why it was only at the last moment, prior to Roland's departure, that John hurriedly delivered these 12 children. At this moment, on the shores of the island, the 12 adolescents gazed at Roland, who had remained silent, their faces betraying a flicker of anxiety. Their bodies were rigid, unwilling to move an inch for fear of inciting Roland's displeasure. Young master, noticing the tension in the children's expressions, Alice felt a pang of sympathy and gently tugged at Roland's sleeve. Whispering a reminder at Alice's prompt, Roland returned to the present, casting a gentle smile upon the 12 awkward young souls before him. From now on, this will be your new home. Here, you shall not face oppression or bullying. You will learn a wealth of new knowledge and may even become free individuals, capable of marrying and raising families. Roland's assurances left the 12 children momentarily stunned, their eyes shimmering with hope. Yet, soon enough, their gazes dimmed once more, as past experiences had taught them that such promises were often mere illusions designed to motivate them to toil harder. Observing this reaction, Roland refrained from making further extravagant promises. Time would ultimately reveal the veracity of his words. You will be under Alice's leadership from now on. Her commands shall hold the same weight as mine, Roland stated, pointing to Alice beside him. Yes, master, the 12 children replied, bowing once more. Alice, for the time being, please instruct them in the basics of the common tongue and elemental languages. Roland promptly issued instructions to Alice. although she too was a slave. She hailed from the elven race, and prior to being captured by the Fantasy Guild, Alice was a highly esteemed elven mage. However, after her capture, the Fantasy Guild rendered her advanced magical powers utterly ineffective, making restoration exceedingly challenging. Nevertheless, despite her diminished abilities, the reservoir of magical knowledge within her mind vastly surpassed that of Roland. Thus, imparting rudimentary magical concepts was hardly a daunting task for her, after all. A mere elven maiden was hardly worth 5,000 gold coins. Very well, young master, Alice acquiesced. Though there was a possibility that she might inadvertently divulge some secrets of elven magic, the fear and control instilled in her by the Fantasy Guild left her unable to refuse any command from her new master. As the sun descended, casting shadows over the land, the temperature plummeted below freezing, rendering it unsuitable for continued labor. Observing this, Roland swiftly commanded a halt to work, gathering everyone on the beach. Under the industrious efforts of over 200 individuals, including more than 40 seasoned warriors, a small settlement began to take shape within less than a day's time. Dozens of wooden frameworks stood in neat rows along the eastern plains of the island. Yet, they were still uninhabitable. The interiors of the wooden structures were bare and devoid of furniture, and the biting cold necessitated the installation of stoves for warmth. Therefore, Roland opted to return to the merchant ship for shelter, to prevent any mishaps among the slaves due to the frigid weather. Back aboard the ship, Roland summoned O'Neill and James along with 2 others. Upon their arrival, he wasted no time and directly inquired of James. James, as the overseer, O'Neill, as the captain, at our current pace, when can we expect our habitation to be completed? It will take another 2 days, but to make it fully livable will require an additional 5 days. Lest we succumb to the night's cold, James promptly replied. O'Neill nodded in agreement, offering no further comment. Very well, 5 days it shall be, Roland mused, nodding lightly. He then turned his gaze to Philip and asked, Captain Philip, based on your experience, how long will it take to construct a dock capable of accommodating 3 merchant ships? With our current manpower, at least a month will be required, primarily due to the extensive time needed to clear the submerged reefs. The current cold weather makes it difficult for even the seasoned warriors to remain in the water for extended periods, Philip analyzed after a moment's contemplation. Agreed. As long as it does not impede our spring planting. We may afford to slow our pace, but the safety of our people must remain paramount, Roland asserted earnestly. His words brought warmth to the faces of the 4, for encountering a leader who valued the lives of his subordinates was indeed a stroke of fortune. However, their perspective was somewhat narrow. Roland held little affection for them, primarily concerned with his own gold. The majority of those in his territory, especially the slaves, were his assets, and the loss of even one represented a diminishment of his wealth. O'Neill, for the time being, you and your team shall refrain from participating in the construction of the houses, Roland instructed, turning his attention to O'Neill. Yes, Apothecary Roland, O'Neill replied promptly, a flicker of joy crossing his features. After all, their role was to safeguard Roland's well-being, not to function as mercenaries or slaves. Yet, O'Neill's joy was short-lived as Roland continued, Tomorrow, I need you to join Captain Philip and venture into the sea to ascertain the distribution of the submerged reefs to facilitate our forthcoming endeavors. Upon receiving Roland's further command, O'Neill's face visibly fell. Venturing into the sea at this time of year was undoubtedly more arduous than house construction, not to mention the danger posed by potential sea monsters. However, upon witnessing Roland's serious demeanor, O'Neill swallowed hard and reluctantly nodded in agreement. Having secured O'Neill's consent, Roland's expression softened slightly. He understood that this task was no easy feat, but it was precisely such difficult endeavors that he assigned to O'Neill. Especially after O'Neill's disappointing performance in the encounter with the scarred-faced Henry. Thus, should any casualties occur while clearing the reefs, Roland would not feel a pang of regret, for they were essentially Leslie's men. And why not utilize them if they were available? O'Neill, tomorrow morning, I need you to craft a stone monument inscribed with Cheeming Island. Henceforth, this island shall bear the name Cheeming Island. Cheeming Island, understood, Apothecary Roland, O'Neill murmured, though somewhat puzzled by its significance. He promptly acquiesced. Subsequently, Roland refrained from elaborating further. Recent tasks had been straightforward, and there was no need for extensive discourse. With the meeting concluded, Roland commenced his daily meditation. The tumultuous sea made it exceedingly unstable, preventing him from concocting potions. Thus, during the past weeks, he had devoted nearly all his spare time to meditation and the acquisition of magical knowledge. Display my attribute panel. Received. Master. Strength. 1.2. Constitution. 1.1. Agility. 1. 3. Spirit. 7.35 38.512. Mana. 8.18.1. Level. 5th level mage. Since his ascension to 5th level mage, over a month had elapsed, during which Roland consumed several bottles of 4th level Spirit Agility Potion and 3rd level Fire Elemental Flow Potion. However, following his promotion, the efficacy of the 4th level Spirit Agility Potion had diminished significantly. After his last consumption, it had only increased his spirit by 0.08 points, leaving him far from reaching 6th level mage status. In comparison, the 3rd level Fire Elemental Flow Potion had also seen a drastic reduction in effectiveness, causing Roland's mana growth to lag considerably behind his spirit. This urgency to relocate to Qiming Island stemmed from his desire to resume potion crafting, as every day of delay equated to a loss of hundreds of gold coins. Have the 5th level Spirit Agility Potion and 5th level Elemental Flow Potion been fully analyzed? Master, both have been comprehensively analyzed. At this, a satisfied expression graced Roland's face. The task was not particularly arduous. Enwa merely derived the most reasonable potion crafting steps based on the formulas and magical data she possessed. It was akin to drafting a blueprint prior to the actual crafting. Whether it was accurate would require validation through continuous experimentation. Only upon achieving success would Enwa permanently document the process, allowing Roland to replicate the first successful crafting under her guidance. This was why Roland's success rate soared with each newly crafted potion. However, the current limitation lay in Enwa's insufficient knowledge base. Otherwise, with her computational prowess, she could have easily streamlined the crafting steps or even optimized the potion formulas. Unfortunately, Roland had no viable means to augment her knowledge reserves at present. Very well, we shall commence the crafting of 5th level potions in a few days. In the depths of his heart, Roland silently resolved to take action. He then slowly closed his eyes, entering a state of meditation. Chapter 35. Financial crisis. 5 days later, the small settlement on Qiming Island was finally completed. Roland promptly ordered the unloading of all supplies from the merchant ship, and after dispatching all available hands to construct the dock, he immediately resumed his alchemical work. He had no choice but to proceed, for he had squandered nearly half a month at sea, which inevitably reduced his trading volume with Leslie this month. Despite having a considerable stock of potions, he could not afford to sell them for his own safety. Consequently, Roland's earnings this month also plummeted by half. However, his expenditures had significantly increased. According to Nuwa's calculations, even if he managed to achieve a success rate of slightly over 30% in crafting intermediate potions, his maximum earnings would only reach around 600 to 700 gold coins. Such profits, while not insignificant for an individual, were utterly inadequate when faced with the insatiable demands of establishing a territory. Currently, Roland was obligated to pay the Loyal Lion Mercenary Corps 1,000 gold coins monthly. The sustenance for over 200 individuals required an additional 150 gold coins each month. Furthermore, the construction of the dock, though requiring minimal resources, necessitated many materials unavailable on Qiming Island, which had to be procured from Highland City. This expense, as calculated by Philip, would also amount to over 300 gold coins. Therefore, while Roland's income this month stood at 6 or 7 gold coins, his expenses soared to 1,500. Thus, the newly established territory faced its first financial crisis, pushing Roland to the brink of bankruptcy. Yet, these gold coins could not be evaded. Every single one was essential. Whether it was for the Loyal Lion Mercenary Corps or for provisions, both were crucial to the stability of the entire territory, while the dock was pivotal for its ongoing construction. Consequently, the foremost task that lay before Roland was to generate gold on Qiming Island, within a notably larger wooden cabin by the eastern coastline. Roland first organized the magical materials in his hands, and then began to familiarize himself with the process of crafting 5th-level potions. Since he still had reserves of 4th-level potions sufficient for his next transaction with Leslie, Roland decided to forge ahead with the 5th-level potions. This would not only enhance his actual earnings, but also enable him to consume 5th-level potions to bolster his own strength. The 5th-level Spirit Agility Potion and the 5th-level Fire Elemental Resonance Potion required the same materials as their 4th-level counterparts. Although the quality of the ingredients was elevated. For instance, while the primary ingredient, Dreamgrass, for the 4th-level Spirit Agility Potion required 3 years of growth, the 5th-level variant demanded a full 5 years. This disparity in requirements significantly increased the difficulty of crafting, but simultaneously, the market price of the 5th-level potions doubled. A vial of 5th-level Spirit Agility Potion commanded a market price of approximately 140 gold coins. The cost of the materials provided by Leslie was around 22 gold coins, yielding a profit exceeding 6-fold. Of course, Roland's current success rate in crafting would not approach 100%. However, if he could reach the success rate he achieved with 4th-level potions, his profits would also witness a doubling. The 5-year-grown Dreamgrass had undergone considerable transformation. It not only contained a greater reservoir of spiritual energy, but also exhibited exquisite clarity in every leaf and vein. Exuding an aura of mystery, Roland did not rush into crafting. Due to the exorbitant cost of 5th-level potion materials, he possessed only 10 portions. Should he fail, given his current financial situation, he would be unable to purchase more for at least 2 months. Thus, Roland devoted an entire morning to thoroughly understanding the analytical steps provided by Nuwa before he commenced his first attempt at crafting a 5th-level potion. Nuwa, record, received, master. With 3 months of potion crafting experience under his belt, Roland had honed his technique to an extraordinary level of proficiency and precision. Every movement was devoid of superfluous gestures, even bordering on elegance, as the Dreamgrass was consumed by magical flames. Wisps of smoky essence gradually ascended, ultimately coalescing into a nearly tangible stream of spiritual energy. Although this energy surpassed that derived from the 3-year-old Dreamgrass, Roland remained unfazed, meticulously adhering to the steps outlined by Nuwa. He gently pushed the condensed spiritual energy of the Dreamgrass into the powdered moonlight stone, and then there was no further action. Just as Roland was about to introduce the mixture of Dreamgrass essence and moonlight stone into a vial of 5th-level elemental water, an unsteady motion disrupted the delicate balance among the 3 materials. With a resounding explosion, a powerful shockwave hurled Roland violently against the wall of the wooden cabin. Coughing up a cloud of thick dust, Roland irritably adjusted his garments. It was evident that his potion crafting had failed, and the loss was considerable. All 3 of the most expensive materials required for the 5th-level potion were obliterated, equating to a loss of nearly 20 gold coins. Once more, Roland conjured a faint red magical shield before him and plunged back into the alchemical endeavor. As the level of potion crafting increased, the explosive force resulting from failure also grew more formidable, posing a significant threat to Roland. Thus, he was compelled to don the magical shield for his safety during the potion crafting process. It was no wonder that a high-level alchemist must also be a powerful mage. The explosive force of a failed 5th-level potion was comparable to high-level spells. Roland marveled inwardly, becoming increasingly cautious in his actions. Over the course of time, although various factors led to several additional failures, Roland ultimately succeeded in crafting a 5th-level Spirit Agility Potion after exhausting 3 portions of materials. After all, the difference between 5th-level and 4th-level potions lay solely in the energy contained within, not in the quantity of materials. With the experience gained from successfully crafting 4th-level potions, the challenge of 5th-level potions would not deter Roland for long. He gazed at the radiant 5th-level Spirit Agility Potion in his hands. A glimmer of excitement crossed his face. Given the substantial mental energy expended during the crafting process, Roland paused his potion-making activities. Once he had sufficiently restored his mental energy to above 3 points, he promptly consumed a vial of the 5th-level potion valued at 140 gold coins. Even though he faced a financial crisis, Roland had no intention of compromising his own well-being. Moreover, he had no plans to disclose his newfound ability to craft 5th-level potions to Leslie in the near future. After all, it had only been a month since he successfully crafted 4th-level potions, a time frame that seemed unreasonably swift. And such rapid advancements would undoubtedly attract scrutiny from others. Roland was well aware of Elizabeth's keen interest in his activities, should she discover that he could craft fifth-level potions so rapidly. He could only imagine the extreme reactions she might exhibit. Nuwa, document the process and effects of consuming the fifth-level Spirit Agility Potion. Received, Master. With Nuwa's response, Roland gradually closed his eyes, skillfully entering a meditative state. As the Fire Element meditation technique activated, the recently ingested fifth-level Spirit Agility Potion transformed into a massive surge of spiritual energy that surged into Roland's mind. Sensing the effects far surpassing those of the fourth-level potion, a smile crept onto Roland's lips during his meditation. Time passed slowly, and it was not until over an hour later that Roland absorbed the entirety of the fifth-level potion's energy. Upon finally opening his eyes, he eagerly inquired of Nuwa, "Nuwa, how much mental energy has increased this time?" "Master, during this meditation, you have increased your mental energy by a total of 0.18 points. 0.18. That's significantly less than the gap between the third and fourth level potions." Roland furrowed his brow, perplexed. After all, during his first consumption of the fourth-level Spirit Agility Potion, he had gained 0.14 points of mental energy, which was double the effect of the third-level potion. Yet, the fifth-level potion, in comparison to the fourth, had only yielded an increase of 0.04. Master, based on current data analysis, Nuwa believes that the third-level potions are classified as beginner potions, while the fourth-level potions fall under intermediate potions, which accounts for the significant disparity in effects. Both the fourth and fifth-level potions are categorized as intermediate potions, hence the effects between them do not present a vast difference. There may be other reasons, but insufficient data prevents me from providing a precise analysis, Nuwa explained. Indeed. Although Roland felt a tinge of disappointment, he accepted Nuwa's analysis. Nuwa, based on the previous trend of diminishing potion effects, estimate how long it will take for me to advance to a sixth-level mage after consuming the fifth-level Spirit Agility Potion. Beep, after analysis, Master is projected to advance to a sixth-level mage in 2 months. However, Master, you do not possess enough fifth-level potions. Nuwa's response left Roland with a grimace, enveloped in a sense of helplessness. Indeed, he currently possessed a mere 10 sets of materials for level 5 potions, and among them, 5 were designated for the crafting of level 5 fire element potions. This implied that he had only 1 set of materials left for the creation of level 5 spirit potions. Should fortune not favor him, Roland might find himself unable to brew even a single bottle of level 5 spirit potion in the near future. However, upon reflecting that he had only just broken through to the rank of level 5 mage less than 2 months prior, he considered that achieving the next rank of level 6 mage at this pace could inadvertently reveal the true success rate of his potion crafting. After all, such a rapid ascent in rank undoubtedly required a substantial amount of potions as support. Furthermore, the potions he sold externally could easily allow others to deduce his actual success rate. Contemplating this, Roland was suddenly drenched in cold sweat and promptly ceased to agonize over the issue of level 5 potions. Chapter 36. Leslie's letter a month later. Since Roland arrived on Qiming Island, more than a month had elapsed. With the efforts of over 100 slaves and an equal number of mercenaries, significant changes had taken place along the eastern coast of Qiming Island. Surrounding the neatly arranged wooden houses, a rudimentary wall constructed of earth and stone had been erected. Although it could not withstand any real threats, it greatly diminished the likelihood of nighttime attacks by wild beasts, thereby enhancing the sense of security among the slaves and mercenaries. To the north of the settlement stood 4 tall and spacious granaries, stocked with food and supplies for the entire territory. To the south lay a newly constructed livestock pen, housing several wild rabbits and chickens from Qiming Island, which would occasionally satisfy Roland's cravings and in the future would be used to raise poultry for meat supply. At the very center of the settlement, a newly dug well provided sufficient water to meet the needs of the inhabitants, even during the winter months when its capacity was limited. The existence of this well brought considerable reassurance to Roland, as it indicated that freshwater resources on Qiming Island were likely abundant. With ample freshwater resources, Roland could expand the cultivated land to support a larger population. As for the territory's top priority, the dock, it still required considerable time before completion. The high-quality iron and various ropes necessary for its construction could not be produced on Qiming Island and had to be procured externally. However, the nearby reefs had already been cleared, allowing 3-masted merchant ships to approach. though there were still no docking berths or unloading passages, necessitating the use of smaller boats for the final transport. Nevertheless, this significantly saved time at that moment. A tall three-masted merchant ship was docked beside the unfinished port of Chiming Island, busily unloading box after box of goods into small boats. Despite the cumbersome process, the faces of the slaves and mercenaries were alight with joy. After all, these supplies were essential for their survival, and the more they moved, the better their quality of life would become. Simultaneously, a smile crept onto Roland's face as he felt a sense of relief. Half a month prior, after the initial stabilization of the territory, Roland had sent Faley back to Hegeland City to purchase necessary supplies from Leslie. More importantly, he sought assistance from Leslie. After much contemplation, Roland ultimately decided against relying solely on potions to bridge the financial gap of the territory and resolved to request support from Leslie. Thus, he penned a heartfelt plea for aid, which Faley took back with him. To encourage Leslie to increase his support, Roland specifically mentioned his response to the overtures of the Black Knight pirate group in the letter. Although he employed a few subtle tactics, Leslie had already invested significantly in him. And until Faley's return, Roland could not be certain whether Leslie would agree to his request. It was only upon witnessing the abundance of goods filling three-masted merchant ships that Roland truly felt at ease. "Greetings, Apothecary Roland." Faley hurriedly approached Roland upon seeing him at the shore. Having returned, he noted Leslie's increased support for Roland, which only heightened his respect for him, and he was keen to avoid any semblance of negligence. "Captain Faley, thank you for your hard work. Was the return journey smooth?" "Very smooth, that's good to hear. How much in supplies did you bring back?" Roland inquired with eager anticipation. "Apothecary Roland, Lord Leslie has prepared a total of 50 tons of grain for you, comprising 30 tons of rye, 10 tons of wheat, and 10 tons of barley. Additionally, there are 5 tons of wrought iron, over 300 farming tools, more than 30 livestock including pigs, cattle, sheep, and poultry, as well as some leather goods, ropes, and silks for daily use. Lord Leslie also specially arranged for the purchase of 3 slaves for you, a builder, a shipwright, and a craftsman. And this letter, which Lord Leslie instructed me to deliver to you personally." Faley concluded, respectfully handing over an envelope to Roland. That moment, although Roland's expression remained unchanged upon hearing Faley's report, immense excitement surged within him. He was convinced that Leslie would not refuse his request for aid. But he had not anticipated such generous support. Clearly, Elizabeth's overtures had instilled a significant sense of urgency in Leslie, as otherwise, it would have been unlikely for him to provide such extensive resources. After all, the value of this shipment alone exceeded 3,000 gold coins, and among them were wrought iron, a strategically valuable resource in the Sea of 10,000 Islands. The extreme scarcity of various minerals in the Sea of 10,000 Islands had resulted in consistently high prices for ores. Although wrought iron was not a magical material, once it reached the Sea of 10,000 Islands, its price could multiply several times over, with 1 ton fetching more than 200 gold coins. And Leslie had generously sent 5 tons. Not only was this shipment invaluable, but for Roland, it was a timely boon that would greatly accelerate the development of the territory while also stabilizing morale. Just the 50 tons of grain would be sufficient for Roland to sustain his people until the autumn harvest on Chiming Island. Filled with excitement, Roland eagerly opened the letter from Leslie, hoping for additional surprises. Inside the envelope were 3 notes from the Araco family, each worth 1,000 gold coins, along with a sheet of letterhead. The Araco family notes served as a simple transaction certificate issued to trading partners, as settling large transactions in gold coins could be quite cumbersome. With these notes, one could claim 1,000 gold coins at any Araco family outpost. Of course, the Araco family's influence was not sufficient to create completely counterfeit-proof notes. So each issued note was accompanied by a stub and record. Anyone presenting an Araco family note to claim gold coins would be subjected to a rigorous verification process. Thus, such notes were primarily used by long-term trading partners of the Araco family, making the cashing process simpler for them. Upon seeing these 3 notes, Roland's eyes sparkled with excitement. He truly found a delightful surprise. He had initially assumed that after providing him with such substantial supplies, Leslie would refrain from sending additional gold for potion purchases this month. To his astonishment, Leslie had not been concerned with such trivial matters and had not only fully compensated Roland for the potions he supplied, but had also generously given him over 2,000 extra gold coins. Overwhelmed by Leslie's generosity, Roland felt a deep sense of admiration. After carefully examining the Araco family crest on the notes, Roland tossed one of them to the side, handing it to O'Neill. "Thank you." "Apothecary Roland," O'Neill exclaimed, beaming at the gold note he received. While he certainly did not doubt a potion master's ability to pay, seeing the gold in hand brought him much comfort. "This is what you deserve," Roland replied, patting O'Neill's sturdy shoulder. Over the past month, O'Neill's performance had convinced Roland that the 1,000 gold coins spent had been well worth it. Following the transfer of the note to O'Neill, Roland turned his attention to the letter from Leslie to "My dear friend Roland, I have received your letter, and I am deeply concerned about the difficulties you face. I wish I could be there by your side to confront them with you. However, due to incessant family matters, I find it difficult to leave, so I have arranged a variety of supplies for you, hoping they will help you through this challenging time. Additionally, the Araco family is providing you with an interest-free loan of 3,000 gold coins for your use. As for the issue with the Black Knight pirate group, I will resolve it as soon as possible. They shall not interfere with the sincere bond we share, my friend. Remember that the Araco Count family stands behind you. With my support, you need not fear anyone. Lastly, my dear friend, I look forward to our next meeting. Wishing you all the best. Your most sincere friend, Leslie Araco." The emotional expression within the letter can hardly be deemed insincere. Every word exudes Leslie's most genuine feelings for Roland. However, after reading the letter, although Roland exhibited a flicker of emotion on his face in front of Feely, the surprise in his heart dissipated into thin air. At first glance, it appears that Leslie is expressing his affection and offering support, yet in reality, he is subtly reminding Roland to consider the repercussions of betraying the Auroch family, rather than merely focusing on the Black Knight pirate crew. More critically, the 3,000 gold coins in question are, in fact, a loan from Leslie, which Roland will need to repay in the future. Alas, his power is simply too feeble. Upon realizing the true meaning behind Leslie's words, Roland could not help but let out a sigh. Both the Black Knight pirate crew and the Auroch family stand as colossal entities in Roland's current life, entities he cannot afford to offend lightly. This predicament forces him to navigate carefully between the two factions, treading on thin ice, a sensation that stirs a sense of frustration within him. Ever since he arrived in this world, it seems that danger has never truly left his side. Whether it be the Solomon family, the Auroch family, or the Black Knight pirate crew, each harbors some degree of malice towards him. Fortunately, bolstered by a stroke of luck and Roland's cautious approach, he has managed to stave off their nefarious intentions. However, this situation cannot persist indefinitely. As Roland's value continues to rise, it is only a matter of time before they can no longer contain their greed and make a move against him. This thought causes Roland to shudder involuntarily, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes as he reminds himself to exercise even greater caution and expedite his pursuit of strength. Aware of Feely still standing before him, Roland adjusted his facial expression and spoke with heartfelt sincerity. "Leslie truly is my dearest friend. Encountering him has undoubtedly been the most fortunate event of my life." The sincerity in Roland's demeanor went unnoticed by those around him, who instead displayed expressions of envy. After all, the contributions Leslie has made to Roland are evident to all. It could be said that the stability and growth of Roland's territory are largely due to Leslie's efforts. "Roland the apothecary, the bond you share with young Master Leslie is indeed enviable," Feely remarked, a smile of admiration gracing his features. "You two shall possess such a friendship in due time. Now, let us hasten to unload the supplies for my friend's aid into our warehouse," Roland declared proudly, gesturing grandly. Yet, immediately after his proclamation, he hurriedly departed with Alice, fearing that should the conversation continue, he might be unable to suppress his revulsion. As night fell, to uplift the weary slaves and mercenaries who had toiled for over a month, Roland hosted a grand bonfire celebration, even allocating some reserved meat to share among the gathered. It must be said that in this world, human slaves are remarkably easy to satisfy. Merely distributing a bowl of meat soup per person elevated Roland in their eyes to the status of a benevolent lord. The following day, Roland's first order of business was to summon the 3 uniquely skilled slaves gifted to him by Leslie. Architect Martin, craftsman Lucas, and shipwright Anthony. All three were relatively young, in their 30s. And their spirits were high due to their specialized talents. "We pay our respects to the Lord," they said, bowing deeply upon meeting Roland. "Now, do tell me, what skills do you possess?" Roland asked straightforwardly. Recently, while managing his territory, Roland had devised a method for governing slaves. Based on his experiences, he concluded that authority must outweigh benevolence and punishment must surpass reward. Any imbalance could lead to a lack of gratitude from the slaves or even incite unwelcome thoughts among them. For instance, the previous night, Roland's act of granting each slave a bowl of meat soup was a deliberate attempt to strike a balance. It was not that he could not provide more sustenance. However, should he offer too much, he would no longer be seen as a merciful master but rather as foolish and weak. Should he be labeled as such, it could easily lead to a disorganized slave populace, increasingly greedy, and they might even perceive a weak master as incapable of ensuring their safety, leading to potential rebellion. Many a lord on the St. No continent who has shown mercy to their slaves has met their demise at the hands of those same slaves. Hence, to this day, the lords of St. No largely govern their slaves through oppression and brutality, deepening the fear within them to ensure their loyalty remains unwavering. Although Roland's methods were not as extreme, in the past month alone, the number of slaves subjected to whippings on Chiming Island had surpassed 10, and of course, the previous 12 youths were exceptions. Once they became mages, they would shed their slave identities, and Roland could not possibly treat them as he did other slaves. Thus, his direct and somewhat aloof demeanor did not elicit any dissatisfaction from the trio. Rather, it made them more compliant. The oldest among them, Architect Martin, was the first to speak. "My lord, I can construct houses, slave quarters, bridges, and small enclosures." Following Martin's response, craftsman Lucas cautiously added, "My lord, I can create farming tools, implements, and simple weapons." Roland nodded slightly before shifting his gaze to shipwright Anthony. Upon meeting Roland's scrutinizing gaze, Anthony hurriedly replied, "My lord, I can build small fishing boats and single-masted merchant vessels capable of navigating coastal waters." Anthony's answer finally sparked a glimmer of interest on Roland's face. After all, in the Sea of 10,000 Islands, the establishment of a territory necessitates vessels, which are undeniably crucial for any lord. Should he possess a formidable fleet, not only would the safety of his homeland be comprehensively secured, but he would also hold undeniable advantages in trade and warfare. "Please elaborate," Roland urged. "Yes, my lord," Anthony responded, his face lighting up with delight upon sensing Roland's interest. "A small fishing boat typically measures 6 meters in length and 2 meters in width, suitable for fishing within 3 miles of our island. A single-masted merchant vessel generally spans about 10 meters in length and 4 meters in width, designed for short-distance trade, with a maximum sailing range of 300 miles. As its hull is too fragile to withstand attacks from sea monsters or tumultuous waves, Roland could not help but acknowledge that if his territory were to develop, Leslie would undoubtedly deserve immense credit. He not only comprehended Roland's needs, but also possessed the capability to provide them. Were it not for the possibility of ulterior motives, Roland would genuinely wish to have more such friends. Yet, this was evidently implausible. The noble class of humanity on the St. No continent has long since lost its former glory. The pursuit of profit is ingrained in the very bones of every noble. It would be hard for anyone to believe that Leslie would expend such great effort solely to forge a friendship with Roland. Observing Roland's prolonged silence, Anthony could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety, fearing he had failed to earn his new master's approval. Sensing his distraction, Roland's gaze returned to Anthony. "What is the estimated cost for constructing a small fishing boat and a single-masted merchant vessel?" The small fishing boat is relatively straightforward to construct, utilizing common timber and requiring only some iron nails, tar, and hemp fibers, with a cost of merely 30 gold coins. In contrast, the single-masted merchant vessel utilizes more complex materials. The wood must be oak or cedar aged over 10 years, properly seasoned, cut to shape, treated with anti-corrosive liquid, and finally coated with a water-resistant sealant. The construction process is not only intricate and time-consuming, but the materials required also exceed those for a small fishing boat, with an estimated cost of around 200 gold coins. Anthony explained rapidly yet clearly, eager to showcase his expertise to Roland. Nevertheless, his words left Roland feeling somewhat bewildered. He had not anticipated that the construction of a simple single-masted merchant vessel would be so complicated, nor that the cost would reach 200 gold coins. Coupled with labor expenses, the selling price of such a vessel would likely exceed 500 gold coins. This realization further illuminated the extent of Leslie's wealth, as he had unhesitatingly dispatched three-masted merchant vessels for Roland's use. How much cargo can a single-masted merchant vessel typically carry, my lord? It can transport approximately 10 tons at a time. Upon hearing this, Roland made a decisive resolution in his heart. In truth, Leslie's intention in sending Anthony to Roland was not to construct a sloop for him, but rather to build a small fishing vessel to assist Roland in collecting provisions. After all, Roland currently possessed three-masted merchant ships lent to him by Leslie, which provided ample cargo capacity, rendering the need for a sloop unnecessary at this time. Moreover, the construction of a sloop would be prohibitively expensive for Roland, requiring a substantial workforce, and would ultimately serve no purpose for his territory at the moment, thus extinguishing his interest in the matter. How many hands would you require for the small fishing vessel, and how long would it take to build one? Roland inquired. Master, I would need at least 7 workers, and it would take approximately half a month to construct a small fishing vessel. If the workforce is doubled, I could complete one in 10 days. Anthony replied after a moment of contemplation. Very well, I shall provide you with 10 workers. Ensure quality and construct 4 small fishing vessels at your fastest pace. Understood, Master. I will guarantee the completion of your task, Anthony responded eagerly. Alice, take him below to select the slaves. Yes, young master. Alice nodded slightly before leading Anthony away. Martin, familiarize yourself with the situation in my territory and assist me in reorganizing the layout of the settlement. Yes, master, Martin replied respectfully. Lux, find a suitable location within the settlement for Martin to construct a workshop. Begin crafting some tools commonly used for developing the territory. Understood, master. Now, let us all get to work, Roland concluded, waving his hand gently to dismiss the two. Once they departed, Roland prepared to commence today's alchemical endeavors. However, at that moment, a series of thunderous crashing sounds erupted, akin to the roar of the ocean, sending the slaves at work throughout the settlement into a state of disarray. Upon hearing this, Roland's expression shifted dramatically. Although he had encountered no trouble since arriving on Qiming Island, he had never lowered his guard in this treacherous sea of 1,000 islands. Thus, he promptly summoned the members of the Artier team and, under their escort, hurried towards the source of the thunderous noise. Meanwhile, on the northeastern coast of Qiming Island, at the docks, a horde of creatures resembling crabs, each about half a human's height, were leaping out of the sea in droves, launching a frenzied assault on the slaves and mercenaries constructing the dock. Their robust pincers allowed them to move swiftly even on land, and the 2 enormous claws raised high above their heads resembled heavy hammers, shattering any wooden barriers before them with ease. Not good, armored crabs. Level 2 magical beasts. Everyone, run. At that moment, Philly, overseeing the construction at the docks, paled at the sight and shouted urgently to the surrounding slaves, who were momentarily paralyzed with fear. At last, urged by his frantic cries, some of the terrified slaves fled deeper into Qiming Island. However, it was evidently too late, as several slaves, having lagged behind, were swiftly torn apart by the advancing armored crabs, their blood splattering the air and staining the once blue-black crabs a vivid crimson. When Roland and Artier arrived at the docks, they witnessed the armored crabs relentlessly pursuing the fleeing mercenaries and slaves, occasionally capturing those who fell behind and tearing them to shreds. Enraged at the sight, these were all his assets, Roland commanded. Captain Artier, take your team and rescue the people. Understood, Apothecary Roland, Artier replied, undaunted by the level 2 armored crabs. He quickly led his subordinates to intercept the crabs that were hunting down the slaves and mercenaries. With 10 mid-level warriors joining the fray, the panicked slaves and mercenaries found a moment of respite and hurriedly retreated behind Roland. At that moment, O'Neill, accompanied by over 30 professional mercenaries, rushed in. Upon witnessing the chaos at the docks, his expression shifted, and he hastened to Roland's side. Apothecary Roland, are you unharmed? Seeing O'Neill brought a slight comfort to Roland's face. Earlier, under Roland's command, O'Neill had led the mercenary group deep into Cheeming Island to fell trees for the construction of the docks. Given the strength of the professionals, O'Neill had taken nearly all the warriors of the Loyal Lion mercenary group with him, resulting in a complete absence of professionals at the docks, leaving only ordinary individuals to face the level 2 magical beasts, which naturally led to chaos. This oversight was undoubtedly Roland's, yet it was too late to lament it now. Upon seeing O'Neill, Roland immediately instructed him to organize the remaining personnel for a counterattack against the armored crabs. Understood, Apothecary Roland, O'Neill affirmed, and with a swift gesture, he began organizing the troops and arranging formations. This demonstrated O'Neill's authority within the Loyal Lion mercenary group. With his presence, the previously disarrayed mercenaries swiftly transformed into seasoned fighters, forming small squads that gradually advanced towards the armored crabs. Roland refrained from participating in the battle, ostensibly to oversee the broader situation. However, in truth, he would not risk himself until the circumstances were clearer. Thus, he stood at the rear of the battlefield, silently observing the deadly clash between humans and magical beasts. As the hundreds of mercenaries from the Loyal Lion mercenary group joined the fray, the toll on the armored crab horde was significant. Armored crabs are social beasts of the Sea of 1,000 Islands. Typically forming groups of hundreds, their collective strength was formidable, with a single level 2 armored crab possessing power comparable to that of a level 3 warrior. However, lacking innate magical abilities, they were classified as level 2 magical beasts. Their true prowess lay in underwater combat rather than on land. While their massive pincers delivered tremendous force, they were also exceedingly heavy, limiting their effectiveness on land. O'Neill, well aware of this fact, commanded the Loyal Lion mercenary group to avoid direct confrontations with the armored crabs. Small squads, each composed of several professional mercenaries, maneuvered around the armored crabs, continuously harassing them. Only when they sensed the crabs were fatigued did they converge to strike, leading to a swift reduction in the number of crabs that had surged ashore. In a matter of moments, half of the originally advancing 70 to 80 armored crabs had been slain. The remaining crabs, pressured by the relentless assault, began to retreat, nearly retreating back into the sea. Under O'Neill's command, not a single member of the Loyal Lion mercenary group perished, though a few overzealous mercenaries sustained minor injuries. This outcome was undoubtedly splendid, causing Roland to nod in approval, just as the situation seemed to tilt decisively in their favor. The scene shifted to Artier, who, upon witnessing the developments, darkened his expression. Having spent a considerable amount of time on Cheeming Island, he could sense Roland's growing indifference towards him, while Roland's demeanor towards O'Neill had become increasingly cordial. This shift instilled a sense of unease within him. Although he was a subordinate of Leslie, he was merely a mid-level warrior, easily dispensable in Leslie's eyes. If Roland were to grow dissatisfied with him and send him back to Leslie, he could only imagine the grim fate that awaited him. Initially believing that his and his team's prowess would allow them to dominate the Loyal Lion mercenary group on the battlefield and regain Roland's favor, he was now confronted with the reality that even the ordinary mercenaries could slay armored crabs under O'Neill's command. How could he maintain his position beside Roland under these circumstances, as a mid-level warrior? Being outshone by ordinary mercenaries would only lead to a further decline in his standing in Roland's eyes. Thus, a fierce determination flickered in Artier's gaze. However, he dared not take any underhanded actions against the Loyal Lion mercenary group, especially with Roland observing from the sidelines. Consequently, Artier summoned even greater reserves of his fighting spirit, leading his 9 team members directly into the fray against the armored crabs. Although they faced overwhelming pressure and attacks from all sides, their intrusion disrupted the crabs' formation, creating an opportunity for O'Neill to signal his forces. In an instant, dozens of mercenaries surged forward, overwhelming the crabs. No, everyone retreat. As Roland beheld the scene before him, a frown creased his brow, compelling him to issue urgent commands to Artier and O'Neill. Although Roland was merely a 5th-level mage at present, his mental acuity far surpassed that of everyone else present, allowing him to sense an impending danger emanating from the sea. Unfortunately, his orders came a moment too late. Suddenly, the waters erupted, revealing a throng of 20 to 30 battle crabs, each significantly larger than their predecessors, their colors deeper and more ominous. Leading the charge was a colossal battle crab, comparable in size to a calf, which surged through the waves with ferocity towards Artier and his 10 companions. "The battle crab king! Fall back!" Artier exclaimed in alarm. Battle crabs, being social creatures, naturally had a leader among them. Typically a dominant specimen capable of commanding over 100 of its kin, and most possessed the strength of a 5th-level beast. Furthermore, this leader was flanked by over 20 other battle crabs clearly at the 3rd or 4th level of strength. This formidable force was beyond the capabilities of Artier's team even at their peak, let alone now, when their energy reserves were already depleted by more than half. Most critically, they were encircled by the battle crabs, rendering Artier utterly horrified. Yet, it was evident that retreat had become a belated option. Upon sensing the emergence of the battle crab leader, the creatures surrounding Artier's team launched a relentless assault, preventing them from extricating themselves from the fray. In a moment of despair, one of the outermost mid-level warriors from Artier's team faltered, and with a miscalculated move, was brutally smashed into the sea by one of the battle crabs. His plunge into the water attracted several more crabs, leaving the already wounded warrior utterly defenseless, and in an instant, he was reduced to a pool of blood. Witnessing the casualties among his comrades, Artier was engulfed by rage and sorrow, his sword swinging fiercely as he repelled several battle crabs, desperately attempting to carve a path to safety. Yet at that moment, the battle crab leader leapt high, soaring above Artier's team and crashing heavily before them, encircling them once more. Faced with this dire situation, despair etched across Artier's face, for he was no match for a creature of equal rank, let alone one that was a group leader, especially with dozens of 2nd and 3rd-level battle crabs surrounding them. However, Roland could not idly stand by while Artier's team faced annihilation. Though he had been somewhat displeased with Artier's earlier choices in dealing with the scar-faced Henry, the latter was, after all, one of Leslie's associates. And Roland was currently bereft of resources, making the 10 mid-level warriors vital to his plans. O'Neill, take your men to support Artier's team, Roland commanded, stepping forward into the battlefield. "ASU command, Apothecary Roland," O'Neill replied, his voice laced with urgency as he swiftly rallied his mercenaries to launch a fierce attack from the side of the battle crab leader. Sensing the threat approaching from behind, the battle crab leader let out a piercing shriek, summoning over 20 larger battle crabs to block the advance of the loyal Lion Mercenary Corps. Roland's eyes glimmered with determination at this sight, and he commanded Artier, hold your ground and keep that battle crab leader pinned on the beach." Initially taken aback, Artier quickly grasped Roland's intention to eradicate the swarm of battle crabs. With O'Neill's support, the situation for Artier's team improved considerably, prompting him to form a defensive position, ready to engage the battle crab leader in a fierce struggle. Yet, it was evident that they had already been worn down by the prolonged conflict, rendering them ill-equipped to contend with the formidable leader. The battle crab leader, with its armored shell, charged recklessly, and Artier's great sword merely left shallow indentations upon striking it, failing to inflict any significant harm. Sensing the fatigue in Artier's attacks, the leader swung its massive pincers, akin to colossal hammers, with devastating force towards Artier. Faced with such overwhelming power, Artier could not withstand the blow and rolled aside to evade. However, this maneuver created a breach in their previously tight formation, leading to chaos as the battle crab leader smashed through them. In mere moments, Artier's team found themselves in peril once more, as 2 4th-level warriors were sent flying by the leader's crushing pincers, landing amidst the remaining battle crabs, who quickly devoured them. Meanwhile, observing that all the battle crabs were focused on the loyal Lion Mercenary Corps and Artier's team, Roland seized the opportunity to take decisive action. He retrieved a black and red magic staff from the folds of his loose robe and began to chant softly. In an instant, a surge of potent arcane energy radiated from within him, causing the surrounding air to grow increasingly sweltering as dense fire elements coalesced around him, forming a crimson tidal wave of magical energy directed towards the staff. As Roland's incantation grew in intensity, the fire elements converging upon his staff intensified, culminating in 5 dark red fireballs, each the size of a watermelon, radiating an alarming heat. Suddenly, a spark ignited in Roland's eyes as he swept his staff forward, sending the 5 fireballs arcing through the air, trailing fiery tails as they hurtled towards the battle crab leader. Intermediate Fire Magic, Barrage Fireball Technique. This was the most powerful spell in Roland's repertoire. The 5 fireballs, exuding an intense heat, caused a stir among the battle crabs, who, as water-type beasts, instinctively detested all fire elements, particularly the 5 blazing orbs. Yet, upon sensing the catastrophic threat posed by the fireballs, the battle crabs abandoned their attack, retreating frantically into the sea. The battle crab leader, feeling the dire threat from above, forsook Ardier's team and leapt back into the water with great haste. Just then, Ardier, seemingly emerging from nowhere, unleashed the last vestiges of his energy, striking the battle crab leader's robust pincer with a powerful blow. The pincer, being less fortified than the crab's shell, succumbed to Ardier's strike, causing the leader to lose its balance and tumble onto the beach. However, the loss of a single pincer did little to impair its mobility, and as it rose in fury, the 5 fireballs, infused with a tempestuous energy, descended upon it without mercy. With a series of resounding explosions, the fireballs detonated upon impact, enveloping the battle crab leader in a cloud of thick smoke. As the smoke dissipated, the sight that greeted the onlookers was one of shock and terror. The once mighty battle crab leader, now a mere shadow of its former self, lay in ruins, its once hard shell charred black and shattered, while the tender flesh beneath bore deep burn marks, exuding a noxious scent of charred meat. On the continent of St. No, the reason mages are often referred to as mage lords is exemplified by this very scene. Among countless others, despite Roland's own rank being only 5th level, the devastation wrought by his attack surpassed that of Ardier's by several magnitudes. Of course, this was partly due to the battle crab leader's elemental weakness to fire magic. Nevertheless, Roland's assault had undeniably delivered a decisive blow, a feat far beyond the capabilities of warriors, rogues, or knights. Even with the contribution of the loyal Lion Mercenary Corps and Ardier's team in holding the line, it could not mask the profound impact a mage holds on the battlefield, a truth that could hardly be overstated. Amidst the astonished gazes of those around him, Roland gracefully stowed his magic staff and withdrew from the battleground, prioritizing his own safety above all else. However, even with Roland's retreat, the outcome of the battle was already sealed. The battle crab leader, severely wounded by Roland's magic, was swiftly overwhelmed and dispatched by the remaining members of Ardier's team. The remaining 20 to 30 battle crabs, bereft of their leader, lost all will to fight and scurried back into the depths of the sea, restoring the eastern coast of Qiming Island to its former tranquility. All that remained were the bodies of dozens of battle crabs and humans, testaments to the brutality of the war between mankind and the other races. O'Neill, you and your team of professionals maintain vigilance. The rest of us will clean the battlefield. After the battle concluded, Roland promptly issued commands. Having learned from this experience, he gained a renewed awareness of the dangers lurking within the Sea of 10,000 Islands, and he resolved never again to let his guard down, allowing mere slaves and mercenaries to brazenly work along the shores. Thanks to the efforts of all, the battlefield, once a scene of chaos, was swiftly cleared. Over 100 armored crabs had been slain by the loyal Lion Mercenary Corps and the Atur squad, with more than 70 of them dispatched, including their leader, who would forever remain on Qiming Island. However, the careless Roland paid a heavy price. 10 slaves, 7 mercenaries, and 3 mid-level warriors from the Atur squad lost their lives in this sudden conflict. This number of casualties nearly represented a 10% reduction in the population of Roland's territory, marking a significant loss. In truth, given the current strength of Qiming Island, the armored crabs, which were merely second-level magical beasts, should not have inflicted such severe casualties. Yet, in his haste to expedite the docking process, Roland had sent all the soldiers of the loyal Lion Mercenary Corps to chop wood, neglecting the defense of the docks. Consequently, the unarmed slaves and mercenaries found themselves utterly defenseless against the initial onslaught of the armored crabs. Forced to flee for their lives, now, gazing at the row of corpses on the ground, the earlier air of nonchalance that had characterized Roland was utterly dissipated, replaced by a countenance marked by fluctuating emotions. While he felt little attachment to the deceased, the tangible loss of gold weighed heavily upon him. The loss of the mercenaries and mid-level warriors was manageable, as their deaths did not necessitate compensation from Roland. However, the 10 slaves were entirely his property, worth over 200 gold coins, causing him considerable distress. Yet, the events had transpired, and Roland could do little to alter them. He could only gradually adjust his mindset, silently reminding himself that such occurrences must never repeat. "Captain O'Neill, Manager James, you are to oversee the cleanup operations." Roland wearily waved his hand before turning to leave. Later that night, in a modest residential area on Cheeming Island, within a simple meeting room of a 2-story wooden house, Roland occupied the head of the table, quietly listening to James's report. "Esteemed Apothecary Roland, after thorough analysis, we have unearthed a total of 36 water element cores from the carcasses of the armored crabs, comprising 26 second-level cores, 8 third-level cores, 1 fourth-level core, and 1 fifth-level core. According to the latest trading prices in Hegeland City, these cores are valued at approximately 60 gold coins." Upon hearing this, Roland maintained a neutral expression. As an apothecary, he was well versed in the prices of magical beast cores, especially since many potion recipes required them. It was evident that lower-tier cores generally held little value, particularly those of common water magical beasts like the armored crab, whose cores lacked any special properties and could only be used to extract elemental water, rendering them rather unremarkable. Noticing Roland's silence, James cautiously continued, "Aside from this batch of cores, there were virtually no other gains. The shells of the armored crabs are exceedingly hard and lack flexibility, making them unsuitable for crafting equipment. Thus, the spoils of this battle fall far short of compensating for your losses." Observing the tension on James's face, Roland couldn't help but smile, casually waving his hand as he spoke. "Manager James, there is no need for concern. The greatest lesson from this battle is not the cores, but the stark reminder that we are in the sea of 10,000 islands, and carelessness can lead to death." As he spoke, Roland's smile gradually faded, and he cast a serious gaze across the faces of the 3 others present. "Captain O'Neill, Captain Atur, from this day forth, set aside your other duties. Your sole responsibility for the foreseeable future is to ensure the safety of the territory. Should we encounter another assault by sea monsters, the safety of our slaves must be paramount. We cannot allow today's tragedy to repeat itself." Faced with Roland's seriousness, O'Neill and Atur dared not delay, promptly affirming in unison. Witnessing their response, Roland's demeanor lightened considerably. Although the loss of 10 slaves was indeed a blow, it had not struck at the very heart of his territory. In truth, Roland felt a sense of relief, for had the attackers been of a higher level, given the current state of Cheeming Island's defenses, it was likely that none of the slaves or mercenaries at the docks would have escaped. After a moment of self-consolation, Roland's attitude softened further. He would not allow this unexpected setback to dampen his spirits. He then turned his attention to Atur, recognizing that despite his rashness in battle, which had led to the loss of 1/3 of his squad, he had nonetheless executed Roland's orders without hesitation. Had it not been for Atur's timely intervention, the leader of the armored crabs would not have been so easily wounded by Roland. Consequently, Roland's perception of Atur had shifted significantly. "Captain Atur, how are your injuries? Do you require a few days of rest?" Sensing Roland's amiable demeanor, Atur perked up. "Thank you for your concern, Apothecary Roland. My injuries are not severe. I will recover in a few days without needing to rest." "That is good to hear. In the meantime, I will rely on you to diligently oversee the defense of the territory," Roland affirmed. Demonstrating his regard for Atur, "I pledge to uphold your command and protect your territory with my life." Atur responded resolutely. Roland smiled at his words. With the generous supplies delivered by Leslie, the various construction projects within the territory could now commence simultaneously. Consequently, Roland reorganized the current allocation of manpower. However, the loss of O'Neill and the other professional warriors would undoubtedly impact the ongoing developments on Cheeming Island. Yet, having learned from today's lesson, even with the slowed pace of construction, Roland still allocated half of the Loyal Lion Mercenary Corps to serve as defenders of the territory, dedicated solely to ensuring its safety. After the meeting concluded, Roland returned directly to his wooden house. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he opened his current attribute panel: Strength 1.2, Constitution 1.1, Agility 1.3, Spirit 4.5, Mana 4.5, level, 5th level mage. Over the course of a month, Roland's spiritual power had only increased by 0.5, a figure that included a rise of 0.37 from consuming 2 bottles of 5th level spirit elixir, indicating that he had ingested 6 or 7 bottles of 4th level spirit elixir to achieve a mere increase of 0.13. This decline was unexpected for Roland. According to Inwa's analysis, it was likely due to his consumption of the 5th level spirit elixir, which had significantly heightened his resistance to the effects of the 4th level elixir, severely diminishing its efficacy. Although Roland found this outcome frustrating, he had no choice but to accept it. Nevertheless, with his successful formulation of both 4th and 5th level fire element potions, his mana gradually caught up to his spiritual power, providing him with some comfort. Subsequently, Roland consumed another bottle of 4th level spirit elixir, slowly closing his eyes to enter a meditative state. While it was somewhat wasteful to take a 4th level elixir at this point, yielding minimal gains, he reasoned that even the smallest increase in spiritual power was still an increase, and he was not particularly concerned about the few bottles of 4th level elixirs. The next day, after a night of rest, Roland found himself in peak condition once more. Today, he did not immediately begin concocting potions. Rather, under Alice's tutelage over the past month, the 12 adolescents had finally managed to grasp some basic universal language and elemental speech, allowing them to engage in preliminary meditation practices. Upon learning this, Roland promptly summoned them all. After a month apart, the 12 adolescents, having received ample nutrition, not only appeared physically stronger but also displayed a newfound vibrancy. Under Alice's guidance, a glimmer of intelligence now shone in their eyes, replacing their previous dullness. Upon witnessing this, Roland felt a sense of satisfaction. He held high hopes for these adolescents. Should he succeed in nurturing them into mages, it would undoubtedly bolster the strength of his territory significantly. "Greetings, Master," the 12 adolescents chorused upon seeing Roland. "Rise, please. How have you been faring over the past month?" Roland inquired kindly. "Thank you, Master. This past month, we have eaten well and dressed warmly. We are all aware that this is your benevolence towards us, and we are profoundly grateful." Among the 12 children, the eldest, Ryan, responded with palpable excitement. Though his words bore a certain childishness, they nonetheless resonated with the other adolescents, who gazed at Roland with a flicker of gratitude in their eyes. The past month had seemingly instilled in them a belief in Roland's earlier promises. Witnessing this scene, Roland felt a deep sense of satisfaction. He understood that he could not treat these young ones as he would other slaves. After all, under his guidance, they were destined to become mages. A mage, regardless of their origins as a slave, is entitled to respect and status commensurate with their abilities. Thus, in Roland's strategy, the primary means of ruling them would be through incentives, supplemented by emotional bonds. Slowly, Roland rose and approached the 12 young ones, his expression turning grave. "During this time, Alice has likely informed you that each of you possesses magical potential, albeit of the lowest tier." Upon hearing this, the 12 children exchanged anxious glances, ignoring their trepidation. Roland continued, "Your journey to becoming mages will be fraught with challenges, requiring far greater effort than others. However, once you achieve the status of a mage, your destinies will be irrevocably transformed. Are you willing to invest all your sweat and toil to attain this goal?" Upon witnessing the seriousness of Roland's demeanor, the children exchanged resolute looks and collectively turned their gaze back to him, their earlier hopes now replaced with a firm nod. "Master, we are willing." "Excellent, but this is contingent upon your absolute loyalty to me. Are you still willing?" This time, the 12 young ones did not hesitate. Throughout their previous lives as slaves, their singular lesson had been to remain loyal to their master. "We shall pledge our loyalty to you." "My master," Roland, acknowledging their commitment, chose not to elaborate further. He understood that loyalty could not be sustained by mere empty promises. Only by remaining powerful could he ensure that their loyalty would endure. Willingly following him. Thus, what he sought from these 12 young ones was their unwavering attitude. Should they ever betray him, he would not hesitate to remind them of the weight of the promises they made today. Then, in the astonished gaze of the 12, Roland retrieved a crystalline orb from a nearby cabinet. This was an elemental affinity detection sphere, a magical artifact of the same tier as the wand he had previously used. Designed primarily to assess one's affinity with elemental forces, in the realm of St. Noor, every human possesses varying degrees of elemental essence, and the concentration of this essence vividly reflects their affinity with particular elements. For instance, Roland himself, having undergone testing with the elemental sphere, discovered a strong affinity for fire, allowing him to excel with fire-based meditation techniques, which is why he chose the path of a fire mage. However, a high affinity for fire did not preclude him from mastering other elements. It merely meant that his progress would be considerably slower compared to that of fire. As for the 12 young ones, their magical potential was already deemed the lowest tier, thus Roland deemed it necessary to conduct elemental testing. Without this, should they choose to pursue a path with a lesser affinity, their growth would be painfully sluggish. Even with the aid of potions. Ryan, place your hand upon the crystal ball, Roland instructed the eldest. Yes, master, Ryan replied, though a flicker of trepidation crossed his face as he complied. Roland nodded slightly, his impression of Ryan deepening. After surreptitiously channeling a trickle of mana into the orb, no immediate phenomena occurred. However, moments later, the orb began to shimmer a brilliant blue, water element. Excellent, Roland remarked, viewing the orb's hue with approval. After all, in the sea of 10,000 islands, the abundance of water elemental essence far surpassed that of others, granting water mages a distinct advantage in both training and meditation. Upon hearing Roland's praise, Ryan's expression brightened. Next, seeing that Ryan had encountered no danger, the other young ones eagerly crowded around Roland, each placing their hands upon the orb in turn. Compared to testing for magical potential, determining elemental affinity was a far simpler task, and soon the 12 young ones had their results revealed. Among them, besides Ryan, 3 possessed water affinity, 2 fire, for earth, and 2 wood. The elements were predominantly common, with no rare affinities such as lightning, darkness, light, or wind present. However, Roland expressed no disappointment at this outcome, even if rare affinities had been found. He lacked corresponding meditation techniques. In truth, Roland currently possessed only the 4 most common elemental meditation methods: wood element meditation, water element meditation, fire element meditation, and earth element meditation, all of which were at the novice level. These 4 techniques were foundational practices offered by noble magical academies, available to any student who successfully enrolled. Consequently, they were far from rare, often found in the hands of graduates who were not monitored for sharing them. Thus, these meditation methods had become ubiquitous among the elite of the Terra Kingdom, with some commoners even managing to acquire them through various channels. Having discerned the origin of this situation through his predecessor's memories, Roland surmised that this was likely a strategy employed by the royal family of the Terra Kingdom to disseminate novice meditation techniques, thereby increasing the number of mages within the realm. One cannot deny that the current strength of the Central Mage Guild in the Terra Kingdom may be closely tied to this approach. Nonetheless, this also simplified matters for Roland, freeing him from the burden of devising meditation techniques. After confirming the elemental affinities of the 12 young ones, Roland addressed them. Your elemental affinities have been established. Whether you can alter your fates now rests solely upon your own efforts. Master, we will exert ourselves to the utmost, even if it costs us our lives. We shall tread the path of the mage. Ryan vowed solemnly from the forefront. In truth, they yearned to become esteemed mages more than anyone, as it would not only liberate them from their identities as slaves, but also grant them lives they had previously only dared to dream of. I see your determination. I have done all I can. The rest is up to you, Roland smiled. Master, we shall not disappoint you. Very well, in the coming days, seek guidance from Alice. She was once an exceptionally talented mage. Yes, master. Now, you may all depart, Roland concluded, gesturing lightly with his hand. Yes, master. Upon hearing this, Ryan and the 12 children promptly bowed in reverence before slowly exiting the room. As they departed, the atmosphere within the chamber was left solely to Roland and Alice. Observing Alice, who stood quietly beside him, Roland's gaze became somewhat fervent, and the ambience of the room grew increasingly intimate. This section is omitted. Chapter 41. A crisis lurking. Time flew by. The days slipped away. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. During this period, Roland had thoroughly acclimatized to life in the sea of 10,000 islands. Although fraught with unexpected challenges and dangers, Witnessing his territory gradually find its footing filled Roland with a profound sense of satisfaction. Following the last invasion by the armored crabs, the island of Qiming had faced 2 more incursions from magical beasts over the past 2 months. The first was a level 3 poisonous seahorse, a creature known for its gregarious nature, while the second was a high-level storm hawk, a wind-type beast. However, in the face of Qiming Island's stringent defenses, these 2 invasions not only failed to yield any advantage to the beasts, but also resulted in a modest profit for Roland. The value of dozens of poisonous seahorses and a high-level storm hawk far exceeded that of the previous armored crabs. Although the poisonous seahorse was merely a level 3 creature, akin to the armored crab as a low-level beast, its most valuable assets extended beyond just the magical core. Its venom sacs, known for their potent toxicity, were not only utilized in potion crafting but were also sought after by many archers for coating their arrows, making them quite valuable. Coupled with the high-level storm hawk, these 2 incursions had netted Roland over 300 gold coins in additional income. Simultaneously, Roland's potion trade with Leslie had returned to normalcy over the past 2 months, yielding a surplus of over 1,000 gold coins each month. Of course, after paying the hiring fees for the Loyal Lion Mercenary Corps, little remained. However, with the 3,000 gold coins previously lent to him by Leslie, Roland now possessed a sum exceeding 2,500 coins. At this moment, at the Qiming Island dock. After 2 months, the dock remained only partially completed. Just as it had reached halfway through construction, it was besieged by a horde of armored crabs. Before progress could be restored, it faced another assault from the poisonous seahorses. The construction journey had been fraught with difficulties, although Roland found it quite vexing. He felt helpless against the relentless waves of magical beasts in the Sea of 10,000 Islands. While the 3 major powers currently dominated the Sea of 10,000 Islands, the formidable strength of magical beasts in the boundless ocean could not be overlooked. Not only Roland, but even the stronghold of the super pirate group, the Black Knights on Shuangman Island, frequently faced attacks from magical beast hordes. Moreover, the scale of their assaults was not comparable to the low-level beasts Roland encountered. Any beast bold enough to attack a large island was invariably part of a high-level beast pack, with some even featuring super beasts among them. Thus, in light of this situation, Roland had no choice but to instruct O'Neill and Attire to maintain a strict defense and minimize losses. Although the dock was not sufficiently equipped to accommodate the 3-masted merchant ships, the hidden reefs beneath the bay had been cleared, allowing the 3 ships to anchor just a few dozen meters from Qiming Island's shore, thus ensuring their protection against potential beast attacks. As the weather gradually warmed, Roland was preparing to embark on the ambitious project of cultivating farmland in his territory. However, given the current number of slaves on Qiming Island, it was certainly insufficient. Therefore, to avoid any impact on the harvest, Philip's return brought Roland a total of 150 slaves. This time, Roland purchased 100 adult male slaves and 50 adult female slaves, depleting all his savings and leaving him utterly penniless once more. Moreover, this was facilitated through Leslie's trade channels. Otherwise, the price for this batch of slaves would have increased by at least 20%. One by one, small boats arrived, transporting robust slaves to Qiming Island. After a hiatus of half a month, upon seeing Roland, Philip hastily approached from the merchant ship. "Greetings, Apothecary Roland." Philip maintained his customary respect towards Roland. "Was the return journey smooth?" Roland casually inquired, only to be met with a furrowed brow from Philip. Noticing this, Roland's expression turned serious. "Apothecary Roland, during our return journey, our fleet seemingly caught the attention of a pioneering knight's territory while passing through the chaotic sea. They trailed us for 5 days before finally departing. Although they did not exhibit any overt aggression, I believe their intentions were far from benign," Philip speculated. "The chaotic sea? Pioneering knights?" The chaotic sea referred to the southeastern region of the Biland Sea, teeming with hundreds of small factions perpetually at war, leading to its chaotic reputation. Roland was taken aback to learn that someone dared to follow Philip's fleet under the banner of the Black Knights pirate group. "Is it possible to avoid that area on the next voyage?" "That might be difficult. To circumvent it would require traversing the waters controlled by the Mandy family, which would be even more perilous." Philip shook his head. After all, their merchant ship flew the flag of the Black Knights pirate group. Entering the waters controlled by the Mandy family would be akin to inviting confrontation. Upon hearing this, a hint of discontent crossed Roland's face. Given his current financial standing, every transaction with Leslie was crucial, and he simply could not afford any losses. Yet, the chaotic sea lay directly between Cheeming Island and Hegland City, forming an unavoidable navigational route. The previous two successful trades had led Roland to naively believe that even in the chaotic sea, the Black Knight's flag would allow for unhindered passage. However, Philip's report cast a shadow over his optimism. Can we notify the Black Knight's pirate group for escort? Roland's gaze flickered as a sudden thought struck him. That is indeed possible, but we would need to pay an additional fee, and it would not be insignificant. Philip replied quietly. Seeing Philip's expression, Roland quickly realized that this fee would likely be beyond his means. What measures is the Black Knight's pirate group taking to address this situation? Roland expressed his dissatisfaction. The Black Knights usually refrain from intervening unless merchant convoys under their protection are attacked, Philip explained cautiously, sensing Roland's growing frustration. Roland, upon hearing this, felt a sense of helplessness. He understood the rationale behind the Black Knight's approach. After all, it would provoke widespread ire to mobilize forces against potential aggressors before any attack had occurred. Even the Black Knights could not single-handedly confront the myriad factions in the Bylund Sea. Yet, understanding aside, with his merchant ship at stake, Roland naturally wished for the Black Knights to do more. After a prolonged silence, Roland could not conjure a viable solution. His current power was far too limited to provide escort for the merchant ship, leaving him no choice but to rely on the Black Knight's formidable reputation to deter greedy eyes. Then, for the next return journey, let us avoid that pioneering knight's territory. Roland sighed, instructing Philip. Understood, Apothecary Roland. I will take care to avoid it on the next return. Philip assured him, alleviating some of Roland's concerns as his gaze shifted toward the line of slaves. Among the 100 slaves who had arrived with Roland 3 months prior, only 85 remained. 10 had perished at the hands of the armored crabs, 2 had been killed by wild beasts during the clearing of land, and 3 had succumbed to the storm hawks. This loss certainly weighed heavily on Roland's heart. But based on Leslie's previous insights, his losses were likely significantly less than those of other pioneering knights. After all, no other pioneering knight had employed a mercenary group of over 100 members to safeguard their territory during its initial establishment. The monthly expense of 1,000 gold coins would be burdensome even for a minor noble, let alone a pioneering knight. Thus, in comparison, Roland felt relatively satisfied. While he would undoubtedly feel the sting of his own losses, knowing that others suffered even greater losses provided him with a sense of balance. As small boats continued to arrive, the 150 slaves swiftly gathered on the shores of Cheeming Island. With this influx of 150 slaves, the population of Roland's territory experienced a remarkable doubling. James, please take charge of housing them and allow them to rest for a day. We shall commence work tomorrow. Upon witnessing the robust and seemingly healthy slaves, Roland felt greatly pleased and turned to James, giving him instructions at once. James slightly bowed before adopting a stern demeanor, his attitude shifting dramatically as he bellowed at the cowering group of slaves. You wretched swine! The esteemed Apothecary Roland has granted you a day of rest. Do not hesitate to express your gratitude. Thank you, Lord. Over 100 slaves, upon seeing James wielding a long whip, were overtaken by fear and promptly knelt, fervently exclaiming their thanks to Roland. Go now. With a sweeping gesture, Roland expressed little concern regarding the slaves. All he required was their diligent labor. After organizing the slaves, he did not immediately return to concoct potions, but rather made his way to a more spacious wooden cabin located behind his residence. Within the 3-story cabin resided the future mage group of Roland, although they were currently in a pitiably weak state. Over the course of 2 months, 12 adolescents, including Ryan, had undergone magical enlightenment under Alice's guidance, successfully mastering the meditation technique, enabling them to absorb the power of potions and enhance their strength. The remaining 4 had yet to succeed in their meditation practice. Concerning this situation, Roland had no effective solutions. Only through mastering the meditation technique could they absorb the potion's effects. Otherwise, consuming the potions would yield no results. Chapter 42. Dismal Talon in the courtyard enclosed by a fence. A young elven girl clad in a light green dress was patiently instructing four adolescents. Her sweet smile was captivating, and her figure was almost perfect, especially her long and slender legs beneath the hem of her dress. A true gift from the Creator, tight and shapely, stirring within Roland an inexplicable urge. Waste, waste, waste. Roland silently recited a calming mantra to suppress the flame of desire before pushing open the courtyard gate and stepping inside. Upon seeing Roland, Alice beamed and gradually closed the meditation book in her hands, obediently awaiting his instructions. "How have you all been recently?" Roland, considering his own well-being, decided to avoid Alice's gaze and turned to the four adolescents in the yard. "Master, we regret to inform you that we have yet to succeed in mastering the meditation technique," a girl of around 14 or 15 replied, her tone filled with guilt and unease. As a mage, the most essential qualities were patience and confidence. I possess the patience to await your mastery of the meditation technique, and I am confident that I will witness the moment you become mages. Do you share this confidence? Roland's rhetorical question resonated throughout the cabin courtyard, evoking strong emotions among the four adolescents. They solemnly knelt before Roland and declared in unison, "Master, we do. We will undoubtedly become mages." "Very well, continue to strive." Roland gestured for them to rise. He had invested over 100 gold coins in these four adolescents, thus he naturally bore ample patience. Moreover, he was not in want of ordinary slaves. Rather, he sought mages who represented power. Upon hearing the commotion in the courtyard, the other 8 children, including Ryan, emerged from the cabin. Upon spotting Roland, their eyes brightened, and they hurriedly approached him, bowing respectfully. "Greetings, young master." After they had become mages, Roland had torn up their slave transaction certificates, granting them freedom and marking them as the first free citizens of Cheeming Island. "Rise," Roland commanded, and the 8 of them stood up, their gazes still filled with fervor. Roland not only granted them freedom and dignity but also bestowed upon them the power to shape their own destinies. Thus, at the moment they became mages, their reverence and loyalty to Roland reached an apex. "Ryan, what spells have you learned recently?" The eager stares of the 8 children filled Roland with satisfaction, prompting a smile as he inquired. "Reporting to young master, I have recently mastered the water manipulation spell," Ryan replied, brimming with excitement and pride. His response elicited envy among the surrounding adolescents. As the first to successfully practice the meditation technique, Ryan, with Roland's support, was on the verge of becoming a second-level mage and had already mastered 2 spells, making him the strongest among the 12. Excellent. It seems you possess a remarkable talent for elemental arrangement and combination, Roland offered rare praise, clearly pleased with Ryan's performance. The arrangement and combination of elements serve as the foundation for spells and represent the basic qualities of a mage. Every spell is composed of numerous elements, and understanding how to combine these elements is essential for all mages during their studies. In just over a month, Ryan had mastered 2 spells, indicating his high aptitude for elemental arrangement. While this talent may not be as significant as innate magical ability, it meant that Ryan would learn spells more efficiently than others, allowing him to save time and enhance the potency of his spells. Ryan beamed with joy at Roland's compliment, his face radiant with a smile. Yet he remained humble, respectfully replying, "Young master, all that I am today is due to your grace, and I shall never forget it." "I hope you will remember your words today," Roland said, patting Ryan's shoulder with a meaningful expression. Ryan's face fell at Roland's response, and he quickly knelt on the ground. "I swear by the great Lord of the Dawn, I shall forever remain loyal to you. Should I betray this oath, my soul shall sink into the endless abyss and be eternally consumed by the fires of hell." Witnessing this scene, Roland nodded lightly. In the realm of Saint Noor, deities are regarded as sacred and inviolable by any human, particularly by the lower classes. Once they swear by a deity's name, it is rare for them to break their vows. However, Ryan had now become a mage, and as he continued to explore the path of truth, his faith in the divine would inevitably wane. Roland was uncertain how effective this oath would remain for him in the future. Thus, he could not fully trust it and required various means to deepen Ryan's loyalty, ensuring against any potential betrayal. "Rise. I believe in your loyalty," Roland said with a genuine expression, seemingly moved by Ryan's oath. This moment intensified Ryan's emotions as he stood, his lips trembling, as if he wished to further express his loyalty in the ensuing time. Roland, increasingly appreciative of Ryan, seemed to neglect the others, continuously imparting knowledge and insights about spells, benefiting Ryan immensely. However, this scene did not escape the notice of the other 11 children, who were filled with a hint of envy, casting dark glances at Ryan. Unaware of this tension, Roland continued to foster a warm rapport with Ryan. Once he finished his teachings, he scarcely exchanged a few words with the remaining 11 adolescents before departing, leaving them with disappointed expressions. As Roland exited, the atmosphere in the courtyard grew somewhat peculiar. Roland's undue attention toward Ryan sparked heightened jealousy among the other 11, creating a subtle rift among the previously harmonious group of adolescents. This outcome was clearly intentional on Roland's part. Under his guidance, these 12 adolescents were destined to become the most formidable force in the territory. If their relationships were harmonious and united, Roland could hardly feel secure. Therefore, sowing discord among them was a necessary course of action. Upon returning to his wooden cabin, Roland promptly commenced his potion-making endeavors for the day. However, after concocting a level 4 agility potion, he paused his work. With 8 of the 12 adolescents now successfully practicing the meditation technique and becoming mages, Roland needed to brew 3 level 1 spirit agility potions and 3 level 1 elemental rhythm potions daily. Without the aid of potions, their training speed would be agonizingly slow given their mage talents. After Ryan successfully mastered the meditation technique, Roland had personally assessed Ryan's meditation effectiveness without potion assistance, and the results were dismal. While Roland could increase his spirit and mana by 0.003 points with one meditation session, Ryan's results were 10 times worse, yielding only a 0.0003 increase in spirit and mana. To meet the standard of a level 2 mage with 2 points of spirit, Ryan would require a decade without potion support. Upon realizing this, Roland understood why, in ancient times on the continent of St. Nor, inferior mage talents were not classified among mage abilities. Such talents made little difference, even if one became a mage. Without potion assistance, they would never break through to the intermediate mage level throughout their lifetime, investing 30 years to cultivate a level 3 mage. Any noble, provided their mind is not clouded, would certainly refrain from adopting such a method to augment their power. Moreover, the necessity of hiring a mage for aptitude assessment entails an exorbitant cost, which renders it nearly impossible for commoners with inferior magical talents to attain any notable success. However, for Roland, this presents no formidable challenge. Given his near 100% success rate in concocting basic potions, the expense of nurturing a mage with subpar talent to ascend to the rank of an intermediate mage is significantly lesser than that required by others. Based on the effects observed during the recent period of potion consumption, and with ample potion supply guaranteed, it is projected that Ryan will ascend to the rank of a second-level mage within 3 months, a third-level mage within 6 months, and ultimately achieve the status of an intermediate mage within 2 years. Roland, on the other hand, would need to expend 60 bottles of first-level agility and rhythm potions, 120 bottles of second-level potions, and 300 bottles of third-level potions. While this figure appears daunting, the total value of such a vast quantity of potions exceeds 5,000 or 6,000 gold coins. Yet, for Roland, these potions would merely cost a little over 1,000 gold coins, essentially just the cost of materials. Investing 5,000 or 6,000 gold coins to cultivate an intermediate mage would undoubtedly be a grievous loss for any noble. But for merely over 1,000 gold coins to cultivate one, many nobles would surely be inclined to seize the opportunity. An intermediate mage, even if only at level 4, possesses an essential distinction from a novice mage, exhibiting spell potency several times more powerful and qualifying them for many magical professions that require intermediate mage capabilities. The disparity in income between the two categories is also evident. A novice mage earns approximately 8 to 15 gold coins monthly, while an intermediate mage's income is at least threefold greater. The arithmetic is clear for any noble. Spending just over 1,000 gold coins to cultivate an intermediate mage who can earn an annual salary exceeding 300 gold coins is an astute investment. Moreover, for Roland, it is a remarkably lucrative venture that not only allows him to utilize potions he would otherwise hesitate to employ, but also cultivates a formidable mage contingent in the laboratory. After concocting a 4th-level spirit agility potion, Roland's mental strength dwindled to 8 points, sufficient for the preparation of 6 first-level potions. Over the past 2 months, although he had not engaged in large-scale procurement of 5th-level potion materials, he still acquired 20 portions from Leslie under the pretext of practice during their 2 transactions. He successfully crafted 7 bottles of 5th-level Spirit Agility potions and 6 bottles of 5th-level Fire Elemental Rhythm potions. Upon consumption, Roland's mental and magical power reached 9.8, leaving him merely a step away from the 10-point standard required for a 6th-level mage. While Roland yearned to swiftly advance to the 6th level, it had only been 4 months since his ascension to 5th-level mage. Such rapid progress necessitated a cessation of potion consumption, relying instead on meditation to enhance his mental and magical strength. Chapter 43. Cultivating Untamed Land. The following day, on March 18, 4341 of the human calendar of the Holy Nuwa continent, as the weather gradually warmed, the once unyielding soil of Enlightenment Island began to soften, becoming more amenable to cultivation. Coupled with the recent acquisition of 150 slaves, Roland was now equipped with ample manpower to commence the reclamation of the eastern plains of Enlightenment Island. This endeavor was undoubtedly of paramount importance. Although Roland's income could easily sustain the importation of grain, the lack of domestic production posed a grave risk for a lord. Should war erupt and Enlightenment Island become besieged, his territory would crumble without recourse. Thus, despite the minimal profit from grain, Roland felt compelled to vigorously develop agriculture on Enlightenment Island. Behind the dwelling, 200 slaves, fully equipped and ready for action, led by James, shouldered various tools and surged into the eastern plains of Enlightenment Island. Under Roland's directives, the eastern plains were divided into 3 cultivation zones, designated for 600 acres of rye, 300 acres of wheat, and 300 acres of barley. Although rye yielded a higher output, its nutritional value was comparatively lower, primarily serving the needs of the slaves. In contrast, the mercenaries of the Loyal Lion Mercenary Corps required the more nutritionally rich wheat and barley, a commitment Roland had pledged during the contract's inception. Throughout the reclamation process, Roland did not oversee every detail, as he lacked the time. Therefore, he once again dispatched Old Nob to act as his eyes and ears. Over the course of 3 months, Old Nob's reputation on Enlightenment Island had become nearly infamous. To deter slaves and mercenaries from slacking, Old Nob was virtually omnipresent, employing various tactics: intimidation, enticement, and even violence. He not only recruited several slaves as his informants, but also established a reporting mechanism, offering a lavish dinner to any slave or mercenary who reported others for idleness. While the mercenaries might scoff at such a reward, the slaves were unable to resist the temptation, especially those who had already received Old Nob's bountiful rewards, who became his loyal enforcers, vigilantly monitoring their peers and ensuring that none dared to indulge in laziness. It could be said that during these past 3 months, over half of the whippings endured by the slaves bore Old Nob's shadow. Roland saw no reason to intervene in this situation. In fact, he personally appointed Old Nob as the territory's overseer, for the losses incurred through slave and mercenary negligence ultimately affected him. Meanwhile, as Enlightenment Island fervently entered the reclamation phase, in the southeastern region of the Chaotic Sea, a single-masted vessel swiftly approached a small island approximately 30 square kilometers in size. As it neared the shore, 2 figures leapt from the boat and dashed toward the island. This small island was not only 3 times larger than Enlightenment Island, but also boasted comprehensive infrastructure and a population far exceeding that of Enlightenment Island, with several hundred houses clustered in the village near the island's center. The island's master was none other than a pioneering knight from the kingdom of Odoran, Neil Bergman. In contrast to Roland, Neil Bergman had spent 3 years in the Sea of 10,000 Islands. His territory housed 700 or 800 slaves and had established a guard force of over 100 members, while he himself was a seasoned warrior of level 8. With such power, he ranked among the foremost of the myriad small factions within the Chaotic Sea. Furthermore, due to familial connections, he had secured the protection of the Mandy family, one of the 2 dominant powers in the Blue Wave Sea. Consequently, he thrived within the Chaotic Sea, amassing a substantial fortune through relentless warfare and plunder over the mere span of 3 years. At this moment, in the central village of the island, within a modest manor, a man in his 30s, somewhat diminutive in stature, gazed excitedly at the two subordinates who had just returned to the territory. "Have we confirmed the location?" Neil Bergman inquired, his tone tinged with urgency. "Yes, my lord, we have confirmed it. That island lies approximately 300 miles southeast of our Yellowstone Island, situated at the boundary of the Black Knight pirate group's influence. Is the border area a newly opened territory?" "Indeed, my lord. According to my understanding, that small island has not been occupied by anyone and has long been under the control of the Black Knight pirate group." Upon hearing this, Neil Bergman's eyes brightened, and he quickly continued to inquire, "What is the situation with the guards on the island?" "Based on my observations, the island appears to have around 40 to 50 guards, most of whom are mercenaries." 40 to 50 mercenaries? Neil Bergman furrowed his brow at the response. Although he commanded a guard force of over 100, not all were professionals. If he failed to subdue the adversaries swiftly, he could face significant losses. Furthermore, the merchant vessels passing to and from the island bore the flag of the Black Knight pirate group, indicating that the island's reclamation fell within their sphere of influence, thus establishing a profound connection with the pirates. While he enjoyed the protection of the Mandy family and had no fear of the Black Knight pirate group, he would refrain from provoking them without sufficient benefit. As these thoughts swirled in Neil Bergman's mind, he found himself increasingly conflicted, unable to reach a decisive conclusion. "What goods were transported on the ship this time, my lord?" "This time three-masted merchant ships transported over 100 adult slaves." The subordinate's reply ignited a flicker of greed in Neil Bergman's eyes. As a lord who had established his territory for 3 years, he was acutely aware of the value of over 100 slaves. Moreover, over the past 3 months, he had observed that the opposing party procured large quantities of goods from Hegland City nearly every month, indicating that, despite being newly established, they possessed considerable wealth. Should he succeed in obliterating the rival's territory, his gains would undoubtedly be substantial. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, a fierce glint suddenly flashed in Neil Bergman's eyes, as if he had resolved upon a certain course of action. "Summon Dees to me." Upon hearing the name Neil Bergman, a flicker of delight momentarily crossed the faces of his two subordinates, who promptly bowed and hastily departed. Shortly thereafter, a robust middle-aged man clad in armor rushed in. Diz Murphy, the captain of Neil Bergman's guard, was not only a seasoned warrior but also a trusted confidant of Neil Bergman. "Greetings, my lord," he said. Upon seeing the newcomer, Neil Bergman's demeanor brightened, and he quickly pulled Diz closer, gesturing toward the map spread across the table. "Diz, take a look here. This area represents the territory recently claimed by a pioneering knight. Though it has just been established, they have procured a significant amount of supplies lately, and there are quite a few slaves on the island. However, they are guarded by around 40 to 50 mercenaries, and their defenses are quite formidable. You think it is worth taking action?" Listening to Neil Bergman's description, Diz nodded calmly, a contemplative expression gracing his features. His contemplation was not whether it was worth it to engage. From the moment he was summoned, he understood that Neil Bergman had already made up his mind. The true essence of Neil's inquiry was how to seize the territory with minimal cost. After pondering for a moment, he confidently replied, "My lord, although they possess 40 to 50 mercenaries, they are insufficient to fully secure the island. We can take advantage of the cover of night to land, gathering our guard to prevent them from being picked off one by one. We will assuredly capture them with ease." Upon hearing the self-assured response from his captain, Neil Bergman's eyes sparkled with renewed excitement as he exclaimed, "Excellent! In that case, let us gather the guard and set forth immediately as you command, my lord," Diz replied, a glimmer of excitement flashing across his face. After all, successfully seizing the territory of a pioneering knight promised substantial rewards, which explained the earlier joy displayed by the two subordinates upon sensing Neil Bergman's intent. Meanwhile, Roland remained blissfully unaware of the impending crisis. Despite having been forewarned by Philip, he had overestimated the reputation of the Black Knight pirate crew and underestimated the avarice of the various factions within the Sea of 10,000 Islands. He never anticipated that someone would dare to strike at Cheeming Island, which lay within the sphere of influence of the Black Knight pirate crew. Furthermore, to train Ryan and the other 12 mages, Roland had once again immersed himself in the laborious task of potion brewing. Time slipped by, and 3 days passed quietly. Under the diligent efforts of 200 slaves, Over 200 acres of farmland had been cultivated on the eastern plains of Qiming Island. Although these fields had only recently transitioned from wasteland, the yield in the first year would inevitably be affected, yet they were sufficient for growing grain. Just as the situation on Qiming Island appeared to thrive, a fleet consisting of 3 twin-masted warships stealthily approached from not far away. Aboard were over 100 elite guards under Neil Bergman's command. However, they did not approach recklessly, lingering 10 miles away from Qiming Island. As night fell, cloaked in darkness, Neil Bergman commanded the 3 warships to slowly close in on Qiming Island. They cunningly chose to land on the southwestern side of the island, where Roland had not stationed any defensive forces. Since establishing his territory, he had only faced attacks from magical beasts and had never encountered an assault from his own kind. In comparison to magical beasts, humans were undoubtedly more cunning. Yet, as Neil Bergman stealthily landed on the western side of Qiming Island, 3 pairs of terrified eyes suddenly appeared from within a thicket. Behind these 3 pairs of eyes were Old Nob and 2 slaves from Qiming Island. Since leaving Haglon, Old Nob had gradually lost his standing beside Roland, causing him considerable anxiety and unease. However, upon arriving at Qiming Island and being entrusted with the role of overseer by Roland, he had rediscovered a sense of purpose in life. Thus, he rose earlier and retired later than anyone else, determined to fulfill his responsibilities diligently. The reason for his presence that day was to inspect the progress of the land reclamation on Qiming Island. He monitored the work of the slaves and mercenaries daily, and each night, he needed to assess the results of their labor. Should he discover that the day's work fell short of expectations, he would promptly report it to Roland and impose punishment on the slaves who failed to meet their tasks. It was precisely this diligence that fortuitously led him to uncover the treacherous ambush. Upon spotting the 3 twin-masted warships emerging on the horizon, Old Nob instinctively held his breath, as over 100 fully armed soldiers prepared to disembark. Alarmed, he quietly retreated from the thicket and hurriedly ran towards the settlement with the 2 slaves. Meanwhile, upon realizing that Qiming Island was completely unguarded, allowing his subordinates to land with such ease, Neil Bergman wore a sinister smile. Since establishing his territory, he had personally dismantled 2 pioneering knights and a small pirate crew, reaping immense benefits from these conquests. Otherwise, he would not have amassed such a considerable number of slaves or maintained a guard of over 100 men. The allure of abundant spoils had thrust him irreversibly onto the path of war. Thus, even with Roland's protection from the Black Knight pirate crew, Neil Bergman still led his men to this location. "Silence," commanded Diz, following closely behind Moss and Neela. After landing, he promptly issued orders in hushed tones. The 100-strong guard, evidently well-versed in such small-scale warfare, formed a single file, trailing behind the 2 warriors who had reported on the conditions of Qiming Island. Stealthily making their way towards the eastern plains in less than half an hour, under their guidance, they located the small settlement on Qiming Island. Upon seeing the darkened settlement, excitement clearly flickered in the eyes of the 100 warriors, who gripped their weapons tightly, preparing to deliver a surprise to the slumbering lord of Qiming Island. At that moment, both Neil Bergman and Diz exchanged glances filled with delight, ready to launch their assault. "Remember, spare the life of the opposing lord upon encountering him. Do not kill him," Neil Bergman sternly instructed the nearby warriors. His motives were not born of compassion, but rather the understanding that a living pioneering knight could potentially have a family willing to ransom him, thus yielding greater profits. Attack. After receiving the hushed responses from the surrounding warriors, Neil Bergman could no longer restrain himself. With a sweeping gesture, he issued the command to attack. Upon receiving their lord's order, over 100 warriors surged forward, confronting an unguarded enemy without a trace of fear in their hearts, eager to be the first to breach the adversary's dwelling and indulge in reckless plunder. Even the captain of the guard, Diz, lost his composure in this fervor, charging boldly to the forefront with the might of a 7th-level warrior. Yet, his valor was evidently misplaced. As he crossed the earthen perimeter of the dwelling, a multitude of torches ignited instantaneously, illuminating the area with a fierce glow. At that moment, dozens of sharp arrows, accompanied by a piercing whistle, hurtled toward Diz. Unprepared for the ambush, he was struck by several arrows before he could even summon his protective aura. However, being a seasoned warrior, He quickly recognized the trap and, propelled by instinct, retreated to preserve himself. Given his robust physique, the arrows shot by mere foot soldiers posed little threat, though his appearance was somewhat disheveled. The projectiles had barely penetrated, lodged instead in his formidable muscles. With just a moment's respite, he could recover and return to the fray. Yet, Roland would not grant him such a reprieve. After receiving word from Old Nob, Roland swiftly summoned O'Neill and Artiel, laying a trap in preparation. He even chose to participate personally, fully aware that against beasts, one could flee if overmatched, but against peers, defeat would spell utter ruin. Thus, as discharged, Roland began to chant, gathering arcane energy. Just as Diz was propelled backward, Roland concluded his incantation, unleashing 5 blazing fireballs that hurtled toward Diz with ferocious speed. Diz, now airborne, saw the fireballs hurtling toward him, and his heart sank in alarm. There was no chance for evasion. He immediately unleashed his aura, attempting to shield himself from the impending assault. However, even as a high-level warrior, he could not withstand a 5th-level spell, especially one of such overwhelming power. In an instant, the 5 radiant fireballs struck him, erupting in a cacophony of explosions that sent him crashing to the hard ground, creating a deep crater. As the smoke cleared, it was evident that his armor had been twisted and shattered by the fireball's assault, while the exposed skin beneath was a gruesome sight, charred and oozing, reeking of burnt flesh. Yet, remarkably, Diz showed no signs of life ebbing away. He was merely gravely injured, temporarily incapacitated. A mid-level fire mage? Neil Bergman exclaimed in shock. Clearly, he had not anticipated the presence of a mage on this island, resulting in the immediate loss of a high-level warrior's fighting capability. Such a turn of events was undeniably difficult for him to bear. Just as he was grappling with this shock, Roland motioned grandly, and within the dwelling, 100 fully armed warriors emerged, charging toward Neil Bergman's guard under O'Neill and Artiel's command. Bolstered by the momentum of having severely wounded the opposing high-level warrior, the loyal Lion Mercenary Corps and Artiel's squad saw their morale soar, while Neil Bergman's guard, reeling from the ambush, experienced a significant drop in spirit. Most critically, they had lost their commander, Diz, leading to utter chaos in their ranks as they were forced to retreat under the relentless assault of the loyal Lion Mercenary Corps and Artiel's squad. Even with a few mid-level warriors attempting to reorganize, the tide of defeat was unmistakable. Witnessing his guard decimated within moments, with dozens falling, Neil Bergman felt an agonizing ache. This was the foundation he had painstakingly built over the past 3 years. The realization that his carelessness had cost him a third of his forces weighed heavily on him. Furthermore, given that his territory lay in the chaotic seas, a severe loss in this battle would invite his former enemies to seize the opportunity to strike. Much like the 3 small factions he had once dismantled, such a fate would obliterate his path as a noble, leaving no chance for redemption. Overwhelmed by these thoughts, Neil Bergman could no longer contain himself and shouted, "To the opposing lord, if this battle continues, we will surely suffer mutual destruction, with no advantage gained by either side. Why not cease hostilities and seek peace?" As his words resonated through the battlefield, the tumultuous situation appeared to gradually ease. Meanwhile, Roland, situated at the rear, furrowed his brow upon hearing the exchange, his gaze fixated intently on Neil Bergman. For him, the desire to exterminate the invading foes encroaching upon his territory was palpable. However, given the current state of affairs, the loyal Lion Mercenary Corps and the Atur squad evidently found themselves at a distinct disadvantage. Furthermore, the previous skirmishes had inflicted grievous losses on the loyal Lion Mercenary Corps, where over 20 men had perished on the battlefield, and the remaining fighters bore wounds that marred each of their bodies. Continuing the fight would inevitably stir feelings of rebellion within them, potentially leading to unforeseen complications. The ongoing lull in combat was telling. The loyal Lion Mercenary Corps was evidently daunted by their significant casualties, instinctively acquiescing to Neil Bergman's suggestion of a ceasefire. This was a matter Roland had to contemplate, for the most formidable force at his disposal was indeed the loyal Lion Mercenary Corps. Should they refuse to comply with his commands, the Atur squad would undeniably fall short against Neil Bergman. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, Roland ultimately responded, "You brazenly trespass upon my territory, inflicting considerable losses upon me, and now you seek to halt hostilities and negotiate? Are you dreaming? Upon hearing Roland's icy tone, a hint of embarrassment crossed Neil Bergman's face. However, confronted with the urgency of the situation, he disregarded his wounded pride and hastily retorted, "This is a misunderstanding. I was compelled to invade your lands by the instigation of a scoundrel. You can see the current predicament. If we continue to fight, both sides will suffer devastating losses, which benefits neither of our territories. Let us cease hostilities." Compelled? Such utter shamelessness. Has someone placed a knife to your throat? Forcing you to invade my domain? Roland scoffed derisively. Then, how about I compensate for your losses and extend my sincerest apologies? Neil Bergman offered, a look of reluctant determination on his face as he saw Roland was not easily swayed. Roland, intrigued by the prospect of compensation, felt a shift within him. This battle could not persist, and thus he sought to extract some tangible benefit. Compensation? How do you propose to compensate? I am willing to pay you 100 gold coins to make amends for the losses I have caused you. Neil Bergman suggested, a flicker of hope igniting upon seeing Roland's willingness to negotiate 100 gold coins. Are you insulting a pharmacist? Roland thundered in fury. A pharmacist? Neil Bergman's eyes widened in shock. Finally grasping the secret to the wealth of Roland's territory, he was a pharmacist. Yet, as he processed this revelation, Roland's subsequent declaration caused his countenance to pale. Attention, everyone. For the death of an enemy, there shall be a reward of 30 gold coins. For a junior soldier, it shall be doubled, and for a mid-level soldier, it shall be quadrupled. With Roland's proclamation, the previously calming battlefield erupted into chaos once more. The Loyal Lion Mercenary Corps and the Eter Squad, upon hearing the announced rewards, felt their eyes blaze with fervor, their movements turning fierce as they aimed for the enemy's vital points. Though they were reluctant to continue fighting, the allure of Roland's generous offer was too tempting to resist. Stop, esteemed pharmacist. You set the price, Neil Bergman implored, panic rising within him as the battlefield once again bristled with tension. 2,000 gold coins, 300 slaves, and 30 tons of grain, Roland declared, his demands exorbitantly high. Impossible. I cannot bear such a cost, Neil Bergman exclaimed, his face contorting in disbelief. Roland's terms threatened to deplete nearly half of his territory's resources. An untenable proposition. Then what is there left to discuss? Let us fight, Roland retorted resolutely. No. I am willing to offer you 500 gold coins, 50 slaves, and 10 tons of grain. How does that sound? Let us fight. Roland remained steadfast, prepared to invest all his gains into this conflict. He could endure the hardships of war, but it was evident that Neil Bergman could not. Should he lose his elite guard? His territory would be left vulnerable, prompting him to plead once more, half. I can accept no more than half. Half? Roland pondered, a flicker of consideration crossing his features. After all, persisting in battle would impose substantial losses on him as well. Should the Loyal Lion Mercenary Corps suffer irreparable damage, the safety of his territory would be jeopardized. Must they be strong, healthy adult slaves, with no less than 2/3 being male? Upon hearing Roland's stipulation, Neil Bergman exhaled a sigh of relief. Although the terms were painfully steep, he ultimately acquiesced to preserve his elite guard. As the two parties reached an agreement, the tumult of battle gradually subsided. The conflict left the ground strewn with devastation, neither side emerging victorious, particularly Neil Bergman, whose guard had suffered over half of its ranks and now faced a hefty compensation that nearly decimated a third of his wealth. In comparison, the Eter Squad was not faring much better. They had lost 3 members in this skirmish, leaving only 4 remaining, including Eter. The Loyal Lion Mercenary Corps fared even worse, with 32 dead and over a dozen severely injured. Now, only around 50 remained unscathed within their ranks. However, the burden of losses inflicted upon the Loyal Lion Mercenary Corps and the Eter Squad did not fall upon Roland's shoulders, as the responsibility lay with O'Neill and Leslie, given their non-subordinate relationship. Consequently, Roland was not liable for the compensation of the fallen mercenaries or the Eter Squad. Moreover, Roland had secured a substantial compensation from Neil Bergman, rendering the conflict profitable for him. Following the war, Roland had no intention of meeting Neil Bergman, mindful of the latter's status as an 8th-level warrior. To avoid any potential danger, he entrusted all subsequent matters to Old Nob in terms of credit for this victory. It was undoubtedly Old Nob who deserved the accolades, for had he not detected the enemy's nocturnal approach to the island, Roland would have been caught unawares and suffered greatly. Thus, to honor Old Nob's contributions, Roland conferred upon him the authority to negotiate on his behalf. Meanwhile, following the conclusion of the battle, Neil Bergman surveyed his severely depleted ranks, his heart heavy with dismay. However, upon spotting the gravely wounded but alive D's, he felt a modicum of relief. The worth of a high-level warrior far exceeded that of intermediate or junior ones. As long as D survived, his territory would be spared from imminent disaster. Yet, the forthcoming compensation weighed heavily on his mind. 150 slaves, all requiring to be healthy adults, would effectively drain half of his territory's adult slaves, compounded by the 1,000 gold coins in reparations, causing him considerable distress. After all, not every frontier knight was like Roland, who amassed vast wealth through alchemy. Neil Bergman governed over a 30-square-kilometer island, and despite 3 years of development, his territory yielded a mere 5,000 gold coins annually. After accounting for necessary expenses, he was left with only 1,000 gold coins each year, now entirely earmarked for war reparations. However, observing the vigilant gazes of the loyal Lion Mercenary Corps and the Atur squad, Neil Bergman resigned himself to his fate. At that moment, Old Nob, entrusted with the negotiation mission by Roland, approached. Upon encountering Neil Bergman, a shrewd smile crossed his face. "Esteemed Lord, may I inquire when the compensation you mentioned will arrive?" Though Old Nob's words dripped with respect, the pride of a victor was unmistakable on his face. Neil Bergman bristled at this display, but recognizing the circumstances, he suppressed his ire and replied curtly, "I have dispatched individuals back to my territory. The delivery will arrive in 3 days." "Excellent. Until then, I trust you will keep a firm grip on your soldiers. You wouldn't want to witness a resurgence of war? Would you?" "Humph, I will," Neil Bergman grunted, his dissatisfaction evident at Old Nob's veiled threat. He understood that until the compensation was delivered, Roland would not simply let him go, so he refrained from further comment. "Thank you for your cooperation. Good night." Old Nob stifled a yawn and promptly turned away. Observing Old Nob's retreating figure, Neil Bergman could not help but feel a profound sense of indignation, as if he had been deeply insulted. Chapter 46. Establishing the Territorial Guard 3 days later, after Neil Bergman delivered the promised compensation, Roland willingly fulfilled his part of the bargain and escorted him out of the territory. At that moment, on the deck, Neil Bergman fixed his gaze intently on Roland, who stood on the shore. This was their first encounter, yet through their exchanged glances, both understood that the matter was far from resolved. Despite each harboring their own reservations, war had not erupted anew. Nevertheless, both Roland and Neil Bergman had already regarded one another as archenemies, and the inevitable conclusion would be one party ultimately falling to the other. Meanwhile, as he watched the 3 twin-masted warships gradually recede into the distance, Roland wore an expression of grave concern, showing no signs of joy despite the substantial compensation he had just received. The performance of the loyal Lion Mercenary Corps during the previous conflict had instilled a sense of unease within him. Although the loyal Lion Mercenary Corps had displayed remarkable bravery by keeping the enemy at bay, they had inexplicably eased their offensive after Neil Bergman called for a ceasefire, without waiting for Roland's orders. Roland understood their motivation stemmed from a desire to minimize casualties, yet he could not accept a military force that could be swayed by external influences. Thus, he felt an increasing urgency to establish an army wholly loyal to him. Moreover, through the course of this conflict, Roland had gained a clearer understanding of the precarious situation in the Sea of 10,000 Islands. The protection offered by the Black Knight pirates could not guarantee his safety. Had he not expended a considerable sum of gold to hire the loyal Lion Mercenary Corps, he might have faced dire consequences during the sudden outbreak of hostilities. And with only the Ardal squad at his disposal, he would have struggled to ensure the security of his territory, perhaps even becoming Neil Bergman's captive, enduring countless trials. Most crucially, should he be defeated, he would irretrievably lose the precious Alice, whom he cherished dearly. He believed no one could resist the allure of an elven maiden, especially one with a figure as extraordinary as Alice's. Contemplating this, Roland could no longer contain the fury that welled within him and commanded Philip, Captain Philip, send someone to White Whale Island to inquire with Elizabeth about the true value of their protection from the Black Knight pirates. Why, after merely 3 months of establishing my territory, have I been attacked by another pioneering knight? In response to Roland's anger, Philip wasted no time, promptly affirming, "Yes, Roland the alchemist. The rest of you, follow me." After delivering his orders, Roland departed the shoreline and returned to the conference room in his residence. Upon entering the conference room, Roland wasted no time on pleasantries and promptly addressed O'Neill. "Captain O'Neill, the performance of the Loyal Lion Mercenary Corps in this conflict was commendable, and I am gratified." Upon hearing Roland's praise, a flicker of pride appeared on O'Neill's face, as this was the foundation upon which the Loyal Lion Mercenary Corps based their existence. However, Roland's tone shifted, growing exceedingly serious as he continued. "But why did your corps ease their offensive upon hearing Neil Bergman's call for a truce? Should you not be serving me, loyal to my cause?" Faced with Roland's inquiry, O'Neill's countenance shifted noticeably, and he stammered, struggling to formulate a response. In truth, he had made no errors in the decisions regarding his mercenaries during the previous conflict. After all, it was the strength of the Loyal Lion Mercenary Corps that had suffered losses. Yet this rationale was insufficient as a reply to Roland, who was not only an employer but a remarkably generous one at that. Most critically, with the Loyal Lion Mercenary Corps having sustained significant losses, he now required Roland's monthly payment of 1,000 gold coins more than ever to cover the compensation for fallen mercenaries and to recruit new members to replenish their ranks. Thus, despite the heavy toll taken on the Loyal Lion Mercenary Corps in the previous conflict, O'Neill had no inclination to sever their contract with Roland. Rather, he was determined to do everything in his power to preserve this employment relationship. Recognizing O'Neill's hesitation, Roland understood the underlying issue and chose not to press further. "Captain O'Neill, your Loyal Lion Mercenary Corps has suffered losses exceeding half of its strength, rendering your current compensation unjustifiable." Upon hearing these words, O'Neill's expression shifted dramatically. His greatest fear had finally materialized. He immediately leaned closer to Roland, a pleading look in his eyes. "Roland the alchemist, if you could grant me a little time, I assure you I will swiftly replenish our ranks and restore our previous strength, ensuring your territory's safety remains uncompromised." "Do not be hasty. Allow me to finish," Roland interjected, waving his hand. "Very well." O'Neill realized he had been too anxious and stepped back a couple of paces, awaiting Roland's continuation with bated breath. "However, the losses you sustained were incurred while fighting for my territory, and I shall not turn a blind eye to this. For the time being, your compensation will remain unchanged, but you must dedicate all your efforts to training a guard for my territory." Roland's proposal enlightened O'Neill to Roland's true intentions. All his prior words had merely been a prelude to this moment. Yet O'Neill understood that agreeing to this would mean relinquishing his contract with Roland once the territorial guard was fully formed. However, he found himself lacking the leverage to refuse. Should Roland terminate their contract now? The Loyal Lion Mercenary Corps, with its diminished strength, would struggle to secure such lucrative assignments in the future. The compensation for the fallen mercenaries and the expenses associated with recruiting new members would undoubtedly become an overwhelming burden for the Corps. After a moment of contemplation, O'Neill decisively acquiesced. "Very well, you shall select 50 strong slaves from the territory for comprehensive training." O'Neill's response finally brought a smile to Roland's face. "Agreed, Roland the alchemist." With his acceptance, O'Neill's demeanor turned remarkably agreeable. "Ardal, you will assist Captain O'Neill and jointly serve as the instructors for the guard," Roland instructed, turning his attention to Ardal. After all, this would be the first army of his territory, and he felt uneasy in trusting it entirely to O'Neill. "At your command, Roland the alchemist," Ardal consented without hesitation. Unlike O'Neill, he was not bound by a contractual relationship with Roland. A fortified defense for Cheeming Island would significantly enhance his own safety. In less than 3 months, he had already lost 6 subordinates, which had made him acutely aware of the perilous conditions in the Sea of 10,000 Islands. He was eager for Roland to strengthen his military ranks. Seeing both men in agreement, Roland sighed in relief. "A mage, He was entirely unfamiliar with training warriors and lacked any knowledge of martial breathing techniques. Thus, he was reliant on O'Neill and Ardle to establish the framework for the Guard. He would eventually seek opportunities to acquire a professional soldier's slave to help train the territory's Guard. After all, neither O'Neill, a mercenary, nor Ardle, a protector, could truly create a fully formalized army for Roland. After their agreement, Roland did not hesitate to turn to Old Nob and instruct Old Nob, from the 1,000 gold coins sent by Neil Bergman, allocate 400 to the Loyal Lion Mercenary Corps and 100 to the Ardle Squad for their discretion. The remainder will be added to the territory's accounts. Given Old Nob's significant contributions during the previous conflict, Roland not only appointed him as the assistant overseer of slaves, but also entrusted him with the territory's resource management and financial authority. Although Old Nob's capabilities were certainly inferior to James's, his unwavering loyalty to Roland undoubtedly surpassed that of James. This realization weighed heavily on Roland after experiencing the recent conflict. "Very well, Master," Old Nob replied with a radiant smile. Simultaneously, a glimmer of joy flashed in the eyes of O'Neill and Ardle upon receiving Roland's rewards. Particularly for O'Neill, this bounty would alleviate some of his current burdens. "James, after accounting for the 50 slaves, how many remain available for pioneering work?" "Reporting to you, Roland the Alchemist, with the addition of 150 slaves from Neil Bergman, the territory now possesses a total of 384 slaves. After excluding the 50 undergoing training, 334 remain, including 138 female slaves," James reported in thorough detail. "Very well, the upcoming pioneering tasks will be entirely assigned to the slaves. All members of the Loyal Lion Mercenary Corps will undertake uninterrupted patrols to ensure vigilance and defense throughout the territory. It is imperative that we never again find ourselves in a situation where the enemy stands at our doorstep while we remain blissfully unaware." At this juncture, Roland's countenance darkened considerably. "Understood, Apothecary Roland." The gathered crowd responded in unison, their voices tinged with urgency. Chapter 47. The magical herb fields in the ensuing period, Cheeming Island was once more engulfed in extensive land reclamation efforts, thanks to the arrival of 150 slaves sent by Neil Bergman. The pace of this endeavor experienced a significant acceleration in less than half a month's time. A staggering 1,200 acres of farmland were cultivated across the eastern plains. As the weather gradually warmed, under the guidance of James and Old Nob, Cheeming Island officially commenced its most crucial spring sowing of the year. However, Roland's attempts to seek an explanation from Elizabeth had gone unanswered for an extended duration. Meanwhile, in the northern expanse of the Chaotic Sea, the Black Knight pirate group re-engaged in a fierce naval battle with the Mandy family. Although the confrontation concluded in a stalemate, the Black Knights managed to obliterate 3 small territories under the protection of the Mandy family, leaving them seething with anger and laying the groundwork for future conflict. Roland was not entirely privy to the intricacies of this conflict, nor did he comprehend whether he bore any responsibility for inciting the Black Knights to wage war against the Mandy family. However, he recognized that such a scale of warfare was beyond his current capacity to engage in. Even a mere ripple could prove unbearable for him. Consequently, during this recent period, Roland devoted himself entirely to the crafting of potions while channeling all remaining energy into the fortification of his territory's military. This included not only the 12 mages, such as Ryan, but also the 50 slaves currently undergoing training under O'Neill and Artie. Whenever time permitted, Roland would make rounds to both win the hearts of his men and ensure the intensity of their training was maintained. Thus, time slowly passed, and half a year elapsed since Roland had embarked upon the establishment of his territory. After an additional 3 months of development, though his territory was smaller in area compared to Neil Bergman's, its strength was now nearly comparable. Over this period, the potion trade between Roland and Leslie steadily increased under Roland's management, leading to a monthly revenue that had gradually risen to over 1,400 gold coins. Coupled with the 500 coins remaining from Neil Bergman's compensation, Roland procured another 50 male and 50 female slaves, bringing the total count of slaves in his territory to nearly 500. Moreover, during the 3 months of training, the 50 slaves, under the tutelage of O'Neill and Artie, grew increasingly robust, with 2 slaves successfully ascending to the rank of level 1 warriors through the breathing techniques provided by O'Neill, thus becoming professionals. Upon receiving this news, Roland promptly announced the abolition of their slave statuses and granted them freedom. The liberation of these two individuals sparked a considerable uproar among the other slaves, motivating them to immerse themselves even more fervently in their training. Roland was naturally pleased by this turn of events. While it may seem that by granting these two individuals the status of free citizens, Roland had lost two slaves, this was not the case. Although they had attained freedom, it did not imply they could easily depart from Roland's territory, i.e. the Saint-No continent. A noble's control over their domain extends far beyond mere ownership of slaves. Even free citizens must comply with the Lord's directives, and any desire to leave the territory necessitates a travel permit issued by the Lord. Without such documentation, they risk capture by the ever-present slave hunters, who would sell them back into slavery. Thus, even free citizens, lacking a certain status or strength, would not readily abandon their homeland for distant lands. Nonetheless, compared to slaves, free citizens undoubtedly enjoyed a significantly higher status and better treatment. Once they became free citizens, under the laws of the Terra Kingdom, their lives could no longer be dictated by the whims of the nobility. Even if they committed an offense, only the royal tribunal could adjudicate their cases. Furthermore, as free citizens, they were entitled to marry, have children, and earn wages. Therefore, aside from ensuring these rights for the two individuals, Roland would not lose two invaluable laborers. Simultaneously, during this period, Ryan and the other 12 young apprentices exhibited remarkable growth. All had successfully mastered meditation techniques and taken up the mantle of mages. With the ample supply of potions at their disposal, 3 of them had even been promoted to level 2 mages a month prior. This development allowed Roland's long-anticipated plan to finally come to fruition. The establishment of magical herb fields within his territory. In essence, magical herb fields were not vastly different from regular farmland. Yet they were devoted to cultivating various magical plants on the Saint-No continent. As the significance of alchemy grew ever more paramount on the path of professionals, an array of industries dedicated to supporting alchemy emerged. The magical herb fields were a crucial part of this sector, producing approximately 80% of the magical plants available on the market, sourced from the herb fields established by various noble families. Without these magical herb fields, the prices of potions derived solely from wild-grown magical plants would soar exponentially. However, establishing magical herb fields was not a straightforward endeavor. While they did not demand specific land conditions, the magical plants required the meticulous oversight of mages. Thus, even though the profits from magical herb fields were substantial, the endeavor was not without its challenges. However, not everyone possesses the capability to cultivate such plants. At the very least, the presence of a mage is indispensable. Of course, one could hire external help, but should the decision be made to employ a mage, the profits generated from the magical herb field would become considerably less lucrative for the Lord. Nevertheless, this situation is far simpler for Roland. Although the 12 mages, including Ryan, may currently lack high levels of experience, they are nonetheless competent enough to tend to some lower-tier magical plants. Today, taking advantage of the splendid weather, Roland, accompanied by Alice and the 12 mages led by Ryan, ventured to the foot of the small hill located on the western side of the territory. Following the promotion of Ryan and 2 others to second-tier mages, Roland had already arranged for the slaves to prepare and level the land at the hill's base in advance. This location is designated for Roland's magical herb field, as with the arrival of summer, the white snow that blanketed the small hill has melted into clear water, converging into a small stream that flows down the mountainside. This not only provides ample water supply to the surrounding land, but also significantly increases the concentration of water elements in the vicinity. Therefore, this area is particularly suitable for cultivating the magical plant known as waterflower, which serves as a primary ingredient in the concoction of water elemental potions. This is Roland's first endeavor in establishing a magical herb field. He lacks considerable experience, and given the relatively low abilities of Ryan and the others, he intends to cultivate merely 10 acres of magical herbs for now. To commence, Roland buried 10 primary water elemental crystal stones in the already prepared 10 acres of land. Unlike the cores of magical beasts, these crystal stones are a rarer mineral found in the continent of Saint-No, containing elemental energy that is purer than that of beast cores. They are highly valuable and can be utilized in most magical experiments. The market value of these 10 primary crystal stones amounts to a staggering 200 gold coins. However, Each crystal stone can only sustain 1 acre of magical herb field for a single year before being completely depleted. Nonetheless, this expenditure pales in comparison to the profits generated from the magical herb field. Calculating based on the water flower, 1 acre of the magical herb field can yield between 70 to 90 flowers, depending on the mage's expertise and environmental factors. Based on Roland's assessment of the current environment of the magical herb field, if Ryan and his companions dedicate themselves sufficiently, they could potentially cultivate up to 80 water flowers at maximum capacity. However, to err on the side of caution, Roland plans to plant 75 in the first year. The water flower that matures in 3 months is valued at 3 silver coins, while one that matures in 6 months is worth 7 silver coins, and an annual bloom can fetch 16 silver coins. Consequently, 1 acre of the magical herb field can yield a total of 120 gold coins in water flowers after a year. After deducting the cost of the crystal stones, Roland can expect an annual profit of nearly 100 gold coins from each acre of the magical herb field. This calculation applies specifically to Roland. Others must still pay the mages for their services. Even if they are his subordinates, one first-tier mage can manage 1 acre of the magical herb field, and their annual remuneration would amount to around 70 gold coins. For Roland, however, the compensation for Ryan and the others comes in the form of potions. Roland provides them with ample potions, ensuring that their sustenance is not without merit. Thus, these 10 acres of magical herb field can yield approximately 1,000 gold coins in profit for Roland each year. While this figure may seem modest compared to the vast potential of potion sales, it is merely the beginning. As Roland's abilities grow, so too will the number of potions he can produce, allowing him to train more mages. An increase in the number of mages under Roland's command directly correlates with the expansion of his magical herb fields. The more fields he cultivates, the more staggering his profits become. This ambitious plan would undoubtedly be a formidable challenge for any faction within the continent of St. No. The initial step of cultivating mages en masse presents a historical dilemma. However, for Roland, whose potion success rate is extraordinarily high, this is a task of simplicity. Not only can he utilize his surplus potions, but he can also strengthen his team of mages, achieving multiple benefits in one stroke. After burying the crystal stones, Roland casually clapped his hands and instructed Ryan and the others. "Ryan, you shall reside near the magical herb field from now on. I will arrange for accommodations for your training." Following the promotion of Ryan and the others to second-tier mages, Roland has intentionally chosen to keep their identities concealed. After all, their inferior mage talents are not a secret, and should their rapid advancement be revealed, it would inevitably expose Roland's potion success rate. Thus, in Roland's plan, he does not intend to unveil Ryan and his companions until he himself has ascended to a higher level of potion mastery. "Understood, young master." Ryan and the others responded without any objections to Roland's command. "Young master, I also wish to reside here. Although I currently lack magical power, I have ample experience in caring for magical plants and can assist in teaching Ryan and the others." At that moment, Alice suddenly interjected, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Roland, however, was reluctant to accept Alice's suggestion. After all, who would wish to be separated from a charming elven maid like her? Yet, upon witnessing the longing in Alice's gaze, he found it difficult to refuse. During this time, he had also noticed that Alice harbored no fondness for any human aside from him. Even Ryan and the others only begrudgingly agreed to assist in teaching under Roland's command. Thus, despite his strong reservations, Roland ultimately acquiesced to her request. With a gleeful exclamation, Alice rushed to Roland's side and quickly planted a gentle kiss on his cheek upon receiving his consent. "Is that all?" Roland asked, covering his face and yearning for more. However, Alice clearly did not grant him such an opportunity, darting away into the small hill and vanishing from sight. Chapter 48. Salary Negotiation. After settling Ryan and the others, Roland promptly returned to his residence. The living quarters on Chiming Island had now grown to resemble a small village. Currently, it accommodates nearly 500 slaves and several dozen mercenaries. The area has expanded several-fold since its inception, with various types of buildings becoming increasingly sophisticated. Upon returning to his residence, Roland summoned Old Nob, O'Neill, and 3 others to the conference room. "Old Nob, how many gold coins remain in the territory's treasury?" "Young master, there are currently 534 gold coins and 68 silver coins in the treasury," Old Nob replied. Old Nob was evidently well acquainted with the situation, promptly responding while casting a discontented glance at O'Neill, who was positioned to Roland's left. Upon hearing this, Roland nodded impassively. Over the past 3 months, Roland had been discreetly increasing his success rate in concocting level 4 potions, which had now reached approximately 38%. He provided Leslie with around 35 bottles of level 4 potions each month, yet after accounting for the cost of magical materials procured from Leslie, his monthly profit was roughly 1,300 gold coins. This sum was undeniably significant for a newly established territory of a pioneering knight. After all, Neil Bergman, who had been developing his territory for 3 years, and with Huangshe Island being over twice the size of Qiming Island, only managed an annual profit of 5,000 gold coins. However, Roland had to pay the Loyal Lion Mercenary Corps a monthly hiring fee of 1,000 gold coins, leaving him with just over 300 gold coins each month. Fortunately, Roland's territory had reached a point of being barely self-sufficient, allowing him to refrain from any additional investments unless he had grand plans. Consequently, in these 3 months, apart from purchasing 15 magic crystals from Leslie, he had not acquired any other supplies. This may have led Leslie, sensing that Roland's territory was gradually finding its footing, to withdraw 2 of the 3-masted merchant ships, leaving only one for Roland's use. Meanwhile, in the conference room, O'Neill felt somewhat awkward under Old Nob's gaze. He was acutely aware of Old Nob's dissatisfaction. Since accepting Roland's employment, O'Neill had indeed reaped substantial rewards, with a monthly income of 1,000 gold coins. However, the sudden outbreak of war 3 months ago had depleted his earnings entirely over the past half-year. The compensation for over 30 members, the medical expenses for a dozen severely injured individuals, and their resettlement costs had not only drained the Loyal Lion Mercenary Corps treasury, but had also left them considerably short. It was only after Roland paid the hiring fee this month that they managed to just barely fill the gap. As a result, the scale of the Loyal Lion Mercenary Corps had yet to recover. This made O'Neill fidgety, his eyes furtively glancing at Roland, fearful of any signs of displeasure on his face. Roland was well aware of the underlying tensions in the conference room, yet he exhibited no signs of dissatisfaction. Although the current scale of the Loyal Lion Mercenary Corps was no longer worth the price of 1,000 gold coins per month, Roland had no intention of terminating the hiring contract with O'Neill. It was not merely because the Loyal Lion Mercenary Corps had suffered significant losses while fulfilling their duty to protect Qiming Island. Roland had already compensated them for that, but because he still required O'Neill's assistance in training his territorial guard. Not to mention, the ancestral breathing technique offered by O'Neill was invaluable, as Roland would otherwise need to spend a considerable sum on purchasing a breathing technique and hiring someone to train the guard. To placate O'Neill, Roland smiled and spoke to the 5 individuals present. I have now ascended to the rank of a level 6 mage and successfully concocted level 5 potions. From this point forward, the territory's profits will only continue to rise. As long as you all dedicate yourselves to your work, I shall ensure you are duly rewarded. As Roland's words resonated in the room, an immediate silence enveloped the atmosphere. They understood well what it meant to have an alchemist capable of crafting level 5 potions. However, what astonished them even more was Roland's young age, as he had already reached the ability to concoct such potions, a talent that would surely earn him a place of prominence even within the kingdom of Tyra. After the initial shock, joy swiftly followed. Being associated with such an extraordinarily gifted alchemist promised them immense benefits. Consequently, after Roland announced this news, James, Artier, and Philip in the room seemed to experience a subtle shift in their perceptions, increasingly valuing their current positions on Qiming Island. Congratulations, young master. With you on Qiming Island, the future is bound to be splendid. Old Nob was the first to respond, his face beaming with delight. Congratulations, Alchemist Roland. O'Neill exhaled in relief, following suit. Congratulations. The atmosphere in the conference room instantly transformed into one of jubilation. Observing this scene, Roland raised his hand slightly to temper the emotions of the group. He was quite pleased with their reactions. After all, they were indeed indispensable to him on Qiming Island. Without them, how could Roland manage the labor of hundreds of slaves and the myriad affairs of the territory? I have called you here today to discuss the free citizens of the territory and your wages. Roland continued. With the emergence of 2 free citizens in the guard, Roland would certainly need to pay them salaries and ensure their welfare. This was the right that free citizens deserved to enjoy. Although no one would dare to speak out if Roland were to withhold it, such an action could potentially dampen the enthusiasm of other slaves, especially those in the newly formed guard, the majority of whom still held the status of slaves. Therefore, for the sake of the guard, Roland would not be so short-sighted as to be stingy with this sum of gold. However, having already settled the wages and treatment for the recently pardoned free citizens, Roland could not overlook James, Artier, and Philip. Even though they might still receive compensation from Leslie, Roland felt it necessary to convey his stance. This, thank you, Alchemist Roland. Upon hearing Roland's proposal, a hint of joy surfaced on the faces of the three. They did not refuse. Although they indeed received a salary from Leslie, the opportunity to earn an additional income from Roland was still a considerable benefit for them. And no need for thanks. This is what you rightfully deserve. Let us first discuss the wages for those two level 1 warriors. According to the standards of other noble territories in the kingdom, how much gold should they receive each month? The individual with the most authority to speak on this matter was undoubtedly James, who had previously served as an overseer in the Oroco family's internal trading fleet. After contemplating for a moment, he replied, Alchemist Roland, due to the significant disparity in wealth between the eastern and western regions of the kingdom, the salary levels for level 1 warriors also vary considerably. As far as I know, some of the poorer nobles in the western part of the kingdom pay a level 1 warrior merely 1 gold coin per month. In contrast, those along the eastern coastal regions typically offer salaries ranging from 3 to 4 gold coins for a level 1 warrior. Such a vast disparity? Roland found the high salaries offered by the coastal nobles unsurprising. After all, the average monthly salary for citizens of Heglin City was 2 gold coins, and level 1 warriors would certainly earn more. What shocked him was the fact that salaries in the Western Kingdom were so low, with a level 1 warrior earning less than an ordinary citizen of Heglin City. Indeed, the flourishing overseas trade has led to a considerable income gap between the eastern and western regions of the kingdom. Roland, upon hearing this, gradually suppressed his astonishment. Please elaborate on the earnings of various ranks of warriors along the eastern coast. On average in the eastern region, a level 2 warrior earns approximately 5 to 6 gold coins. A level 3 warrior earns between 6 to 8 gold coins. A level 4 warrior receives around 15 to 18 gold coins per month. A level 5 warrior earns 20 to 24 gold coins. A level 6 warrior receives 27 to 30 gold coins, while a level 7 warrior commands between 80 to 100 gold coins. As James concluded, a hint of awkwardness surfaced on O'Neill's face. After all, according to James's calculations, even at full strength, the hiring cost for the Loyal Lion Mercenary Corps would be around 600 gold coins, let alone the current state of the Corps with over half of its members lost, which clearly did not justify the price of 1,000 gold coins per month. However, Roland did not express any displeasure regarding this. When he initially hired the Loyal Lion Mercenary Corps, he had already understood that their hiring price far exceeded his current scale. There was no need to dwell on these matters now, especially since Roland held O'Neill in high regard and wished to gradually transform their relationship into one of genuine allegiance rather than mere employment. In that case, let us set the monthly salary for level 1 warriors on Cheeming Island at 4 gold coins. Not only for level 1 warriors, but I shall also announce that the salaries for warriors of all ranks on Cheeming Island will be directly compared to those in Heglin City. After a moment of contemplation, Roland made a decisive resolution. Given his future earnings, he would not lack for gold coins. Currently, surrounded by the treacherous waters of the Sea of 10,000 Islands, no one would be willing to serve Roland without substantial benefits. Indeed, as soon as Roland made his announcement, the faces of Atur, James, and Faley instantly brightened with enthusiasm. Especially Atur, with his strength as a level 5 warrior, had received 2 salaries from Leslie and Roland, enabling him to earn 5 to 600 gold coins annually, far surpassing his occupational level. Once Roland's salary standard was made public across Cheeming Island, it sparked tremendous excitement among the territory's slave population, with many slaves even expressing a spontaneous desire to join the territorial guard. Likewise, when the remaining 48 slaves of the guard learned of this development, they devoted all their energy to training, often exceeding the daily training quotas without the need for O'Neill and Atur's supervision. Thus, under Roland's gold coin offensive, Everyone on Qiming Island erupted with immense enthusiasm, greatly enhancing the island's construction efficiency. Chapter 49, Level 6 Mage Strength, 1.2 Constitution, 1.1 Agility, 1.3 Spirit, 10.458 Mana, 10.3 Level 6 Mage. Inside his room, Roland gazed at his current attributes, a hint of satisfaction gracing his face. In fact, he had already achieved the rank of Level 6 Mage a month prior, but only announced it today. However, with his ascension to Level 6 Mage, the spirit potions from levels 1 to 4 had become nearly ineffective for him. Even the Level 5 potion yielded less than half the original benefit. Tio transitioned from an intermediate mage to an advanced one. His spiritual essence needed to reach 20 points, essentially requiring him to double his current spirit. According to Enwa's calculations, relying solely on Level 5 potions, Roland would need at least 4 to 5 years to achieve the status of an advanced mage, an unacceptably slow timeline for him. Additionally, with Ryan and the other 12 having transitioned to mages, the demand for potions had surged, and Roland's current spirit levels were already straining under the pressure. Thus, not only for his own strength but also for the overall prowess of his territory, Roland had to expedite his growth. This urgency was particularly heightened after his experience in the war against Neil Bergman, a thought that constantly influenced him. This was also the reason he preemptively announced his promotion to Level 6 Mage and his ability to concoct Level 5 potions, to ensure he could legitimately procure materials for crafting Level 6 potions in order to swiftly enhance his spirit. Yet, Roland was aware of the principle that excess can be detrimental. Therefore, although he felt anxious, he refrained from releasing a greater quantity of Level 5 potions all at once. In his dealings with Leslie this month, Roland still intended to primarily focus on Level 4 potions, supplemented by a few Level 5 potions. Over time, he would gradually adjust the sales ratio of Level 4 to Level 5 potions, ultimately allowing himself ample time to procure Level 6 potions. With this thought in mind, Roland instinctively turned to Enwa and inquired, "Enwa, calculate how I can provide Level 5 potions to Leslie while managing risks. I suggest that in your upcoming transactions with Leslie, you gradually increase the proportion of Level 5 potions to 25% of total potion sales each time. In 4 months, you can convert all potion sales to Level 5. Enwa's response clarified Roland's plan even further. "What would my net earnings be each month?" "Approximately around 1,400 gold coins, along with 45 bottles of Level 5 potions." Upon hearing this, Roland's brow furrowed. The anticipated gold earnings were surprisingly low. With the profit margins on Level 5 potions, even with a 30% success rate, he should have expected earnings closer to 1,600 or 1,700 gold coins. "Master, as Ryan and the other 12 grow stronger, it is anticipated that in 4 months, they will all break through to Level 2 mages, which will necessitate an expenditure of around 380 gold coins each month for procuring materials for crafting Level 2 potions." "Ah, I see," Roland realized, his understanding dawning. Recently, the potions consumed by Ryan and the others had been Level 1 potions, which cost merely over 100 gold coins, something Roland had overlooked. After receiving Enwa's reminder, a wry smile crept onto Roland's face. While he was indeed earning substantial profits, his expenses were also escalating. Not only was he supporting the future mage team of Ryan and others, but the territory's guard, which had now taken shape, still lacked proper equipment, and Roland still owed Leslie 3,000 gold coins. Thus, he found himself somewhat hoping for another encounter with Neil Bergman, anticipating a generous war indemnity. Of course, such thoughts were merely fanciful. Roland would not place himself in peril for a mere handful of gold coins. After pondering for a while, Roland could not devise a good solution. His most significant expenditure undoubtedly stemmed from the hiring fees of the Loyal Lion Mercenary Corps. However, the current situation on Qiming Island necessitated the power of the Loyal Lion mercenaries, and the guard required O'Neill's training, making it evident that he could not easily cut costs. Unable to find a solution, Roland decided not to dwell on it further and instead turned his attention to the day's potion-making tasks. With his advancements in alchemy, Roland's potion-making speed had significantly improved in less than 3 hours. He successfully concocted 1 Level 5 potion and 8 Level 1 potions. After completing his meditation for the day, Roland concluded his work. Noticing that the day was still young, he felt a desire to inspect the territory. Over the past few months, as he focused on training Ryan and the guard, he had been quite occupied, leaving James to manage the territory's affairs in his stead. Thus, with this thought, Roland summoned James and Old Nob. "Greetings, Master Roland, the alchemist. Today, there's nothing pressing. Come, let us take a stroll together." "Yes, master." Old Nob responded with great excitement, having not had the opportunity to accompany Roland for an extended time. Meanwhile, James wore a contemplative expression. He understood that Roland's stroll was not merely for leisure, but rather an inspection of the territory's progress and construction status. After considering for a moment and finding no significant oversights, he too smiled and readily agreed. "Let us go." Roland observed their reactions but said nothing further, leading the way outside. Their first stop was naturally the residence. Since the establishment of the territory 6 months ago, the living quarters had undergone significant transformations. From a mere handful of wooden huts, the number had now grown to over 300 houses. With the architect Martin on board, the arrangement of the buildings was remarkably orderly, devoid of any disarray. Moreover, many workshops had been added to the residential area, including iron workshops, textile workshops, grain workshops, and oil workshops. Though small in scale, some workshops perhaps only employing a single individual, they provided the foundation for the territory's self-sufficiency. The outer perimeter of the residential area was no longer marked by a simple earthen wall. After the spring planting season concluded, Roland allocated a large portion of the slaves to Martin. Through the efforts of 200 to 300 slaves, a robust stone wall, 2 meters high and half a meter thick, now encompassed the entire residential area. Additionally, 5-meter-high watchtowers were constructed at each corner of the stone wall. While both the stone wall and the towers appeared rather rudimentary, they represented the utmost that Roland could achieve at present. Cheeming Island spanned only a few dozen square kilometers, and resources on the island were scarce, necessitating the purchase of many materials from external sources. Therefore, constructing a wall that could withstand any siege would require astronomical sums, an expense Roland could not shoulder. Thus, he resorted to utilizing the island's mountains and stones to erect this basic stone wall. Despite its simplicity, this wall significantly enhanced the defenses of the residential area. A 2-meter-high stone wall, while not a challenge for professionals, posed considerable difficulty for ordinary soldiers, especially under defensive conditions. Since the establishment of this wall, Roland had been sleeping much more soundly. After thoroughly inspecting the residential area, a satisfied smile spread across Roland's face as he praised James for his commendable work. "This is merely my duty. Such praise is unwarranted." Upon seeing Roland's pleased expression, James let out a relieved sigh. "No. Rewards for merit and penalties for faults. Otherwise, who would be willing to work for me?" Roland waved his hand and continued. "James, as the steward, your salary will double this month." Though Roland currently had limited savings, he understood the importance of knowing which gold coins to spend and which to conserve. As the only individual capable of serving as the governor on Cheeming Island, it was essential for Roland to cultivate a good rapport with James. "Thank you, Master Roland." Upon hearing the words, a joyful expression involuntarily appeared on James's face. "Let us proceed to the dock," he suggested. After Roland nodded in agreement, he once again led the two towards the dock of Cheeming Island. Following multiple destructions, the dock had finally been established to withstand the potential threats from monstrous beasts. A considerable amount of wrought iron had been used in the later stages of its construction, rendering it remarkably sturdy. Adjacent to the dock stood a modest workshop, currently overseen by Anthony. During this period, Roland had not constructed any single-masted merchant vessels, but instead had built several small fishing boats. Although these small vessels could only operate along the coastal waters of Cheeming Island to avoid monstrous attacks, they had nonetheless significantly supplemented the island's seafood yield, thereby enhancing its meat supply. Upon observing the orderly state of both the dock and the shipbuilding workshop, Roland did not linger and led the two to the eastern plains. Within the 1,200 acres of farmland, after more than 2 months of growth, both rye and wheat, as well as barley, had sprouted tall stalks, with ears of grain beginning to form. Though still somewhat tender, they already harbored the promise of a bountiful harvest. This sight further brightened Roland's smile. Although the yield of grain was not particularly high and meant little to him, it represented the greatest stabilizer for Cheeming Island. Following this harvest, the island could achieve complete self-sufficiency in terms of food supply. This was of paramount importance for a territory, as it meant that as long as Qiming Island boasted sufficiently robust defenses, it need not fear enemy blockades. Old Knob, do you have any estimates regarding this season's grain yield? Roland casually inquired, stroking a hefty bundle of wheat ears. Young master, we have made projections, since our farmland has only recently been developed from wasteland. This year's grain yield can barely reach 70%, came the response. Roland's smile gradually faded. This was an inevitable outcome, as the freshly cultivated wasteland still contained numerous stones, tree roots, and weeds, all of which would undoubtedly affect the yield. However, within 2 years, after repeated tilling and cultivation, these lands would gradually mature, and the yield would reach its peak. Chapter 50. A sudden attack. After inspecting the farmland and finding no issues, Roland once more took his leave with the two. In the following time, he tirelessly checked the lookout towers surrounding the territory. Following the ambush by Neil Bergman, Roland had promptly established 4 lookout towers around the territory, with guards stationed day and night. Should any ship dare approach Qiming Island, a warning would be immediately issued. The establishment of these lookout towers had proven effective. Although no enemies attempting to assault Qiming Island were detected, several groups of monstrous beasts were spotted. Thanks to their warnings, the numerous monstrous attacks Qiming Island faced over the past 3 months had not resulted in significant losses. As night fell, the 3 hurried back to their residence. After a day of inspections, Roland felt relatively satisfied with the territory's progress and expressed his approval of James's capabilities. James, as the steward, would you be interested in taking on the role of governor of Qiming Island? Roland asked with a smile. What? James exclaimed, clearly taken aback. He understood well the implications of such a position. The core of any territory lies with its lord, but beneath the lord, the 2 most critical operational systems are the administrative and military political structures. The head of the administrative system is the governor, whose authority within the territory is nearly second only to that of the lord. However, Roland's offer was for the governor of Qiming Island, not that of the entire territory, which represented a significant distinction. The former's authority was confined solely to Qiming Island, whereas the latter implied that Roland would eventually oversee the entire administrative system of his territories. James, along with Attila and Philip, was acutely aware of Roland's potential. He could not possibly remain with only Qiming Island as his territory. With the extraordinary profits brought by his talent as an alchemist, Roland's future held great promise of becoming a true noble. This was the reason James and Philip, despite being sent by Leslie to assist Roland, had wholeheartedly engaged in the development of his territory. They sought to gain Roland's friendship, which could represent an alliance with a master alchemist or even a connection to a noble of the kingdom in the future. The benefits of such a friendship were immense. Thus, James found himself deep in thought. Had he not been affiliated with Leslie, he would have undoubtedly accepted the position of governor of Qiming Island without hesitation. However, he was indeed a servant of Leslie, and aiding Roland in managing the territory was a task assigned to him by Leslie. Accepting the role of governor would, to some extent, betray Leslie. This dilemma left James unable to make a decisive choice. James was acutely aware of the power held by Leslie and the Aloco family behind him, even more so than Roland. It seemed Roland sensed James's hesitation and patted his forehead, as if suddenly remembering something. Right, since you are still under Leslie's employ, how about this? I shall grant you the position of acting governor for now. Once I communicate with Leslie, you can make your decision. Hearing Roland's reply, a glimmer of joy appeared on James's face. He quickly bowed and replied, "Thank you for your understanding. My lord, I will certainly do my utmost to assist you." Seeing James promptly adapt his title in recognition of the situation brought a smile to Roland's lips, and he refrained from saying more. However, from James's reaction, Roland felt the stark contrast between him and Leslie. James had once merely been a steward within Leslie's merchant fleet, yet when faced with the offer of governorship from Roland, he hesitated so profoundly. Clearly, his loyalty, or perhaps fear, of Leslie far outweighed his regard for Roland. Nevertheless, after being granted the position of acting governor of Qiming Island, James's enthusiasm surged. He meticulously planned the various constructions across the island and continuously provided Roland with suggestions for improving the territory's development. Witnessing James's remarkable work ethic brought immense joy to Roland. Thus, he similarly appointed Attila as the acting vice-captain of the guard, temporarily overseeing 50 members of the guard. Philip was named the commander of Qiming Island's fleet, even though it currently comprised only 4 fishing boats, which seemed rather meager. Nonetheless, both were exceedingly content and soon immersed themselves in their respective duties. However, regarding the most formidable individual within the territory, O'Neill, Roland made no remarks, seemingly forgetting his existence. Roland's demeanor left O'Neill feeling somewhat despondent, prompting him to redouble his efforts in training the guard members to demonstrate his worth to Roland. Roland had not forgotten O'Neill. In fact, he regarded him as one of the most significant individuals among them. When confronted with the scar-faced Henry, it was only O'Neill who steadfastly stood in front of Roland. That scene remained etched in Roland's memory. Moreover, O'Neill was fundamentally different from the other 3. He had no ties to Leslie. Thus, Roland held him in even higher esteem, and he sought an opportune moment to fully win him over, rather than merely assigning him a temporary position like James. Until and Philip.as time passed, July arrived. Due to its proximity to the frozen wastes, the sweltering summer had little impact on Qiming Island. Instead, the temperature was quite pleasant, making it an ideal summer retreat. The 1,200 acres of farmland were now laden with a bountiful harvest, and within less than a month, they would welcome the time of reaping. However, at this moment, Roland was suddenly met with troubling news. While inspecting the farmland, he noticed Ryan rushing towards him, panic etched across his face. "Young master, trouble is brewing. Our magical herb field has been attacked by monstrous beasts." "What? Where did these beasts come from? Is Alice unharmed?" Roland's expression darkened instantly, his eyes reflecting a surge of anger. The lookout towers surrounding the territory should have been vigilant enough to monitor every approach. Under such circumstances, the assault on the magical herb field led Roland to question the diligence of the guards stationed at the lookout towers. Facing Roland's barrage of questions, Ryan gulped nervously and replied hastily, "Young master, I'm not quite sure where the beasts came from, but Miss Alice is safe." Upon hearing these words, Roland let out a sigh of relief. He understood that now was not the time to dwell on the matters concerning the guards. Thus, he promptly assembled his men and swiftly made his way toward the magical herb field. Upon arriving at the western hillside's magical herb field, he was met with a scene of utter devastation across the 10-acre plot. The previously planted water blossoms, which had been nurtured for over half a month and were beginning to bloom, had now vanished entirely. Even the water elemental magic crystals that Roland had buried in the ground had mysteriously disappeared. Witnessing this sight, Roland was filled with rage, his eyes gleaming with fury. What kind of magical beast could have done this? Damn it, they even stole my magic crystals, however, the moment he noticed Alice approaching briskly. Roland quickly composed himself, adopting a demeanor of casual indifference. "How are you? Are you injured?" Observing the concern etched on Roland's face, Alice momentarily froze, a complex expression flickering in her eyes, yet she soon shook her head. "I'm fine. That is good to hear. A minor loss of resources is of little consequence to me." The sudden shift in Roland's demeanor left those around him in quiet admiration. Yet, upon noticing the glimmer of amusement in Alice's eyes, Roland could hardly contain himself and gritted his teeth, whispering, "What exactly happened? Young master, the magical herb field was attacked by a swarm of green-haired turtles. These creatures possess the strength of a Tier 3 magical beast, and there are over a dozen of them. Ryan and the others were no match for them, so I ordered them not to resist," Alice explained. Roland, upon hearing this, did not take issue with Alice's decision to forego resistance. After all, the safety of Ryan and the others was far more valuable than the herb field. The green-haired turtles, being Tier 3 magical beasts of a gentle nature, rarely attacked humans, and their innate spell, Water Shield, allowed them to create a barrier of water elements around themselves, providing decent defense. After listening to Alice's explanation, Nuwa transmitted information regarding the green-haired turtles to Roland. After reviewing the data, Roland's furrowed brow relaxed slightly, for the green-haired turtles were classified as low-level magical beasts and posed no threat to Qiming Island. Nevertheless, upon surveying the destruction of the magical herb field, his anger flared anew. 10 water elemental magic crystals and hundreds of water blossom seeds, valued at over 200 gold coins, had been utterly annihilated due to the negligence of the guards in a single day. O'Neill, Can you provide me with an explanation as to why the lookout tower failed to issue a warning even after the green-haired turtles had attacked our territory? Listening to Roland's icy inquiry, O'Neill broke into a cold sweat, visibly anxious. Rest assured, Roland the alchemist, I will thoroughly investigate this matter and provide you with a satisfactory answer. Young master, it is possible that the green-haired turtles did not enter the territory from the sea. At that moment, Alice spoke up unexpectedly. What are you suggesting? They did not come from outside? Then from where did they emerge? They may have come from within this small mountain, Alice speculated, her tone uncertain. This mountain? Indeed. Although I did not see them arrive, I observed them retreating into the mountain as they left. Therefore, I suspect there is a passageway within the mountain that leads directly to the sea. Upon hearing Alice's analysis, Roland's expression darkened further. If it were true, and there indeed existed such a passage, it would pose a significant threat to the security of their territory, meaning magical beasts could launch attacks from within Qiming Island at any time. This was something Roland could not tolerate, so he immediately set off with O'Neill and the others toward the mountain. Chapter 51. The swarm of green-haired turtles. Thanks to the traces left by the green-haired turtles, it took merely moments for Roland and his companions to locate an opening approximately half a foot wide on the mountainside. The entire mountain had been blanketed in snow earlier, which had prevented Roland from noticing it during his patrol of the territory. Upon truly seeing the dark, gaping hole, Roland could not help but feel a chill of apprehension. Fortunately, the creatures that had infiltrated Qiming Island through this passage were merely a group of green-haired turtles. Known for their gentle nature and rarity of harming others, had they encountered a more savage and bloodthirsty beast, allowing it to rampage through the fields or living quarters would have resulted in catastrophic losses for Qiming Island. As it stood, losing merely 10 acres of newly cultivated magical herb field was indeed a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. O'Neill, send a clever individual down to investigate, Roland instructed, having reassessed his earlier stance upon discovering it was not the guard's oversight. Yes, Roland the alchemist, O'Neill replied without taking offense, swiftly selecting a slender mercenary from behind and giving him a few instructions. Tie a rope around your waist and proceed with caution, Roland advised, in situations devoid of personal gain. He was always keen to win hearts through small gestures. Indeed, upon hearing Roland's words, excitement flickered across the mercenary's face as he bowed respectfully to Roland before promptly disappearing into the cave. Before long, the mercenary returned quietly from his exploration. Where does it lead? Roland inquired impatiently upon his return. Reporting to Roland the alchemist, this passage leads to an underground cavern, where I also spotted the green-haired turtles. The mercenary replied, "So their lair is beneath this small mountain?" Roland questioned, puzzled. Reporting to Roland the alchemist, I suspect that cavern is indeed the nesting ground of the green-haired turtles, where several of their young are also residing. Then why have we never encountered them before? Ardal expressed curiosity, having been on Qiming Island for 6 to 7 months without ever witnessing a green-haired turtle. The green-haired turtles have a habit of hibernating. They were likely in a state of dormancy until now. Moreover, due to their gentle disposition, they rarely attack humans. This sudden outburst was likely provoked by the lure of the magic crystals and water blossoms in the herb field. Roland explained casually. "I see," Ardal said, realization dawning upon him. "Congratulations, my lord." At that moment, Phelan suddenly seemed to have an epiphany and turned to Roland with a beaming smile. Roland was taken aback. How could he possibly celebrate amidst such losses? Yet he trusted that Phelan would not add insult to injury, nor would he dare. Thus, he patiently awaited Phelan's elaboration. "My lord, the green-haired turtles are gentle and exceedingly easy to tame, and their strength is not to be underestimated. They are considered excellent magical beast mounts. Many powerful factions in the Wandao boast cavalry units of green-haired turtles." Magical beast cavalry? Roland gasped in astonishment. Even though he had never encountered a magical beast cavalry unit, he was well aware of their reputation. Their remarkable feats on the battlefield had earned them widespread acclaim. It could be said that within any large faction, there was almost always a place for magical beast cavalry. And even in the Ofa Empire, known as the Holy Land of Mages on the continent of St. No, the significance of magical beast cavalry was only surpassed by that of mages. Thus, Even though the green-haired turtles were merely low-level magical beasts, Roland felt an overwhelming surge of excitement at Phaley's revelation.